Hearing the name Brock didn't ring any bells for any of them. No matter how hard they tried, they had just never heard the name before. Instead, they were trying to see if they could match his appearance to someone they knew, but again, other than the butler's outfit he was wearing, they didn't recognize anything else. Yet for some reason, Nate was the only one that felt like he knew this person. Why is my brain having a big massive fart at a time like this? I hate it when I can't remember things. What was worrying Layla was the reaction Leo and Aaron had towards this stranger. Leo was clearly on guard, and Aaron's eyes wouldn't stop glowing yellow. The only time she had seen Aaron like this was when she was about to face a vampire. "Wait, is he a vampire?" Layla asked. Now she understood why the other two were on guard and how he was able to trounce two key users. Leo nodded, giving confirmation. He could tell by his aura, and more importantly, both Aaron and Leo could tell due to his smell. Sniffing the air a few times, Nate too could smell the difference now that Layla had said what had happened. "It's a little upsetting that you don't remember me," Brock said, looking at Nate. "It's because of me that you're still alive." Finally, something clicked in Nate's head. He knew why he recognized this person. It wasn't his looks or his outfit, it was his voice. When Nate was on the verge of death, he could hear someone instructing Sam on how to turn him into a vampire. "So it was you that told Sam what to do?" Nate said, shocked. The others, now, were even more cautious and gave the signal so Nate could use the shadow to allow them to equip their weapons. It was a skill that was later developed. Depending on how far away people were from a shadow user, they could also use shadow equipment on their allies. After the shadow disappeared, the weapons were now on display, and they were ready for a scuffle. "Wait, guys! Nate, you know him. Is he friendly?" Layla asked. "I'm not sure myself, but he did save mine and Dennis's lives back when Hilston attacked us. But other than that, I have no clue who he is." "Oh, that's a shame. I thought I might have met one of the others from the cursed faction here. Honestly, it was a complete coincidence that the two of us were after the same group of people," Brock tried to explain. "I assure you, though, we, are not an enemy, not unless you see us that way. My master is hoping to meet with Quinn, and I'm sure Quinn would like to meet with him as well. So it's in our best interest that the two of us work together." What was worrying for Leo at the moment was that he couldn't gauge the person's strength in front of him. Some of the vampires were able to suppress the strength of their aura. From his experience, the only vampires that could do this were either vampire knights or leaders, and during Leo's time as a vampire knight, he got to know all of them well, but this was a person he did not recognize. What Leo didn't like doing was getting into scuffles or messes that he didn't know much about. "You said you wished to meet Quinn, and you're on our side. Then why did you knock out those two before I was able to extract information from them?" Leo asked. Brock took a step forward, and before his foot had landed on the ground, his whole body disappeared, and soon he was seen walking out from where they had come in, behind them. "It's up to you if you want to follow me or not, and I can explain on the way," Brock said as he continued to walk. "Can you tell us who is your master you were talking about before?" Aaron asked as the group followed him. Brock walked with his hands behind his back straight up, and wore a pair of white gloves. He walked confidently and with certainty about where he was going. "My master and I have been trying to decide who to team up with to help the humans fend off the Great Dalki," Brock started explaining. If they weren't sure if he was a vampire before, from the way he called them humans, it was obvious he was one now. "We had already evaluated the military. We knew the group wasn't strong enough, and at the same time, their system was broken. The way they were handling things, soon they would self-destruct, and it seems like we were right when civil war broke out. However, what we never anticipated was for the human race to come together stronger than ever after the Civil War. According to what we've discovered, you guys from the Cursed faction are entirely to blame. You were what our calculations never predicted. Still, before that, we had originally thought about the idea of teaming up with Pure. They had a much higher chance of defeating the Dalki. They were confident, and seemed to never worry about them as a threat, so we tried to find out why. They showed us many different things, but it still felt like they were hiding something, and along the way, an option to team up with another had come up that wasn't there before," Brock said, glancing at those still following behind. "We wanted to look into Pure a bit more, and it turns out they were hiding something. Through my own investigations, it led me to this place." Before they knew it, in another part of the jungle, the group had reached a large facility that looked almost like a factory. However, The strange thing about it all was how quiet the place was, and as soon as the others had arrived, they could tell something was up, because they could smell blood. Walking forward, Brock pushed the double doors open, and it was a sight they never expected to see. Human bodies were lying on the floor, glass tubes broken and equipment destroyed. However, what stuck out most was that there seemed to be beasts that were dead, lying on the floor as well. All of them were the same type. As you can see, I have already been making progress, and have stopped them from their wrongdoings. It turned out that Pure were running their own little experiments. They were trying to create their own type of beasts, a beast that would listen to them. When I arrived, I found that they had strapped many stray members of the Bree family. They had been trying to extract MC cells, or use their powers to control the beasts. With cloning technology, they wanted to create something that is completely loyal to them. Pure was doing all this? But how? They couldn't have known about this. My mother would have never let this happen, Layla shouted in disbelief. When an organization gets too large, sometimes not everyone knows what is going on behind the scenes, Brock replied. Your mother could have very well known nothing about this. Still, we decided that this needed to be stopped. After all, it would be horrible if humans were the ones that created the next Dalki, wouldn't it? The group started to look around, as Brock just stood there in place while they did. They were trying to see if they could find anything, any information. The only thing that was found was some more numbers on some of the members' backs, guaranteeing that they were members of Pure. Even Layla recognized some of the lower-ranking members from when she was at the Pure base. However, other than that, they were unable to find anything at all, no additional information, nor a terminal unbroken. You destroyed everything, and took all the information for yourselves, Nate said. We can't learn anything. It's like you're blackmailing us. Blackmailing? Brock replied. Definitely not. Like I said, I wish for all of us to work together. Go ahead, tell me what exactly you were hoping to find from these people, and I will help you. The group paused for a second. They were still wondering if all of this was some trick or setup. Even with the information they gave, there was no way to tell if it was true or not. But Leo, unafraid compared to others, spoke up. There are two things we want to know. Where is the Pure base located, and who is the leader of Pure? Leo asked. If that is all you are asking, it seems like the Cursed faction isn't as up-to-date with events as we thought. If that's all you wanted to know, then I am happy to answer both of them for you. It seemed like a normal day for Sam on the Cursed ship. There were no panicking events going all around on the Beast planets. There were no internal disputes he had to settle over where certain things should be placed, or a different department asking for a big budget. It was peaceful. It was these moments that Sam liked the most, when everything seemed to be going smoothly all over. Signing off on the last thing that needed to be done, Sam sat in his chair, which was at the head of the meeting table for the Cursed faction leaders. The table was on a slightly raised platform, with spiraling stairs that would go down to the control center of the whole ship. The good thing about Sam's seat was that he could swirl around and see outside the glass, while also looking below at all those working hard away. I guess I should just double-check there is nothing important, or maybe something in the future that needs to be done, so I can free my work up later, Sam said to himself. Without a doubt in anyone's mind, Sam was a workaholic. Even though there was nothing to do, he still felt like there were things that needed to be done. When opening up the calendar, Sam looked at the current date. It was July 23rd, yet for some reason it was marked red. Did I do this? I wouldn't have marked it for no reason. When sweeping through the date, though, there were no notes like he would have usually done for other dates. He tried to think of what the event could be, but he could think of nothing, nor why the date was important. If it was such a big deal, surely someone else would have contacted him about it. Closing the calendar, Sam looked out the window once again. This is going to drive me crazy if I don't find out why that blasted date was written down, Sam thought in anger. He gave a call to those in the Cursed faction that was currently on the ship. Going through each one of them, though, none of them seemed to know anything, until eventually he decided to contact Logan. Logan was often busy, so Sam didn't like to call or email him, but it was bugging him even more that no one knew why he had marked this date down, and he was sure he hadn't done so by accident. Sorry, I don't know why either, although I can try to cross-reference some systems to see if anything is going on, Logan asked. It seemed to be a lost cause, but Sam asked him to do it anyway. If Logan couldn't find anything, then he would just have to give up and assume that either someone else had tampered with his calendar, or he had mistakenly done something. However, it didn't take long for Logan to call Sam back. "I believe I have found the reason why that date is so important. When cross-referencing those things, I looked for all events in our field having to do with that date. I then matched it to events related to those in the cursed and sorted them by—" Logan, I know you work really hard, but do you mind?" Sam interpreted. "Oh, sure. It's Quinn's birthday today," Logan said, and quickly hung up the call. Now Sam realized why he had marked the date down. It was a rare occasion anyone got to celebrate their birthday, but for Quinn, last time he had been so busy that it went past with no one noticing. Because of that, Sam wanted to plan a big event for him, but got interrupted before he could organize anything and write down any notes. Immediately, Sam got to work. Quinn was still at the school teaching, although it was the weekend, so he shouldn't have been too busy, but for what he wanted to do, they needed to get someone on the inside to distract him. At first, Sam was about to contact Peter, but instead, he decided to contact someone else. "So, you want me to distract Quinn for half the day, or at least for a few hours because it's the boy's birthday?" Helen replied. "Yes, and make sure he doesn't find out about it either. Can you do it?" Sam asked. "I have the perfect thing in mind," she replied. "You seem to be quite a hard worker no matter what you do," Helen commented. "You know, you don't have to do that. You could ask one of your assistants to do that for you." Quinn didn't look up at who it was, but could tell from their voice that it was Helen. "It's okay. I enjoy doing this. When I'm here being a teacher, it makes me forget about everything for a second," Quinn said, placing the tablet down and looking at Helen with a smile. "Be careful there. Give any girl a smile like that, with the light shining on you in the background, and they are going to eat you up," said Helen. "Eat me up?" Quinn replied. "So what did you want exactly other than food?" Quinn misunderstood. "You owe me a date, and I think it's the perfect day for a date, don't you think? Birthday boy?" "How do you know?" Quinn replied, surprised. "I should know everything about my future husband, right?" Right now he was riding the levitating tube that was taking them out of the school and into the main city area, a place for the military family to relax, play, and enjoy life. A modern city for fun and entertainment, with games, movies, and more. "Well, I did say I would, but I just never thought you would be so aggressive." While on the train, Quinn stood up, as the train was busy on the weekend. He was trying to be a gentleman and let Helen sit, but instead, she stood up as well and pushed her body towards him. She was a few inches away from his face, and now he was able to get a closer look at her. Her long, straight legs, her plump, plum-like bum, and her current pink hair went with the red lipstick she was wearing. Her hair color would often change, but Quinn quite liked it pink. It made Helen look a little dangerous. Into the dangerous type, huh? Don't you get into enough trouble? I can hear your heartbeat inside here," Vincent teased. They had finally reached their stop, and Quinn quickly got off the train. He didn't know what would happen if he continued to stare at her longer. "Is it like a reverse charm effect or something?" Quinn thought. "You're a teenager who has just turned 18. These feelings are normal," Vincent argued. "Were you not hungry? You hardly ate anything," Helen noticed. In fact, Quinn was starving, but not for what she thought. Luckily, the restaurant had some meat that he ordered quite rare, allowing him to be satisfied for the time being. "It's okay, I just prefer my own home cooking," Quinn replied. "I was wondering, Helen, you're a good-looking girl, strong, and was the leader of a strong faction. You could have anyone you wanted. Why do you like a boy like me?" Quinn asked. Helen placed her spoon down as she was digging into her ice cream and looked at Quinn like it was a stupid question to ask. "Quinn, do you not know who you are? As you said, I should have high standards, right? Because I can get anyone. You are the leader of the cursed faction and one of the world leaders. But it's not just because of that. You're different from the ones that have your power, Quinn. A lot of people make promises, but when they reach the top, they fail to deliver them, or give up when it gets too hard, but not you, Quinn. That's what attracts me to you," she said, taking a big scoop of ice cream. "But I'm only 18, isn't it strange?" "And I'm 24, what does it matter? You look like you're in your mid-20s, and you certainly don't act your age at times, Quinn," said Helen. "You're only 24? I thought you were older? A lot of people do, because of the position I was in. I didn't start the Daisy faction. My sisters are older than me, but later on, my talent was discovered, and my sisters who always looked after me. They put me in the position and gave me the job." "So, do you like me now, then?" Helen asked. Quinn thought about it, but there were a few things on his mind at the moment. Others were appearing in his head, and on top of that, Helen was human. Could a real relationship work between a vampire and a human? And if Quinn told her now what he really was, Would she run away? At that moment, a message was received on Helen's communicator. It was time. "All right, you don't have to answer me now. Let's head back." On the journey back, Quinn didn't speak much, as he had a lot on his mind again. But he had enjoyed the day out, and it was a lot better than his last birthday. All the previous ones he had before that, there was no one around him. When they reached the school, Helen said that one of the teachers had asked him for something and to meet him in the Beast class teaching room. As they were approaching the building, Quinn could hear several heartbeats inside and the light scurrying sound of several feet as it quietly ran across the floor. He was wondering why he would be called at such a time and why there would be so many people in the room. Walking up to it, the doors slid open, and several bangs and pops were heard all at once. Balloons flew in the air, and there was a giant "surprise!" everyone shouted at the same time. Not for a second, even after hearing the heartbeats, did Quinn expect a surprise birthday party. He just thought that no one would care, and to see how much effort had gone into such a thing. "Thank you so much, everyone. This is the best birthday I've ever had," Quinn said. During the party, as Quinn mingled with everyone, Sam noticed that he had received a message from Nate, stating that they were on their way back and they should arrive in a few days. It was another regular school day, although another and regular were rarely put together. With everything happening so far, a regular day seemed strange for Quinn and the gang. He had a great birthday party, which he would remember for the rest of his life. But soon, everyone else had left to do their regular duties. "I guess it's a good thing that they can work so well without me," Quinn thought as he reminisced about yesterday. In the homeroom class, he noticed that the students were full of life and excitement, unlike before, and none of them seemed to be covered in bruises and marks. What happened to Erlin had gotten around, and seeing Swin and Shiro put on a great display of skills made the others no longer view their class as weak. Although it wouldn't completely get rid of the problem, all of Quinn's actions so far had certainly helped. Still, there was one thing he was debating about, and that was teaching the students Ki. Is it really a good idea to teach everyone it? Just like abilities, some are talented in Ki and others are not. It might just cause another problem, Quinn thought. You have to remember, there will always be others that are better at certain things. Some kids are better at writing, while others are better at math. This might be something that you just can't stop. And remember, Pure might be teaching all their members soon. The military at the moment is weak, Vincent explained. Yeah, but you can't kill someone with math. My point is, if I teach these kids Ki and it gets out of hand, it will be all my fault. Quinn struggled to understand it, but he agreed with Oscar and Vincent's arguments. Everyone seemed to think it was a good idea to teach others Ki, at least for their own sake. Maybe I should wait to counsel Leo when he's back. It still doesn't feel right for me to just teach others without asking him first, Quinn thought. In the school, where the students were currently having their lunch break, Syl, with his new disguise looking like Chucky, didn't stand out anymore. As expected, it was as if he was an invisible person. This was good for two reasons. First, no one would attack them. When others learned of Syl's ability or thought he was a weak boy, people would try to take advantage of that. But they couldn't even remember that Syl was in their class now. The second reason, being invisible, allowed them to attempt to copy as many abilities as possible. But the ability that was needed, or one they thought would help, was just never found. This kid, he's usually in a mood, but today, Chucky thought. Hey, I don't know much about what we're trying to do, but we will find the ability you are looking for eventually. We have Logan, who has access to all the databases, so any new abilities that are recorded he will be able to find out. And Quinn is one of the world leaders now, so getting information will be easy. Syl simply nodded as he continued to stuff a small piece of bread into his mouth after hearing this. Chucky's attempt to cheer him up had failed. A few seconds later, Shiro, Venus, and Swin were seen taking the seats next to them. Ever since Syl and Chucky had saved them, they had been thankful, and if they saw Chucky on his own, they would come over to sit with him, even though they didn't know who the other person with him was. The three boys were excited as they seemed to have earned new fame. Passing students in the hallway would talk about them all the time, which was a first for all of them. After excitedly talking and boasting, they noticed the boys' depressed mood. Hey, is your brother okay? Venus asked. My brother? Chucky replied, and he noticed they were talking about Syl, since his appearance was now similar to his. Oh yeah, he's just upset about not getting something. Shiro would guess, based on the fact that this boy had the same demeanor as Syl and was hanging around with Chucky, that this was Syl. He wanted to do something to cheer him up. After all, The words Syl said that day had really hit him. I wonder what type of life Syl lived to think like that, Shiro thought. When Syl looked back at him, he turned around to avoid eye contact and knocked his carton of juice on the floor. Going down to pick it up, something had gone past all the way to the table, and due to Shiro's ducking at a particular time, the object had whacked Syl right in the face. What the hell happened? Did someone just throw something at us? Venus said, looking at where the object was thrown from. Shiro, let's fight again right now, a boy shouted from across the canteen hall. I'm sick and tired of everyone saying I lost to you when I won. Come on, if you're so strong, we can fight right now, Zhen shouted. With how students were talking about Shiro and the others, whenever they saw Zhen it was the same, but they didn't speak positively about him, and instead thought he had received a fake win. In fact, Zhen was getting paranoid over this himself. While walking around, he thought he could hear everyone talking about him, their lips moving into the words winner and loser, and he thought they were being directed at him. Ha ha! I didn't even lose a fight and everyone is talking about me like this. Well, fine, I know exactly what to do, Zhen thought, as he carried around with him one of the practice beast balls for activating one's ability. A large, round, black, heavy ball. A few seconds ago, he had hurled it towards Shiro, as he could see him smiling, happy and smug. Zhen had good aim, but what happened was unfortunate, as Shiro had ducked down to avoid dropping his juice box on the floor, and instead, the ball had hit another. It had hit Syl, who had been lost in his own world. Are you okay? Shiro asked, as Syl was standing up and blood was falling to the floor, dipping from either his mouth or nose, but it was hard to tell since Syl was looking at the floor. What was strange, though, was Shiro could see pieces of dirt falling to the floor as well. Come on, Shiro, fight me here and now, Zhen continued to shout. Those next to him tried to calm Zhen down, while Shiro was more concerned for Syl at this moment, but when he lifted his head, he took a step back slightly. Syl's face was disfigured. Half of it seemed to be falling off, cracked from the top right and around the mouth area, where it was bleeding quite severely as a couple of his teeth were broken or made loose. Is it some type of mask? Shiro figured it out. Syl immediately picked up the black ball from the ground, then placed his hand on Chucky, Syl, and lastly, Venus as well. He walked forward, and his mask started to crumble away as it would no longer work, and a bloody-faced Syl could now be seen. What the hell? Are you his pet boyfriend or something? Get lost, I don't want you, Zhen shouted. Everyone around them was taking a glance at Syl, and that's when some people started to recognize him. Hey, isn't that the guy who managed to beat the Grey-Lash-Head General in the elemental class? Yeah, he went missing and no one could find him. I think I just saw his face change. Zhen could no longer take it, and started to charge forward, but the second he did, the black ball came hurling towards him at an incredible speed, and it had a huge weight behind it. It struck Zhen's chest and pushed him back through the air while breaking his bones internally. The ball continued to move, pushing him more, his body hitting other students as he was thrown through the air, until eventually he was slammed into the wall and the black ball fell to the ground. However, it wasn't over yet, as Syl walked forward and used his telekinesis ability to pull Zhen out of the wall and bring him towards him, hovering in the air. People like you never learn, and now you have broken my mask, Syl shouted. Soon Syl was pulling at each of Zhen's limbs, as if an invisible force was stretching him. Zhen started to scream in pain, and no one wished to get it close. Syl, you'll kill him, stop, Shiro shouted. He had a chance, and now he is running more than one person's life. If he continues to live, he will just ruin more, Syl shouted. The teachers who were in the canteen were soon on the move. Seeing the students fighting, they were attempting to jump in and stop it, but they just found themselves being hit away by several lashes of water that would appear out of nowhere. All of the students were staying well clear of Syl and Zhen, and soon a big pop was heard, as Zhen's shoulder had been pulled out of its socket. Damn, if Syl is like this, then no one can stop him, Chucky thought. Quinn, answer me. Come to the canteen straight away. Something has happened with Syl. He's out of control. A desperate call was made to Quinn, but Chucky was unsure if it had gone through or not. He was too panicked and had just shouted a message down his receiver, hoping it would go through and Quinn would know what to do, because if someone didn't step in to stop what was happening, there would be a dead student on the canteen floor. If this was to happen, Chucky truthfully didn't know how the cursed faction would recover from such a thing. He knew that Quinn was making great efforts to convince others that the cursed faction was the right place to be, But once this got out, the cursed had sent their own men into the school under disguise and ended up killing a student. No one would want to join a group like that. Grabbing the black balls around his belt, Chucky threw them, aiming for Sill's legs. "I'm sorry, Sill, but my job is to protect you, and this might hurt a little." However, as the black balls got close, they were stopped midair, and with his free hand, he slowly made the balls come towards the palm of his hands and held them in place, while the others continued to hold up Zhen. Once again another pop was heard as Zhen's other arm had been dislocated. "He can do that with one hand. Just how strong is Sill?" Swin thought. He was beginning to believe that the rumors about when Sill had vanquished the head general weren't at all exaggerated. With this level of strength, he could tell Sill was immensely strong. No one currently in the room could stop him. Sill had gathered the powers of those who were close to him, but he had also touched other students earlier in the day while remaining focused on his task to discover their abilities. As a result, Sill's abilities were amplified to the highest degree. "Did you forget I have your ability as well?" Sill said, holding the back balls. "You're not going to hit me, are you?" Chucky shouted. "We're on the same side." "Really? Didn't you just attempt to hit me?" Sill replied. After hearing this response, Chucky knew he was in for a load of hurt. Something had snapped in Sill, and he was beyond reason. The balls had left his hands, and the speed accelerated, hitting him in both of his thighs, crushing the bones underneath his muscles, and causing him to fall to the floor. All thoughts of Venus and Swin intervening and trying to stop Sill had gone out the window, but not Shiro. "Sill, what are you doing? Didn't you tell me not to kill someone before? How would I regret it for the rest of my life? You would too, wouldn't you?" Shiro shouted out and pleaded. "You're right, because look at what's happened to me," Sill said in a voice that sounded like it was in pure pain. Shiro didn't know how heavy Sill's words were. "Where the hell are you, Quinn?" Chucky shouted. At that moment, the doors opened wide, and someone could be seen running through all the students. "I'm not Quinn, but I'm just as good," Peter shouted as he jumped up in the air and entered the open area where the two were fighting. But he stood there still for a couple of seconds as he was confused. "Wait, what?" Peter thought. "Did he not get my message? I thought Quinn had sent him. I guess it was something else, and he doesn't know what's happening," Chucky thought. "Sill! Stop Sill! He's gone crazy!" Chucky shouted. The reason why Peter had arrived in the canteen was due to his soul weapon returning to him. With his soul weapon, Peter could only make one mud mask at once, and when it was destroyed, he realized something wasn't right. Based on his current time, he realized that all the students would be in the canteen. However, he thought Sill would be the one that was hurt and not the other way around. Hence his confusion. Seeing Chucky on the floor hurt and everyone spread out everywhere, he was trying to figure out what happened. "Sill, put the stupid student down. I know they're annoying, but this is too far," Peter demanded. "Isn't this our goal? Isn't this what we should be doing? Getting rid of these people who make the world worse. This is the easiest way. People like him made Vorden and Quinn's lives harder at school. I'm helping everyone, even if they don't realize it," Sill said. Hearing these words, a vein started to stick out from Peter's head. One of his hands opened wide, straightening his fingers, and he began to walk forward. Seeing this, Sill attempted to use his telekinesis power to slow down Peter, and it worked, but Peter pushed through with his strength. "Sill, let me go and give you the slap you deserve, you spoiled brat," Peter shouted, stepping through the force. It felt like he had an elephant that weighed several tons on his back, and it was attempting to drag him back, gritting his teeth. He continued to move forward. "You think people can change, especially kids? What about me? You must have known what I did to Quinn back then. According to you, I deserve to die as well, and I might agree with you, but I try every day to make up for what I have done," Peter shouted, moving forward again. Now, Sill had no choice but to drop Zhen to the floor and use both hands to stop Peter, who now was around 2 meters away from him. "General Peter is strong," Swin thought, knowing how much power Sill had to be using right now, and Peter was walking through even that. "Sill, I know you're upset. I know you want Vorden back. I know you're angry, but don't take it out on these students. Take it out on me. You think you're the only one that doesn't miss Vorden? He and Quinn were the only friends I had during school. I would do anything I could to bring him back right here, but I can't. You doing any of this crap is helping nobody, and only making things worse for the people who are still here," Peter said, finally raising his hand above his head and moving it slowly down. Sill stood there, still using his ability, as Peter's hand touched Sill's face. It was hardly a slap, as there was no speed, no power in it, but it was the only thing Peter could do as his fingers brushed his cheek. "Syl, stop it now," Quinn said, having rushed in. Everyone, seeing General Hardy now arrive, was relieved, but after hearing the rumors and witnessing Syl's power, they were all still afraid. Quinn looked at Peter, who was still, and the student on the floor. He couldn't imagine what happened, but when he looked at Syl now, his face was full of tears. Did Syl do all of this? Did I make a mistake thinking that he was ready to be with other kids? I thought that bringing him to school would make him better, but it might have made him worse. I shouldn't have forced him into a situation he didn't want to be in. Part of this is my fault. I'm sorry, Quinn. I don't know why, Syl managed to blurt out, and finally dropped his hands. In dropping his hands, the powers that were being used on Peter were finally free, and Peter could move again. Everyone seeing Syl cry in place was wondering just what was going on. Was it all over? Or was he soon going to attempt to blast everyone in the room? No one dared make a move in a situation like this. It was just common sense. Lifting his hand up again, Peter swung with a strong force and slapped Syl across the face, sending his body spinning a couple of times before he eventually fell to the floor and passed out. I told you I would give you a slap, Peter said. The crisis has been stopped. It was a daring act, to say the least, by Peter. The students thought that what he had done was reckless, but at the same time they were touched. Peter had risked his life getting in the middle of a crazy student to save all of theirs. A round of applause had started as the students thanked him for saving their lives. However, there was one little slip-up that had occurred. That was the one that defeated the head general, right? Well, I kind of believe those rumors now. He could have killed everyone. Was he really going to pull Zhen's limbs off? Thankfully, General Peter was here. The cursed faction really has some strong people. Speaking of, did you hear what Syl said at the end? He was saying sorry to Quinn? Quinn? Quinn Dilphus? Wait, you don't think he was saying sorry to the cursed faction leader, Quinn Talon, did you? And he was looking at... A few of the students had caught on to what Syl had said at the end. Many people were named Quinn, but the one person he was looking at when he said these words was General Hardy when he entered the room. Looks like my luck is up. What else can I do now? Quinn thought. However, before he had revealed himself to all the students, another person had a brilliant idea. Did this student say Quinn? Peter said out loud in a booming voice, so everyone could hear clearly. He even stood facing the crowd, as if it was a theater performance. Could he mean the cursed leader, Quinn Talon? But that's my faction leader. Placing his hand on top of his head, Peter started to look through the crowd and looked past everyone. I don't see my faction leader anywhere. The boy must have gone mad, Peter said. Seeing what he was trying to do, another student decided to help out. Shiro walked up to Syl and started to kneel by his side. Here it goes. Oh, Syl, you always wanted to impress Quinn from the cursed faction. I guess you felt guilty that he might find out about what you did. Now you will never be able to join them, Shiro said. They didn't have much time to think about it either. It didn't take long for Haley and a few other teachers to enter the room, and they were starting to deal with the problem, healing the injured students and getting a report of what exactly happened. Well, let's hope that works. I might be out of trouble, but I can't say the same for Syl, Quinn thought. A lot of students were at the canteen when the events happened, so it was impossible to hide, and everyone had already learned of what happened. There were two key factors that were being passed around. Syl really was as strong as the past rumors said, and was a frightening, uncontrolled, unstable student. Peter was a fearless god in their eyes, the said general who went up against that exact person. The good news coming from this was that the cursed faction's reputation had increased once again, with people looking up to Peter and deciding that they wanted to join and follow someone like him. The bad news, as expected, Quinn was called into a meeting with Oscar. The two of them were in the office, and they were sitting opposite each other at a desk. For some reason, Quinn felt quite embarrassed. Last time, Quinn had said some words to Oscar, and now he was here because of one of his problems. Oscar had just finished giving Quinn a detailed report of everything that happened. The injuries caused to the members of staff, the students hit that were in the crossfire, and even Chucky's injuries. Quinn, I believe I am quite a reasonable person, despite what you may think, Oscar said. I understand after what I had seen those blades did. I know how hard it must be to control someone like that, but when you asked him to be a student of ours, I thought you would have at least had him under control. Now, if you insist on him staying, I will have to— It's okay, Syl will leave, Quinn said, as he was already prepared for all of this. Honestly, there is no other choice. I already tried to cover up his tracks once. If you're going to ask me to make sure this won't happen again, I can't say I can. unless he is by my side 24/7, and if that's the case, then there is no point in him being here," Quinn said. "That's good to hear, and it makes it easier on us," Oscar replied. "Honestly, Inu was already blaming all of this on you. When they found out that this involved Shiro and Sil from your class, and you had tried to hide him, he thought you had planned this. Thankfully, since Gen is actually under the head General Sack, he decided to not get any more involved in this matter. This answer should satisfy Inu," Oscar claimed. Back in the classroom, it was the end of the school day, and Quinn was standing while Sil was sitting alone on a single desk, amongst many others that were all empty. "Are you going to tell me what happened then, or is it going to be a silent match between the two of us?" Quinn asked, finally breaking the silence between the two of them. "It's been building up," Sil said. "I keep hearing things I don't like, things that Vorden has hated in the past, things that Rayton would have dealt with if they went too far. When I got hit today, I just thought... My mind went black. I was asking for answers, but I never got a reply." "You mean you were asking for answers from them, inside your head? Are you talking about Vorden and Rayton?" Quinn asked. "When I didn't get a reply, and there were no answers, I didn't know what to do. I wanted someone to just tell me what was right and wrong. I thought if I just kept doing something, anything, they would come back." It appeared that Quinn had made a mistake. It was too soon for Sil. There hadn't been enough time spent where Sil was alone in his mind. "I think you know that you can't stay here any longer, but I don't want you to think that your time was wasted here. Before you go, some people want to say goodbye." Quinn said it was the signal for the door to open, and 3 students were seen walking in, Swin, Venus, and Shiro. "We heard that you won't be at the school anymore," Shiro said. "Yeah, Hardy said that the Cursed faction has agreed to take you in, and they're going to teach you personally. If you ask me, that's a lot cooler than staying here. You're getting a head start," Swin said excitedly. Venus hit him with his elbow, as this wasn't meant to be something exciting. "Sil, thank you," Venus said. "Just don't beat yourself up over this too much. If I had your power, there were times when I would have probably done the same thing to people who were picking on us, or worse. I think we've all had those thoughts." "We also want to say it won't be goodbye," Shiro added. "If you're going to be in the Cursed faction, then we will see each other soon, because when we finish school, we want to join the Cursed faction as well." Sil didn't say anything, but he did smile, which warmed Quinn's heart a little. With the goodbye said, it was time for Sil's journey at school to end, but Quinn would still remain for the time being. Escorting him back to the Cursed ship was Chucky as they flew through space. "You know, going back to school was kind of nice," Chucky said while flying the ship. "It was different compared to last time, and it also reminded me of all the stupid things I used to do at school." Of course, as usual, Sil said nothing, so Chucky was just left to talk to himself. But when they had finally landed and docked the Cursed ship, Sil said something that caught his ear. "Thanks for helping me while I was at school," Sil said, walking forward. Just ahead, not too far from where they were, they could see that another ship had docked not too long ago. In fact, the people still hadn't left the landing bay. As for who was there, it was Leo, Aaron, Nate, and Layla. "Oh, hey guys," Layla said with a smile. "What are you guys doing here?" "It's a long story," Chucky replied, and then noticed someone he didn't recognize. "Who's he?" Turning around in his butler suit, his eyes fell upon Sil. "Now this is a surprise to meet you here, isn't it, young master?" Brock said. When the others heard what Brock had said, they were confused for a second. Throughout their whole journey, Brock had been avoiding a certain question. Whenever speaking, Brock would constantly talk about his master, and now when he saw Sil, he was referring to him as a young master. They were wondering what exactly Sil had to do in all of this, looking at him for some answers. Sil had already leaped back several feet, and had both his hands out in an attacking position. He was constantly darting his eyes around the room. Sil recognized him instantly, from when he was younger to the times when Vorden was in control of his body. This man had worked at the Blade Mansion, and wasn't just anyone, but was the head butler there as well. One of the strongest members outside of the main family, but this wasn't Sil's concern. If Brock was here, he feared that perhaps Hilston was here as well. "Worry not, young master," Brock said with a smile. "Hilston and the others are not here. In fact, although I am the Brock you know, I am not the same Brock that they knew." Tapping his face in almost a second, Brock's appearance had changed, and now instead of the dirty blonde hair color he had before, it was grayed out, and a scar had formed over his right eye. His neat look from before was gone as his tangly black hair was flowing from both sides. "I can see you are shocked, but there is too much to explain, and I would hate to have to explain myself twice. Besides, before that, didn't you lovely ladies say you would give me a tour?" Brock asked as he bowed down to Layla and Aaron. Even they couldn't get used to his sudden change. The ability that was just used had to be something similar to Peter's transformation ability. "Come on, let's get to it," Brock said. He was tired of standing around and was now ignoring Syl. "Remember, we still haven't decided what to do yet. This is your chance to impress my master and me." The others all awkwardly looked at each other, and Syl had eased up a bit, but before doing anything, they thought they should call for one person first, Sam. He had been given a few details about this man, that he was a vampire, and Sam had been told everything that Leo and the others knew about him. It was only because of his okay that they let him on this ship. When Sam finally arrived, he looked at Brock. "If I'm right, then this man is related to him," Sam thought as he gave a smile and started the tour around the place. It might not have been the wisest choice to show an enemy the base of the cursed faction, along with all their powers and supplies. Still, Sam knew that this man was alone, and even if he was strong, he wouldn't be able to take them all out. Besides, that wasn't their goal anyway. If they truly wanted to team up with them and wanted to defeat the Dalki, then they would want to keep them alive as long as possible. The tour seemed to be going well, or at least Sam thought it was, as Brock didn't say anything and just nodded. Syl, although he wasn't meant to come along initially, had decided to tag along at the back. He was still worried that something might happen, and if so, he would be there to stop it. However, things got a little strange when they entered a particular room. Sam thought this was a must on the list if one was to impress someone, because people were consistently impressed by his skills. They had entered Logan's research room. The sounds of clanking and tinkering were heard as they entered the room. As usual, Logan wouldn't look at them until he had at least finished what he was currently working on. While they were waiting for him, they looked around the room, and that's when Brock noticed a few things, such as a teleporter designed after the vampire ones, as well as a particular device. "So this is the device that might cause us a heap of trouble," Brock said, looking at it. Although Logan wasn't finished working on whatever he was working on, hearing the voice, he had stopped in the middle of doing something for the first time. A first for everyone. He lifted up his goggles and dropped the tool in his hand. "Oh, a false alarm," Logan said, getting back to work. "I guess we have both changed a bit since you last saw me," Brock said, and tapped his face again to change it back to his butler's appearance from before. After having just picked up the tool, Logan dropped it again. "Brock? Brock from Bald Island? Is Eno with you?" were Logan's first words. Sam and the others didn't quite understand why Logan had said this, but it looked like Sam's guess was partially correct. Brock did have something to do with Eno. "Wait, is the master he keeps referring to is Eno? This Richard Eno that Quinn has been looking for so long?" Layla figured it out. Back when Logan was on Blade Island, he had been set free by Brock and even told where to go to escape the island. He didn't understand then, but he did know that Brock was trying to keep him going. He told him to search for Richard Eno. In fact, with Brock being his only lead, Logan was thinking about going back to the Blade Island to find him, but he never thought that he would see him on the ship. "I guess now you all have too many questions to ask that we can't continue our wonderful tour," Brock said. "Very well, you guys have been patient enough. Let's have a little chat, shall we?" For the time being, inside the command center, the place was cleared. All those that would usually be sitting away at their terminals had been asked to take a break. The ship could mostly run on autopilot anyway, and Logan was there if anything serious happened. Not everyone in the cursed leader's ranks had been called, only those that were present at the time. Sam still didn't know what information should and shouldn't have been shared, so currently present were Nate, Leo, Aaron, Layla, and from the other group, Syl, Sam, and Logan. "Syl, as I've said before, you can relax. I know you have a lot of questions, and I know a lot of you are curious about who we are. Therefore, I would ask that you hold off on asking any more questions until I have at least explained my entire motivation for being here. I assure you, I am not part of the Blade family. In the first place, I am a vampire, and always have been. However, my relationship with the Blade family is genuine, and I know everything about you, Vorden, Raiden, and all the other kids at the temple." The piece that they finally needed was here. Logan wanted to know the truth. the truth of why his parents trusted Richard Eno, and what they had exactly been doing this whole time. First, I think it's only right of me to answer the questions you have about Pure first. As stated before, I and my master worked together, and you are correct, he is Richard Eno. We were deciding on whom we should put all of our resources into helping out. After all, the strongest forces of the human race were split when they should have been fighting the Dalki together. So Eno had no choice but to stay out of the limelight for a while, figuring things out as they went along. Also, there are far more moving parts than everyone here at the table probably realizes. One change could affect a whole leap of change going on. Now, about Pure, unfortunately, their base is located on a giant submarine, and their location is always on the move deep in the Earth's waters. However, now that I have provided you with this information, I'm sure you can figure out a way to track them. At least, Logan can. If he could finish creating that demon beast locator, he could create something that would be able to find a device as large as a submarine. As for the other question you had, I'm sorry about this. Although we do know the answer, I do not. That will have to be a question for Richard Eno, as he is the only one that has personally met him. I only follow what he says, so I only know so much. Clenching his hand, Leo was a bit annoyed by his answer. He was expecting to find the person, but now was told to wait even longer. However, after taking a deep breath, he realized being impatient would change nothing. He had waited so long, and finding out if his suspicions were correct or not wasn't a big deal. He would continue doing what he had been doing, assuming it was that person. Now, what I'm about to tell you all next is very important, so listen up. This is about the Dalki, the vampires and the humans. If I was to ask you the question of who the strongest human in existence is, what would your answer be? Brock asked. Don't worry, you can speak. Oscar, the Supreme Commander, Aaron said. Owen Greylash, Nate answered. Quinn? Layla shyly answered. Quinn is no longer human, Leo answered. For this question, I would have to have faced every human in existence to know it. No, you're all forgetting someone. Someone that we don't even need to fight to know that they are the strongest human. Hilston Blade of the Blade family, Sam said. Correct. Hilston Blade. The Blade family, Brock said, looking at Syl. They play one of the biggest roles in all of this, and they don't even know it. After meeting Brock and finding out who he was, or who he was as well, Sam had his suspicions that the Blade family would be involved in all of this somehow. Due to Brock's work for the Blade family, the fact that he was using some sort of disguise and how long he had to have been there just made sense. Richard Eno just didn't seem like the type of person to do things on a whim. Everything he did, everything that happened, was done with caution. In a way, it reminded Sam a little of himself, but the difference was, while Sam was playing chess with one opponent, it felt like Richard Eno was playing with 4 at the same time, and each one of the moves he made was intertwined with the others. We, as a group, over the years, have worked very hard to make sure that we have eyes everywhere, Brock continued to explain. We have eyes in the human world. We know everything that happened, from the start of the Civil War to before most of you here were born. We have kept our eyes on the vampire world. We know what happened with Quinn and Vex. However, we are unable to get involved very much there. Last, we even have eyes in the Dalki world as well, which is why we have decided that we can't just sit back and watch to see how this plays out. We have to act now. Some things that Eno had predicted didn't come true, and at the same time, unpredicted things have happened. Sam, being the type of person he was, so badly wanted to interrupt Brock at this moment. For each thing, he was telling them there were hundreds of questions he wanted to ask, even things about the past before he was born. However, he wouldn't do so, and he had a feeling Brock had already been told what he could and couldn't tell the others. For now, I will tell you what you need to know, Brock said. From the beginning, the Blades were an exciting group of people. From generation to generation, they had the goal that was passed down of becoming the greatest human ever alive, and even before abilities, they had somewhat achieved that goal with their superhuman bodies. They would even give vampires a run for their money. However, our interest in them grew, not when they had discovered their ability, but when they had discovered a giant stone tablet. Hearing this, Logan and Syl knew exactly what they were talking about. Anyone who had been to the Blade Island would. Because the giant tablet could be seen when approaching the island, and Syl had grown up on the island itself. "That tablet was special. I thought it was just a giant rock," Syl interrupted. Brock didn't give him a telling off, but instead smiled at Syl. It seemed like Syl would probably be the only person who would be able to interrupt Brock without him making a fuss over it. "That rock is more special than any of you know, but again the details about that will not benefit you in any way," Brock said. "What is important is that the Blades decided to set their base of operation around the giant tablet, building a castle and a place to call home. Due to them finding the tablet, Ino kept an eye on them. On top of that, they were extraordinary humans who seemed to keep getting better by the second. At the time, the tablet was important to Ino's research, and what he wanted to do was keep an eye on it. So he asked me to personally infiltrate the Blade family. With my abilities, it was an easy task to do. I could change who I was at any point. My main goal was to keep the Blade family a secret, so no one would find out about the giant stone. I believe I did my task well, silencing anything about them, and as generations passed, it became a practice within their own family to keep it a secret, even though they didn't know who or why someone was doing it before. However, this didn't become an important factor until a later time." Brock turned to Logan. "Logan, if you have discovered the base, then I believe you already know the answer to how the Dalki were created. From a great demon-tier beast that was shaped like a dragon, I don't know if you know the details. Still, the demon-tier dragon originally had 2 heads, and it had a special ability that allowed it to split its body into 2. The vampires had only managed to capture half a demon-tier beast, and that is why the Dalki are incomplete." Logan knew most of these details already, thanks to the logs his family had left him. It seemed he was correct, and the reason the Dalki were attacking Earth was due to the search for the other half of the demon-tier beast. The Dalki have been searching for the other half of the demon-tier beast. That is why they haven't given up on attacking, and they never will until they run out of their lifespan. That other half of the dragon had one day actually arrived on Earth, and the people who had dealt with it were the Blade family, before anyone could even attempt to see it. But they didn't defeat it. Instead, it's under their control and is still at the Blade Island. "Wait," Logan interrupted. "We were on the Blade Island, but me, Peter, Quinn, and Syl, we never saw the dragon." "The dragon was there," Syl said. "It has always been there. They keep it by the giant tablet." Now Syl understood what Brock meant. The Blade family just saw the dragon as a pet. They had no idea that the Dalki were after it. "One half of the dragon is in the vampire world, one half in the human world. The Dalki already found out about the one in the vampire world, but they still do not know the location of the one in the human world," Brock said. "The Blade Island was meant to be kept a secret to all except a small few. But then someone had gone searching for the Blades, someone that shouldn't have known about them and succeeded in finding them." The others could only guess that this was referring to Quinn. Now, with Hilston in control of the Blades, he no longer cares about hiding himself from the world. Even worse, our line of protection is no longer there. That day when Hilston went to search for you, Syl, I was on board that ship as well. I knew that the Blades had decided that they would no longer be hiding, so we needed to come up with a new plan. I was the one that had chosen to advise you, Sam, and Paul to turn your companions. At the time, I also took Mona from the Bree family. She is safe with us. We did so because, if need be, and we need someone else to move the dragon, there needs to be someone who can control the dragon and copy her abilities." At that moment, everyone at the table looked toward Syl. Even Mona didn't have the power to control a demon-tier beast, which meant the only person that could have an ability as strong as that of Hilston. The fact that Mona was still alive and was with Ino came as a shock to a lot of them, and they needed time to take everything in. "You have always been an interesting person, Syl, and we have also kept our eyes on you, just in case something like this has happened. The only things we didn't expect was for Hilston to lose that day and go into hiding, and for you to be taken away by someone else. The Dalki are going to move soon, and we need to protect the dragon at all costs." When Brock said he had a lot to talk about, he wasn't wrong. Still, there were many things everyone wanted to ask him. Logan wanted to ask about who killed his parents and what their relationship was, but before all of that, Sam had another question before everyone else. "I don't think we have the right to go ahead and make decisions on our leader's behalf like this. There is one person who needs to be here, and that is Quinn. Even though I know everyone wants to ask questions, Sam said, he should know about all of this. Brock started to smile again. I'm afraid I have already told you everything that I can say. So any questions you do wish to ask, I will be unable to answer them. However, if you wish for me to clarify some things that I have already spoken about, then feel free. As for Quinn, you do not need to worry about him. I'm sure Ino and Quinn will be talking right about now, and when everything is settled, they will either return here together or apart. Quinn had been in a bit of a somber mood after what had happened to Syl. He couldn't help but feel bad for his situation, but there was really nothing they could do for now. In a way, he also didn't think that just bringing back Vorden and Rayton would help things. It would undoubtedly stabilize the situation with someone as powerful as him, but from the way Syl spoke, Syl was the original owner of that body. At any point in time, he could take over if he wanted to. So if in the future, even with Vorden and Rayton, something terrible happened, Syl would still need to help. Maybe we can figure it out with Rayton and Vorden when they are back, but we still haven't found anyone with an ability that could help, Quinn thought. Even if that ability has reappeared in someone, it could be dormant in their body, or the person could just be a baby. I wish I knew more about abilities and how they work, because right now it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Today, before school was to start, the homeroom teachers had been called in for a meeting. It was a bit more casual, as the meeting took place in the teachers' lounge, where teachers generally just relaxed on the sofa or prepared for their lessons. The one who was giving the meeting was Samantha. Quinn went ahead and sat down with Fex and Peter, who were both teachers, but Helen wasn't one, so she hadn't been invited. I've called you all here today to talk about the first portal outing that will be taking place, Samantha announced. Now, as you know, we fear that the tensions are quite high at the moment, so we have banned portal outings to orange portal planets for students, so they will only be able to visit the green portal planets. However, since there are larger groups and far more students this time, there will need to be more teachers. Now, Head General Inu has agreed to go on the expedition for support. I will also be heading out, despite neither of us being teachers. All homeroom teachers must attend with their classes for this expedition, and students will only hunt within an area with their teachers. This is just for them to experience hunting. We will still award points for beast crystals that will go to certain houses, but students will not just be able to go off and explore on their own. Does everyone understand? Quinn was actually quite pleased with the new measures they had put in place, this time for the hunt. Although the students wouldn't have a real-world experience compared to when he went out, it was safer this way. If they had done this last time, then maybe fewer students' lives would have been lost to the Dalki. Are other teachers allowed to come on this trip if they wish? Fex asked, raising his hand. I don't see why not. The campus will mostly be empty, so if you wish, you may, Samantha replied. Fex was happy that at least he wouldn't be left out of this one. With the meeting over, Quinn returned to his class and delivered the news. After doing so, a lot of the class was quite depressed. What's wrong? Did something happen? Quinn asked. Venus looked around at all the unhappy faces and decided to answer for them. Teacher, we aren't stupid, and we honestly don't know why the school has decided to do this, but each of us was the weakest in our schools, and they've grouped us all together. Doesn't that mean our class will do the worst? It seems that self-confidence was a huge issue, but rightfully so, because what Venus had said wasn't a guess. It was a fact. Even with beast weapons, it only gave them a fighting chance. Perhaps they would survive, but to beat the other classes in a hunt was another story altogether. On top of that, not everyone in Quinn's homeroom class was part of the beast class. Only about half of them attended, so they were in an even worse position. Okay, listen up. If you want to get stronger, then when your lessons are over, instead of heading to your dorms, head back here to your homeroom classroom. I'm going to teach you all a little something, Quinn said with a smile on his face. He had finally decided that these kids at least needed a fighting chance. Oscar was right. It would be best to prepare everyone for the war upon them. But there was a problem. Teaching everyone Ki wouldn't change the balance. The strong would possibly just get stronger, making the gap between students stay the same. Although it might be unfair for now, Quinn had decided to teach the weakest kids in his class Ki so that they would be on an equal level as everyone else. I think Leo will understand what I have done, Quinn thought. When the lessons ended, Quinn expected a few of his students to return to him, not all of them. However, every single one was now in his classroom, wanting to see what he wanted to teach. Today, I'm going to teach you something that will improve your natural body strength. Your punches will be stronger, your body will move faster, and when you get hit, it will hurt a lot less. But there's one thing I want you all to promise me now, Quinn said. I don't want you to try to get revenge after this. If you become stronger than those that used to bully you, then take pride in that. Don't become what you hated. Some of the students started to talk to each other, wondering why they would ever do that. But Quinn knew that some people would, and he hoped when they were put in a similar situation, they would think back to what he said right now. Also, it's safe to say what I'm about to teach you all should be kept a secret. Otherwise, others outside of this class might abuse the power, Quinn explained. What I'm teaching you all today is called Har. When teaching the kids Ki, Quinn chose to rename it to Har. His reasoning for this was that he didn't want the military to know what he was doing just yet, or Pure members. Word would get out of what was happening eventually. Unfortunately, Ki had a negative stigma of being attached to Pure, but at the same time, it was highly sought after due to the display of its powers. Naming it Har, a technique that would just improve one's body, didn't sound that great, and that was exactly what Quinn was aiming for. Over the next few days, the students began practicing every day. There were even some students that decided it was a waste of time and had stopped showing up. Still, those that continued to learn the techniques and, using Quinn's guidance, have prevailed. It was finally time for the class to go out on their first outing. Quinn looked at his class all geared up, ready to go through the green portal, while Peter and Fex were by his side. "Ready, class?" Quinn asked, and they nodded. Going through the teleporter, when they arrived, it was a place that Quinn recognized quite well. The shelter was larger than it was before, but there was an unforgettable feeling about the planet. "Do you remember this place?" Peter asked. "How could I forget? It was where we first ran into the Dalki back then," Quinn whispered back. It was a primarily desert planet all over, and the orange buildings made from sandstone stood out. In their memories, an unforgettable place. Samantha made sure everyone was present from Quinn's class, and then they would head off to a specific hunting area together. Classes were sent in hourly intervals to not overwhelm the hunting areas and give everyone an equal amount of time. While Peter had decided to go off with Quinn and the students, Fex chose to do a bit of exploring. "I originally came here to explore what human life is like, and all I've done is hang out at schools. Let's experience real human life," Fex thought. Walking away from the training area, he headed to the main shelter center, where the place was filled with shops and merchants, but what Fex was looking for was something else. "That's it! This place is called a bar? There's meant to be some really good drinks in here," Fex said with a smile, but he stopped for a few seconds as he pushed the door open. "No, it can't be. Why do I smell a vampire here, and it's not Quinn?" The destination had been set for Quinn and his students to leave. He had been given a map and was to guide them to a certain area. On the map, one could also see the other areas and the other users with a map as well. Some of the other areas were fairly close, with the borders touching. Quinn was a little worried that this might cause some trouble, but this would always be the case with how many classes were hunting on the same planet. It was vastly different from before, when Quinn had to do his assessment. In the past, one would have to do everything on their own, from researching the best areas for hunting to gathering the maps themselves. He had learned a lot from those days, but it looked like the military were fast-tracking things with the new students and being extra cautious. Once researching the area, Quinn was then to start a device that would time them. Then the students in his class, in groups of 5, were free to hunt. "Hey, won't this be a little unfair?" Shiro complained. "I mean, what happens if there are just more beasts in the other area?" "The other teachers have assured me that they have attempted to make this as fair as possible," Quinn replied. "However, I do have to admit that it's nearly impossible to make it entirely fair. Take this as a lesson, Shiro. Nothing in life is completely fair." The students got to work and were fighting basic tier beasts. Some of them were frightened of the beasts and were unable to perform well. Just like before, the class was currently going against the sandworm, who was a similar size to regular humans, but had razor-sharp teeth spiraling on their insides when they opened their mouths. What surprised the students was the fact that they fared better than they had expected. Even when scared, they were able to dodge the oncoming attacks, and using their weapons, they were able to tackle the beasts with ease. "Looks like they are using Ki quite well," Quinn said, as he felt a bit relaxed compared to his uptightness from before. "I have to say, I am quite surprised as well," Vincent added. "The ki that you have taught them isn't so noticeable when they are fighting. I suppose when you used it, it had more of an explosive effect due to combining it with your blood powers. But with the kids, unless they were to physically show off their superhuman feats, it doesn't stand out too much while giving them an edge at the same time." "Yes," Quinn replied. "We can actually thank Shiro for that. I noticed it after his fight, that no one really seemed to notice his change so much. Students and others are used to seeing incredible humans due to the beast gear, and beast gear isn't always visible on the outside. Of course, this would be different if I was to attempt to teach them the second stage of ki, but there is no need for that. At the same time, I feel if they are relying on ki, then it means that they will no longer focus on their abilities when they need to." Shiro, Venus, and Swin were doing well using a combination of their abilities. Shiro was pulling the sandworms into the air, while Venus used his talent to entice them. Last but not least, the one that would attack them was Shiro with his dual blades. The other two students in their group would be protecting the ability users. Swin and Venus could also use weapons if need be when they were in trouble. While Quinn was in the middle of watching this, he heard a massive scream come from his left side. He quickly appeared near the student who was screaming and noticed that a worm had attached itself to a female student's arm. Quinn quickly cut apart half of the worm's body with his bare hands, before grabbing onto the other half and using his second stage of ki to form an extremely thin layer where its teeth would have been. It was like one was putting a thick piece of cloth under the teeth. Now, Quinn could safely pull it off and curse the worm with his bare hands. "Are you okay?" Quinn asked. He could then see that the worm was unable to pierce through the student's armor. The girl was completely fine, but she had just screamed from fear. However, what Quinn didn't realize was that he had just gone from one side of the hunting area to another in an instant. "Hey, wasn't General Hardy on the other side of the hunting area just now? How did he get here so fast?" "I don't know. Maybe he ran, or he was actually closer than we thought." "No, I'm sure he was just with Shiro and their group, and they're literally on the other side." Hearing these comments, Quinn just noticed what he had done. "Damn, I guess I'm still worried about the students. My own experience from last time is affecting me." Quinn wasn't relaxed at all. This place had brought a lot of bad memories for him, and he just couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to happen. Over where Fex was and decided to enter the bar anyway. There were tables and stools scattered throughout the dimly lit interior. It was meant to be similar to the bars around 1,000 years ago. The people inside all looked to be middle-aged men, with a few females here and there. However, he wasn't in the happy mood he was expecting to be. Instead, Fex was on guard. The smell from earlier was coming from this very bar. Fex looked around, but he mostly let his nose lead him, and that's when he found himself at a table with two dark red sofas on either side. A man wearing a type of cowboy hat could be seen covering most of his face, and he had a drink in front of him. "Before, I would have probably dragged you from the bar and taken you back to the vampire world myself," Fex said, "but the new me is going to ask what exactly you are doing here. There are a lot of human students on this planet, and as a teacher, if you're going to cause trouble, I can't just turn a blind eye." The man took a swing from his drink and then placed the glass down. He then lifted his hat a bit so he could have a look at the youngster opposite him. "You seem quite strong for someone so young, but if you think you could drag me out of this place, you would have to be dreaming," the vampire stranger replied. Then he took off his cowboy-looking hat and placed it off to the side. It was a vampire with a twirling gray mustache and long gray hair in a ponytail, as could be seen. Seeing the vampire clearly, Fex didn't recognize him at all, and it was blatant by the look on his face. The man then lifted up 2 fingers. "It looks like either the vampires no longer teach about me anymore, or you aren't one to study," the man said. "I was never the studying type at school, but I can tell by your smell that you're just a regular vampire," Fex said. "Now, I'll ask you again, what are you doing here, or do I have to take you back myself?" The man picked up the glass one more time and took a swig until it was empty. Then, with the glass, he slammed it on top of Fex's hand that was placed on the table. The glass had crushed Fex's hand, showing the man wasn't messing around. "Very well, why don't you teach me a lesson? I wanted to get an idea of how strong the new generation is anyway." Time was going by quite quickly for Quinn, and now he was more cautious about when he would use his skills, or at least his full power. At the same time, he took this as an opportunity to practice himself. With the second stage of ki, he was able to sense others' ki more clearly, and could even stretch it out from his body. However, he couldn't separate it from his body, which was what Quinn assumed was the third stage of ki. Quinn was careful, closing his eyes, listening and watching his surroundings. Seeing the flow of everyone around him, if a student's energy was disrupted or afraid, he could tell they were more likely to make a mistake compared to others. These are the ones that need help the most, and if I can help them before there are any problems, that will be great, Quinn thought, acting before needing to act. It also seemed like the students had mostly forgotten what he had done, since they were far too concerned with the task at hand. As time went on, the student became better at hunting beasts. "Hey, I think our group may be able to do something and get a decent spot," Venus said, as they were taking a break looking at everyone around them. There was another advantage Quinn's class had over other classes, and it was the fact that they could hunt for longer without stopping. Some students had already figured out that when their MC cells were up, they could fight with ki instead, and when their ki was depleted, they could switch to their MC cells to defeat the creatures. Of course, not everyone could do this, as others needed both ki and their abilities to defeat the basic tier beasts, and although Quinn thought this was an advantage, it really wasn't. Those with a higher level of ability tended to have more MC points to use their ability for longer in the first place. The good news was that Quinn had to get involved less and less with his students as they gained more confidence. However, that didn't last forever. As people were actively defeating more beasts in certain areas, they were becoming scarcer. So Shiro and his group decided to move towards the outer edge of the hunting area. After all, this wasn't just a competition between classes, but even within their classes, their groups would receive a certain amount of points. When going towards the edge, they found what they were looking for and continued their hunt once again. The 5 of them were on a large mound of sand, killing sandworms rapidly when something unexpected happened. A worm from their left side leaped into the air towards them. The worm seemed to already be injured with wounds on its body, but not wanting the beast's teeth to dig into his flesh, Shiro ended up cutting it on the spot. "Hey, that was ours," a group of kids said, yelling as they ran over. But when they saw who was on the mound, they stopped for a second and started whispering to each other. "What do I care?" one of the boys said as he walked over. "The beast was already nearly dead and was from our area, so hand over the crystal." Like a magnet, Shiro and the others seemed to attract trouble. "Wait, were you guys attempting to steal it?" another boy said, coming up from behind, and could see a girl from their group had already carved the crystal and had one in her hand. "You know, you're not meant to get involved with the other hunting areas. I'll tell you what, you hand us 3 crystals for that one, and we'll keep quiet about this whole thing," the boy said. The girl's hands were shaking, and she had pulled out 2 more crystals from her pouch and was ready to hand them over to the other boys, when Swin stepped in front of her, blocking their path. "No, if you had just asked for 1 crystal, then we might have given it to you, but you just can't bully and demand a crystal. We won't be pushed around any more." The boys started frowning, as if they were annoyed at what they had heard. They believed that, as in the past, if they asked someone weaker than themselves to do something, it would be done, but in reality they were fighting back. However, a smile soon appeared on one of the students' faces. "Teacher, these kids were hunting in our hunting area and won't give us our crystals," one of the boys shouted. It didn't take long for their homeroom teacher to appear, a male with glasses, but he looked like he permanently had a vein sticking out of his forehead. "What is going on? The rules were made clear from the beginning. I didn't think I would have to deal with this stuff," the teacher said. The man took one look at the kids from the other class. He didn't ask any questions at all and had already made his decision. "You guys hand over all the crystals that you hunted in our area." "Another one of these teachers?" Venus sighed. "Don't worry. I can't believe they called the teacher because they couldn't deal with the problem, but the 2 of us can play that game." "Hardy, we need help," Swin shouted. A gust of wind blowing up the sand in the air flew about everywhere. They covered their eyes to see a figure appear through them, and Hardy was there. Seeing how fast Hardy was appearing to all the students, Swin knew they needed help. Quinn would be here in an instant, and he was. "What exactly is the problem?" Quinn asked. As soon as the teacher saw who it was, he started to sweat. "Oh, no, there's no problem at all. I think both groups were hunting near the border, so there was a little disagreement about whose beast belonged to whom. I'll take these guys a little more in and keep an eye on them." Before Quinn could even say anything, the teacher was already off. "Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. Where was the big fight? The epic moment where Hardy shows them how much better he is than the others," Swin thought. "I guess it's no longer needed. After what Hardy did to Head General Sack, I think no one wants to mess with him now," Venus replied. In a way, the students thought that perhaps the pressure they received from other students might have been over for them. In the middle of the shelter, people were seen scrambling out of an establishment that was simply named The Bar. They were unclear about what was happening, but just knew two people were inside having a fight, and the whole place was completely wrecked. Several crashes and bangs were heard outside, and the noise persisted inside the bar until someone was finally seen being kicked through the air, breaking the doors on their way out and landing on the hard orange ground. "Frick, this guy is tough," Fex said, getting up and wiping the blood from his mouth. His hand had already healed from the first wound. "After talking all cool like that, and then I get kicked on my backside. No, this ain't happening, not to a nobody." A few seconds later, the man was seen coming out of the bar. "Whoever the owner is, I'm sorry for all the damage we have caused. I promise to pay it in full whenever I can." "Hey, everyone!" Fex shouted, standing on his 2 feet. "You're kind of distracting staying here. Do you mind if you scoot out of here a little bit so I can take this guy on?" Fex said. "Oh, you still haven't given up. It's good to know that the new generation has a heart, even if they are weaker. It seems like after so many years no improvements were made. Weren't you meant to be a direct descendant of the 13th family? If this is a direct descendant power, then the vampires may not exist for much longer," the man said. Fex was a little annoyed. After the man had pretended to not know him at all, now he was telling everything about him. "That's right. Sorry, you now belong to the new 10th cursed family." "Well, it seems they are clearly the weakest of the families," the man said. "Really? Well, let's see if you've seen this before," Fex said as he concentrated. In his hands, a giant needle was starting to form. "A blood weapon and without using a blood crystal. Now that is impressive. Maybe I was wrong after all. Let's go for round 2 then," the man said. It didn't take long for the mysterious vampire to figure out what had been summoned seemingly out of nowhere by Fex. However, it did seem to surprise the vampire as well. "I'm interested in finding out if this was something you found out yourself or a technique shared amongst the new generation," the vampire said. This gave the group a brief break for the moment. Right now, the two of them weren't being confrontational. In all honesty, Fex's mind was racing at the moment. For one, his wounds were healing slower than those of his opponents. He had gotten a few hits in while fighting in the bar, but there didn't seem to be a scratch on the man. The second reason was what he was now holding in his hand. "What the hell am I meant to do now?" Fex thought. "I summoned my blood weapon in a panic, but there's no one to use it on." Fex's blood weapon, which was black in color but clear like glass, needed blood to activate it. This was true for all blood weapons, but Fex's needed blood as an even bigger requirement. The needle itself had to be filled with blood, and then either injected into humans to empower them with strength, or the needle could be injected into him. "I can't exactly just stab my needle into one of these random onlookers. They would never let me do such a thing, and it's wrong if I just force them." "Is something wrong, or do you need me to attack you first?" the vampire said, charging forward and now was directly in Fex's face. Lifting up his fingers, red blood strings rose, tangling the vampire's legs up. "I just wasn't doing nothing but standing still," Fex shouted. Using his blood control, any red string left on the ground could be moved slightly without requiring it to be attached to his fingers. Then grabbing the needle, Fex stabbed it right into the vampire's shoulder, digging in a few inches before it had stopped entirely. "It's weak, but perhaps because you have no blood, there are plenty of people around you. Why don't you use one of them?" the vampire said, taking a step forward with a smile. Looking into the vampire's eyes, Fex could feel something odd, and at the same time, no regular vampire should ever be this strong. He was one of the strongest nobles. Why was he afraid? "And what the hell is with this taunting?" Fex said, as he pulled his needle out with his string attached to the little loop at the end, and started to swing it wildly like a windmill in the air. Once again, Fex swung the needle straight, and it came out fast and heavy. This time the force seemed far more substantial than before. Still, the strings seemingly around the vampire started to disappear, and the vampire avoided the attack. "Yes, that's it. You have a difficult opponent in front of you. Use your mind to evolve more. One can't magically get stronger in the middle of a fight, but they can use their mind to their advantage," the vampire shouted. "You need to show me everything you have." "Teacher Fex, what is going on here? Who is this man you are fighting?" Samantha asked. While Head General Inu went out with the students, he would be in charge of the teachers and the students, and Samantha was left behind to stay in the shelter, coordinating if anything was to happen. She had been alerted that there was a commotion going on, but didn't expect to see another teacher in the middle of a fight. "This is—" Fex was struggling to come up with an answer. He had actually started the confrontation, but he couldn't exactly just say he was a vampire, so what reason could he give? While Fex was unfocused, a fist came out from the vampire, but a wall suddenly rose in the middle of the two of them. Samantha immediately decided to act once she saw her teacher was about to be hurt. However, the fist had gone through the wall, breaking it to pieces, but it allowed Fex enough time to avoid the punch coming his way. Instead, he used his entire strength to slam the vampire into a building at the opposite end of the street they were fighting on, after wrapping the vampire's arm in a piece of string and lifting him into the air. "He's from Pure," Fex finally figured out a good excuse, and saying those words finally got most of the people to clear the area. Samantha rushed over to Fex's side and looked at him for a few seconds, up and down. She even patted him in certain areas, which made Fex blush a bit while smelling the scent coming from her hair. "Good. It doesn't seem like you're hurt," Samantha said. The sound of moving rubble could be heard, and the vampire stood up with his head bleeding, but the rest of his body looked to have been hardly injured. Fex didn't think it would be over for a second, but just wanted a small break from the constant fighting. "Hey, do you mind if I ask you something?" Fex said as he pulled over his black needle with a piece of string towards his hand. "Can I stab you with this?" "What? Are you crazy?" Samantha shouted. "A person is attacking us right now, and you want to stab me?" "Wait, let me explain. Think about it. There's a reason I asked. I didn't just want to stab you," Fex argued, but the vampire was increasingly getting closer. That's when Fex noticed that the vampire wasn't charging forward. In fact, the vampire hardly charged forward during the fight, as if he was always waiting for Fex to show him something. Then, for a brief second, the vampire looked up towards the corner of the sky and looked back down at the two. "I still don't know if you are ready for what's about to come, but it seems somehow you truly are united with the humans. But that will soon be put to the test," the vampire said. "What do you mean?" Fex asked, no longer wanting to engage. If the other vampire wasn't attacking, it would give him at least time to recover. "Sometimes people are unable to see what's right in front of them," the vampire said, looking at Samantha this time, and feeling a little uncomfortable she shifted towards Fex, but then seeing the black needle in his hand, she moved back away. "Around 2 years ago, the Dalki came to this planet. It was an event that was recorded and spread around the whole world. It would be impossible for you not to know of it." Of course, Samantha knew exactly what event the man was talking about. At the time, the student known as Quinn and a few others had run into a Dalki here. "Do you think that was a coincidence, that a stray scout would just land here for no reason? Did no one stop to think if there was an alternative task, a mission that it was sent here to do?" the vampire continued. Of course, the military had done some research into it, but it really looked like a stray scout from the Dalki had attacked, and they were unable to find anything else. "The Dalki are smarter than you humans take credit for, especially with him pulling strings. They will soon be upon us. It will be interesting to see if you still keep your resolve to not hurt humans when it comes to their lives and yours," the vampire said. "I have run out of time." And as quickly as he appeared, he promptly disappeared as well. The two of them were left there to take in the mysterious person's words. The one thing that stuck out to them was that the Dalki were coming, and it was quite clear he was claiming that they would be coming to this planet. The question was, when? Out in the hunting field, it was almost time for the students to finish up their first hunt. They were down to the final 15 minutes, and even though it was exhausting for them, they needed to slug through if they had any chances or hopes of becoming one of the top classes. After the hunt was done, they would go meet the head general Inu, who was in charge of the expedition. Inu wanted to count the number of crystals each class got in front of them, all to see how well each group did. The shelter didn't have a space large enough for all the students and teachers to gather, so instead, Inu had picked a different place for them to all meet. It was located outside the shelter not too far from it, in a zone that was void of beasts, and even if there were some, basic tier beasts would be too afraid of a gathering of that size to do anything. During this hunt, what surprised Quinn was the fighting that had happened moments ago between his students and others. When he had been called, he expected one of the teachers to talk back to him. However, everything was solved by his mere appearance. Even he was surprised about this. I guess showing your power off once in a while can be a good thing, Quinn thought with a smile. Careful there, Vincent said. You don't want to turn into them, do you? It would be best if you also heard both sides of the story before just claiming your students were in the right, no matter how likely it might be that the other side. I know. It's just nice to not have any arguments for a change, Quinn replied, but his voice at the end started to trail off. The reason being, a scent had entered his nose. It wasn't just any scent either. It was clearly one of another vampire. Turning his head around, he attempted to see where it was. Maybe Fex had come back or someone else, but he didn't see any of them. Eventually, Quinn spotted someone in the desert, off in the distance, slowly making their way to Quinn and the students. What do I do? It's a vampire all the way out here. Why would one be here? And he's coming towards the students? I have to stop him, or see what they're doing here, Quinn thought. However, he couldn't just leave the students alone unattended. Peter! Quinn shouted. Although Peter wasn't acting as Quinn's assistant in this little assessment, his hunting ground wasn't too far away from theirs, and he was hoping he would hear his call. It didn't take long for Peter to be running across the desert, kicking up piles of sand as he ran heavy-footed towards Quinn's side. You called me? Peter asked, but it didn't take that long for him to see what Quinn was looking at. Although it was hard to make out precisely what the figure looked like due to the heat waves warping the image of the man. I need you to look after the students while I go and see if this is trouble, Quinn replied. That's okay, my teacher doesn't need me. I kept looking for a chance to leave. Meanwhile, Peter's teacher was actually tossing and turning, looking everywhere for him. He hadn't said a word about leaving. Still, she wasn't worried. He was the unkillable zombie after all. But, Quinn, let me know if you need backup, Peter said. Walking out into the desert, Quinn was wondering who he would meet. For some reason, his heart was beating rapidly. I think I caught a glimpse, but I can't be sure, Quinn thought. The students who saw their teacher Hardy leave said that when he reached a certain point, it was as if Hardy had just disappeared, and it was true for Peter as well. Looking out in the desert, he now couldn't see a thing, the man he saw before or Quinn. Don't worry, everyone, get back to work. You guys want to win this beast hunting coalition, right? When Quinn finally arrived, he was standing opposite the man. They both looked at each other, and he could now see who it was clearly. The man had a curly mustache, and his hair was done up in a ponytail, but everything else Quinn had seen before. The deep wrinkles on his forehead, the narrowness of his eyes, and the confident look he had with him at all times. At least you aren't quick to act and attack me like that other one, so should I introduce myself? The man asked. Quinn shook his head. There is no need. I already know who you are, Richard Eno. Finally, Quinn had met the mysterious man after all this time, the grand scientist of the human race, and also the first king. So many questions were running through Quinn's head, he didn't know which one to ask first. Why did he decide to trick Arthur? Why wasn't he asleep in his tomb? What was his goal in helping Vincent create the vampire system? And was he on the human side or the vampire side? For all Quinn knew, he could be working with Jim on helping the Dalki, stringing them along just for some sick game of his. Close, the man said, but I'm not really Richard Eno, so all those questions you have you can keep in your head for a second while I explain what I'm doing here, and you should hear me out because I don't have much time. Even though Quinn didn't understand what Eno was saying, everything seemed like a wild goose chase. He wanted to do everything he could to just run over to Eno's side and strap him in before he could run off, but his first line had shocked Quinn a bit. He isn't Richard Eno? That didn't make any sense. Quinn was sure of it. He certainly looked like the Eno he had seen, and even Vincent had confirmed that he looked similar to the man in the books. Still wanting to find out what Eno at least had to say, he kept his mouth shut, for now. What you don't know is that currently at this moment, there are 3 others with a very similar appearance to myself who are meeting with others and delivering a message. This is a test, Quinn, a test to see if you can succeed. At the same time, over where General Enu was, a man with a similar appearance was standing in front of him. One of his sergeants who was by his side had gone to try and intercept the man from getting closer, but after grabbing his wrist, twisting it and kicking him at the back of his leg, almost too fast for them to see. They were sure to listen to what the man had to say. And he was saying similar words to Inu right now, but for Quinn there was an additional message. You have managed to accomplish what I never thought was possible, but somehow currently the human race is working together again, and without realizing it, I think the cursed faction is the glue that is holding it all together. When all three of your forces, I see a chance of you defeating the Dalki. Alone, it is impossible. I need to see how strong that glue is, Quinn. How strong and how long do you think that glue will last? You are hiding secrets from them. Deep, dark secrets, that if they found out about them, would they see you as a friend or an enemy? Maybe we'll find out today, Eno stated, and he moved his arms, dragging them across the desert. For a second, a screen appeared in front of Quinn, but it was distorted. It was the system screen, but it looked as if it wasn't working correctly and was struggling to do something. Finally, the screen appeared, but the surrounding areas were all flashing red. Your system has been overridden. A quest has been granted. Protect as many lives as possible, Quinn. New quest received. Defeat the incoming Dalki invasion. 0 of 50 Dalki defeated. It was the first time Quinn had ever received a message about his system being overridden, and he was wondering just how it would have affected such a thing. After the system had been overridden, the main thing that had occurred was receiving a sudden quest, which Quinn wasn't expecting at all. Did he override the system just to give me that quest? Quinn thought, as he lifted his head to confront the man who had dropped this giant of a bombshell, but he was no longer in front of him. Damn you, Richard Eno! You can't just go off and treat everything as if it's a game. People's lives are at stake, Quinn shouted in anger, but there was no one to hear his words. Without the man responsible to ask questions, Quinn now had to figure things out for himself. Usually Quinn would receive a quest when he came face to face with an enemy, but this time was different. There wasn't a Dalki in sight. He could only assume it had something to do with the system being overridden. Still, he knew that they would be coming soon because Eno had used the words, running out of time. And if he had disappeared so quickly, it was most likely the case. The main worrying thing was the apparent invasion that was coming soon was a group of 50 Dalki. It was only 2 years ago that Quinn had come face to face with a single Dalki. With him and his group of friends, they still didn't kill the Dalki and had to rely on Leo to save them. Thinking about this, the first thing Quinn attempted to do was pull up the system to see if everything was working okay. It seemed to be fine from a few test abilities he had activated using the system, and it looked like he could use it combat-wise. With 50 Dalki, depending on the number of spikes they have, I don't think everyone that is here is currently going to be enough, not when the students also need to be protected, Quinn thought. The beast hunts were done in phases, and currently 2 groups of classes were out together. In total, that would amount to 30,000 inexperienced students. The last thing Quinn wanted to see was all of them lying on the floor, dead. To save as many lives as we can, I'm going to need as much help as I can get. If I can call Syl, Logan, Linda, and all the others, we can stop this. Straight away, the first thing he attempted to do was get in contact with Logan through the mask. However, after several attempts, there was nothing. Not even a connection or signal had been made. No matter who Quinn tried to get in contact with, it just wouldn't work. Is this Eno's doing or the Dalki's? Quinn thought, but he couldn't get Eno's words out of his head, that this was all some test. Right now, Quinn was afraid. If he used a shadow link to travel to one of the cursed on the ship, how would he get back? And he was right to think this way because all of the teleporters and communication devices throughout the whole shelter had been jammed. There was one more thing Quinn thought he could try, and that was summoning his vampire knights. I'm sorry, Leo, I know you're busy, but you will understand. Error. Override in place. This skill may not be used. When using the other skills throughout the system, no such message appeared. It was only when trying to use this skill. It has to be Eno, because of what he did. When he said this was a test, does it mean I'm not allowed to get any outside help? This truly meant that Quinn was now alone. He didn't hesitate, and using all his speed, ran back to where all his students were, and surprisingly, they had already been gathered up by Peter. They all saw Quinn come in at super speed, but hiding his powers was the latest of his worries right now. What's going on? Quinn asked. It wasn't too long ago, but while you were dealing with your thing, I received a message from Enu, telling everyone to meet up at the arranged location immediately. It sounded pretty urgent, but we wanted to wait for you, Peter said. He was curious and wanted to ask Quinn some questions, but from the serious look on his face, he thought it was best to ask a little later. Inu asked to meet up quickly. I remember Ino saying something like he was delivering the message to 3 other people. Was Inu one of them? If he's gathering up all the students, is he trying to get it so all the teachers can protect them or head back into the shelter? If all the students are gathered together, this might be a good thing. It's going to be difficult, but if we can defeat the Dalki without having any of the kids get involved, I can protect them all if they're in one place. Peter and Quinn were both off, and the students didn't dare ask questions about what was going on. It was the first time they had seen Head General Hardy have such a severe look. For Swin, Venus, and Shiro, it was the same look he had when he was filled with rage at Erlin. On the way there, Quinn informed Peter of the possibility of what they could be going up against, and soon they arrived at the meeting point. Quinn's group were one of the last to arrive, and he could see all 100 teachers equipped with their best gear and having a concerned look on their faces. Using his inspection skills, Quinn was trying to see what help he had. Honestly, the teachers were a mixed bag. There were a couple of sergeants that Inu had brought with him, but the teachers, some of them were only a little better than the top students when it came to fighting, and Quinn wouldn't doubt that there were some strong students as well. In front of them, the 100 teachers were gathered in a kind of group and conversing with one another when Quinn asked his students to line up in their positions with the other students. Inu was taking the initiative. Now that all the teachers are here, I can go through everything from the beginning, Inu said. We have just been informed that there could possibly be a Dalki invasion on this planet any second now. We don't know if this is true or not, but I will treat it like the truth. We have to, for such a big threat. I have tried to communicate with the shelter, but it seems like no one else or I can get through. We don't know where the Dalki will show up, but the shelter is probably what they will be looking for, and is the most essential thing that needs protecting. I want everyone to remember that we are soldiers, and even the students out there have trained so they can fight as well. I can't imagine the Dalki sending a force larger than 10 to deal with this planet, since the forces are low, but I bet they weren't expecting us to be having our expedition out here at the same time as their attack. We don't know where they will be attacking, so I suggest us teachers split up into groups of 10, taking a squad of your strongest students, and a corps of us will stay behind to protect the shelter. Hearing this, Quinn thought he had spoken too soon. There wasn't enough information to be making risky moves like Inu was suggesting, and at the same time Inu was wrong. There were 50 of them coming. Inu, we shouldn't do that, Quinn interrupted. Inu looked at who was speaking and saw that it was General Hardy. He didn't like him in the first place, and now he was interrupting him while this was a chance for them to claim glory against the Dalki. We don't know how large or strong of a force the Dalki will be, and the students at the moment haven't graduated. No matter how much we treat them like soldiers, this is only their first outing. You put them out there to rely on, and they will freeze. All of their blood will be on our hands as teachers, Quinn shouted. By now, the students at the front were able to hear everything that was being said, and they were nervously talking between themselves as they heard the word Dalki. They were already shivering with fear. Look what you have done, Inu shouted. Of course the students will be frightened to do battle now, but when forced, humans do extraordinary things. So, you weren't even going to tell the students what they would be up against? What they would be risking their lives for? You're sick, Inu. I don't care anymore. You are to step down, and I will take command from here on out, Quinn demanded. Inu started laughing. You think the teachers here will agree to that? Do you think anyone will follow you? Who are you, Hardy? You are a nobody. I personally fought in the last war and rose to the rank of head general. You may have the same rank as me in name, but it means nothing. I don't take orders from you, Inu shouted back. It was clear Inu wasn't going to listen, and with him taking command, he was sending all the students to a bloodfest. Quinn had no choice. I order you to listen to me, Quinn shouted. I will now be taking command of everyone and all the students here. You can't do that, you fool. Didn't you listen to anything I said? Inu shouted again. But Quinn's eyes started to glow a ferocious red, making him back away and remember their first meeting. I did listen, but I'm not a nobody, Quinn said, looking at all of the teachers. There was one thing Inu was right about, that they respected and trusted Inu more than him. He could see it in their eyes. So he only had one choice. I am Quinn Talon, head of the Cursed faction and one of the 3 world leaders. I will be taking over as commander from this point onwards. He's who? Inu said. It took a lot for Quinn to finally reveal himself. He didn't want to, but what was the point when his main goal was changing the system so people's lives would be better? If the people were dead, then it didn't matter how much he changed the system. After announcing his name, he thought that would be the end of it, but suddenly some of the teachers started to crack. They let out a few stifled laughs, and even Inu started to laugh hysterically. "We know you're just some unknown from the cursed faction," Inu laughed. "To actually claim that you are their leader. What would a world leader even be doing attempting to be a teacher? Even a head general being a teacher is a stretch." However, the students from Hardy's class weren't so quick to judge. They knew that Hardy was from the cursed faction, and knew that he had done so many amazing things, so they had tried to do their own research to find out just who Hardy was. When looking, however, they didn't find anything, but when they started to search the cursed faction and watched videos of the leader fighting, although Hardy and the leader from the videos weren't exactly identical, they did notice some similar features. However, Inu disregarded the idea that a world leader would ever become a teacher and put their senses straight. From the odd-looking eyes of the teachers, Quinn was annoyed. "Do I really need to prove who I am by showing you? I guess even showing you the shadow ability wouldn't be enough," Quinn said, as he entered his shadow space and shadow started to surround his hands. The second Inu saw his ability, his eyes widened, and his heart began to thump so incredibly loudly that pain was felt in his chest for a second. Inu was so confident that this person wasn't Quinn, and this was just an excuse. He believed he already knew what his ability was, a form of mind control, but seeing the shadow, there was a possibility he was telling the truth. The shadow soon disappeared, and now, held in his hands in front of everyone, was Quinn's platinum ID card. Placing his fingers on the front, the card started to light up slightly, proving that it was him. In nearly an instant, the teachers who were making fun of him all started to bow down out of respect and fear. They had to treat him just as they would treat Oscar. After all, he supposedly controlled a force that was equal to the military in strength. Quinn was a single person who had so much power that no one would dare cross them. Inu took a quick look at the platinum card and stumbled a few steps back before eventually falling on his backside. He got up quickly and also bowed. "Damn him! Is this a trick? It can't be! That's the platinum card only given to the world's leaders. What the hell was a man like that doing being a teacher? What happens if my words and his make it so the two groups clash against each other?" Inu was panicking, but Quinn didn't care for all that now. "Wow, so he is the cursed faction leader. We had the leader teaching us the whole time," Swin said with a big smile on his face. The students under Quinn were even more impressed that the cursed faction took so much time to look after students at the academy. The world's opinion of the cursed faction was bad, but perhaps Quinn, in the few weeks he had spent as a teacher, had managed to change some minds. "Okay, everyone, listen up," Quinn shouted in a voice so loud and booming that it could even hit the students at the very back of the 30,000 student group. This was because he was able to use a form of ki to project his voice louder than humanly possible. "The Dalki are coming to attack this planet. It is not a question of if, but when. They are coming, and we need to prepare. If you want to live, I need you to do whatever you can to listen to me. Does everyone understand?" "Yes, sir," all of the students shouted in unison. For some reason, the students were empowered knowing that a world leader was with them. Still, they were frightened. They had only just fought against beasts not too long ago, and now they were supposedly going up against the Dalki. They could have never imagined such a thing just a few hours ago. Quinn continued to give instructions, organizing the students based on what abilities they had, trying to set up a strong formation. He had the teachers help him, including Inu. Surprisingly to Quinn, Inu was good at something, as he had the information of the strongest students and more in his head that could be put to good use. It was clear Inu didn't like being ordered around, but even he understood not to question Quinn. While the students were getting ready, Quinn wondered if they should head back to the shelter, as it could possibly be a better place to protect, but it was some distance away from where they were currently. "Inu, just what is your goal in all of this? If you knew the attack was happening, and you wanted to save human lives, then why won't you let me get any help? Are you trying to reveal my secret to everyone?" Quinn was also concerned about the possibility that his secrets might be made public, depending on what transpired. But right now, that wasn't his main concern. If his secret now had to be shown to the whole world, of what he could do and who he was, as long as he could save others' lives, then that was fine with him. At the same time, Oscar, who was still at the newly built school base in his office, had received an urgent report from one of his head generals that was in charge of the scouting section. "Supreme Commander, we have a problem. A ship has suddenly just teleported into the area around planet Kaladi." Oscar knew straight away that it was where Quinn and the other students were currently. "Send them support immediately. We can't let those students be harmed, and get everyone to return to Earth as soon as possible," Oscar ordered. "Sir, that's the problem. All of our teleporters on the planet are currently not working. We can't get through on any communication devices either. I have sent a support ship with my own strongest men, but even going through the teleport station, it will be a while for them to get there." This had never happened before. Even the Dalki in the First War, and when having confrontations on other beast planets, had never been able to jam their teleporters. It was a first for the human race to go up against this type of thing. "So, the war has started, and Quinn, you are in the middle of it. In a way, I am thankful that at least you are there. Please, Quinn, I am counting on you to make this the first victory for the human race. It will give us great morale as we go forward. Also, protect as many lives as possible." Back in the sandy desert, after organizing the students into certain squads and assigning teachers to lead them, Quinn was ready to move out. If possible, Quinn didn't want any of the students to fight, but with 50 Dalki, even Quinn couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't get past him. The aim was that with a teacher leading a squad of students, they could fight at least one until Quinn could come and help. "I still haven't seen them arrive yet. We might have time to head to the shelter," Quinn thought, as if he was ready to make the announcement. At that moment, all of the students could see something behind Quinn falling through the sky. Turning around after seeing their concerned faces, Quinn could now see it too. Black pods were falling from the sky, burning as they went through the planet's atmosphere. Most of them were heading in their direction, and that's when Quinn realized his mistake. "Wait, Eno said he spoke to 3 people? If that includes me and Inu, then that means he spoke to another. Were they in the shelter?" The pods came crash landing in the desert ahead of where the students were. Each landing created giant piles of sand thrown in the air, and the force shook the ground violently. The number of pods didn't stop falling. "How many Dalki are invading?" Inu said, as he saw the pods land, knowing full well how tough of a battle this would be. At the same time, several pods had also crashed into the shelter. "Damn it! They landed at the shelter as well. I just hope there is someone there that can deal with them." Inside the shelter, Fex and Samantha were left standing there, looking at the destroyed house in front of them. The onlookers that had gone away for a few seconds soon returned to have a look once again. However, to make sure no one was being nosy about what was going on, Samantha quickly built 2 walls at the end of the street, so no onlookers would come to where they were. "Okay, it's time for you to explain yourself," Samantha said. "Explain me? What do you mean by that?" Fex asked. He thought he had just gotten out of the fiery pit of trouble, and now someone else was giving him a grilling. "When I want an adventure, this wasn't what I had in mind," Fex thought. "What I'm talking about is what that stranger was saying. He was saying some things that sounded a bit odd, as if he knew you. At least he made it out that way," Samantha questioned. "How am I meant to know what he meant?" Fex said, getting defensive and moving away from Samantha. "There are a bunch of crazy people in this world. He literally slammed a glass on my hand, out of nowhere." Seeing Fex lift up his hand to show the wound, Samantha looked at it strangely, scrunching up her face, because she saw no such wound on his hand at all. It looked completely fine. "I'm starting to think maybe you're the crazy one. When I get back, I'm going to request that a psychiatric evaluation be put on all our teachers to check your mental health. We can't have someone like you teaching our students. What do you even teach anyway?" Fex began to grow irritated at the way this girl was treating him, although he felt slightly at fault for what had occurred. "Look out!" Fex shouted, using his strings. He soon wrapped Samantha up in them and pulled her towards him, carrying her under his arm. A few seconds later, a loud bang was heard. Following it, a violent shake of the ground followed, with parts of dirt falling from the sky like it was raining. When the shaking had stopped and the rain of dirt had ended, she could see that she and Fex were on a house roof, quite away from where they had been before. "How did we get up here so fast?" she thought, but soon her thoughts were concentrated on something else. "What is that black egg-looking thing?" Fex asked, looking down at the destroyed shelter. It wasn't just where they were. There were 5 space pods in total that had landed in different places around the shelter, causing a large crater and destroying everything within 30 meters as it landed. A few seconds later, a piercing siren noise sounded, going off, loud enough for everyone in the shelter to hear. "What's that sound?" Fex asked, still startled at everything happening. "Didn't you go to school, and you're a teacher?" Samantha said, annoyedly, hitting Fex on his thigh so he could set her free. "That sound, it means the Dalki has arrived. The Dalki are attacking." The sounds of screams filled the air, from panic, as they headed to the emergency protection zones, and Samantha, just hearing them, started sweating frantically. In the distance, she could see mechs being piloted, landing where the other pods were. She then jumped down from the building and created a platform for herself with her ability, moving it towards the black pod. She got in a fighting stance and was ready. The black pod started to produce steam as its front doors were being opened up. She knew how hard the outside of the Dalki ships were, and the pod looked to be made of the same material. It was pointless to attack such a thing, but she was prepared. Then, when the door started to lift itself open, a hand could be seen reaching out with a claw on the end. It pushed itself forward, and its large body with its scale-like features could be seen. "That thing, it looks like Borden. So these are the Dalki that Quinn is always talking about. If they are as strong as Borden, and there are 5 of them, we're in trouble," Fex thought. As soon as its upper body was out of the shell, Samantha moved all 9 of her sharp tails and shot them straight towards the Dalki. The tips of her tails suddenly changed a slight color as she activated her soul weapon, wasting no time. The Dalki still wasn't completely free from whatever it was trying to get out of, and was a sitting duck to the spikes as each one pierced its body. Green blood then started to ooze from the attack, and it shouted in pain. "You bitch!" the Dalki groaned, and soon kicked open the bottom part. At this point, Fex realized the strange egg resembled a ship from the inside, but the black material also reminded her of a substance used by vampires. What was strange was that even though the Dalki was full of holes and the tails had impaled its body, it was smiling. At that point, it lifted its arms and swung them down, smashing all of the tails and breaking them, leaving the pointed parts in its body. Pulling one of them out that had dug into its shoulder, it threw it towards Samantha and then pulled out the rest, throwing them all towards her. Her own attack was being used against her. Raising a wall was the only thing she could do, but the attacks had gone through them all, which came as a surprise to her, but the very last wall looked like it was losing momentum. "No, you idiot! The Dalki is still coming towards you!" Fex shouted, as a fist was seen breaking through the last wall, ready to grab Samantha, but she suddenly felt her back bend slightly. It wasn't an act on her own, and the Dalki could now see some red string wrapped around its hand. "Screw you!" Fex shouted, pulling himself towards the Dalki and kicking it in the chest, away from Samantha. It stumbled a little backwards, but soon pulled on the red strings that Fex was using, dragging his body upright. The 2 of them were now in a tug-of-war match with Fex's string. With the Dalki's hard skin, the string was unable to pierce through like it would usually do. As for Fex, although the string was being produced from his fingers, he felt like his hand was going to snap off at any second. "He's holding his own in a battle of strength against a Dalki?" Samantha thought. A human couldn't match the strength of the Dalki. Even some with the best gear couldn't, so how could an ordinary teacher? She was taken aback by the fact that the Dalki had survived her initial attack. If it were coming from another Earth user, she would understand, but Samantha was a head general, one of the strongest people the military had to offer. If they couldn't kill a Dalki, the human race would have already lost this war. When she looked at the Dalki closely, that's when she noticed it wasn't 1 spiked Dalki, but 2. Soon, Fex knew he would be pulled forward, so he had no choice. "Hey, can you promise me something? You have to keep this a secret, okay?" Fex grunted, and then with his other hand free, he fired off a single large blood swipe towards the Dalki. Taking the hit, it pierced the Dalki's skin slightly. While having the Dalki in place, Fex continued to use the red aura strings on the Dalki. It was a risk he had to take. He knew the opponent in front of him couldn't be beaten with just his physical strength and string. He needed to use his abilities. More blood was being spilled as the red strike struck the Dalki repeatedly, but Fex only noticed that the tugging was getting stronger rather than weaker. Eventually he had no choice but to let go of the string holding the Dalki. "This guy just won't fall. He was already injured by you. What's it going to take to kill this guy?" Fex said. "Watch out!" Samantha shouted, but it was too late. The Dalki had already hit Fex straight in the face, sending his body flying and hitting a building, crashing through the walls. Seeing it, Samantha partly felt like it was her fault. After her initial attack had failed, she had done nothing to help while he was busy fighting. But it was safe to say that no human would be able to recover from something like that. The two spiked Dalki, now on the verge of death, were moving faster and stronger than ever. "Ah!" Samantha screamed as she summoned the Nine Tails again and attempted to hit the Dalki. Still, it managed to avoid the first two attacks and avoid the sharp-colored tips. It then punched the earthen part of the tails, destroying them. The Dalki had already figured out that her only soul weapon, part of her ability, was what managed to injure it. "A two-spiked Dalki. Are the rest of those two spiked as well? Why would they send such a large force to deal with us, on a small planet like this?" Not giving up, Samantha summoned her tails again, draining her of her MC points. She attempted to move her tips faster. Then, when all 9 of them came at the Dalki at the same time, she saw something else speed past her. The Dalki used his hand to smash through every tail, but a young man with black hair and a black needle in his hand had pierced the Dalki's stomach. Soon it started to fill up with green liquid. Taking the needle out, she was wondering what the young man was going to do next. Lifting up the needle, he stabbed it into himself. "What the hell is he doing?" she thought. The shelter was dealing with more trouble than they could handle. It was chaos inside, but most of the citizens had managed to go to the underground emergency locations in the shelter. They were built in case anything like this did occur. There was also a teleporter in these locations, but today it did not work, and they just had to hope that the glathrium metal bunkers they were in would hold. The shelter just wasn't that well equipped to deal with this type of attack. Even though only 5 black pods had landed in the shelter, the Dalki that had emerged from them were stronger than they had expected. 2 of them were one-spiked Dalki. The military personnel, including the travelers, were fighting against them. They were slowly damaging the Dalki, but it was only making the situation worse. Thankfully, the mechs were able to hold them where they were. The travelers that were assisting weren't high level, and they didn't even have decent beast gear on. This was because it was a green portal planet. The only beasts that would appear on such a planet were basic and intermediate-tier beasts, attracting beginners and those who wished for a safe life. However, the situation was a lot worse in another area. A second spiked Dalki other than the one Fex was dealing with was causing a rampage. The mechs that had come to deal with it had already been destroyed, along with the buildings around it. Civilians that hadn't escaped were crushed, and those hiding in their homes had no chance of surviving. In the center of the shelter, standing on top of a tall building on a flat surface, was a man with a gray ponytail. "The military is doing as expected, but that vampire boy is doing better than I thought. This is quite interesting. Still, a head general and a vampire noble who is a descendant are required to take on a single two-spike. This was not the hope I was looking for," Ino commented, and at that moment, something large landed behind the man. He could feel the vibration of the ground he was on. Ino turned around and could see another two-spiked Dalki standing behind him, staring at him. "Do you think you could hide up here?" Dalki spoke. "I should have known," Ino said. "There were 5 pods, so 3 of them were 2 spikes, and the other 2 were 2 spikes. I underestimated the level of force that you would send. 3 2-spiked Dalki will be too much for them. I guess I should attempt to help them out a little bit." The charge in Ino's hand was covered entirely in red. It looked like blood hardening, but soon shaped itself into a spiral and spun like a drill. The Dalki didn't know what to do, as the movements were far faster than it had expected. It raised its hands, but the blood drill went through the hard, almost impenetrable skin, and once it went through its arms, it continued to go through its chest, spinning the blood in all directions, and even landing back on Ino's face. "There's a great weakness you Dalki have," Ino said. "Your race may be a threat to humans, but you're no threat to me. Do you know why? Because your blood was meant to empower us." He placed his bare hand on the wound of the Dalki and licked it, allowing the green energy to empower his body. Then, jumping up in the air, he punched the Dalki as he went back down, causing the 2 of them to crash through the building, going down from floor to floor. However, with Dalki's wound being a serious one, he too was getting stronger by mid-fall. The Dalki grabbed Ino by the legs. Before he landed at the very bottom, he swung his body like a baseball onto the ground. Now, Ino's body was unmoving, but his eyes were still alive. "Maybe me trying to help has just made the job harder since I could not finish the job. It looks like my time is over, but I will report everything I have seen to the others." The Dalki, standing up from the ground, roared in anger before stomping on top of Ino's head, splattering it like a tomato. Over where one of the other two-spiked Dalki was battling for its life, Fex had just stabbed the needle into himself. The power from the Dalki was injected into him, but the energy inside him was far more than he expected. What is this? What is going on? It was almost too much for him to comprehend. What Fex didn't realize was that his soul weapon already increased his abilities when used with human blood. By using Dalki blood, he was having not just the effect of his soul weapon, but that of the blood as well. The Dalki decided to punch the boy in front of him because he wasn't just going to stand there. But his arm was restrained by red pieces of string. It was coming from the boy, but he was a lot stronger than last time. Pulling strings with his hand, he was able to pull the arm away, and then punch the Dalki in the chest. It took a step back, but that wasn't the only hit. Soon after, a flurry of punches came towards the Dalki's chest, as Fex felt more powerful than he ever did before. "It's like I'm Super Fex!" he shouted, punch after punch. Now the green liquid was spewing, as its hard scales were doing nothing. Fists of green blood were now splurging out. "No, you can't injure him slowly like that," Samantha thought, watching. "With the Dalki, it's hard to tell when one is on the verge of death. At this rate, if the Dalki doesn't die, then it means it will just get stronger until it can match up to that teacher again," Samantha thought. She had always used her most potent technique to try to kill the Dalki right away for this reason. What was working was that, for now, Fex was completely overpowering the two-spiked Dalki with his bare hands. Seeing this as an opportunity and not making the same mistake as last time, Samantha was going to help this time. The 9 tails of the earth grew behind the Dalki, and just when the Dalki could feel his energy rising to make a comeback, the 9 tails had pierced it right in the back. It hadn't gone through deep enough, but Fex, having seen the tails moments before, put all of his strength into punching faster and harder, hitting the body further into the tailed spikes, until eventually the Dalki stopped moving. "We did it!" Samantha shouted. At that moment, Fex's legs felt like jelly as the powerful effects of his soul weapon and Dalki blood were over. "Those things were so hard to kill," Fex said, gasping for air. While punching, he didn't take a breath, afraid that the Dalki would have attacked back if he did. While the two of them were taking a short break after their victory, the sounds of screams could be heard, along with rumblings and buildings being destroyed. The fight was far from over, and they had only defeated a single Dalki. "Can you still fight?" Fex asked. "I'm completely drained of MC. I will need time to recover," Samantha replied, knowing that their best chances of defeating the rest would be with this strange, strong teacher. "Well, you saw what I could do once I stabbed myself with this needle. So, will you let me stab you now, and let me control your body?" Fex said. Although she was reluctant at first, she had no choice but to agree. Before leaving, Fex stabbed the dead Dalki with his needle once more, filling it up. The two of them then went to the high ground, on one of the few uncrushed buildings, to take a look at the situation. Although Samantha was looking at where to go next in the shelter instead, Fex was looking far off into the distance, far further than human eyes could see. That's when he spotted that an army of Dalki were heading towards a group of students. Quinn and the other teachers were staring at the trouble they were facing out in the desert, as they could see the Dalki marching through the sand towards them. "If the Dalki gets past me, survive! Survive long enough for me to come and help you!" Quinn shouted. "If the Dalki gets past you, what are you talking about?" Inu asked. In a split second, Quinn had left his position, and he was running straight ahead into the 45 Dalki, while the students and teacher were to remain where they were. "That person's a dead man," Inu could only think. Charging into a group of Dalki would be frightening for anyone. If someone had told Quinn in the past that he would be doing exactly that in the future, he would have never believed them. Yet, here he was, charging straight towards a deadly enemy. For some reason, his mind was completely clear. He knew what he needed to do, and he wasn't even shaking. "Is it because I know the lives of everyone behind me count on it, or is it something else?" Quinn wondered. Looking at all of the Dalki in front of him, he used the inspection skill. It scanned the whole field and condensed it into information that was useful to him. "Total number of Dalki, 45. Number of 2-spiked Dalki, 10. Number of 1-spiked Dalki, 35. At first, Quinn was surprised to see two spiked Dalki among the group. Other than Borden, he had only fought against one spiked Dalkis in the past. Even back then, he was helpless against them. Yet now he wasn't just facing one, but many two-spiked Dalki. "I'm not the same as I was back then. Things are a lot different now," Quinn reassured himself, and he was right. His stats back then were nothing compared to what they are now. Before, he was only a vampire, but now that he had evolved into a vampire lord, he also didn't have great equipment back then either. He didn't have a good pair of gauntlets at the time, but the rest of his gear was far superior to what was available. His blood skills, fighting skills, and everything about him were a different person. "Is he planning to do that same kick as he did on Sack?" a teacher commented, watching Quinn bravely stand against the Dalki. Even if Inu didn't like him, he had to admit that not many people could stand there as the human's greatest threat in existence stood in front of them. "If he is, I don't think it will do much against them." Quinn wanted to damage the Dalki as much as he could before they could reach him. Moving the key to his right back leg, the power was rising inside. The red energy was being prepared, and at the same time, the second stage of ki was being produced as well. "Huh!" Quinn shouted, as he lifted his leg off the ground so quickly and shot out the blood crescent thigh kick infused with both stages of ki. Unlike with the kick against Sack, this time the kick had the intention of killing. Quinn had the intention to use as much power as he could gather, while also using the blood crescent kick with it. A loud bang was heard, as if a gun had been shot out, and a giant line of red aura had left Quinn's leg. It moved so fast through the air with so much energy that it looked like a red lightning strike. A significant amount of blood energy has been used, minus 20 HP. The blood crescent kick usually took 2 HP points compared to the blood swipe's singular one, but without realizing it, while having more control of his blood, Quinn was able to pack more of his blood power into the attack. Some of the Dalki attempted to dodge the attack, while others knew it was hopeless and took on the strike head-on, but for those that did, it was a big mistake. Their bodies were torn in half immediately, limbs separated from their bodies, and some were heavily injured, but still moving forwards. 6 of 50 Dalki have been defeated. Quinn's attack had only killed 5 of them. He could tell using his inspection skill, so he could only assume that the other one had been killed inside the shelter. "That kick! What was that? And that loud bang?" Swin said, shocked. "I don't think some of the Dalki are moving," a teacher spoke, and they were right. "You're telling me, with a single kick, he managed to kill the Dalki just like that?" Inu grunted, as he also gulped, thanking the lucky stars he never tried to go further against this person. "Wait, didn't you see that red aura attack? I think I've seen it somewhere before," another said. "Yeah, it looks like the same type of thing the blood evolver from Power Fighters produces," Erlin spoke, leaving his mouth wide open. "The blood evolver. Now that you mention it, those attacks do look the same." Before the Dalki had reached Quinn, his leg was temporarily out of commission, and he was using the blood bank to heal it. The rebound from a strong attack had affected his leg slightly, and it was something Quinn hadn't expected, since it was his first time using it. So instead, he was throwing out blood swipes as much as he could towards them, hurting them as much as possible. "Yeah, it's exactly the same. So Quinn is the blood evolver of Power Fighters." Not everyone knew what the students were talking about, since the blood evolver's fame was short-lived. Still, it brought confusion to those that did know him. How did Quinn, the leader of the Cursed faction, have 2 abilities? However, they soon didn't care, and were just happy that he was on their side. The clash between the Dalki and Quinn had started, as he lifted his leg, kicking one right in the chest, pinning him to the ground. Another threw out a fist towards him that was blocked by the shadow, and Quinn blasted him away with a blood spray-filled key fist. The students were seeing a single person knocking Dalki away, one after another. Once in a while, though, a hit would go through hitting Quinn. He wouldn't let it affect him and continued on. However, then they could see he was starting to get overwhelmed. No longer could they see Quinn, but just a bunch of Dalki around him. "Bloodhammer strike!" 2 Dalki were tossed in the air. Even if they couldn't see Quinn anymore, they could see what he was doing and that he was hanging on, mainly thanks to the shadow and the new Mui Baron skills he had learned. He had locked a Dalki down by the neck and shifted his body, causing the Dalki to hit their own before kneeing it in the head away and finishing it with a blood crescent kick. However, even with Quinn doing so much damage to them, he had only done that damage, making them stronger, and only a couple more had been killed. 8 of 50 Dalki have been defeated. Quinn then saw one of the Dalki moving away from the group of students and teachers, throwing a shadow path on the floor. He slowed down its movements and wanted to stop the Dalki, but another jumped in front of him before he could. The teachers and students were prepared, and although at first they were impressed by what Quinn, the leader of the cursed faction, had done, and they knew how strong he was, the Dalki would be coming towards them. Going past Quinn, they started to head towards the teachers and students. "Everyone prepare yourselves. They will soon be upon us," Inu shouted. "No! If I let them pass me like this, the students will be killed. These Dalki are too strong. I can't defeat them slowly like this. I can't let them get past me," Quinn screamed, and soon his arm started to go bloody. 5 of the Dalki had run past the ones that were huddled around Quinn. A smile appeared on one's face as he continued to run towards the frightened humans. Then he felt something hit the back of his legs, causing him to fall over. Several more cuts were made on his hands. The others felt something wrap around them as they were pulled back, and Quinn finished it off with a hammer strike right at the top of its head. Leaping up in the air and standing in front of the Dalki, Quinn was now in front of them once again. "I will not let you get past that easily," Quinn said. "What is that?" Shiro and the others said, looking at Quinn. Standing there, Quinn's arms were bloody as strange blades were sticking out along his forearms, and long razor-like chains were dangling on the floor, dripping with blood. Quinn had activated his item-type soul weapon, the twin-tail chain. Although Quinn wasn't getting badly hurt and he could still fight on against the Dalki, there was another issue. He couldn't stop the Dalki that would ignore him and continue to charge on. He needed a way to fight more of them at once to defeat them quicker. There were quite a lot of Dalki still there, and Quinn believed he had hurt them as much as he could using some of his blood skills, so he had no choice but to use his soul weapon, the twin-tail chain. The others watching could see it in sight for a second, and it looked like Quinn was in considerable pain. His blood began dripping onto the floor as the blades could be seen piercing through his skin. The blades even seemed to move as if they were alive, constricting and tightening around his arms. "What is that?" a teacher asked. "A beast weapon?" "I have no idea, but based on it appearing out of nowhere, I can only assume it's a type of soul weapon," Inu guessed. It wasn't long until they could see it in action, for Quinn had no choice but to start slaying his enemies as quickly as possible with the weapons. For every second he used the weapon, his life would be drained. But after hitting the first set of Dalki from behind, Quinn realized something. The blood of the Dalki that was consumed by the bladed weapons also empowered him. He had gained a boost in his stats more so than ever. Swinging out of one of the twin tails, it lengthened and hammered down, hitting a few of the Dalki. Some attempted to grab on to stop it, but as Quinn pulled it like a ripcord, it shredded the Dalki's hands, causing some of them to lose their fingers and the top half of their hands. "You have received a 20% power boost." One of the Dalki that had been hit was a 2-spike Dalki, which gave Quinn even more strength, although the 10% and 20% boosts didn't seem to stack. Realizing this, Quinn knew what he needed to do. He ran through, searching for what he needed, and when he found the 2-spike Dalki, he would hit them slightly, causing light scratches on their bodies. Green blood would spatter, but they wouldn't be severely hurt. "If I hurt these guys too much, they'll just get stronger," Quinn thought. "But they give me the strongest power boost, so with the extra power, I'll finish off the ones that are the weakest first." Jumping up in the air, Quinn spun his body like a tornado, spinning the twin blades around him. Any of the Dalki that got close would be cut apart, and they were quick to learn their lesson. Now seeing them from high up in the sky, Quinn used his inspection skill. Since it had leveled up, Quinn could tell which Dalki were fine and which were in a critical state. Some looked more injured, but were actually better off than others. With this, Quinn was able to pick and choose the Dalki that he could finish off in a few hits. Coming down, he swung his blade as hard as he could, tearing off one of their arms from their shoulder. When a Dalki attempted to punch him, the other twin tail retracted, making it smaller but more solid, and the blades laid flat on its side, creating a type of shield that took the brunt of the attack. Kicking the Dalki away with his empowered attacks was enough, and he continued his plan of getting rid of as many of the 1-spike Dalki as possible. 13 of 50 Dalki defeated. 14 of 50 Dalki defeated. One of the Dalki who hadn't quite rushed in, with the others at the very back of the group, appeared worried about what he was seeing. "The commander didn't come with us. He went to the shelter," the Dalki thought. "Be careful of the man with the strange weapons. Continue charging forward," the Dalki ordered at the back. Hearing this, those that were the weakest had caught on to what Quinn was attempting to do. Due to the feeling getting stronger as they got weaker, they were fearless, but the Dalki that spoke seemed to help them realize it wasn't working out. However, when one Dalki attempted to avoid the strike of the twin blade, it fell on his shadow instead. After hitting the shadow, the Dalki still fell to the floor, feeling great pain in its head where it had landed on the shadow. The other Dalki were astounded by this and unsure of how to interpret what had just occurred. What were they feeling right now? They truly didn't know. 16 of 50 Dalki defeated. Still with the Dalki's orders, some of them were now ignoring Quinn and attempting to run past him. Quinn, upon seeing these, went ahead to strike his twin tail on them, but was kicked in the side of his rib in the process, causing his twin tail to hit nothing but the sand. Quinn ignored the kick and stood up. He then wrapped the Dalki next to him in the twin blade and threw him at the Dalki who was fleeing before leaping into the air and blocking their path once more. For a second, as Quinn had landed, he stumbled onto the ground and was now on one knee. This damn soul weapon, why does it hurt so much to use it? And they're digging into my arm even more, Quinn thought. Even though he was fine health-wise and was stronger due to the Dalki's stats, the soul weapon hurt more than ever to use, and he was unable to take a break. Otherwise his weapons would eat him alive. He needs help, Shiro shouted. Shiro's right. Quinn is out there fighting on his own. What are we doing just standing here? Look, he's hurt trying to protect us. Are we just going to wait for him to die first? Venus pointed over to Quinn. Inu and the other teachers were still shell-shocked witnessing what Quinn could do at the time. For a second, they didn't even feel like they were in their own bodies. It was as if they were watching a movie of some kind. They never thought they would see anyone survive that long against the Dalki. A single person was fighting against 50 Dalki. It was a tale that no one would believe unless they witnessed it, and something that deserved to be passed down in history books forever. Gritting his teeth, Quinn stood up on his feet again. If it was Arthur, he would have been able to deal with this many. He could have protected them all, right? Quinn shouted in his head, which spurred him to continue swinging the twin blades as fast as he could at the oncoming enemies. Another Dalki had run past him, and as Quinn turned to stop him, the pain was too much, and he had to pause for a short moment. But that was enough time for a two-spiked Dalki to hit him, breaking his ribs in the process. Blood spewed from his mouth. It was then that Quinn realized for the first time that he was facing a different type of problem. It wasn't that Quinn was unable to defeat the 50 Dalki. If he had enough time and no one to protect, he had many ways and techniques that he could have used. However, the problem now was that he was unable to protect others. Is that what Arthur felt like when he woke up to find all his people dead? What was the point of having all that power if you can't protect the people you care for? Quinn thought. As Quinn was ready to get up and try to fight the Dalki again, he could see one had been sent flying past him. He was shocked to see its body laying there on the floor. 20 of 50 Dalki have been defeated. Immediately after, abilities were seen firing off from behind, hitting the Dalki and sending some of them back, while others brushed off the attacks like they were nothing. The important thing wasn't that they were being injured, but that they were being kept busy. I'm sorry we waited too long. You did a lot better than I ever could have thought, Inu said, standing by Quinn's side. I don't care what happened between us in the past. Even if I think you're an arsehole, right now there are even bigger arseholes in front of us. Smiling, Quinn couldn't agree more. Away from all the fighting, standing on his own in the middle of the desert, was the man known as Ino, but at the same time he claimed not to be him. He was so far away from the battlefield that if a human was to look out into the desert, they wouldn't be able to see him. As for Ino, though, when he looked at the battlefield, he could see everything that was going on in the distance, everything he needed to see. The humans have decided to come and help you, but this will be where the real test happens, Quinn, Ino thought. As for the shelter, with how many strong forces they sent, I'm surprised that it's still standing. It's a shame the other one is no longer there to send information. Did they send this many people because he knew I was going to be here? Ino thought. Maybe I should send the other one to the shelter to help the others if any of them are still alive. Out on the field, the students who had ranged abilities were firing off nonstop. The ranged ability users were targeting the Dalki that were on the far edges and towards the back, while the stronger ones had formed units with the teachers to fight them toe-to-toe. The teacher who seemed to be the most effective of them all was Peter. He had equipped his beast weapons, known as the tonfa, which had been specially made for him. It was a strong baton-like object that would be placed under Peter's forearms and also stuck out a bit longer than his arms could reach. With this, he was able to strike the Dalki at full force, without having to worry about his own body taking damage. Even if he didn't feel pain, at times, when using his full strength, it would break his own limbs. This object had solved most of those problems, and he was able to do more damage than before. Shiro, who was fearless, had dived right in with the teachers even though he was asked to stay at the back. However, when he had reached a Dalki and was staring one down, he froze for a brief second. The Dalki swiped, and Shiro attempted to dodge, but through his movements, he knew he would be too slow. Before the hand could reach Shiro, Peter slammed it down with his weapon on the ground, and then put both of them together and hit the Dalki in the stomach like a baseball bat. Soon, several ranged abilities were also hitting the Dalki in the head, causing it to stumble back. "All students do not engage," Peter shouted. "They're faster, stronger, and will kill you in one strike," Peter shouted. With the help of everyone, the Dalki forces were quickly dropping. However, this wasn't what Quinn wanted. Having used his soul weapon for too long, he had no choice but to cancel the soul weapon. The pain was affecting his whole body, and was making it hard for him to even move. Now he was left fighting using his shadow, and his fists like before. Quinn had quickly thrown out a blood swipe and caught it with his shadow, creating a shadow scythe. Swinging it outward, he hooked a Dalki by the neck and slammed it down to the ground. Now that he had the second stage of ki, if Quinn coated the red aura with it, it would last until the ki vanished as well. This would give Quinn a permanent shadow scythe to use. He hadn't brought out two, since he needed to use his other hand from time to time. When the Dalki was pinned to the ground, that's when Quinn could see the chaos that was happening. A teacher had been slashed by a claw of a Dalki, and had split through the beast armor, slicing them in half. Another Dalki had jumped over the line of support, ignoring the teachers, and was just hitting the students left and right. Each hit was devastating, and it was clear the students wouldn't recover from the strikes. They all continued to blast and hit the Dalki, but the abilities did seemingly nothing. "The students are too weak to even do any damage to them," Quinn thought, seeing this. "As soon as we knew the Dalki were going to attack, we should have sent them off somewhere." But where could Quinn send them? Even at the shelter, the Dalki had landed. "Ino, what the hell are you doing?" Quinn shouted with anger. A group of students was currently on the floor shaking, and they had wet themselves, making a puddle in front of them. Their teacher had just died trying to protect them, and a Dalki covered in blood was looking at the three of them. Most of the Dalki were still centered around Quinn. They knew he was the biggest threat. What was distracting him more than ever were the Dalki, who were jumping into the center of the students just to hurt people that stood no chance. Continuing to try to protect the students around him, Quinn used the Shadow Lock skill whenever possible, putting them in a space where the Dalki couldn't get to. At the same time, Quinn also raised shadow domes over other students. Although this wouldn't do much in terms of helping him attack or get rid of the Dalki, it made some of them hesitant to move forward. Quinn was being hit by the Dalki every time he became preoccupied because he was unable to quickly raise his shadow, and his health was rapidly dwindling. When it got to a certain point, Quinn went searching for a weak Dalki. Upon finding one, he made his hand into a claw-like shape, then performed the hammer strike. This time, due to his hand being in a claw-like shape, his entire arm would go through the body. It was a move that wasn't focused on being an internal attack. Once he had their blood on his hands, Quinn would take it in, giving him another power boost and healing him slightly. 29 of 50 Dalki defeated. "Damn, I'm surrounded again," Quinn noticed, and was getting frustrated that there was a certain group of Dalki that wouldn't get off his back. To make matters worse, they were all two spikes as well. Their hits hurt, and he couldn't slack when fighting them. Whenever he did it to save a student, he would pay for it. "Get out of my way!" Quinn shouted, swinging his scythe and stretching it out. He planned to hit all four of the ones that were constantly on him. 3 jumped out of the way, while the last one took the hit. It had pierced his hands, and they were bleeding. But at the last second, while being skidded across the room, he let go and jumped, and Quinn could see the scythe heading straight for the student. He quickly had to get rid of his shadow, dropping the red aura from the end of it to avoid touching the student. In seconds, the other Dalki were upon him again. "I can't do anything!" Whenever Quinn attempted to fight the Dalki, even if he couldn't see the students, the worst thing for him was that he could hear their cries. "I just wanted to see my parents one more time before I go. Why did this happen to us? Will someone stop them? It hurts. It hurts so much." Gritting his teeth and blasting blood sprays from his fists at the Dalki, Quinn was beyond frustrated. "Attack me! Fight me! Why do you have to go for them?" he screamed.
punching his enemies in front of him, hoping they wouldn't get back up, but they did. Looking around, Quinn was trying to figure out an answer. Something had to have changed, because the Dalki weren't fighting this intelligently before, and that's when he noticed that a Dalki in the back hadn't gotten involved. It's him, Quinn thought, staring at him. I have to kill him. I need to get to him. After receiving a punch, Quinn used his shadow to deflect the blow and kept applying shadow lock to additional students. However, his MC points would soon run low if he continued to do that. It was a demanding skill, and blocking the strong attacks, even with his newly acquired 1,000 MC points, were going down fast. That guy, he needs to die, Quinn shouted at the top of his lungs. Quinn shouted, covering his head, as two Dalki punched him at the same time. Get rid of him, Quinn said it, almost as if it was an order. At that moment, a black mist appeared from his body and started to float through the sky. It went over all those that were fighting, and a black portal started to appear behind the two spiked Dalki, who had yet to move. From the portal, a large claw came out, striking the Dalki. At the last second, they had spotted the creature, but even after lifting their hands, the claw shed through their strong skin. Jumping back quickly, the Dalki thought it was safe, but the bone claw appeared through a shadow behind it and stabbed it through its body with one of his hands, before swiping with its other giant clawed hand, hitting its head. The claws went through easily, and the head was no longer attached to the body, falling to the floor. The boy still has the bone claw, Ino said, surprised, and still watching the fight from a distance. I knew he had obtained it, but to still have it at this stage. In that case, maybe Quinn isn't too innocent after all, Ino said with a smile. While running through the destroyed shelter, Fex and Samantha realized that more destruction had been done than they first thought. There was hardly a structure still standing in the area they were in. Even if one of the buildings hadn't been directly hit, the shockwaves from fights and ability users all over had caused them to crumble. The only thing that was still holding strong was the shelter wall that surrounded the whole place. This was due to part of them being built out of glathrium. However, for a shelter as unimportant as this one, there wouldn't be much put into the walls. While running through the destruction, Fex could suddenly hear someone shouting for help. The voice was weak and faint. He quickly changed direction from where he and Samantha were heading and headed to where the noise was coming from. There's someone under this rubble, Fex said. How did he hear that? We were so far away and there was so much noise around us, Samantha thought about it but carried on helping Fex. She was going to use her ability to move some of the rubble, but before she could, using his bare hands, Fex had moved the rubble until he had eventually found a mother and a young boy. I almost forgot that this boy had the strength to match the Dalki. There's also the string ability he used, and his strong red aura, along with that soul weapon of his. This teacher, he's from the cursed faction, right? Why is everyone from that faction so strange? Fex didn't know the way to the emergency center, but lifted them with ease and went to Samantha, who was deep in her thoughts. Tell me where I should take them, Fex said in a rush. Oh, follow me, Samantha led the way. Even if Fex was strange, at least he seemed like he wasn't a bad person. When she arrived at the emergency center, Samantha noticed that there were a couple of mechs there standing guard next to a giant trapdoor that led underground, and there were a few men in military uniforms dotted around. Head General Samantha, the general said this after one of them went to guide the injured into the emergency center. We couldn't locate you, so we thought something happened. I'm glad you're... Before finishing his sentence, the military man noticed that General Samantha wasn't okay at all. She was out of breath and sweating with torn clothes. If they didn't find her straight away, it could only mean she was dealing with a Dalki on her own. And now, the soldier was reluctant to tell her but continued anyway. It was his duty. Report, the mechs, along with Sergeant Mark of the shelter, have been able to defeat one of the invading Dalki. They are currently moving on to the next. However, there is an issue. A two-spike Dalki has destroyed all the forces we have sent at it. We haven't been able to get in contact with Mark since he went off. We are hoping for some orders based on the situation. For now, we have guarded the two emergency centers, the soldiers said. Guarding the centers was a good and a bad thing at the same time, Samantha thought. In a way, it was telling the enemy that all the humans were hiding in this place. But if they didn't defeat the Dalki, how long could the humans survive in the shelters without the teleporters being turned on? Because of this, Samantha took charge and made the decisions. You guys come with us, and we will head off to face the two-spiked Dalki. When she said these words, she could see the worried looks on the soldiers' faces. But ma'am, are you able to fight? I know you are strong, but against a two-spiked Dalky you will need to be in top shape." For a second, Samantha looked at Fex. "We can both fight," she said. "We just need you for support." Soon the group of them were off. 2 mechs, 5 soldiers, Fex and Samantha were heading to deal with the two-spiked Dalky, while the 2 remained to help any more injured that would arrive. While running ahead, Samantha had many questions on her mind. "When you stabbed yourself with that black needle, you got stronger, and you said the same thing would happen to me, right? Then will it give me a little boost with my MC cells?" Samantha had recovered some of her cells, but not all, and she was afraid of just how long she could fight. Fex looked at the needle in his hand with the green liquid. He was sure the green liquid would do nothing to empower her, so it was best he injected the liquid with the needle in himself first, and then used the needle to control Samantha. There was one big problem, however. Even if the needle did give her additional MC points to use, Fex couldn't make much use of her. The main reason for this was because having the needle in the human also made it so he could control that person from a single point. However, controlling Samantha wouldn't do much at all, since she wasn't a physical fighter and relied on elemental powers. Fex couldn't control how one could use their elemental powers, but only their body. This was why he preferred hand-to-hand combat or weapon fighters like Aaron and Dennis. "The Dalky, you were trying to kill it in one shot, right?" Fex replied. "When I stab this needle in you, you will be on your own. You will have enough energy to use your 9-tail trick one more time. At that point, you need to do what you can to kill it," Fex said. It didn't take long for them to find out where the two-spiked Dalky were, as the ground started to rumble as it caused meaningless destruction. It had punched a partial building, causing it to completely collapse. It also hadn't moved too far from the crater of the black pod that it had landed in. Fex went ahead of the others, and the first thing he did was stab himself with the green needle. The green blood effect would last a while, but the power of the needle would only last while it was in one's body, so he couldn't have both effects of it while using it on Samantha. "Fire shots only when you think they are necessary. Try to injure it as little as possible," Fex shouted. The soldiers and the 2 mechs looked at each other. "Listen to him. He will be in charge of this fight," Samantha said. No questions asked. If Samantha ordered it, they would follow this stranger. "So I'm really going to be doing this again," Fex said, walking forward and looking at the giant Dalky that had lifted both its arms in the air and slammed them into the ground. Fex had moved out of the way and placed red pieces of string on the ground. There was the perfect chance to hit it, but he didn't, and the others in the mech and soldiers were itching to fire. "Don't trust him," Samantha said, seeing that they were about to attack. Fex then climbed on its back, passing a red string over the back of its body and attempting to go through the gap between its shoulders and arms. However, he wasn't quick enough, as his legs had been grabbed and he was slammed to the ground. The Dalky was then ready to stomp on Fex, but the ability users and mechs fired first, hitting the Dalky. Even if it didn't pierce its skin or hurt the Dalky much, it did give Fex a split second so that he could move out of the way. The others, seeing this, were surprised. A human had just been slammed into the ground by a two-spiked Dalky and was fine. Taking the flask out on him, Fex drank a bit of the blood he still had left. He had injuries, and he needed blood to heal them. "Why is he taking a drink during his fight?" a soldier asked. When the Dalky prepared to kick Fex, he managed to dodge this time, moving to the side and getting closer. When he reached his body, he slid underneath the Dalky. "The big guys are fast and strong, but with the power of the needle, I'm just as strong," Fex thought. Finally, his preparations had been made to take down the Dalky. Everything Fex had been doing so far was for this moment. Red strings came from his fingers, and at the same time, red strings formed all over the Dalky. On the floor, the string also rose as he controlled it with his blood. So much red string had been created while Fex was busy avoiding its attacks and had tied up the Dalky in crucial places. Now taking the needle out of himself, he chucked it towards Samantha. She knew what she needed to do and ran forward, allowing the needle to stab her in the back. The soldiers were confused by this, but as she spun around and clapped her hands, she commanded, "Get ready to attack!" The 9 tails with her sole weapon, the hardened tips, rose. Fex, now no longer having the needle in him, was finding it hard to hold the Dalky in place, but he just needed to for a few more moments. His muscles felt like they were tearing apart, and his whole body was shaking, trying to hold the Dalky in place. The 9 tails had struck all towards the head, stabbing into the Dalky. The sheer power from the elemental users, and also the mechs, continued to fire in as they charged forward. No one had stopped attacking, but Fex felt his arms give out and the string was released. The Dalki wasn't dead yet. In fact, it was getting stronger as it was getting weaker. "Ah, screw you," Fex said, leaping into the air. He was struck by the mech and a few elemental shots from behind after jumping into the line of fire while wearing his blood ornament, which was enveloped in a red aura. Despite squinting and grunting, he still managed to deliver his punch right to the Dalki's head. He cried in pain, tumbling to the ground with his back wounded, and fell to the floor, where he just lay there. At the same time, the Dalki too had fallen to the floor and had been defeated. Samantha, upon seeing this, immediately ran to where Fex was. His wounds were bad, and she could see his back had been quite hurt from the mech's beast laser shots. "Damn it, I'll get help. I'll call a healer," Samantha shouted. "It's okay," Fex grunted. "It's not okay. Come on, don't die. You need to live. I don't even know your name." Fex smiled. "It's Fex," and pointed to his flask that had skidded away from him. She looked at what he was pointing at and dashed over to reach it, thinking it was something important. When she picked it up, the lid was open and she could see that blood had fallen from the flask. It was blood inside that flask? Why would he be drinking blood? Nonetheless, she brought the flask back over to Fex, who attempted to pour it into his mouth. With only a few drops coming out, he needed more. For some reason, he had attempted to drink the blood, and she didn't understand what was going on. However, seconds later, a loud crash was heard. She turned her head, and seemingly out of nowhere, another two-spiked Dalki had arrived and smashed one of the mechs with a single hand. The soldiers attempted to attack it, but were killed in an instant, and the other mech was picked up and lifted into the air before being smashed into the ground. The mech was punching back, trying to fight, but it was clear there was an easy answer that would be decided between the two of them soon. What was noticeable about this Dalki was the fact that it had green blood all over its body. This meant that it had been in a fight before, and whoever had fought it had managed to injure it greatly. If it was a beast, this would be good news, but not for a Dalki who got stronger based on these types of things. "No! Crap! What should I do?" Samantha asked, slamming the ground out of anger at how weak she was at the moment. She had counted that there were 5 pods, and this was quite possibly the last of the Dalki in the shelter, but she couldn't do anything. Her MC cells had been spent, and when Fex was injured, the soul weapon had disappeared. "Blood!" Fex called out, as he looked from the corner of his eyes and could see the Dalki heading towards them. "Blood? What are you talking about at a time like this?" Samantha shouted. She was wondering if she should try to flee on her own or grab Fex and flee with him, but it would be impossible to outrun a Dalki. "If you give me blood, I can fight again," Fex shouted. Although Fex had to hide his ability as a vampire, at the moment he knew that both of their lives were at stake. He knew he was the only one that could save them. "This boy, he keeps saying crazy things, but he did drink that flask in the middle of the fight, so maybe he's telling the truth." She had to gamble, and that's exactly what she did. She quickly formed a sharp dagger with her earth ability, cutting the palm of her hand. "This is what you need, then please help us," she shouted at Fex, allowing the blood to fall from the palm of her hand and drip into Fex's mouth. Almost instantly as the blood entered Fex's mouth, the wounds on his back healed at a fast rate. Just what is going on? It actually worked? However, there was no time for celebrations or explanations, as the mech that was fighting with the Dalki had finally stopped moving, and now the Dalki's attention was only on the two of them. "Was it you two?" the Dalki asked. "Were you two the ones that killed the others?" the Dalki shouted. At that moment, Fex managed to stand up. Although his wounds had healed, it was a different story about everything else. He was completely drained after having 2 tough fights in a row, and he wasn't even sure he could produce string anymore. The Dalki screamed loudly, making a roar similar to a dragon. The gust of wind was felt from his roar, and was so strong that it knocked Fex and Samantha over. Attempting to do the same, Fex took a deep breath in and shouted back. "Roar!" Fex screamed at the top of his lungs. When he did so, he wasn't the only one that had screamed. He was confused and thought he was going delusional with tiredness, but Samantha had heard it too. "Fex, you can rest now. Don't worry, leave it to us," a voice said from behind, but it wasn't just one person, it was 5 of them. "You guys, you're here. How did you make it here?" Fex said, as his eyes were slowly fading. Just as he fell, Linda managed to catch him and slowly put him on the ground. "Do you mind looking after this idiot for a while?" Linda asked with a smile, putting her next to Samantha. "I think we have something else to deal with." Seeing these people, Linda wondered who they were. From the way they were speaking, they clearly knew who Fex was, which had given her a hint. "Wait, are you from the Cursed faction?" Samantha asked. Nate gave a thumbs up without turning his head, thinking that he looked cool and it would impress the pretty head general. Members from the Cursed faction had arrived, and it wasn't just any members, but some of the strongest from the Cursed faction. "Be careful, it's at its strongest at the moment," Samantha warned, but it seemed like her warning did not affect them whatsoever, as each of them stood there confidently, ready to take on the Dalki. "The Cursed faction? Fex, just who are you guys?" Samantha thought, as she looked down at Fex's tired face. On the cursed ship, when Brock revealed to the group that Quinn would be talking to Eno right now, they didn't take that as a good sign. Instead, Logan and Sam were thinking along the same lines. They were worried. Richard Eno wasn't someone they could fully trust yet, despite what Logan's parents told him, or believe that he was the great scientist that helped out the human race in times of need. There were just too many secrets for things to go smoothly. After learning of this, Sam suggested that they keep a close eye on Quinn and find out where he was. They knew the schedule of the military and what planet they would be on, and because they had an inkling that Eno would try something, they were ready, having organized a few things beforehand. Of course, as soon as the communication devices were down and the military had put out a report for anyone in the nearby area to be careful of the planet Kaladi, they were already one step ahead of everyone else. This allowed them to arrive before anyone else. Linda, Nate, Dennis, Weevil, and Sam had teleported to the closest planet and already had a ship prepared to head to the planet Kaladi. "Remember the plan," Sam said, and at that moment, the Dalki came rushing forward. Weevil, Sam, Nate, and Dennis stood in front of Linda, and each one of them raised their shadow. They used their abilities to equally take part in the attack. Alone, their MC points were probably enough to just block a single attack from a Dalki, but then they wouldn't be able to fight using their ability anymore. However, if they mixed their shadows together, they would contribute evenly to the attack, and it wouldn't drain them so quickly. "The shadow ability, isn't that Quinn, their cursed faction leader's ability? Does this mean that he taught it to others in his faction as well?" Samantha wondered. In a way, one wouldn't think this was too surprising. It was a strong ability that should be shared. However, with such a strong ability, some people might have decided to keep the power only to themselves. However, with the shadow ability alone, this couldn't be the only reason why they were confident. Samantha had noticed that Linda didn't use a shadow ability, but instead started to grow in size while being surrounded by shadows. As she began growing slightly larger than the Dalki, her beast armor was being equipped through the shadow equipment skill. Then, when she was ready, the others quickly moved out of the way, and the Dalki and Linda clashed. Their hands netted closely together, pushing against one another, hoping for one to give in. For the second time today, Samantha had seen another human match a Dalki in terms of strength. Does the Cursed faction have a lot better beast gear than we thought? As she pondered, she quickly began to remove herself and Fex from the danger area. "Everyone quickly get to it," Sam ordered, and Weevil's body started to transform into the dangerous bug man he was, turning into his tiger beetle form. At the same time, Dennis had moved his shadow to form small wings on his back. Sam had managed to attach it to Dennis as well by using his own shadow, which had caused Dennis's wings to expand. Dennis hopped onto Nate's broad shoulders and soon added his shadow too, making it so Dennis had formed his own pair of shadow wings. Using his strong thighs, Nate crouched down before jumping up and pushing Dennis into the sky. He flapped his wings, giving him extra airtime and speed, and then he stayed still for just a second as he looked down at the Dalki. "I never thought I would ever be able to fly again after losing my ability. It's not quite the same, but this will have to do," Dennis said as he started to descend, spinning his whole body. At the same time, he activated his soul weapon, creating a golden aura around him. Soon, Nate and Weevil launched forward to attack the Dalki, attacking its legs as hard as they could. Nate had formed a blood punch of destruction, and Weevil had now transformed into his tiger beetle-like form. He charged forward, and with his strong claws, smashed into the other leg. When the Dalki fell to the ground, Linda swiftly released its hold on it to give it an uppercut, striking its head upward. At just the right time, Dennis used his soul weapon, and at high speed he came spinning down, slamming onto the Dalki's head and crushing it within its own body. Before the aftershock struck, Samantha had to cover her eyes as the sand on top of the hard ground blew out. "Is he okay?" she thought, that for one to land with such force was almost a suicidal attack. The wings on his back had spread out onto the ground, creating a soft landing for Dennis so he wouldn't be hurt further from the initial impact. The 5 that had arrived seemed perfectly fine after their turbulent entrance, and the Dalki was no longer moving. Did they just manage to kill a 2-spiked Dalki that was on the verge of death? Samantha thought as she saw them walking towards her. She could see that Dennis also seemed uninjured after her initial worry about the impact of his attack. In the last war, they mainly fought against 1-spiked Dalki. 2-spiked were a very rare occurrence, and 3-spiked were the highest that anyone had ever encountered. Even back then, it would have taken a great force to kill a Dalki. Some even thought it was just because of the humans' sheer numbers that they were able to somewhat win the first war, but the human race's numbers had greatly dwindled after that. If the Dalki actually had stronger forces than that, then the humans would have no hope, which was why the military was so strict on gathering tools to defeat the Dalki as well as training the students. How powerful is the cursed faction for only 5 of them to defeat a Dalki without getting hurt? And if they have the shadow ability, how are they able to do things that would require an ability? It seems like we hardly know anything about them. I don't even recognize any of the people here, and the same goes for Teacher Fex back there. "If you don't mind, I think we'll take him," Sam said with a smile, as Linda lifted Fex and hurled him into her back. "I think you should head to the others, and it looks like your own commander has arrived," Sam said, pointing to the sky. Looking up, one of the Bertha ships that were operated by the military could be seen entering the planet's atmosphere, with several smaller, faster ships around it. At that moment, she realized that the shelter probably wasn't the only place that was attacked. There were the students out on the expedition. What if 5 or more Dalki came to where they were? I have to get in contact with them. "You guys, you need to make sure the students are okay. The cursed faction," Samantha was trying to explain, but Sam just placed his hand on her worried shoulder. "Don't worry, the fight is over. We can tell," Sam said, and he wasn't wrong either. With the connection they each felt with Quinn, they could feel when he was fighting close by, but they could also tell there was something else going on. But what could it be? Standing out on the sandy desert, Quinn was surrounded by several bodies of Dalki he had defeated. The bone claw that had come out to help had done half the job for him, and soon disappeared right back to where Quinn was. But as Quinn stood out ahead of them and looked around, he could see the students and teachers who had been injured and killed. Many lives had been lost in this battle. This isn't the victory I wanted, Quinn thought. Quest has been completed. 50 of 50 Dalki have been defeated. Rewards will now be given. A few moments before the fight with the Dalki had ended, Quinn had successfully summoned the Bone Claw. Vincent, who was watching everything in the system, was unsure if even Quinn knew what he was doing or not, as he had just given a command from his darkest will, and the Bone Claw had answered his call. With the Bone Claw out, it dealt with the Dalki giving orders at the back relatively easily. The Bone Claw had its full strength compared to what it was in the past, and it was able to attack the Dalki army from behind, putting less pressure on Quinn. Still, Quinn was worried about those around him that were still getting attacked while fighting the Dalki. He raised his hand and used Shadowlock again, protecting a bunch of students, but he had nowhere enough near MC cells to protect them all, and the Dalki were taking advantage of these openings, getting hit each time his focus strayed. Quinn, you need to listen to me. You can't save them all. Some of them have already died, and that's a fact, Vincent said. What you need to do now is focus on defeating the Dalki as quickly as possible. This is the best way for you to save the greatest number of lives. Quinn didn't want to admit that he wasn't strong enough to protect everyone, but he knew Vincent was right. He knew a change of strategy was needed. There were still 4 Dalki that had surrounded Quinn, and he was away from where all the teachers and students were fighting. Quickly, he placed a large shadow dome over the 4 of them. Using the shadow hop, Quinn was able to sneak around the dome and hit them with blood crescent kicks and more, even raining down on one of them as he dropped from above blood swipes. Before landing, spinning his body, he hit the side of a Dalki's head with his elbow, a fatal blow for the Dalki after all the punishment it had already received. Throughout the whole fight, Quinn had been pacing himself so he could fight against the 50 Dalki, but now he had another goal, to defeat them as quickly as possible. The Dalki had hard skin, especially where their scales stuck out more, such as their forearms, chest, and head. These were the attacking parts of the Dalki and the more critical places that needed more protection. After firing off a blood bullet from his fingers and hitting the forehead of a Dalki, Quinn realized it wasn't enough to defeat another, but after firing off 5 of them at the same place and then charging in, Quinn was ready with a hammer strike towards the head, weakening the scales and defeating yet another Dalki. At this point, the other 2 that remained inside started to punch the walls of shadow around them, hoping to get away. Quinn knew this because, with each strike, his MC points would be depleted, and too busy dealing with the Dalki that was nearly defeated, his MC points had finally hit 0. The dome was collapsing, but Quinn wasn't relying on just the shadow anymore. He had his Muy Baron skills and his different stages of ki with blood skills. Finally, after defeating the last 2 Dalki, Quinn stood there with several dead Dalki lying around him, and the quest complete sign had popped up on the system, telling him the fight was over. The reward started to come in, but Quinn didn't care about that for now. While the students were everywhere celebrating, Quinn was looking at those that were injured and being looked after. He could hear their cries of pain. As he went over to where he could hear a student screaming, several wanted to thank Quinn for what he had done. "General Hardy, Talon, thank you for saving us. You were so strong, I just can't believe we are alive. I want to be like you someday." Ignoring them all, Quinn eventually managed to reach the student whose mouth was filled with blood. Their friend was next to them, holding his hand. "Please, please live," she shouted. The boy wasn't dead yet, but he was in a critical state, and Quinn went down to his side. Inu, who was looking for Quinn, had rushed over to where he was to see what he was doing, and could see him cutting his hand. "Quinn, what are you doing? Think before you act," Vincent shouted in his mind. "What do you think I'm doing? I'm saving his life. I'm going to turn him," Quinn shouted back. "So you're going to turn everyone who is on the verge of death? Have you taken a look around to see how many people there are? You can't save them all, and how are you going to pick those that deserve to live and those that don't?" Vincent questioned. "But how? How am I meant to just stay here and do nothing when I know I can save him?" Quinn asked. "The life of a vampire isn't for everyone, and you can only turn a finite number of people. What happens in the future when you want to turn someone you truly care about and you can't save them? I know you care for these students a great deal, but in every war you face there will be casualties, and if you are going to go against the Dalki in a full-out war, they will be forced to fight again, and even more people will die." While he and Vincent were busy arguing, the boy passed away, taking his last breath. It was too late for Quinn to do anything. Actually, Inu had hoped to visit and congratulate, perhaps even extol Quinn for what he had accomplished. Being close to someone with that much power would be a good thing, but after seeing the student die and how Quinn and the others were so upset, he realized how selfish he was being. "How the hell can there be this good of a person in the world?" Inu thought, as he looked at Quinn crying tears over a student that he didn't even know. However, those tears soon started to turn into anger as he grabbed the floor and pulled the ground into his hand, turning it into a fine dust. "Ino, if it wasn't for him overriding the system, then we could have saved more lives. Did these kids really deserve to go through all that?" Quinn stood up and began to scan the area, turning and tossing his head to see if Ino was nearby. He then ran through some of the students at a quick speed, not holding back, and looked out wide, before running through them again and searching in another place. Quinn was moving so fast that Inu couldn't even keep track of him. "He can move so fast and he has so much energy. This person with mind control and more." Inu's body was shaking, thinking about all the things a single person could do. He wasn't sure if they should get someone like that on their side, or if knowing there was such a strong person, that should be something they should get rid of. Looking northward finally allowed Quinn to see Ino, or at the very least the vampire he had previously spoken of, off in the distance. "Peter, make sure everyone is okay. This might take a while," Quinn said, as he dashed off into the distant sand dunes and made sure not to get too close to Ino this time. "You don't trust me now?" Ino asked. "Well, I don't blame you. It's a good way to live in this world without trusting anyone. I'm also perplexed by your decision not to immediately attack me. Do you fear losing all of your energy?" Quinn gripped his fist even harder. It was true, most of his energy was spent. If he had to have another big fight, then he would need to gather more strength. But if that did happen, he still had one more move that he could rely on, the shadow overload skill that was still available. "I think I still have enough to beat you, but that wouldn't answer any of my questions," Quinn replied. "Very well. You have passed my test for you, and as a reward, I think it's time for you and I to speak. Do you have somewhere more private?" Eno asked. Quinn extended his hand, and Eno followed him into the shadow lock room to continue their private conversation. The large Bertha ship didn't land on the planet as they had expected. Instead, it stayed hovering in the sky like a giant island. However, smaller ships did depart and immediately descended to two locations, in particular, the shelter and a short distance away from where the fighting had taken place in the desert. Support had arrived, but it was far too late. The Dalki had been defeated, causing all the harm that could have been done. Oscar had personally decided to arrive along with the support team. It was the first full-scale attack by the Dalki since the peace treaty, and Oscar was pretty sure that after the investigations into what happened, an announcement would have to be made to the whole human race that they were in the middle of a war. Inside the shelter, a few medium-sized ships had landed. Deboarding from the ship was Head General Sack and his trusted sergeants that were usually helping him organize his platoons when he was doing school duties. What was noticeable about them was that they had no beast weapons on them, but did have high-level beast armor. Each ship carried around 20 people, and a total of 20 ships had landed in the shelter. More were to be sent from the large Bertha ship, but when they noticed that there was no longer any trouble, the other troops were sent away. The first team even carried with them the portable teleporters. They weren't quite sure if they worked, but if so, they could get others to escape or bring more support with them. What was interesting was that the teleporters started to work as soon as the Dalki were defeated. The head general, Samantha, and the cursed members were ready to head out of the destroyed shelter, with Linda carrying Fex over her shoulder. That was until 5 ships suddenly descended on the area. A male and female sergeant deboarded from one, while the captains and their squads rushed to Head General Samantha's aid. That wasn't too slow of a response from the military, Sam thought, but if we hadn't arrived and Fex wasn't here, they could have lost a head general today. "Halt," she stated. "No one is to leave this area. We are to take you to the emergency center with the others and shall take your weapons. There you shall give a full report of what happened." "Is this seriously happening right now?" Weevil said, as he looked at the others who just shrugged their shoulders. Dennis tried moving forward and ignoring them, but soon he found one of the men attempting to stop him. The man was larger than Dennis, who looked strong and had tried to bully him back. But the second the man's hand touched Dennis's chest, he grabbed it and threw the large man to the floor. "What are you doing? Are you disobeying orders right now?" she shouted, as several men were preparing to fight. "We don't belong to the military. We work with you, not under you," Dennis said. "He's correct. We are part of the cursed faction," Sam answered. "Even so, we have to make a report and learn what happened here. Surely the cursed faction isn't so foolish to not even know the basics of war," the sergeant replied. Sam walked forward, unafraid of the person in front of him. It was the first time he had felt this way. Before becoming a vampire, he had felt weak and powerless, but something had sparked in him when he looked at the girl. "Look, I don't know if you know this, but someone very important to us is on this planet and doesn't appear to be in this shelter. Until we know he is okay, we won't listen to anyone's orders, not even the Supreme Commander himself," Sam said, as a single eye started to glow red. But before they completely turned, Nate cleared his throat, bringing his friend back to reality. A shiver had gone completely down the sergeant's spine, but still, she wanted to make it clear that nobody could bully her, not when they had important duties to attend to, so she had planned to retaliate. "Let them go," Samantha said from far away. She had received minor first aid from some healers, and many of her injuries had recovered. "They can make a report when they come back. They are free to leave, and make sure no one stops them. That's an order," Samantha said. Hearing this, Sam walked forward and the rest of the group followed as they left the shelter. As quickly as they arrived, they seemed to disappear just as quickly. "Are you sure that was the right thing to do, Head General?" the sergeant asked. "Yes," Samantha replied. "I know not what Oscar was talking about when he said we should be doing everything to get them on our side. The cursed might be what we need if we have even a chance of winning this war." She then looked at the multiple dead two-spiked Dalki. It was clear that the forces they had used in the first war weren't everything they had. Either that or they had evolved and gotten stronger. Sam and the others had eventually arrived at the location where the other students and teachers were recuperating. Here, several ships from the giant Bertha had landed as well, and this was where Oscar had decided to arrive. The students thought that those from the Cursed were either just travelers or more military personnel, but then some of the students recognized Weevil. "Hey, isn't he the one that helped us in the beast weapons lesson?" one of them commented. "Wait, so are those people from the Cursed faction? It would make sense why they are here if their leader is here." "Those are the guys from the Cursed? They don't look impressive. I don't even recognize any of them," Inu thought. They took over so many big-name factions after taking over Daisy and the other beast planets, and they sent these guys to pick up their leader? If it was Owen, a whole platoon of the Grey Lash's strongest would be sent, and they would have made quite the entrance. Turning around, Oscar managed to catch his eye on one of the Cursed members and walked over to greet himself while his assistant stood by his side. "It's great to finally meet you in person after talking over video all this time. You're a lot smaller than I thought," Oscar said, looking down at him. "Do you know where our leader is?" Sam asked to keep it short, but he was afraid that something else might have been revealed other than Quinn's true title. "We don't actually know much about that. I think it's best if you talk to your other head general, Peter. He seems to know more and just said that he would return eventually," Oscar replied. "Before you go, I know you're in a rush, but I just want you to think about something. Based on our previous communications, you seem like a smart and capable person. You don't have to answer me now, but why do you think the Dalki attacked this place?" "I'll be sure to think about it," Sam said as he walked off towards Peter. Honestly, Sam was already thinking about this question himself. He could see in person the number of Dalki that had attacked. At first, he thought that it might have been Eno's doing, but from the information they had learnt from Brock, it would make no sense for him to do that. Did the Dalki come here because they were after something or someone? What if they were after Eno? Maybe he's been hiding on this planet this whole time, and someone finally found him? Why would the Dalki be after him, though? The second reason Sam could think of was more likely to be the answer, but he was worried if this was the case. Eno's goal was to protect the demon-tier beast that was on Blade Island. If he knew the Dalki were going to attack, did he use a plant? Maybe he gave fake information that the demon-tier beast was here. It was quite possible that he also knew Quinn's movements. Tying the two things together, he used it as a test for him and a way to throw the Dalki off the real scent. If Quinn had failed, he still would have killed a lot of Dalki, and their goal wouldn't have progressed any further. If that's the case, then Eno is a really dangerous man, Sam thought. The shadow space was filled with pitch-black shadows so that nothing was visible but their own bodies, which would illuminate slightly while they were inside. If one was to walk through the vast space, it would feel like they were walking forever with no destination. From the inside, one could destroy the space, but from the outside, it was nearly impossible for others to interact with it. Inside the safe space, Quinn and Eno were standing opposite each other. Eno had already been the target of a great deal of resentment before what had just occurred, but now even more resentment was directed at this enigmatic individual. What Quinn needed more than anything, however, was not revenge, but answers. "Richard Eno probably doesn't know about me putting myself into the system, even though it does seem quite likely that he was the one that helped me create it," Vincent said, "so I think it's best if we keep it a secret." Still, Vincent was unsure about this. It seemed like Eno had installed a type of backdoor without him even realizing it, allowing him to do things like he had done before. The worrying thing was to what extent he could control Quinn's system. Could he make it so the bonus stats Quinn received from blood were worthless? Or was his control only limited to system-only related skills that Eno could stop? Because of this uncertainty, Vincent wanted Quinn to be more cautious. "Vincent, thanks for the words of advice. You have always been a great help," Quinn replied. "Hey, even though he is related to me, you are as well. This is one crazy family, and he's the start of it," said Vincent. "I know you must have a lot of questions, and since you have successfully passed my test, as a reward, I will be happy to answer 3 questions on your mind, and I will answer them fully for you," Eno said. "You might think you have me trapped in this place, that you could fight me and force me to tell you more, but this is not my real body. At any point in time, I can leave this place whenever I wish." Quinn never thought Eno would be straightforward. He never had been, but he also could have left during the battle with the Dalki. It was clear that Eno stayed because he, too, wanted to talk to Quinn and had questions of his own for him. "Why only 3 questions?" Quinn asked. Hearing this, Vincent wanted to get out of the system and start shaking the boy, but all he could do was shake his head. "I haven't had enough time to evaluate what you have built up," Ino answered. "You are a person that was never originally in my plans. I had an inkling about what Vincent was planning to do when he had made his request to help him, but I had no ulterior motives when helping him. I helped because I sympathized with Vincent's situation a lot, and I thought it made sense to help out in this way. Also, it was an experiment. How strong would a vampire with a system get? Anyway, I'm derailing from the original question now, but it is related. At the moment, I don't know how strong you or your faction are, nor how strong you can get. I believe you not knowing everything and trying to find out the answers yourself has made you even stronger." Ino then lifted his hand and placed one of his 3 fingers down. It was at that moment that Quinn realized his general question had been counted as one of his 3 permitted questions. He thought he had shot himself in the foot, but still, Ino was giving a lot of information in his answers at least. The problem is, did Quinn believe him? With only 2 questions left, Quinn was really limited to what he wanted to ask. He wanted to know why Ino had made it so he couldn't summon or call the others for help, but that would have been a waste of a question. "What is your reason for doing all this? What's your goal? What do you get out of this?" Quinn asked. "A good question," Ino smiled. "It's broad, but I'll give you an answer. To put it simply, I care about the humans, maybe even more than Vincent did. During my time as king, the vampire race was doing well, but how could I confirm that would be the case once I slept? Could I peacefully go knowing there was a chance all the hard work I did would have gone to waste? Absolutely not. It looks like there are some vampires who are doing everything in their power to crush everything I have built up, and there's a chance it could still fall. In terms of what I'm doing at the moment, getting rid of the Dalki is my goal as well as the humans. At the moment, without a little assistance, that is an impossible task for humans to complete. This is where I come in. If you don't believe me, you don't have to. But I have always been helping them, even during the last war, and I will continue to help them. The Dalkis are stronger than anyone knows. Even the vampire should consider them as a threat with the way they are at the moment," Ino answered. Placing another finger down again, Quinn thought he was pretty serious about only answering 3 questions, which was now making him a little nervous about what to ask. Based on how elusive Ino had been so far as well, he was most likely telling the truth about not being here in person. "What do I ask about the system, about Jim and the Dalki, the Green family? What does he plan to do now?" There were just too many questions on Quinn's mind, and it was driving him a little crazy. Until he thought of one thing. Quinn needed to know Ino's personality the most to decide whether he could trust what he was doing. He was opposed to the Dalki, at least for the time being, so they may have been on the same team. "Why? Why did you lie to Arthur?" Quinn asked. When asking this question, Ino's face changed a little. "I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little clearer on that one. What do you mean exactly? Why did I give him the shadow ability? Why did I choose to make him a punisher? Remember, although I have an idea of your movements, I don't exactly know what you have done," Ino replied. "Why did you frame the original First King for killing Arthur's men? Do you know how much that must have hurt? Do you know he's even looking for you right now?" Quinn asked. For the first time when answering a question, Ino was quiet for a moment beforehand. "So you managed to learn the truth somehow? I don't know how you got this information, but it seems like Arthur now knows as well," Ino said, sounding remorseful about it. "Remember what I said before? I would do anything to protect the humans. Now let me make this clear, Quinn. I will do anything to protect the human race. When you have lived as long as I have, you realize that individual lives on the total scale of things don't matter. The first family leader always wanted to rule over the humans. I saw an opportunity to get rid of someone who would constantly be in trouble, and the best way to do it while restraining the vampires was by giving Arthur his shadow power. Perhaps you are still young and haven't lived long enough to understand what I mean, but you now control a force, and even in the small fight you just had, I'm sure you understood. I saw what you attempted to do, so let me ask you, why didn't you save that boy's life when you could have?" "Quinn, don't you hate the system that values strength over everything? Were you worried that in the future, if you needed to turn to a friend, you wouldn't be able to? In a sense, those who are more closely related to you are now permitted to be saved, while those who are not, cannot." "Does that mean that the boy's death was only because you didn't care about him?" Vincent asked. When Quinn heard this, the mental image of the dying student returned, making him feel a little queasy. Quinn, don't listen to him. There were more reasons than that as to why you didn't save him, and remember, we couldn't have been able to save them all. You weren't controlling the Dalki. You didn't tell them to attack. It's not your fault. I know his death is on my hands, Quinn said, and I've accepted that. But can you say the same? You say you care for humans, but what about vampires? I'm sure there are some vampires you care for. Otherwise, you would have just attempted to massacre the vampires to extinction. But that was never an option for you, was it? You picked Arthur to restrain the vampires, to stop them from attacking the humans. But now that's pretty useless, right? I don't know what happened, but now Arthur doesn't want to restrain them. He wants to kill them all, and that's all your fault. You made Arthur into what he has become.
What do you mean?
Ino asked. I guess you really don't know everything. Did you think I learned this shadow ability from Arthur? No. Instead of saving me, he beat me nearly to death and told me in his last words that he was coming for all the vampires. Ino's eyes widened as it was made clear. Ino was unaware that Arthur had sided with the Dalkis. This was a new development. Perhaps this information has just thrown a giant spanner in all of Ino's plans. Outside on the field, after getting the reports from the students, they were the first ones that had been sent back to the school base located on Earth. Their treatment wouldn't stop there. They knew there was more work that needed to be done, not just treating physical injuries, but it was important for the students to recover mentally as well. Seeing your friends and fellow pupils die in front of your eyes wasn't something every single person could cope with in the same way. Oscar remained out on the field with a few other soldiers who were taking the Dalki bodies in for research. His reasons for staying were the same as those of the other cursed faction members who continued to stand in the heat. Ding! A ping came in on Jane's tablet, and Oscar's assistant, who was standing right next to him, looked up. The reports have come in from the shelter and Head General Samantha. Would you like to read them? Jane asked, since Oscar, for once, was seemingly doing nothing. Whenever she saw him like this, she would remind him that there was always work to be done around the place. After giving it a detailed read, Oscar was quite surprised by what the report said. In the report, Samantha makes note of the teacher, Fex, using string abilities and a strange red aura as well. The aura that is described is almost exactly the same as what Inu described and the same as what I saw Quinn do previously. Also, it states that there were other shadow users in the cursed faction. This red aura that keeps getting mentioned seems to be quite powerful. It seems like Quinn isn't just hiding one, but is holding more cards than he has let on. This could be a problem, Oscar thought. The reaction that Quinn was seeing after what he had said was not what he had expected. Throughout the whole conversation, he was the one on the back foot, and Ino was the calm, all-knowing one. However, now it seemed like he didn't know every single little thing that was going on in the world. For a brief second, and it was only once, his heartbeat had beaten out of sync from the regular pattern it had before. I realize now, in my head, I was building up Richard Eno to be this untouchable god, pulling the strings on everything that was happening. But now I see that's not the case at all. He is just another person, Quinn thought. You have provided me with additional information I did not know about before, he admitted. You seem to have been more valuable than I realized, and now there are questions I want to ask you. You keep surprising me even after I have raised my expectations. I hope you can continue to do that. Because of this, I will grant you to ask one more question, Eno said. It was already a head-scratcher coming up with the last question. Perhaps he could ask where Eno really was, but he could always move after that happened. Or he could ask why the Dalki had decided to attack now and here. Thinking about what to ask, Quinn started to think about the students, and that led him to think about one more person. How could I forget? He has waited long enough and has done so much for us. I know what I want to ask. There is a boy with me that you might know. He goes by the name Syl. His situation is a little complicated. Quinn went on to explain the details of what happened to Syl. Not the full story, but just enough for him to know what he needed. Yes, actually, I know a lot about the Blade family, Eno replied. What did you want to ask? Did you want to know if I knew a way to bring back the other two? Quinn nodded. I do know, but remember, I said you could ask 3 questions, not 3 favors, and this would be a favor if I were to help you with this. Wouldn't you agree? Eno suggested. If you wish for me to help, then I have a favor I need in return. Watching carefully, the cursed members were starting to sweat buckets, with the hot sun scorching them. They hadn't moved, and just looked out in the desert waiting for Quinn. "Can't they upgrade these rings a little?" Nate asked, playing with his finger. "Maybe make something that can make the heat not affect us?" "We're all experiencing the same thing, Nate," Sam said, "and you don't hear us complaining. Why don't you just imagine that a girl is waiting on the other side of that dune for you? Then you will stand there for hours." A few seconds later, 2 black portals opened in the distance, and they could see Quinn emerge. "It looks like Quinn didn't need my help after all," Peter said. When Quinn moved closer, Oscar was happy to know that he looked to be fine. He actually had a lot he wanted to ask Quinn. That's when he noticed that he wasn't alone, and a strange man was standing next to him. It was someone that Oscar didn't recognize. The others wanted to run up to Quinn, but didn't, as Oscar was the one who walked forward first, and Sam had stopped the others from rushing up, to remind them that Oscar was a world leader. Besides, they were just happy that Quinn seemed to be fine. "Quinn, a lot has happened here today, and it's because of you that so many people could have survived," Oscar congratulated him. "We have to have a party in your honor to celebrate." "A party? For what happened?" Quinn replied, not really understanding what a party would be intended for. People had died at the end of the day. "Quinn, I think it would be good to celebrate. There are many reasons to be happy, but before the announcement is made, the public needs a break," Oscar said. "I think your days of being a teacher will be over, so it would be nice to celebrate your time here. Most importantly, it is to announce the achievement of getting a first victory against the Dalki before the war is declared." Meeting Richard Eno, Quinn had kind of forgotten what had happened since he was blaming Richard for everything. But if it really wasn't Richard's doing that moved the Dalki, it meant that this was the first official attack from them. The whole world would soon find out about this, and when the war was declared, all factions and groups would be on the move, just like before, when Quinn was a kid. "If it's something that has to be done, you can organize it with Sam later," Quinn said. "Yes, you deserve to rest. Feel free to go back to the others, but before you go, I don't want to be rude. Do you mind introducing me to the person next to you?" Eno caught Quinn's attention as he considered what to say about him. However, Eno took a step forward and made a bow, so Quinn didn't have to. "I believe you may know me, but have never met me. My name is Richard Eno," he said, bowing down and walking off with Quinn. "Richard Eno!" Oscar shouted in his head, and even Jane nearly dropped her tablet. Richard Eno was a man everyone was searching for, just as much as they were searching for Jack Truedream, but no one could find him, and now he was right there in front of him. The question was, why was he with Quinn? Had Richard Eno been with him the whole time? What was their relationship? All sorts of questions were running through Oscar's mind, but they had already left, and the moment was lost to ask. When Quinn arrived with Richard by his side, everyone stared at him like he was insane. They could tell it was a vampire standing by Quinn's side due to his smell, and they could also guess who he was. "It's nice to meet you all. I'm sure we will all get to know each other quite well," Richard said. Quinn, what does he mean by that?" Peter asked, unafraid and ignoring Richard. "This is Richard Eno, and he will be staying with us on the cursed ship for a while," Quinn said. On the condition of helping out Syl, Quinn was to grant Eno a favor, and he had asked to observe the cursed faction. A special event has been announced for the next day, inviting all the important figures around the world. Giant corporations, manufacturing companies, and more. On top of that, all the teachers at the school and high-level military personnel had also been invited. Those from the Greylash family weren't left out either, including the family head, Owen Greylash, and finally, those from the cursed faction. When Quinn was ready to head back with the others, but when he had received the invitation to the event and was told how soon it would be, he decided that he would stay at least till the event was over, considering how many important people would be there. An invitation was extended out to those cursed that had also arrived before the others who were on planet Kaladi. The invitation that stuck out the most, though, was one that was given to Quinn, claiming that they wished for Richard Eno to come along as well. Before leaving the planet, these invites were all given to them in person by Oscar, and now they had arrived back at the large new school and had been given top-of-the-line rooms, filled with everything they could ever need to stay in for the time being. As for Richard, he said he would be coming, but he would be there when he was needed, and he seemingly disappeared without saying anything else. He didn't go through a teleporter with them, and just disappeared into the desert, so he was not at the school with them. Everyone would freshen up and take a few minutes to rest before Sam requested for all of them to meet up in the same room. Sam wanted to know more about what happened between Quinn and Richard, as well as the fight between the Dalki. It was time they knew more about the bigger picture and all this vampire stuff, so they had a better understanding. Through that, they could help out Quinn more. At the same time, Sam wanted to inform Quinn of everything they had found out from Brock, having to do with the Blade Island and the role of the Blade family. Lying in his bed, staring at the ceiling, Quinn was wondering what was going on. "Eno, why would you reveal yourself to the world like that in front of Oscar? Everyone's been looking for you. Are you just trying to cause more trouble for me, or is this one of your tests again?" Thinking back to Eno's personality, when Quinn had asked for the request to help Syl, he had come back, saying that he wanted to stay with the cursed faction for a while. It had come as a complete surprise to him. Eno could even tell Quinn was struggling with the request that he had spoken about it. "Are you worried that I will learn about all of the cursed faction secrets? It would be the perfect way to destroy a faction from the inside out if you were a thorn in my side, but trust me, that is not my goal. If you do think I'm an enemy, have you ever heard of keeping your friends close but your enemies closer? Besides, there are a lot of people that want you dead, Quinn. If they knew everything about you and how much of a threat you could possibly be, they would be hunting you down quite quickly. I don't think anyone ever expected you to get as strong as you have done." In the end, Quinn decided to accept Eno's request. He had a feeling the whole time that Eno was telling the truth, even if he was still acting in his strange ways. "But I remember you did the same thing back then as well, and you even gave me the same reason," Quinn said. "That was because I thought it would help you with your progress, and I was just trying to get you to avoid certain dangers that were out of your power for the time being," Vincent argued. "Do you think that's exactly what Eno is doing then? He says the same thing. Perhaps he thinks at the moment that I, or the cursed faction, isn't strong enough. If he told us all the information about the humans, they would try to act on it when they couldn't." Still, it was impossible to figure out without knowing everything. While waiting for the others and thinking about getting stronger, Quinn did decide to check out one thing: all of the rewards he had received due to completing the quest. To be honest, Quinn thought the rewards were a bit lackluster, especially considering what he had done or been through. He could only assume this was because it wasn't a quest given by the system, but instead was one given by Eno when his system was overridden, which was a scary thought in itself. Level 62. Quinn had leveled up a total of 9 times to reach level 62. It was quite the amount of experience he had gained from defeating the Dalki. He didn't get any instant level-ups, so all the level-ups he did achieve were from pure EXP. But now, since he didn't level up every 10 levels, the EXP requirement was just getting bigger and bigger. At this point, Quinn thought there were only 3 ways he could now level up: from defeating demigod, demon-tier beasts, or the Dalki. Through defeating beasts and the Dalki, he could gain a level up through experience points, or if they awarded him an instant level up. The other way would be to receive an instant level up quest from the system itself. "I wonder what level I need to be to complete that quest," Quinn thought. He was thinking about the quest to find something beyond the level of a vampire lord. Would he reach it at level 70, 80, or maybe even 100? He didn't know. What he did not know was that with each level up, he could feel his body changing into something. With the stat points awarded, Quinn did his usual. He tried to keep his points as balanced as possible, raising them all to the nearest 10 bracket for the best effect. His current stats were like so: Agility 70, Stamina 69, Charm 60. On Vincent's advice, Quinn had stopped increasing the charm stat, since he was told at this level there would just be people he could control and people he couldn't, no matter how high his charm stat was. The following stat was the interesting one, and it had risen to be his highest: Blood Control 164. Steadily, Quinn's blood control would grow as he used his blood abilities more often, and it was the same during the Dalki fight. After fighting Cindy and Bryce, it had increased a lot, and by using it inside his body all the time, he did the same. I wonder how high someone's stat would be if they had the absolute blood book, Quinn wondered. Now that your blood control is high enough, it would be nice if you learned some new blood abilities apart from the basic ones you have been using this whole time, Vincent said. You've trained in fighting, and it has reached a good level. If you're going to be fighting using your full strength a lot more, You will no longer be able to hide the fact that you have blood powers, so I think this should be your next step into growing." "I remember you saying this before," Quinn replied, scratching his head, a habit when he was struggling. "But you also stated you couldn't really teach me anything and that I should find a teacher. I think I'm already past the point where Fex could teach me things, which means the only people that could teach me better skills are vampire knights or a leader, and I don't think any of the leaders are willing to teach me," Quinn replied. What Quinn also noticed when checking his system was that while not in the vampire world, he didn't gain any reputation points from his family, so they wouldn't continue to build up while he was away, and he couldn't just come back and start making all sorts of improvements using the points. It was one of the reasons why Quinn was a little upset with the rewards. He was expecting to get a new title like Dalkey Killer or something that would help him in the future. "There will be one person next to you that seems willing to help you. I'm sure they could teach you some new blood skills," Vincent suggested. "Are you crazy? You can't be suggesting what I think you're suggesting. You want me to ask Richard Eno to teach me?"
By now, Quinn knew to take Vincent's silence as a yes, and honestly, he didn't think it was a bad idea. He asked Eno to teach him a few things. Eno was a vampire who had lived longer than any of the leaders, a vampire original. He was sure to be aware of all the tricks the vampires had come up with when using their blood powers. The problem was the type of person that Eno was. "I'm sure even if he did want to teach me, because I asked him for a favor, he would also want one in return, and based on what the favor is, it might just not be worth it," Quinn thought. Talking to him for a small amount of time was difficult enough, and he couldn't imagine himself as a teacher. A short while later, the rest of the cursed faction finally entered Quinn's room. "What the? I thought our rooms were amazing, but yours is twice as big as ours, and is even fancier. Is that a golden tap?" Nate said excitedly, as he started to play with the tap, expecting something else other than water to come out of it. "Our rooms are nice as well, but it makes sense for Quinn to be treated this way, now that he is a world leader and all," Sam said. Quinn didn't actually notice that his room was any different than the others. He had been used to the simple life so much that he was happy with just a bed, kitchen, and bathroom. He didn't really need anything else. It was a shame that he didn't really have the time to appreciate the luxuries around him. "This isn't the room they usually give me. I think they just put me up here for now," Quinn replied modestly. "Yes, Oscar told me about that," Sam replied. "It looks like our plan worked somewhat. You made quite an impression on those kids, and they have been asking nonstop to see you. Not just because of who you are, but what you did for them. Oscar couldn't just let you stay in the normal teacher dormitories. Now everyone knows you're a world leader." After their little chat, it wasn't long until they got down to business. Inside Quinn's room, there was even a dining table that was large enough to seat them all, and that's where they decided to sit for the time being. In Quinn's room were Sam, Weevil, Linda, Nate, Dennis, Peter, and Fex. In other words, it was all the leaders of the cursed faction that were on Earth at this moment in time. Quinn started to first explain what happened with the Dalkey attack and how he had met Eno beforehand. He didn't see any need to talk about the system, as that was his own business, but he would speak to Logan about it later on. He then went on to talk about what was discussed with Eno when he had asked his 3 questions and also about his request with Syl. The others already knew about Arthur and more, as they had to learn more about the situation from Leo and the others when living in the vampire world. From now on, they had a better understanding of what was going on, and from what they knew about Brock, they were able to put the 2 things together. "I see. Well, that might make things a little difficult with your request," Sam said, as he went on to explain what they had also learnt from Brock, that the Dalkey were after the second half of the Demon Tier Beast, and that it was on the Blade Island. "So you think that Eno is going to want to use Syl to copy Mona's powers and help him move the Demon Tier Beast?" Quinn asked. "Honestly, yes. Otherwise Brock would have never told us about it. From what you have told me, maybe Eno's condition would be to help you only after Syl has helped him," Sam said. Quinn nodded as he understood, but Nate looked around the table and realized he wasn't the only one confused. "Why?" Nate had to ask. "Because of the way Syl's ability was before," Sam answered. "When Rayton and Vorden occupied his head, Syl was only able to use 3 abilities at one time. Controlling a demon-tier beast is something that not even Mona can do. Once Syl copies the ability, he also needs to find other high MC cell users to power up the ability. With 3 abilities, it's a gamble whether or not he can control the demon-tier beast. However, with 6 abilities, it's probably easily done. If Eno brings back Vorden and Rayton, Syl could use his ability to copy 6 abilities, and we'll be back to the 3 the same as before. I'm sure, due to Brock's having lived on the Blade Island, He knows about this as well, and he will use this information and the fact that Quinn wishes to help him against him. Everyone now had a better understanding of what was going on, but there were still many questions on everyone's mind. What happens if Bryce finds out about this? Vex asked. This was something that Quinn hadn't really been concerned about. He was treating the vampire world and the current war with the humans and the Dalki as two different matters. I don't know, Quinn replied. The other half of the demon-tier beast the Dalki are looking for is in the vampire world. I don't even think Bryce and the others know about it, nor that the Dalki are looking for it, and it's the same for Eno. The only one I had told about Eno still being awake was Arthur, and we know what he plans to do. At the moment, we can't protect two places at once, and for now, nothing has happened in the vampire world. Although I don't want to say this if something does happen, we just have to trust that Bryce and the others will be strong enough to fight off whatever attack happens to them, Quinn replied. Even though Quinn was concerned with what Arthur would do, did he really wish to kill all the vampires, including those from the 10th family? If so, maybe he would have to step in and get involved. After the meeting was over, the rest decided to head back to their rooms for a good night's sleep, including Quinn. The next day would be the event where everyone from all over was invited. When the morning sun rose, everyone was dressed in their most formal clothing. They were already woken by the ships that were constantly flying all morning to the new school. Some of them were nervous, others were excited to be meeting people they saw on TV all the time. When everyone was ready, they met up in the hallway and headed towards Quinn's room. Upon entering, however, they found a note that had been left behind. I will be a little late to the event. All of you head on without me. There's something I need to do first. If we turn up without him, I'm sure there will be a lot of people who will be asking us questions nonstop, Linda commented. Quinn will be there, Sam said. Besides, I'm sure it's something important to him. Nearly all of the teachers and important figures were invited to the ceremony, and the students' training would be cut short. Today, after the special announcement was to be made, they would be sent off to join the factions of the different squads in the military. Their training would continue there as they prepared for the fight ahead of them. Right now, though, all the students were to stay in their classrooms where a substitute homeroom teacher would be looking after them. All the students could watch the event and announcement live on TV. An exclusive crew had been allowed to enter, and they would go around talking to guests and interviewing them to broadcast to the entire planet. All of the students were in their seats, patiently waiting and wondering what the event was, but they weren't in the best of minds. It wasn't too long ago that they had just come back from a devastating event. All right, kids, the event should start in the next hour or so. You are allowed to eat snacks during the event, but talking has to be kept to a minimum so everyone can hear, okay? The teacher said. Man, I can't believe we didn't even get to say thank you to Quinn, Swin said. I know, after everything he has done for us, I still don't understand why a world leader would care about our class or kids like us, Venus replied. I think I have an idea, Shiro said. Quinn said that he was like me. He had no ability and was weak. Remember all of his speeches? I don't think that was an act, but you're right. I wish I could at least say thank you. Suddenly, the students started to talk loudly amongst each other as they pointed to the front. What's he doing here? Isn't he meant to be at the event? Before I go off to this god-awful event, I just wanted to say one thing. It really was a joy for me to teach all of you. I wish I could have taught you for longer. I promise I will remember these days for the rest of my life, and I hope you can remember me as well. I know not all of you will join the cursed faction, but it would be great to see your faces again, Quinn said. As quickly as he appeared, he vanished and was off to the grand event. Quinn, wait! You were the best teacher we had, Swin shouted. Seriously, how can you leave without us saying thank you to you properly? Venus said. More of the students shouted as they were truly thankful to Quinn for saving their lives that day. Without him, they all knew the situation would have been devastating. They would never forget him as long as they lived. Thank you, but this won't be the last time I see you. I will return the favor when I join the cursed faction, Shiro said. I look forward to it, Quinn whispered. Despite what Quinn's note had said, the group decided that it might be best if they tried waiting for him at least a little while. They headed to the location that they had been instructed to go to, and up ahead they could see what could only be described as a grand mansion. It was only a short way from the new school that had been built, but was also out of sight, covered by a few of the main buildings. It made people who worked at the school wonder if it had always been there, or if it had been built just for today's event. Regardless, it had a grand finish. The mansion had 2 huge spiraling staircases that would lead up to the balcony on the 2nd floor, which was large enough to fit a few hundred people. On the ground floor, at the entrance, There were pillars laced in a special glowing silver substance, and even had the most beautiful of beast crystals wrapped around them. The dozens of people walking past them were wearing much more glamorous clothing than any of the cursed group, so much so that some of them started to get cold feet, as they felt they didn't belong there. A stone walkway led up to the mansion, and a wide red carpet had been laid out for the attendees. The arriving guests walked in on the red carpet, while hundreds of cameras and video drones were flying through the air, snapping the event. The cursed members knew that no one cared about them coming to this event. It was all about Quinn. They also knew if the cursed faction turned up without him, there would be questions. "What a waste of beast crystals," Peter said, looking disgusted at the ostentatious pillars. "You have a point. We risk our lives fighting beasts so we can create better weapons, not so they can be used as decorations," Weevil added, looking at an obviously rich couple walking past. The woman had a timeless black dress on, and on her ears she donned earrings with a beast crystal on each. In a way, the rarer the beast crystal, someone had shown how much power a certain family had. Powerful beast crystals would go for a lot of money, mainly so they could be turned into weapons. But if someone could purchase them and use them as a fashion accessory, it would show the world how little an expensive beast crystal meant to them. "I don't think we can wait much longer. Most people have arrived, and if none of us enter, then it might be a problem," Sam suggested, and reluctantly they all followed him walking along the red carpet. While doing so, some of the other guests who were also walking started to stare at them. They could see they were trying to guess who they were if it was anyone they recognized. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure it out. "It must be some of the teachers that worked at the school or a captain of a squad," one of them whispered to another. "They could be from the cursed faction. Not many people know what they look like," another replied. While making their way along the red carpet, they spotted two people they did recognize, Bonnie and Void, the two reporters that they had met when facing the demon tier beast. When Sam and the others walked through, Bonnie recognized them immediately and smiled at them before placing a microphone in front of Sam. "Now we are approaching the door. Finally, some high-ranking members from the cursed faction. Please, could you introduce yourselves to those watching at home, and also tell us your role within the cursed faction?" Bonnie asked in her best interview voice. For the first time ever, while Sam stared into the lens of the camera, he froze. It was half because it was unexpected, and half. After all, the cursed faction didn't really give out roles. Everyone kind of just did what they wanted. On top of that, there were a lot of ears listening in. "The leaders of the cursed faction. Where's the leader? I don't see the person named Quinn. He is meant to be here today, right? Of course, Owen and Oscar are at this event too. This is meant to be a gathering of the Earth's strongest powers. The cursed being one of the new powers, they should have arrived before everyone else to make an impression." Listening to all these comments was making Sam stumble even more. That's when Linda decided to step in. "This here is our trusted vice leader of the cursed faction. If Quinn isn't present, then we follow what he tells us to do. Then we have Peter, who is not only the head general, but is in charge of our defenses on the cursed ship. Weevil and I work together in communication with the other factions. We work closely with Helen from the past Daisy faction, who you might have already met before us. We try to make it so that if any of the other factions have a problem, they can talk to us. Finally, Nate is in charge of our hand-to-hand combat division. As you can see, we have brought quite a few of our high-ranking members here because we understand how important this event is," Linda answered proficiently. The others were quite taken aback by Linda's ease in assigning them all roles, but upon reflection, they realized that she had merely summarized what many of them had done for the cursed faction. Although Peter's position was a bit of a stretch, at one point he did protect the ship alone from several attacks. "That's great to hear. A lot of people don't know about the cursed faction since they managed to grow so quickly, but Oscar has said that they helped greatly during the demon tier hunting expedition, and Owen has always spoken great things about your leader, Quinn Talon. I have to ask, will we be seeing him tonight? He hasn't made an appearance yet." Finally, Sam was ready to speak. "He said he would be here, so he will definitely be here. If there is one thing the cursed faction is good at, it's doing what they say they will do. He just has important matters to attend to," Sam said, while walking off, and the others soon followed him. With seemingly everyone having entered the large hall, they could now rest for a little while. The announcement would be made later on, and it was time for everyone to mingle and get to know each other, although it was harder for some. Owen stood next to Oscar, and many were afraid to even get close to the two of them as they talked. Meanwhile, others were talking while looking their way. Bonnie and Void continued to go around interviewing others, asking them questions about what accomplishments they had made and more.
When together, the group was standing awkwardly to the side of the room. They clearly felt like the odd ones out, as everyone seemed to know each other. As for Nate, he was looking at a certain person in particular. He was looking over in Helen's direction. "Hey, you know that she likes Quinn, right? I don't want you to cause drama," Sam said as he spotted Nate staring at her. "No, I'm not looking at her. She brought her two sisters along to this event as well. Is it all right if I go over?" Nate asked. After that, there was meant to be an after-party where there were no cameras. "I think it's fine, but just be careful. Bonnie and Void might come to interview you at any point, and you need to be careful if you answer their questions. Everyone is out to ruin our reputation at the moment. Let's meet back in an hour," Sam suggested, but Nate was already off before Sam had finished speaking. Peter was fine doing nothing, just leaning up against a pillar and looking at everyone. Weevil and Linda were enjoying each other's company. They talked to each other a lot these days, while Sam had plucked up the courage to try and make a few connections. It was important, after all, unless the cursed faction was planning to take over the world, which wasn't Quinn's intention. Sam thought it would be nice to talk to the people they would be working with for the foreseeable future. At the same time, he would keep an eye out for when Quinn arrived, and when Eno did as well. This left Fex on his own, who had managed to spot Samantha trying to grab some appetizers from the waiters walking around, but people were standing in her way. A large man who wasn't paying her any attention had blocked a special seafood dish she was just dying to try. Then suddenly it started to float in the air before it landed in her hand. "What was that you were trying to get?" Fex asked with a warm smile. When Samantha turned to see who it was, she was quite startled. "I knew I might run into him here, but I didn't expect him to come up to me like that," she thought as she started to panic. "Oh, thanks. That's exactly what I was looking for," she replied, and was now trying to make a quick exit from the awkward situation, but she could feel Fex's eyes not moving away from her. There was a reason Fex had approached her, and when the two made eye contact, his eyes started to glow red. "Do you remember what I asked? I said to make sure you didn't tell anyone about what I did back against the Dalki. Now tell me, did you keep our little secret?" Fex asked. "Now, it's not very nice to speak to a lady like that, is it?" a voice said from behind Samantha. Seeing the man's red eyes reflect back at Fex, he knew straight away who this was. "Richard Eno," Fex replied back. Hearing the voice closely behind her, Samantha had no choice but to turn around. For a second, she wanted to thank this person for getting her out of such an awkward situation. But then, when she saw who it was, an older-looking gentleman with a gray ponytail who was largely smiling back at her, she took a step back and immediately went on guard. You were the person who attacked us at the shelter," Samantha said, recognizing the man. "Oh, I thought you didn't like the boy, but when a dangerous situation occurs, you go running to his side. I see what it is. One should be more honest with their feelings, especially since human lives are so short," Eno said. "Besides, I believe I only attacked the man behind you. I never attacked you, and I didn't even get to explain my own position. Anyway, I guess I'll leave you two for now." Eno started to walk around the place, and Samantha was getting ready to stop him. He was a member of Pure, after all, or so Fex claimed. But just as she was about to run, she felt Fex grab her arm. "What are you doing?" "Leave him," Fex said. "He was invited here." At the time, she hadn't really processed what Fex had first said when he had met the man, but now the words became clear. He didn't just say any name. The name that was spoken was the one and only Richard Eno. "Wait, is it true? He's the great scientist known as Richard Eno, the one everyone has been looking for?" Samantha asked. Based on how Quinn said Eno had already revealed himself to Oscar, and the fact that he was here, Fex thought it wasn't really a problem to tell her the truth. "He is," he answered. "I'm sorry," Samantha started off. "I know you told me to keep what you said a secret, but I read the reports about your leader, Quinn Talon. It says he too used a special red aura, and one of the men that were presumed dead was actually still alive and had seen everything as well, so I had no choice but to tell them about it." She was still taking in the fact that the head general, Hardy, was actually the cursed faction leader, Quinn. Hearing this, Fex tutted and kissed his teeth. He planned to wipe her memory before she could say anything else, but if a report already stated that Quinn had used the red aura, then it didn't seem like it would be something he could avoid. "About the other thing, I didn't tell anyone about that. I didn't tell anyone about what was in your flask or what you told me to do," Samantha whispered. "You saved my life, so of course I would keep it a secret. And who cares what strange things you do, if you are helping save our lives?" Although what Samantha said was true, she actually thought there might be more to it. Fex had healed due to her blood and was also able to use a red aura, just like their leader, Quinn Talon. She was afraid that blood was the answer to how they were able to do these things. It could have very well been a cursed faction secret. If she told people this secret, she didn't want to end up disappearing in the middle of the night. She didn't tell anyone about the blood. Maybe it's best if I remove her memories now then.
Richard Eno, you have finally arrived,
a loud, deep, booming voice spoke. For two reasons, everyone turned their heads at hearing the name. The one speaking was Oscar, and his voice tended to carry across the room. The other reason was because of the name that had been mentioned, Richard Eno. Damn, I guess I should leave it for now. She hasn't told anyone yet, but I can clear up the misunderstanding later, Fex thought while he went to where everyone else was standing, for they wanted to listen in on the conversation and have a look at the great Richard Eno. Richard Eno walked over to where Oscar was. He had formal clothing that matched everyone around them, so he didn't look out of place at the party. Richard was unafraid to approach Oscar and Owen when everyone else was, and he did so without hesitation. What was surprising was that the first ones to show respect were both Owen and Oscar, as they both bowed. "You are a difficult man to find," Owen said, lifting up his fan to cover his face as usual. "You have achieved great things for every family, and it's great to finally meet you. When Oscar said he had a surprise guest, I never thought it would be yourself." Not failing to get a scoop, Void and Bunny quickly stopped interviewing Head General Enu, who was in the middle of bragging about his group's achievements, and rushed over to listen in and record the conversation between Eno and the great leaders. It was the first time that anyone had got him on video, so it was an opportunity that they couldn't miss. "If you're not too busy these days, it would be great if we could have a formal meeting at some point. Perhaps you could even stop by some labs of ours," Oscar suggested. "I promise we will do anything to make you feel at home." Owen started to chuckle and gave a glance at Oscar. "You should enjoy the event. There is no need to talk about work. I'm sure looking at the military labs might even bore the great Eno. He is a man that loves seeing new discoveries. There are many things the Greylash family has that haven't been shared with everyone yet, that he might prefer to see." "In due time. I think it would be great to see both of those things, although I'm surprised you don't have more questions for me," Eno replied. Hearing this, one pushy young reporter shouted out from the crowd that had surrounded them all. I have some questions for the camera if you don't mind," Bonnie said. "Bonnie, Richard Eno is a special guest, and I'm sure he has his reasons as to why he has kept himself quiet this whole time. I don't think It's okay," Richard replied with a smile. "I'm sure there are questions people want to ask." By now, all of the cursed members at the party had gathered and were watching what Eno was doing, uncertain of what his aim was. Why accept an interview, Sam thought. Bonnie and Void had come out of the crowd to go closer to the area they were in. When they got closer, Oscar was giving them a stare, while Eno was giving them a giant smile. It felt like she was stuck between a devil and an angel, but she had to get an interview with Richard Eno, no matter what the cost. "You are the great Richard Eno, who helped the human race figure out how to create beast weapons, and even gave us technology such as teleporters and more. They say you are the one of the great heroes of the past war, which is why a lot of people were wondering, just where were you during the Civil War?" Bonnie asked. It was a direct question that not many thought Eno would be happy to answer, but he continued to have a smile on his face, making it look like he didn't mind the question at all. "The world was in a bad place at the time. Although I worked mostly with the military in the past, it was never my intention to be linked with the military. It was just at the time that every one of the other strong families worked for the military. I didn't want to take sides or ruin my relationship with any of the families. At the same time, you have to remember that I am just a scientist, not a fighter. I was afraid for my own life as well. At times, there may be groups who think if we can't have him, then it may be better to kill him. I care about my own life as well, of course." Bonnie had been answered far greater than she had anticipated, and the others thought it made sense as well what he was saying. While he was still here, she had to continue to question him. "Then why the sudden return now? We heard that you had been invited by Head General Oscar. Do you have any plans at the moment?" Bonnie asked. "I am sure a lot of you will find out that Oscar has a serious message for you all that will affect everyone else's lives. As for me, I have decided at the moment I will stay with the cursed faction as I have a close relationship with them," Eno said. This was the type of thing Sam was worried about. The others were already learning that the Green family, one of the strongest non-fighting families, had a close connection with the cursed faction, and now if Eno was to say this, The others would fear that one of the great powers had too much power compared to the others. Even in the past, they would stop corporations from having a monopoly over things. Close relationship with the cursed faction, Bonnie repeated. Do you mind elaborating on what you mean by that? She asked.
Of course, Eno replied. Quinn Talon is my grandson, after all. Wouldn't you consider that a close relationship?
Hearing this, nearly everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. Bonnie didn't even know what to say after that. She had prepared many questions in her head for what to ask next, but had no clue. At that moment, a shadow started to disperse right next to Eno, and Quinn could be seen appearing out of it and holding Eno by the shoulder. What do you think you're doing? Quinn said. A few people in the room thought they might have misheard what Eno had just said, but when looking at each other and sharing their whispers, they came to the realization that they hadn't misheard at all. Not only that, but the cursed faction leader, Quinn Talon, had appeared out of nowhere. Of course, not everyone knew this was Quinn, as his new appearance still had yet to be shared around the world, but two things gave it away. The first was the way Quinn was effortlessly grabbing onto the shoulder of such a wonderful person after the shadows briefly flickered when he had first appeared. Not everyone could do that. Wait, is what he is saying true? The cursed faction actually has a close relationship with the great scientist Richard Eno. Is this why they were able to progress so fast? Maybe that's how they funded themselves to grow so quickly. But I also heard that the Green family were sponsoring the cursed factions as well. It seems like those rumors are true as well. I heard the Green family recently bought out a manufacturing plant, but when I went to do business with them, some of the personnel working there claimed to be from the cursed faction. As for Oscar, he was more stunned than the others, because he knew about Quinn's upbringing. Didn't his parents die in the war? He was also meant to have no known relatives. Wait, Oscar thought, as he remembered one crucial detail. There was something strange about Quinn's bringing up that stood out. It was true that on Quinn's file it claimed him to be an orphan, but he had his own apartment growing up. He was getting financial help from someone during his time at school. They paid for his apartment, food, clothes, and everything else. Could it be that Eno was the person responsible for all those things? And why would Eno need to lie in front of everyone about having a close relationship with Quinn? At that moment, even though Quinn's hand was on Eno's shoulder, he didn't really know what to do. On his way here, after saying goodbye to his students, as soon as he saw the red carpet and floating drones, he activated his shadow cloak skill. Using this skill, Quinn was planning to attend the party, then naturally blend in, canceling the skill and acting as if he was always at the party. When he heard what Eno had said, his instinct kicked in to reveal himself and stop Eno, but now he was unsure of what he wanted to do. "What's wrong, Quinn? Did you want to give your grandfather a hug in front of all these people?" Eno said. "Don't tell me you're shy, that I'm your grandfather, are you?" "This crazy old man, what the hell am I meant to do with him? He's too unpredictable, and he's just making my life harder," Quinn thought, but took a few deep breaths and smiled. "As you can see with his age, this old man has got a few screws missing in his head. I think it might be time for me to put you in a home," Quinn replied. There were gasps and even more from the crowd as people heard Quinn say this. How could someone say this about the genius of their time? What could this person be thinking? On top of that, based on how Quinn was treating this person, it only made it clear that the two of them must have a close relationship. Sam, off to the side, was just shaking his head. If only he could go in there and drag the two of them out, but in a way he was hoping the situation would somehow resolve itself. "Quinn, don't be embarrassed. You see, everyone?" Eno spoke, facing the crowd. "We didn't want to make our relationship clear for a simple reason. For a while we didn't know we were relatives. In fact, Quinn had achieved everything he had built up with the cursed faction even before we knew of our relationship. He was afraid, you see, afraid that if people did find out, they would assume I was the one sponsoring and helping him out this whole time. But that's not true at all. Anyway, let's all continue to enjoy this party," Eno said, lifting a glass that seemingly appeared in his hand like a magic trick. Lifting it up, everyone else in the room lifted their glasses as well, and as they took a drink, he gave a quick wink to Quinn. Seeing this, Quinn really didn't know what Eno's game was, nor what he was planning. He decided maybe it was best for him to leave him alone, and went ahead to join Sam. Didn't he help him get the position to where he is now? Who's he kidding? Eno thought. Obviously, even if Quinn didn't know about it, Richard Eno, being who he was, pulled the strings for him. Now I understand why Oscar let him become one of the world leaders so easily. "Are you still thinking like that? Head General Sachs said, as if he could read Inu's thoughts. "Remember what he did out on the field, how he saved your lives? He is strong, and even with the great scientist Richard Eno's help, I don't think everyone could reach the position that he has done. You have to give the young boy some credit." Bonnie and Void wanted to go ahead and interview Quinn next, but unfortunately they had run out of time, as Oscar had climbed up the stairs and invited Quinn, along with Owen, along with him. The stairs led to a podium that was inside the grand room. Floating drones were hovering in the air, capturing everything, and standing in the center was Oscar, with a serious face, and Owen and Quinn on either side. "I hope everyone has enjoyed the celebration today, and I hope the whole world is celebrating with us, because today there is an announcement that is to be made to the whole world. After I inform everyone of what has happened and what will happen, I want you to continue to party until the night is over," Oscar stated, as a drone moved and zoomed into his face. "I'm sure many of you at home are already aware of what has happened. As some of you have received bad news, others have received calls from their children informing them of the stories. However, I believe that since the day was inevitable, we should celebrate it as a victory." Behind Oscar, a display started to appear, showing a map of the planet Kaladi. "A few days ago, the students were on their first hunting expedition on planet Kaladi. This is when an invasion of 50 Dalki came to attack them." The simulation showed the black pods hitting the planet from out of space and made them realize it was quite real. Those below, who were smiling just seconds ago, stopped drinking their drinks and were listening intently. Not everyone had children, or children who were going through military training, so this was news to them. 50 Dalki. It was the first time a force has been sent out to attack us. Of course, there have been scuffles when fortresses have been found on beast planets before, but this is the first time since the treaty that a force has been dispatched to a beast planet that is unmistakably ours. What was worse, no teleporters and communication devices were responding, so the students were left stranded without help other than the teachers there for support. The others thought rather than a story about a great victory, it was a horror story. They couldn't imagine themselves being in that situation, or what they would do. "Now how is this a victory, you might ask? Because we managed to defeat the force of 50 Dalki with a little over 100 casualties. Their names are inscribed on the school walls and never will be forgotten. The teachers and the students and their families will be looked after." The chatter in the room started once again, as they realized how impressive the victory was. 50 Dalki, yet only 100 or so students died. How was that possible in the situation they were in? "There is one person we must thank more than any other, and that is Head General Quinn Talon, the leader of the cursed faction," Oscar announced, pointing towards Quinn, as military perusal came up and placed a medal over his head. On the cursed ship itself, nearly every room was watching the broadcast, and as soon as they heard his name, they were cheering for their leader. It was the same for those on the planets that the cursed faction owned. They knew how well they were treated, and it was all thanks to this person. Lastly, the students in Quinn's class couldn't help but shout at the top of their lungs at the screen. Even the substitute teacher was blown away at how passionate the students were. "A lot of you may not know this, but some of you at home do. Quinn Talon was a teacher at our school, and I am thankful that he was there at the time. Without him, there would have been many more casualties. Alone, he managed to defeat over half of the oncoming force, and I know he did everything in his power to protect the students." Regardless of the opinions that were being held at the time in that room against the cursed faction, they couldn't help but congratulate this person, who was practically a stranger to them. They all started to clap and looked up at the young boy. His achievement was not something many could have done. "Today is a celebration for the human race, for we have achieved victory over the first Dalki attack, and it might be the last one we have in a while. Because after today, I will declare that the whole world, the whole human race, is now in the middle of the second war with the Dalki race." The announcement had spread that war had finally been declared. It was something everyone knew was just over the horizon. It felt so close, yet at the same time so far away. Constant mentions of tensions brewing between the two sides, of small scuffles with the Dalki here and there. Everyone had been on edge for so long waiting to hear this news, which was why it was such a big deal for everyone to finally hear those words. Now that war had been declared, the day after, everything would move into motion. On every planet that the humans owned, the shelters would be on high alert. Drills after drills of what the military and factions were to do if an attack happened would now be practiced on a daily basis rather than once in a while. And of course, All of them had to be prepared to attack and be on the attack whenever possible. Today was the last day of peace for everyone as they knew it. After dropping quite the bombshell on the whole world, Oscar went on to explain what the military had been doing in the meantime and how they planned to win this war this time. They had attempted to contact the Dalki like they would with any other attack, but there was no response at all. In the meantime, they would be on the defensive while looking for opportunities to attack where and when they could. What Oscar didn't mention was the main reason why they were on the defensive. This was due to the most recent attack, where they had found many two-spiked Dalkis in their forces. Based on this, it was assumed the Dalki hadn't attacked with the full strength of their force during the First War, but Oscar wanted to encourage everyone and would keep these worries to a select few people. Once the announcement was all done, Quinn was descending from the staircase. It would soon be time for the cameras to be turned off, but before that, Bonnie and Void would be able to broadcast people's reactions to the news that they had just heard, and she aimed to grab the person who was currently the center of attention. "Quinn, would you mind me asking a few questions?" Bonnie said, bombarding him at the bottom of the staircase. "The medal around your chest is the same medal that was given to the people deemed the heroes of the First War. It's quite an accomplishment to receive that right off the bat at the start of the Second War. Could you please explain to us how you feel about receiving such a thing, and how you managed to kill so many of the opposing Dalki?" Bonnie asked. Quinn didn't reply straight away, but he had stopped. It was at this point that Bonnie was able to see how much he had changed since the last time they had met. For some reason, every time she met him, he looked more handsome. Last time, something had urged her forward to kiss him out of the blue, but this time her heart was beating quite loudly on its own. After hearing no reply for so long, Bonnie decided to order Void to place the camera down, and she approached him gently. "Quinn, are you okay? Sorry if I asked something that brought up bad memories. I was just trying to do my job," she said. Still not answering now, Bonnie was feeling a little bad. "Let's just forget about the question, okay? I hope we can meet at the after-party." At that moment, Bonnie could see another female approaching Quinn and giving him quite a slap on the back. "Answer the cute girl," Helen said. "Don't worry, this one isn't used to all this stuff. You have to remember it's a lot to deal with, someone who is his age." Bonnie had almost forgotten, due to Quinn's appearance as a young middle-aged man, that he was actually a young adult who had just turned 18. Of course, this was a lot for anyone to take in. "About your question," Quinn finally answered. "How do I feel about it all?" Quinn lifted up the medal around his neck and pulled on it, breaking the strap. It was gold in color, a rarer material than ever nowadays. Grasping it in his hand, he started to squeeze on it until the edge began to bend inwards, and finally he crushed the entire medal in his hands. Some of the people who were nearby and witnessed him doing this were quite shocked. It was a reward of honor. It was something that everyone in the military greatly respected. "How many of these do I have to get? How many of these do I have to get to bring all those that died back to life?" Quinn asked. But of course, Bonnie didn't have an answer. As things were getting interesting again, Void turned on the camera and zoomed into the crushed metal in his hand, and then back to Quinn's face, which was one not quite of anger, but not quite sadness either. "The only thing I wish I could have done was save more lives," Quinn said, leaving the room, and Helen followed after him. Walking through the crowds of people, they started to make their way to the exit, and soon those in the cursed faction joined Quinn as well to walk out of the place. "Hey, wait! Aren't you going to attend the after-party?" Bonnie shouted. Sam, who was at the very back, turned to everyone. "I'm very sorry, but the cursed faction has to make preparations for the announcement that has just been made. I'm afraid we won't be joining the after-party." Soon after, Ino joined the back of the group as well. Those in the room were unable to hear what Quinn had said, and thought the cursed faction was now quite arrogant, having thrown their reward given to him like so, treating it like it was nothing. However, those who had watched the show and had battled alongside those who had lost loved ones knew exactly what Quinn was going through at the moment. At that moment, no amount of rewards would change how he was feeling. With war happening, Quinn wanted to improve so the same thing wouldn't happen again. What Sam said was true as well. He needed to organize the cursed faction well, including the 3 platoons that would be given to him by Oscar to command. They had quite a large force and many people in Sam's hands. The pressure was already getting to him a bit. While flying through space and heading back to the cursed ship, everyone noticed that Quinn's mood was quite somber, and what was worse, Ino wasn't talking to anyone or saying anything to Quinn either. It was like they had made a pact to not talk to each other. So is Ino really his grandpa, or was that just some kind of act? Helen asked Sam, who was at the front of the ship looking out into space. I believe it's quite complicated. I don't even think they know what their relationship is quite like, Sam replied. It was a long and tiring trip, and while the others were sleeping, Sam decided to watch the recorded events back to see how they were portrayed. Bonnie had asked many large figures what they thought of the cursed faction, and some of them gave quite political answers. It seemed like all they had done so far was sit on the fence, neither saying negative nor positive things about them, whereas before they were outright against the cursed faction. Still, some still seemed to hate them. People didn't like change, and the cursed faction was doing a lot of that. What was most important to Sam, though, was how Ino and Quinn had come across when the two of them were arguing, and when Quinn had crunched up the metal. Judging by the comments from the video he was watching, it was mixed. Some people agreed with Quinn's remarks, while others merely thought he was being unappreciative. I'm glad that the microphone was able to pick up what he said, otherwise that would have been another PR disaster, Sam thought. Eventually, after setting it to autopilot and swapping out with Helen, they were able to get some sleep, and after a short while they arrived. The first one to stand by the exit of the ship was Ino, and no one wanted to step in front of him either. It just felt awkward, and even more awkward, he was already acting like he owned the whole place. Once the railing had gone down to the floor, Ino took a step onto the cursed ship for the first time. All right, let's go and fix this, Sill boy, you were talking about earlier. You kept your side of the deal, so I will do mine as well. When they got off the ship, some of the others thought they might have some time to rest. Even though they had slept on the ship, it wasn't the same. Their bodies were sore and their minds still weren't prepared for what was about to happen. However, Ino seemed ready for action as soon as they had landed. Do not worry, you guys can relax for a bit. I can take care of Ino while he is here, Quinn said. Besides, I'm sure the rest of you have some important things to do. We don't all need to be keeping an eye on him 24/7. Although Quinn said this, a lot of them felt too uncomfortable leaving a stranger on the cursed ship, especially one that was a vampire. However, whatever Quinn wanted, they would do so, and Quinn was right. They did all have their own things to do. Now that war had started, some wanted to contact their parents and get them to move from whatever planet they were on and have them come on board the cursed ship, where they believed it was the safest place for them to be. Correction, you don't need to keep an eye on me at all. I won't cause the crew any trouble. I want everyone to do things as they would do if I wasn't here. Remember, I am here to observe just how great the cursed faction is. I don't want you to put on an act, Ino said. Sam gave Quinn another look, trying to see if he was really okay with leaving the two of them alone. Ino had not exactly been staying out of trouble, but was being nothing but trouble so far. It's easier this way, and I wanted to get straight down to business, Quinn replied. I had my rest at school, so don't worry too much about me. Even though Quinn reassured him, Sam was worried. Also, what type of rest was Quinn even talking about? While at school, he had run into so many troubles and even was in the middle of a fight with deadly Dalkey. If anything, he should be the most tired out of all of them. Still, Sam couldn't babysit Ino all the time, and there probably weren't many on the ship that could either, so he thought this might actually be the best course of action if he and Quinn were together all the time. I just hope those two don't get into some type of huge argument, Sam thought, leaving the two on their own. As the group split off to do their own thing, Quinn went ahead to look for Sill, getting straight down to business. I wonder how Sill has been since he was sent back, Quinn thought. Remembering that he was a bit unstable, it was the only thing he could do at the time. However, while on his way to the school center on the ship, where he thought Sill would be, he could see a small boy running towards them, out of breath. He had his hands on his knees and was gasping for air. It was clear the person didn't do much physical activity often. You're Ino, the boy said, lifting his head, and Quinn could see that the person whom he thought was a young boy was actually Logan. Ah, I know you. You are the one from the Green family, correct? Brock has been keeping quite the eye on you, and your development has been exceptional, Ino said, looking at the boy with a smile, but Logan wasn't smiling back. Now that Logan was looking up at him, the person he had been looking for this whole time, he had frozen. His mouth was twitching, but the questions just wouldn't come out, until he eventually said a few words. My parents, did you kill them? Logan eventually managed to stutter out. Ino then knelt down to eye level with Logan and looked him in the eye. Tell me, if I said I did, what would you do? Ino taunted him. Quinn knew all about the situation with Logan's family, their past and their history with vampires. He was now wondering what the hell Ino was doing, saying these words. What happened next, Quinn didn't expect at all. Logan swung his right hand out. It was his new Dalkey hand that was encased in a special metallic material to cover it up. However, as soon as Quinn saw the movement from Logan, he didn't know why, but he had moved forward. His body stepped in front of Ino, and he had blocked the attack, lifting up both his hands to do so. Damn, this hit is heavy. It really does feel like I'm getting hit by the Dalkey, Quinn thought, but had successfully protected Ino. What are you doing, Quinn? After everything I have done to help you, Logan shouted. Why are you getting in my way? Didn't you say you would help me? Honestly, Quinn didn't even know what he was doing. When he saw Logan attack, he felt like he should have stopped it, and he did. Logan, think about it. This isn't like you at all. You never usually act on emotion, but probability, correct? So think about it. What are the chances that Ino is really the one that killed your parents? Can you be 100% sure it's him? He asked. I can answer that for you, Ino said, putting his hand on Quinn's shoulder. Thanks for taking that hit for me. It would have left quite a bruise if you hadn't. I didn't realize you cared for me that much. Hearing this, Quinn wished he had just let Logan punch him up a couple of times before stepping in to stop him. I didn't kill your parents. The Green family has been supporting me during my entire lifetime, I'm sure you know. I was the one that had given them their power, and in return they were to help me. Now Logan was sure of it. This man really was Ino, because he would be the only one that knew about this fact. Unless, of course, Quinn had told him, but why would he have done that? I am deeply sorry for what happened to them. I should have kept a better eye on them. Both your parents were smart people. I'm sure they knew they were in trouble. I thought if they did, they would have tried to seek me out before anything had happened, but for some reason they never did. Hearing this as an answer, Logan stood there, not really knowing how to feel. This was the person his parents had told him to seek if he was in trouble, but now that he had finally met him, the only word he could say is sorry. What did I really expect, though? Logan started to think. That he would bring them back? Was I hoping he was my parents' killer so I could exact revenge? It was then that Logan realized he didn't really know the answer he was looking for. This whole time he was just following his parents' wishes and directing his anger at Ino, but now he was completely lost. No, I can't just take what this person says as the truth. We know nothing about him. My parents might have trusted him, but they are dead because they did. I will learn and find out everything about him, Logan thought, as he turned around and could see him walking ahead. Logan, if you need to speak any time, please come and see me, Quinn said. I am always on your side, and I have never forgotten how much you have helped me. No matter how busy I am, there will always be time for you, Quinn said. Walking ahead, Logan wiped his face. He wasn't sure if he had shed tears or not, but did so out of reaction. Wait, Quinn, Logan shouted. I'm coming with you, just for the time being. I also need to make sure it's 100% not this man, and if it is, I will be sure to let you know first, Logan said. He would not make the same mistakes his parents did of trusting this man, or putting the lives of his friends in the hands of this man. Following behind, the three of them continued to walk forward, and finally entered the classroom where Borden could be seen with the kids. Along with another person Quinn didn't quite recognize, but they were busy teaching the kids math. Well, I am glad they found someone normal to teach them, Quinn thought. They saw Brock sitting at the back of the class in a seat with his arms folded. He was still wearing his butler uniform, and next to him, sitting at the very back, was Syl. He sat upright, but his eyes didn't seem to be focusing on the lesson at all. They looked a little hollow. As soon as Ino entered the room, Brock shot up like a rocket and gave a bow. Master, it is a relief to see you in such good health, Brock said. At the same time, for a second, Syl's eyes lit up as he saw Quinn, but soon they seemed to die down again, as if he was lost in his own head. It felt like not even he could cheer up or get through to Syl anymore. Did going to school really make him worse? I guess it was going to school and then taking him out of it. After exiting the room, Borden had decided to come along with them, and instead of looking at Syl, Ino's eyes couldn't stop looking at the short man who had hopped on top of Logan's shoulder. Hey, why does that man keep staring at me? Borden whispered inside Logan's ear. It's because of you, Ino said, not taking his eyes off Borden. You should be dead, Ino said. Everyone standing in the hallway just outside the kids' classroom had a knee-jerk reaction to what Ino had just said. Apart from Brock, that was, who kept his hands behind his back and was just keeping an eye on everyone's movements. Hey,
"Who the hell is this guy saying I should be dead?" Borden said. He was so angry that he had jumped up and down on Logan's shoulder, but was careful not to use his strength. Honestly, he wasn't the only one upset by the words. Syl had a brief reaction, as did Logan. For Quinn, he was starting to get used to Eno just saying what was on his mind without thinking of the consequences. And he was also starting to think his words weren't so serious, that he was just trying to stir up trouble in the cursed faction. Quinn would have responded as well, and not in a subdued manner either, if he truly believed what he said to be true, and Eno was someone else. Borden had been a great help in saving Fex, helping on the Blade Island to save Syl and even himself. Quinn owed Borden a lot, and for someone to insult him in front of him, that wasn't on. "Quinn," Vincent called out to him, "you might already know this since you haven't said anything, but I believe that Eno is trying to test the cursed faction's bond. Your group has come together in strange ways, and hasn't exactly been together long. Maybe he's trying to test your group." Even if this was true, Quinn thought this wasn't the right way to go about it. He did say he would just be observing for a while, but he certainly didn't mention anything about causing friction on the ship. "I'm just saying what will eventually happen to him," Eno replied. "The Dalki race is something that needs to be exterminated at all costs. If you knew what I knew, I'm sure you would all be thinking the same way. Not a single one of them can live, and that includes this one." He pointed at Borden. "I'm actually surprised you could even have a Dalki on board this ship. How do you trust him?" After hearing what Vincent had said, Quinn managed to keep himself quite calm. After observing his actions, it really did seem like Eno was only doing this to ruffle up some feathers. "Also, why don't you just tell me what you know about the Dalki then?" Quinn thought. "Shut up!" Syl shouted. "Who are you? Why would you say that to him? Borden is like a brother to me," Syl shouted. It was surprising, but it was actually the first time Syl had spoken since he had gotten back to the cursed ship from the school. Before being sent to school, there were two people that Syl could interact with, one of them being Quinn, and the other one being Borden. "Eno, how can you even question our group when you know nothing about us?" Logan said. "You might think you know everything due to watching us from behind the scenes, but not everything can be sorted into groups and piles of information." Syl had stepped forward, and looked like he was about to do something he may regret later, but before he could, Brock had stopped him. "I understand how you feel, young master," Brock said, speaking to Syl. "However, Eno was just pointing out a decision that you might have to come across in the future. Of course, you will have to face the decision, and he is not forcing this decision upon you, only prompting you to think." Brock tried to explain and be the moderator in the midst of it all. However, Brock's words seemed to fall on deaf ears, as Syl was still breathing heavily. Seeing this, Quinn thought he was about to act out, and who knew what abilities he had and didn't have at this moment. "Syl, this man might be able to bring back Vorden and Rayton," Quinn eventually said. Out of all the things, this had gotten through to Syl the most. His heavy breathing had stopped, and he looked at the man differently. "Really?" Syl spoke quietly. Even Borden, who was still angry at Eno, was happy that perhaps the one who he deemed as his real brother could be returning. There was silence among the whole group as they moved from the hall to one of the training rooms. There were a few people inside, and when Quinn entered, they all congratulated him. Quinn asked them nicely to leave the room for the time being, and of course, they obliged, heading to one of the other rooms. The boys were all standing next to Syl, checking if he was okay, and he seemed to be, as he continued to stare at Eno. Eno and Brock appeared to be discussing something together once in the room. Quinn found it strange that while looking at the two of them, he couldn't hear what they were saying. He didn't realize it at first because they were standing quite far away and seemed to be whispering. In the past, even if people were whispering, Quinn's sensitive ears should have been able to pick it up, but he couldn't. "Is this a type of skill or something to do with Eno?" Quinn thought. After their discussion had ended, Eno walked up to the rest of the group along with Brock, who was by his side. "Brock has explained to me and caught me up with what was happened. I already knew some of your situations, but now I understand them a bit more. Still, I'm sure Brock has already explained to your group what we wish Syl to do." This was what Quinn and the others had expected Eno to do. He needed Syl and his ability to move the demon-tier beasts, and he wouldn't bring back Rayton and Vorden until Syl did his task for him. "Because of this, I want Syl to first agree to help us with our task. I don't want to force the boy, and I am a fair person. A favor for a favor," Eno said. This came as a surprise. Quinn hadn't expected this, but he was a bit annoyed. Wasn't this his favor to help Syl?
and now he was getting Syl to do another favor for him in return. Before Syl could even voice his concern, though, Syl had nodded immediately. "I will go through anything to bring them both back," Syl agreed. Still, it was unclear if Ino would keep his side of the bargain after Syl had done the favor. "Now, just be patient. I just need to touch your head for a second," Ino said as he walked forward. Quinn found this a bit weird, but didn't think much would happen. "Quinn, I think that's the real Ino that is on board the ship right now," Vincent subtly said. "What do you mean?" Quinn thought. Due to Ino claiming that the one he was speaking to before in the desert wasn't the real Ino, Quinn assumed this one wasn't the real one either. "Because right now, by touching Vorden's head, he is activating part of his ability," Vincent replied. A few seconds later, Ino had let go of Syl's head and had a concerned look on his face. "Is that it?" Syl said, in an excited voice. "Are they back? Vorden? Raiden?" he called out, but he couldn't hear or see anything. "It won't be that easy," Ino replied. "The conditions to bring back the other two are a little difficult," Ino explained. "I will present to you two options to bring your friends back, and it is up to you which one you choose. Many of you may not know this, but I will let you in on a little secret. The abilities that humans have learned, nearly all of them in our current world, have descended from one thing, a giant stone tablet. I have investigated this tablet, and I'm not sure how it really works, but when it finds someone suitable and deems it necessary, the ability will be passed on to a human. When one dies with their ability, it returns back to the tablet and will only leave once again once it finds someone suitable. If the tablet still has not found someone, then the ability could very well be in the tablet. If so, then I will be able to give it to someone with no ability. For this to work, though, you would first need to go to the tablet, and second, find someone with no ability. I did the same thing for the Green family long ago, so I have done this before," Ino stated. Quinn knew what the problem was straight away. The tablet was on the Blade Island, and they didn't know if the Hillston family still occupied it, or if the dragon was there. While there, it was most likely Ino would want them to move the dragon first. "I'm sure you already know the problems with this by the looks on your faces, and now I actually plan to bring back the other two before asking Syl to complete my request. After all, what if I was to fail?" Ino stated. Did he just say to bring them back before Syl was to help him with his request? "Wait, Ino," Quinn said. "I'm sure you know this, and I don't want to stop you from helping Syl, but I also don't want you to bite us back later. When Raiden and Vorden were in Syl's mind, he was only able to copy 3 abilities at a time. It wouldn't be enough to move the demon-tier beast." Syl thought about this as well, and so did the others, which was why they thought that Syl would have to complete his favor first. "Who said I would be bringing them back into Syl's mind?" Ino answered. If Ino was planning to bring back Vorden and Raiden, and not by bringing them back into Syl's mind, Quinn and the others were starting to think of what Ino was exactly planning to do. That's when it hit them that maybe Ino already had something in mind. After talking to Fex and learning of what happened to Inu and the others before Quinn had arrived at the desert that day, Quinn noticed that, as Ino had predicted, each of them had been confronted by 3 individuals who shared his appearance. At first, Quinn thought maybe they were using an ability of some sort, but it seemed to be something beyond that. Does that mean that Ino can create clones, or something similar to his ability? Quinn thought. It certainly wasn't out of the realm of possibility. After all, Vorden was created, and he was nearly an identical copy of Vorden before he transformed into a Dalki and used up all his power. Quinn never learned exactly how the vampires made the blood replacement, but when using his inspection skill, he found that a lot of the blood was sourced from the same people as when the Dalki were created in an effort to find a replacement for their blood source issue. Thinking about it led him to another thought. At one point in time, when Quinn was trapped in one of the labs that he assumed was owned by Ino, there were human body parts that were used to feed the Wendigos. When they went up through the caves above, they discovered a large glass container which contained countless human bodies, yet all of them looked similar to each other. Were they all clones as well? Quinn thought. Is that how the vampires are able to get a constant blood supply without having to rely on humans anymore? This in itself was a scary thought, and Quinn thought surely there had to be a downside to using clones that Ino was perhaps not telling him about, just like there was a problem with the Dalki. Are you talking about creating bodies for the 2 of them? Logan was the only one who eventually asked, thinking along the same lines as Quinn. That is certainly one option, but if you were to obtain the ability, you wouldn't even need to do that. You would just need to have 2 empty bodies prepared, or they don't even have to be empty. Just move their minds to somewhere else and place the others in the other bodies instead. Although bear in mind that the new body's cells would be different. So if you wanted them to have the same ability as before, they would have to have no abilities or have already learned the abilities, Ino explained. Quinn didn't know why, but going down this path seemed like quite a dark one, and it just sounded like there were too many risks on top of risks. Essentially, in the first place, they would need at least 3 people, possibly 5. One person would obtain the mind-swapping ability, and then 2 bodies to move Vorden and Rayton into, while moving the other minds out of that body. "Wait a second," Quinn said. "Earlier you said that there were 2 options. What about the second option?"
"The first option is less difficult for me, because it doesn't require me to use much of my skills. But the second option isn't simple either. There is actually no need to obtain the ability at all. If Rayton and Vorden are still in Sill, I can use my power to transfer them both out. However, with my ability, there is a cost, and that cost is either 2 demigod-tier beast crystals or another demon-tier beast crystal," said Ino. "But even if we don't have someone learn the ability, does that mean you would have to prepare 2 bodies for them to be transferred into?" Quinn asked.
"Correct,"
Ino replied. After learning the 2 options, if they wanted to attempt to solve the problem quickly, the first option was a good one for them. However, they needed someone to learn the ability from the tablet, but who would be loyal enough to help them and had no ability? It was rare for adults, apart from those from Pure, to not have an ability. Then a certain student came into his mind. "Shiro, but could I really do that to him? I could always give him the option." Even if Shiro accepted Quinn's request, he didn't want to force it upon him. On top of that, there was still the problem of where the tablet was. It was on the Blade Island, and there was a huge risk that the blades were still there. "Let me think about this for a little while," Quinn said. It was getting late, and it was a decision that needed to be slept on. "If you speak to Sam, I'm sure he will have a room and a place for you to rest for the night," Quinn said, and both Brock and Ino were ready to head off, but before they left the room, Ino turned around to say one last thing.
"Quinn, I am a man of my word. I understand that your favor has turned into Sill's favor, so feel free to ask me for anything that you might need,"
Ino said, leaving the room. "Quinn, do you really trust him? I know you were thinking what I was thinking," Logan said. "It seems like Ino could also create clones. We're not sure how this works, and I'm also not sure if Ino plans to include this in his deal to help Sill, or if we requested bodies from him, he would ask for something else. I'll take a look into what I can do in terms of that situation as well, but it might be best that I head back to the vampire world to find out more at the lab," Logan suggested. "No, I don't want you to go to the vampire world for the time being. Not without me anyway," Quinn replied. "Not when the Dalkey War has already started. I'm sure that Arthur is planning to make his move, and I don't want anyone to be caught up in the middle of that. I think for now we shouldn't worry about the bodies that are required. I'll ask Sam to see if he can send a scout team to the Blade Island to see if the blades are still there. For now, I think we should get everything that is needed to set up the transfer, and then we can decide. Besides, even if we don't use the demon tier or demigod beast crystals, we can still use them for other things, so it won't be a waste of our time, and we will need to check out the Blade Island anyway if Ino is planning to use Sill to move the beast." Looking at Sill, Quinn could tell he was frustrated, an impatient person that just wanted to bring Rayton and Vorden back. He was quite surprised that Sill didn't say anything during the whole conversation, but Quinn knew what Sill was like. If it was for Vorden and Rayton, he would do anything, which meant he didn't care about the lives or bodies of the people Rayton and Vorden would live in if he got to see them again. "Sill, you just need to wait a little longer. We need to make sure that Vorden and Rayton can return safe and sound," said Quinn. "If we get the ability, then we don't have to worry too much. We can always keep moving them." When Quinn said this, something struck him. There was a third option that Ino didn't think was possible, something that didn't require extra bodies and would keep Sill's powers. "But will it work? I just hope Vorden and Rayton don't mind what I'm thinking of doing," Quinn thought. For now, Quinn wanted to act without Ino knowing what he had planned. That way he couldn't play any of his games on him. At the same time, choosing either of the options relied on Ino quite a bit, which Quinn didn't like. Still, for his new plan to work, there were many moving parts he would have to do himself, and he also needed to check if it was possible. He and Logan would have to work closely on this one, while making it seem like Quinn had chosen one of the options for now. As for Ino, he had been left to his own devices, allowing him to travel around the cursed ship along with his friend Brock. Although the relationship between the two still wasn't clear, the cursed leaders, apart from Megan, who was still in the dark about the other's secrets, were to keep an eye on Ino when they could. Although ever since the broadcast, everywhere Ino went, it was hard to not know where he was, for even the cursed faction members wanted to talk to him and knew who he was. He had asked basic questions about the cursed faction to the regular crew members on board, like when they joined and what they thought of the group. It didn't seem like he was stirring up trouble, like with the main leaders. After so much observing, they found out that Ino was really doing what he said, just wandering around and observing. Quinn couldn't stay with him forever, so it was deemed fine to leave him alone. Of course, one of the only reasons this was allowed was because of Logan, who had access to the cameras around the cursed ship, and also had one of his small spiders following Ino at all times. But he wasn't an idiot. He knew most likely that Ino and Brock had an idea they were being followed and could turn off or interfere with his equipment. Ino was one of the few intelligent individuals who could actually disagree with Logan, but if anything odd did happen, that would also be a sign, and Quinn would be alerted right away. Currently, Logan, while working away on what Quinn had tasked him with, was watching what Ino was doing. The pair of goggles he would usually wear over his eyes while he did work were showing a video feed that allowed Logan to see everything in the top left-hand corner. At the same time, he could concentrate on doing his work, and through his ability, the spider would inform him if it thought it had seen anything suspicious as well, in case there were a few things he had missed. As for what Ino was doing at this very moment, he had entered a training room that was producing noise even through the soundproof rooms. It was also clear that the other members of the cursed faction were avoiding the room, so naturally Ino was interested. When he entered the room along with Brock, the sound of constant clashes could be heard even clearer now, and in the training room, sparks were flying off while two swords were doing battle. "Did you sense them?" Leo asked, as he continued his strike, and it was blocked by Erin. "Of course," she shouted back, trying to swing a heavy strike of her own, but she was tired and overextended, allowing her body weight to shift for a brief second. Leo used this to move in and gave Erin a shoulder barge as she came in, knocking her to the ground. Both of them were completely covered in sweat. For vampires, this was incredibly rare, as it took a lot for them to regenerate based on how large their stamina was. Even when training, hardly anyone pushed their bodies to this point. "Let's stop for now," Leo said. It wasn't clear because their tank was empty, but he just didn't like the fact that the guests were watching their every move, and Leo and Erin had some secrets they didn't want to particularly share with outsiders. "Oh, you two don't have to stop just because we came in. It was just getting good," Ino said with a smile. As the fight ended as well, Erin's hair started to change back from the black color, going back to its original blonde. This was something that she had eventually learned to control based on who she was around at the moment. However, when battling using a certain strength, it would change to black. Ino looked at this, and it looked as if he wanted to say something but had decided not to. "Brock," Leo called out, "is this the master that you spoke of before?" "It is," Brock replied. Leo started to walk up to the two of them and was cautious, while Erin followed from behind. "Although the two of us have not met, I hope I am not being rude by requesting this," Leo bowed. "I was hoping you could help me with some information," Leo asked, looking towards Ino. "Ah, yes. Brock did inform me that someone was quite interested in Pure. I assumed that you would be the one, but you must not know me very well, and if you don't, you will be. I only tell people what I wish, if they are to do me a favor or have something that I want in return, an equivalent exchange. Information on the Pure Leader's appearance is very valuable information, which means you would owe me quite a big favor," Ino said with a smile, "so I would be happy to tell you as long as you comply with one of my requests." When looking at Ino, something was sending goosebumps inside Erin's body. She didn't like this person. She had felt this way when seeing someone else from the vampire world, which was Bryce. Someone who didn't seem like an outright bad person, but that didn't mean they weren't a bad person. "I'm sorry to hear that, but then I must decline," Leo replied. "If it is information worth making a deal over, then perhaps I shouldn't know about it in the first place." Brock could tell that his master was quite surprised by this person's response. It was clear that Leo was very interested in knowing who the Pure Leader was, but then why wouldn't he attempt to make a deal? "Maybe you can help me with another thing," Leo said. "Perhaps you could inform me and tell me, who do you think is stronger? Surely you must know the Pure Leader's strength." "I would say I have a pretty good idea, but I do not know your strength, so I would be unable to find out that answer," Ino replied.
After that, Leo didn't say anything else and just decided to walk past Ino with Aaron following behind him, leaving the room. For a second, Ino was left there in his own thoughts, thinking about what just happened. It followed him into his room and followed him everywhere, not noticing anything out of the ordinary, and Ino had gone to sleep. Another person in the hallway, who resembled Ino exactly, was standing in front of a particular door. "The green boy is suspicious of me, but I don't blame him. He is doing well, and this is how he should act. However, he is unaware of what I can do, and that is where he will fail." He seemed to enter the room, but he was silent, walking towards the bed. The person's blonde hair could be seen trailing off her bed. "A damp here is no one's friend. It might be better off to kill her now before she causes more trouble for everyone," Ino thought. Taking a step forward, his hand was glowing red, and his eyes were at the same time, but he stopped, almost hesitating about what to do. "Should I really interfere? Quinn has surrounded himself with a group of people who have helped the cursed faction succeed. This may ruin everything." Letting the red aura go, Ino turned around, only to have a blade pointed towards his neck, and the one holding the sword was the bald, blind man he had seen earlier. "Maybe we will find out the answer to my question." "I have to ask," Ino said. "How did you know I would be here?" With the blade pointed an inch away from Ino's neck, he seemed pretty calm, and it didn't look like he was fazed at all. Leo could tell this as well, judging by his aura. "Was that a question?" Leo asked. "I thought you only answered questions if you got something in return. Although you seem to be quite calm, I can see more than others ever could with their eyes, which is unfortunate for you. For a brief moment, perhaps you didn't react, but your aura did when you saw Aaron's hair color change. It is my duty to look after those in the cursed family. You have the right attitude to be a vampire knight. If you were a real vampire, everyone would be fighting to have you as their knight," Ino said. "It looks like Quinn has found a good one, but my question wasn't directed towards you." At that moment, shadows started to disperse, and another person was seen present in the room, and that was Quinn. He had been in the room from the very beginning and was ready to jump in to save Aaron at any moment, but what had surprised him was Leo being there as well. "Coming from someone who made those comments about Borden, I don't see why you wouldn't feel a similar way about Aaron either. Besides, for someone who had put me through a pretty cruel test, do you think I would trust you on the ship so easily?" Quinn said. It was at that moment that Ino realized that Quinn wasn't as naive as he thought. He had given him an illusion that he was free to do as he wished, while continuing to follow him. "Congratulations. But what will you be doing to me now then, seeing as I attempted to kill one of your precious members? Don't you still need me?" Ino said. At this point, Quinn was sure that Ino was trying to get him to act out for some reason, and even Ino was wondering why Quinn was so calm, even though one of his friends had nearly just been killed. He looked over at Aaron, who appeared to be sleeping away, even through all of their talking. She was either quite a deep sleeper or exhausted. "What's the point of getting angry at you?" Quinn said. "After all, you're not the real Ino, right?" Ino's eyes widened. "How did he know? I'm sure he couldn't tell the difference before. How was he able to catch on so quickly?" Ino thought. Even Leo wasn't sure how Quinn knew. The aura that Leo was sensing now and the one from before were identical to the one he had met earlier today, unless even from back then it had been the fake Ino as well. The truth was, Quinn didn't know. The person who had informed him was Vincent. He was the real person who was able to tell which one was the real Ino and which one was the fake. It was all based on the action he had seen partake with Syl. Vincent couldn't quite explain it, but what was clear was that the clones didn't have the same ability as Ino. Even if they were vampires and could use blood skills, they didn't have the equivalent exchange ability, and this was what tipped Vincent off. "Well then, I guess it wouldn't be a problem if my blade were to pierce through his neck," Leo said casually. Hearing Leo say these words were even enough to scare Quinn a little. He had never seen him so aggressive, but lately, Quinn hadn't even had the chance to catch up with Leo. At the moment, he seemed to be on edge far more than usual. "Let's see you try," Ino suddenly said, stepping forward, having encased blood around the tip of the blade. Even with Leo pushing his sword forward, a stream of blood hardened around it, and it was unable to do anything. The next second, Ino lifted his hand. Controlling the blood around the blade, he lifted the sword up and away from him. However, a few seconds later, and using the second stage of Ki, Leo was able to surround his blade and take the blood off to attempt to attack again. "Interesting. No wonder you are so interested in Pure. You share the same power as them," Ino said. soon covering both of his fists in spirals of blood. When Leo went to attack again, the spiral flattened out like a shield, blocking the attack, and even with Ki disrupting the flow of blood, the shield would constantly regenerate itself, holding the sword in place as it spun around. With his other hand free, Ino attempted to attack, but soon felt a kick to the back of his leg, causing him to fall to one knee. "You're getting involved in our fight. I thought you were just going to stand there and watch," Ino said, looking at Quinn behind him. "Leo, don't kill him. Capture the clone and I'm sure we can learn a lot about him," Quinn said. He didn't know how strong this clone of Ino was. Perhaps it had equal power to Ino or a little less, but with the two of them, he was sure they could capture Ino quite successfully. While down on the ground, Ino attempted to spin around and kick the back of Quinn's leg, but Quinn naturally lifted it up, and when he put his foot down, he stomped on Ino's leg. A strike from Leo's sword came from above, and Ino combined both spirals of blood surrounding his hand to block the attack once again. Then, after stopping the sword in place, the blood started to move upward, branching off like tree branches, and was heading straight for Leo. Quinn was trying to hurry and pushed his shadow over to help Leo, hoping it would get there in time, but it wasn't needed. A strange, invisible force soon pushed all of the tree branches of blood back to where it was. Seeing this opportunity, Quinn stomped on the back of Ino's legs 2 more times, and then pulled both of Ino's arms back. At that moment, abandoning his sword to be held by the blood, Leo rushed to the side and grabbed Ino's head. A strange, sudden burst of energy was felt, and soon Ino's eyes were closed as his body went limp. "What was that?" Quinn asked. "Did you kill him?" "That, I guess I haven't had time to tell you, but I think I have managed to perfect the 3rd stage of Ki," Leo answered. "Don't worry, he's not dead. But why did you want to capture him?" In reality, Quinn wanted one of Ino's clones because he knew it would be impossible to capture the real Ino. "Let's take him to Logan and have him do a little checkup. We just need to find what exactly this, or he is." "I would be careful, Quinn. Remember, the real Ino is still out there, and we don't yet know what these other Ino are capable of," Vincent warned. "They might have some way that they can communicate and pass on information to each other, or perhaps they each have a mind of their own, similar to Borden." It wasn't that Logan was prepared to restrain Ino if something was to happen. The way he explained it was that he just happened to have been working all day today on special restraints that would be able to hold a vampire leader. It was based on the black material from the vampire world and glathrium. They were similar to a pair of cuffs, but far thicker, and gave no space for movement of one's hands or legs at all, making so one couldn't build up power to break them. The Ino clone was currently having a blood sample taken and going through a variety of physical examinations. They were hoping to find out if it really was a clone or something else, and maybe they could help Syl without his help. Quinn never planned to resort to anything like this, but after what Ino had done, he felt like he had every right to do what he was doing at the moment. The spider that Logan had continued to monitor what they believed to be the real Ino, who was currently wide awake himself. "Should I let things just play out as they are going now? So far they are doing expectantly well," Ino thought. "Perhaps they deserve a few rewards." What everyone assumed to be a clone of Ino was strapped up in a chair with special restraints on his arms and legs. Logan was quite confident this could hold a vampire, but would constantly look back, wondering when he would wake up. Needles had been injected into him for sedation while Logan was running a few tests. When looking at what was happening to Ino right now, even if it was a clone, Quinn felt a little bad. He somewhat used to imagine this was what his life would be subjected to if they ever found out about his secret. "You can't feel bad, Quinn. Remember, you would have never done such things if, for one, Ino was straight up and honest with you," Vincent said. "And two, Ino attempted to attack those in your group first." It was true. Ino's actions in the end had led Quinn to do this, and in a way, it wasn't like they were torturing him. In fact, Logan wasn't doing much to Ino other than taking a few samples here and there. What was clear to them was that this Ino was a vampire and was treated like one. Any wounds that would be made on his body would heal at a fast rate, and his cells reacted to human blood. After testing for a few hours, it looked like Logan was finally done, but he wasn't jumping for joy or had much of a reaction. "I guess you didn't find the answer you were looking for?" said Quinn. Logan shook his head. "I can answer a few of the questions we might have had, but I don't think it was what we were looking for, Quinn," Logan answered. "It's quite clear that this Ino is a clone, based on what you have told me. When looking for MC cells, there seem to be none. What I'm not sure about is if it's because the body can't produce MC cells, or if it's out of choice." When trying to reverse the process or create a cloning process similar to this clone, it seems to fail nearly every time, at least when trying to create a clone from another clone. I tried using the techniques I learned from the vampire lab, the same way I created Borden and the same way I created my Dalkey hand. I used my blood, but the cells just deteriorated too fast. I assume this was the original problem in the first place when creating a clone, and that's why they needed to mix beast blood strong enough with human blood to sustain the clone. So I'm afraid I can't create a body for Vorden and Syl. Maybe the way Eno does it now is different.
Well, what if you were to use my blood? Quinn asked. Perhaps they couldn't create another human, but what about using vampire blood?
I already attempted something like that at the vampire lab, where there were samples of vampire blood. It won't work. If you were looking to find out anything else from this clone, if information is passed through each other or something else, I'm afraid I won't be able to tell just with this equipment.
At least from their investigation, they had gotten one answer, that Eno was somehow able to create clones of himself, which meant he could probably do something for Vorden and Rayton. Looking at Logan now, he seems a bit defeated. He didn't turn his head away from the lab screen while talking to Quinn at all, as if it was annoying him that he couldn't figure out something that someone else could.
The struggle of geniuses, Vincent sighed. You wouldn't understand, Quinn. Would you mind asking Logan if I can take a look at the data?
When Quinn lived Vincent's life, there were some things he experienced, but he didn't understand the way Vincent's mind worked. He was able to see him experience and do things, but it was far too advanced and was just a bunch of numbers and strange letters to Quinn, which was why he often forgot that Vincent was actually a great mind himself.
Do you mind if I have a look at what you found out? Quinn asked.
Of course, Logan was fine with letting him have a look, but didn't have much hope that Quinn would spot something that he hadn't done. After reading through everything for a while and letting Vincent look at things, all Quinn kept hearing was an, I see, or, that makes sense, but nothing else until eventually he explained what he had found out so far.
It seems like your friend is facing a similar problem that I faced when I was also trying to create a blood substitute. There was a time when I was also trying to clone certain parts of a human, but it wouldn't work out. Even with my ability, it was quite impossible, Vincent explained. I think that your friend is missing one key bit of information here. Remember, Eno is an original. Vampires may live a long life, but they don't live forever. Even their cells die, but as for originals, they can live on. Perhaps this is what Jim had thought back then as well, using the original cells. Something that wouldn't die would allow a person to create a perfect clone.
While Vincent explained this, Quinn also spoke out loud for Logan to hear as well, and due to the way Quinn was saying these words, Logan knew it wasn't coming from him but from something or someone else, perhaps his system. The problem was that they didn't have the real Eno in their possession at the moment to test out that theory. However, Quinn was thinking about something else. It made sense that the Dalkey were a failed experiment, but at the same time somewhat successful. But then, how were the vampires able to create a blood substitute then? This was something even Vincent didn't know the answer to, due to it being after his time. At that moment, Eno started to wake up, or more so, he started to speak.
Well, did you find everything you wished to find?
Immediately, Quinn went up to Eno and looked at him. Quite frankly, he had enough. He had kept his cool for too long and didn't want to keep messing around with another problem.
Eno, enough playing games, Quinn said. I know you might have been a king in the past. You're some great original vampire that created the 10th family, but right now I'm telling you two things. I'm the current leader of the 10th family, and I'm the leader of the cursed faction and everyone on this ship. To me, you are none of those, and you have been messing with us for far too long. Are you saying this to me because you now know I'm the clone? Eno replied. Don't you want to go and speak to the real Eno? Quinn asked. Quite frankly, I don't give a crap, Quinn said. I know you know everything that the original Eno knows, and I just want you to answer some of my questions. You are on my ship, and if you want to stay here, you need to start following my orders. We have been doing well without you so far, and the cursed faction can continue. You have been more trouble than good. I'll find my own way to bring back Vorden and Rayton. You can't keep using that as blackmail. The room was silent, with only 4 of them present and with Eno saying nothing. Quinn got up and gave out a sigh. Leo, do whatever you want with him, Quinn said. The next second, Leo drew his blade. Okay, Eno shouted, giving out a big sigh afterward, as if it was tiring. Okay, so that's what you want, right? Just for me to answer your questions. Then fine, let's talk about everything. Whatever you want to ask, I'll happily answer. I think I have tried to break your bonds for long enough. I never thought humans vampires turned humans who barely knew each other would honestly care for each other that much. But Quinn, let me tell you this to start with. I decided not to kill Erin because, you're right, she is part of your group, and you have been doing well so far. But do you even know why Dampiers are so dangerous? Ino said. From what I know, it's just because the vampires are afraid that there is a race that is stronger when fighting them and can stay out in the sun, Quinn replied. The vampires believe they are the strongest race and would never want something stronger than them to live. At least this was partly from Quinn's own views, based on what he had learned. Grand laughter started to come from Ino's chair. Is that what you believe? Who told you all of this? Although this is somewhat true, that's not the reason at all. You remember when you asked me about protecting vampires and humans? Well, you're right. I do want to protect them both, and I believe that's possible. However, if a Dampier exists, that will never be possible. Let me tell you the real reason why the vampires are so afraid of the Dampiers, Ino said. Quinn knew that it was important to keep what Erin was doing a secret due to it being one of the kill-on-sight subclasses, similar to the Blood Fairy. However, Quinn thought it made sense since their blood was deadly, and even he and his group were able to benefit from the use of the fairy blood. As for Erin being a Dampier, there hadn't been any standout signs of why they were treated in a similar way. Say whatever you want, but no matter what, I'm not getting rid of Erin, Quinn said. She has done nothing wrong. I understand that, but you should at least know the time bomb that you're holding on to, Ino replied. You, being a human-turned-vampire, will probably understand this more from your perspective. The urge a vampire gets when they smell human blood for the first time a vampire gets a taste for blood. It's something so powerful that one loses their mind, not knowing what they have done. Quinn remembered this well because, in the process, he had taken the blood of one of his closest friends, Layla. Now, as you said, the Dampier are a superior race. They don't need blood, and they can live in the sunlight without having to use rings like us, but they don't come without their own faults either. I'm sure you've noticed your subclasses evolving in certain ways, and it's the same for a Dampier. They only grow through killing vampires, not from their blood, but from killing. The lust they feel is the same as a vampire's for blood, but there's a big difference. Vampires don't need to kill humans to satisfy their lust and hunger. So tell me, how would you be able to satisfy her needs? If she's already killed a few, then slowly over time that lust will grow stronger, just like a vampire's lust for human blood grows over time as they starve for blood. Now it made sense why the vampires were afraid of them. According to Ino, their lust was only satisfied by killing vampires. It was like a bloodsucker, but one who hunted vampires instead. But Erin's never shown any signs of anything like that, Quinn argued back. And if there are vampires that can control their bloodlust, then I'm sure that Erin can do the same. You make a good point, Ino replied. Perhaps there is a way for one to control their lust, but eventually there will be those that can't, and from the looks of it, your vampire knight has already noticed a few things. Turning to Leo, Quinn was wondering what he was on about. Leo looked as calm as he did before, but that's when Quinn noticed it wasn't his facial expression that changed. It was his heartbeat. Leo spoke. He knew the cat was out of the bag. Erin is learning, Quinn, Leo said. She's learning to control it, and I have promised her if anything happens that is against her own wishes, that I will be the one to stop her. I will make sure she doesn't hurt any of our friends. Hearing this was not what Quinn was expecting. Even more so, he didn't expect Leo to hide something like this from him. Was it when Erin had done battle in the vampire world? Now that she had killed a vampire, was that lust growing by the day? It was now another problem that he had to deal with, and this time he didn't have to worry about the humans in the group. She will learn to control it, Quinn, just as you said. Trust her, Leo reassured him. I won't see this as a bad thing. If it was me, why not make her stronger? Make her evolve and control her powers just like you did, Quinn, and soon you will have someone fit to be by your side equal in strength, or maybe even surpassing the strength of any vampire ever seen. Train her? Quinn thought. How would that even be possible? If she had to kill vampires to evolve? It wasn't like Quinn, who could level up through killing beasts. Thinking about this was annoying him more, and he just wanted to move on from the subject. Enough, Quinn shouted. Now it's time for us to do the questioning. Tell me, why did the Dalki attack planet Kaladi, and why didn't you let me call for help? You haven't guessed that by now, Ino replied. I have a network, and I have been feeding the information to the Dalki for a while now. There's a reason why they weren't so quick to attack Earth after the First War. They assumed that the beast was secretly on Plant Kaladi thanks to me. At the same time, I knew that you would be there, Quinn. Remember, I created the system with Vincent and the Green family. I knew what it was meant to do. Vincent probably had no idea that I knew who he was at the time, but I knew everything and I chose to help him. Through the system, by completing quests, it would gradually give you Vincent's vampire strength from the book, and increase your own as you learned yourself what being a vampire meant. I wanted to put you in a dire situation so you could grow and improve, but you impressed me, Quinn. I underestimated your strength. Either you are a talented boy because of the Eno bloodline that runs through your veins, or the system has somehow become more powerful than I ever predicted. This was something that Vincent had guessed as well. The system was growing. The three creators had already set up some things, but when Vincent gave his powers to the book and the system, they were not aware that his soul would become entangled with it. Vincent had a theory that perhaps his own ability was being used by the system, which was how it was surpassing everyone's expectations. Rewarding Quinn, like it, had its own ability of equivalent exchanges. Quinn didn't like the answer Eno had given, but it was one he had expected at least. He had already told him how he didn't care for the individual lives of humans. "Jim, is he the one that created the Dalki? Is he still alive and helping them?" Quinn asked. "I'm surprised you learned of that, Dame. It looks like you have been doing your own research together. Yes, in fact, I assume that Jim was also the one behind the Green family's death. I don't quite understand his emotions behind helping the Dalki, but I have been in search of him since. At the moment, he is untouchable," Eno replied. "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "Haven't I been saying this the whole time? The Dalki are a dangerous threat. Why do you think I keep repeating this fact? Because the simple truth is, if the Dalki right now were to attack the human race, you would lose the fight. You must know what Dalki blood does to vampires, so it isn't the same for the vampires, but even they are blind to their growing strength and their desperate measures. However, if Arthur has joined their side for whatever reason, perhaps it is my own doing, then it means the vampires will definitely lose." "About Syl, you said that you could make 2 bodies for him. What were you planning to do, and how were you planning to do it?" Quinn asked. "I created the clones using part of my power. There's indeed a way to create human clones at the moment, but there is a catch that I was only going to reveal later. If I was to create a normal human clone, at most with my abilities subsiding the cloning process, they could live for 2 years. When Eno said this, Logan was expecting Quinn to be angrier. Didn't this mean they actually couldn't bring Rayton and Vorden back? At least not permanently. Yet for some reason Quinn was calm. "It looks like we are going to have to go with my third plan anyway," Quinn thought. "Are there any more questions? What about you, Logan? I can talk about the days I knew some of your relatives, although I didn't know your parents well, so I guess it would be useless. And as for why Jim killed your parents, you would have to ask him that question yourself," said Eno. "I do have a question," Logan said. "In the vampire world we know of Jim's lab, but we also found another lab, one where there was a test, a trial almost, one where, after completing each quest, there would be a special red pill given to each of the participants. The teleporter that you made on Earth sent us to that lab. I know it's yours and not Jim's. What was that used for?" Logan had been curious about them ever since. In truth, he had found a way to recreate the red pills, but there was a reason he didn't want to distribute them to all those in the Cursed. Something just felt strange about them. "Ah, yes, the blood pills. You see, I was testing a certain effect with them. The way to make humans stronger by mixing in parts of vampire cells. The pills worked, of course, but there was a major problem with them. If a vampire was to take the pill, it would have no such effect, but if a human was to take one, it would permanently increase a certain attribute. What I found out later was that these pills were borrowed from the future. For each pill taken, it would drastically shorten the lifespan of a person. My goal is to make it so humans can survive. If a pill like that got out, people would start trying to kill each other by overdosing on it." Finally, there was a quiet in the room. Quinn had gotten the answers he was looking for, but there were still a couple of things that he hadn't learned about. Eno didn't really know why Arthur was against the vampires and the strength of the Dalki. There was also what Eno meant when he was referring to his people. He had worked for him everywhere. Were they more clones? But these were things they could find out with time, as long as the relationship between them grew. Are the humans and vampires underestimating the Dalki, or is Eno overestimating them? And can Arthur be convinced not to kill the vampires? If these things are true, then I still need to get stronger quickly. I still need Eno,
Quinn thought. I'm going to call in that favor you owe me. For answering everything, you can stay on the ship, but no more trouble, Ino. I mean it. If you really want to help the humans, and so do I, in theory, we have the same goal. If you think I'm not strong enough to go against the Dalki, then make me strong enough. Teach me how to use my blood skills. And we will have the best chance against the Dalki race. Do we have a deal? Quinn asked. Things were getting busier than ever around the cursed faction. Usually there would be some members that were left to do nothing but look at reports all day, but today many were busy moving back and forth, using the teleporters frequently. However, the busiest of them all was, without a doubt, Sam. The reason for this was the influx of things he needed to deal with immediately after Oscar had declared war. As soon as this happened, the cursed faction were given 2 field armies to deal with, consisting of around 100,000 troops each. He had to get in contact with all the lieutenants, majors, and colonels so that he could pass down what information they needed to know. They had now left Earth and were being spread out based on Sam's command to the planets that had the cursed faction owned. The Greylash family had been given the same number of troops, while the remaining 6 field armies were kept under Oscar's control. Organizing the groups was harder than Sam first thought. One of the reasons was that we suddenly gained another commander. The army had never been split up in such a way, and when Sam suddenly chucked in an additional position, he soon realized that factions and the military were run quite differently. Fortunately, there were people there to help him who were more experienced, and he was thankful for this. After several hours of dealing with that, Sam also had to deal with something else. On top of all the work he had done so far, he had also been given 3 core groups that each consisted of around 15,000 soldiers. What's more is that the soldiers in these corps weren't just any soldiers. They were students that had been taken out of school early. Within that group, some had decided to join the cursed faction. Not knowing their skills too well, it was a tough thing for him to do, and there were even some he wanted to bring on board the cursed ship, and he was also looking for certain individuals. Finally, on top of all this, there were even the many factions and the cursed group themselves, but at least Helen was mainly looking after this side of operations. Standing by the command center, Sam was finally getting some rest in his chair. Although he didn't actually have to physically do much and just sent orders to everyone else, no one really knew how tiring it was to oversee so many people. "I'm sorry for putting so much on your plate, Sam," Quinn said. "It looks like you have another job for me," Sam said with a weary smile. "Not another job, I'm just checking up on you. I think Paul would be a good person in a time like this to help things along, but I know you're a fast learner," Quinn said. "I know it might not be the right time, but I was just checking up on that other request of mine." Sam tapped away on the computer in front of him and brought up a holographic report. "There's nothing yet, but I'll get someone to come and inform you if we find something. You don't have to come and keep meeting me like this, Quinn. I know you're busy doing your own things. You leave this stuff to me, and when the fighting starts, I'll leave that part to you." "I'll be doing just that, so you might not see me for a while, but I'll always be able to keep in touch with you," Quinn said, before heading out of the room. He walked to a large reinforced door and stopped in front of it. "There's been a few upgrades to this since the last time I used it. Sam did say there were some complaints from those on the ship," Quinn thought, entering the code to the door and then entering the room, but when he did, he wasn't the only one standing there. "I hope you're ready. My teaching methods might not be the most ethical, but I will always guarantee results," Eno said with a smile. Quinn didn't say anything but stepped into the training room and stood opposite him. After Eno had accepted the deal, his clone was sent away, but Quinn also made him comply with one more condition, that none of Eno's clones were allowed to be on the ship either. Complying, all he asked for was a ship in return, and in total, 2 of them had gone off somewhere, while Brock remained. "Now, I know you wanted me to teach you more about blood skills, and of course I will happily do that. I see my job as making you the best you can be, the strongest you can be to defeat the Dalki," Eno explained. "However, we will be using the system to our advantage to make you progress faster than ever. Tell me, what level are your blood abilities at?" Eno asked. "Level?" Quinn asked, and pulled up his stats screen. It was strange talking to someone other than Vincent about the system, but it just reminded Quinn that there was one more person who knew a lot about the system, probably more than Vincent. "Why is this important?" Quinn asked. "Just tell me what your highest level blood skill is, and I can explain after," Eno replied. "Blood swipe level 4, blood spray level 3, blood decent kick level 2,
Blood wall level 1, blood bank level 2, blood bullet level 1. Seeing this, Quinn was thinking about when the skills would level up. Not every skill seemed to be treated as equally, but through repeated use, they would eventually level up or be leveled up through a rare quest reward. However, something like the blood bank that was used in every fight took longer to level up, and then there were skills he hardly used, like the blood wall because he found his shadow was more effective and only used the wall as a replacement at times. I guess that would be my blood swipe skill at level 4, Quinn answered.
Only level 4? Ino replied. And you still managed to kill that many Dalki. That's your highest skill? Well, I guess it only means you have huge potential to grow. Have you ever wondered why the other leaders seem to have more skills than you? Of course, they spend hundreds of years learning certain blood skills, but we don't have that much time. Now that the system knows you're a vampire lord, it should have at least given you the same skills. Well, the answer is quite simple. The system max level for each skill is level 5. However, skills can evolve and turn into something else. For example, the blood cannon skill the leaders know is just another version of the blood bullet, and so on. As for ki and the shadow fighting techniques, you have learned a lot in a short amount of time. Because of all these things you have tried to learn, you were unable to specialize in the blood skills like the system originally intended. So we need to learn these skills quickly. We need to get your skills to level 5 as soon as possible. Whenever we train together, I want you to only use your blood skills. Think back to all the fights you had in the vampire world. I want you to fight like a vampire.
Ino said, and his eyes started to glow red, and the red hardened blood started to cover his arms, spiraling above the clothes he wore. The pattern almost looked like he had moving flames running up his arms. Ino came charging in at the speed of the other vampire leaders and threw out a fist. Seeing this, almost on instinct, Quinn wanted to activate the shadow, but remembered what Ino had just said. Blood wall! Quinn activated his skill, putting in 10 points of his HP, but as the fist hit the wall, it smashed through it in seconds. Quinn was ready to dodge the fist, for he too had speed at the same level of the leaders, and thought he would at least be able to avoid this. Blood started spilling out from his hardened arms, and latched onto Quinn's shoulder like a sticky glue substance. He attempted to pull away, but by then a fist was planted in his face, and his body was thrown to the ground.
This will be the second part of your lesson, learning how to control the blood. Remember, if you can't beat me by only using your blood skills, then you have no hope of saving the humans or the vampires.
Feeling the punch still ringing in his head and thinking about how Ino had only fought him for a few seconds, a few thoughts went through Quinn's mind. Richard Ino seems stronger than any of the other vampire leaders I have faced before, and he's saying even he can't stop the Dalki? Everyone's heads were turning to see if that panicked individual was still running through the large, cursed ship after just leaving the medical bay. It was Weevil. He had sweat running down his face, not because he was tired, but due to him being concerned. He went through people one by one, dodging them as if they were attacking him like in his favorite game of block. While doing so, he was holding something particular in his arms, tight like a baby. It was several blood packs. They told me to head to Quinn's training room as quickly as possible with this. Did something happen? Who needs blood, or is it something else? Weevil thought. All the cursed leaders knew the combination of Quinn's private training room. From time to time, they would even use it to practice things they didn't want other members to see, but Weevil knew who was in it at the moment, so he made sure to run as fast as he could. Eventually, when he reached the room, he entered the combination, dropping one of the blood packs on the floor. The door started to open as he went to bend down to pick up the blood packs. When he lifted his head, he almost immediately dropped the blood packs again. "Quinn!" Weevil shouted, rushing forward. The room was a complete mess. It looked like a slaughterhouse, where hundreds of dead bodies would have been torn apart with their blood squirted all around the room. However, what Weevil was concerned about was the person who looked nearly passed out on the floor with the most blood surrounding him.
"Oh, you got here incredibly fast. Good job," Ino said. "It means we can get back to training as soon as possible. With this guy's fast legs, there's no need to panic."
Kneeling down, Weevil could see the wounds on Quinn's body and couldn't imagine how much blood must have been used, but Quinn wasn't the only one that was hurt as well. Even though Ino appeared to be fine standing, he too had wounds on his body that hadn't exactly healed yet, with blood all around him as well. After feeding Quinn the blood, his wounds started to heal, and his eyes looked more alive.
"Pass me one of those blood bags, boy," Ino demanded.
"Why should I? What did you do to our leader?" Weevil shouted back. Just give him one, Quinn said, now standing up, taking a blood bag from Weevil and throwing it to where Ino was. Don't worry, most of this was done by me, not him. I'm just trying to learn my limits. Weevil, see if Logan can create a special icebox like the ones the vampires use. Then you won't have to keep running back and forth, Quinn said. Hearing this, Weevil was a little more relieved, but still couldn't imagine what type of training the two of them were doing to just warrant this huge amount of blood. But if Quinn said he was fine, and Ino wasn't attacking him while he was in the state he was in, he guessed that it was safe, for now. Once leaving the room, Weevil wondered if he should report this to Sam, thinking he would know best about what to do. But Sam was a little busy these days. Quinn, you don't have to keep pushing yourself so far. Is it because you think we can't help you enough? Weevil thought. While Quinn's and Ino's wounds were healing from their fight, Quinn had a few questions on his mind. You want to ask me something, don't you? Ino said. I wondered why you didn't ask me more things back then, but it seems you know that perhaps it will just be a distraction for yourself. But if it really is playing on your mind, then that too can be a distraction, so ask away if you really want. Quinn was thinking about many questions he wanted to ask Ino, but he thought he would do so when the time came to it. For now, he had asked everything that was needed to be asked for the time being, while they were still in the middle of the war with the Dalki. I know your goal, or so you say. You want vampires and humans to both live, correct? I've met some people like you. Arthur was one of those who cared a lot for humans. You could even say for me it was the same, but there is a difference between me and Arthur and you. The two of us were humans and had human lives before we returned. But what about you? What are the original vampires? Were you always vampires? And why do you want to protect the humans so much? What's your reason? Quinn asked. Ino didn't reply immediately, and when looking at Quinn, it didn't feel like he was looking at him at all, but rather through him. If I told you about the vampire's origin, it wouldn't change much, Quinn. In fact, it wouldn't change anything. The important thing is how people deal with vampires now, and how they view themselves. I bet even you saw it as a curse when you first got it, but have your views changed? As for the second question, is it wrong to care for humans? Must there be a reason for wanting to protect someone or something when you see them getting hurt? Ino replied. This answer wasn't the truth, and Quinn knew it. There were times when Ino spoke about humans, and whenever he did, there was so much passion in his words and actions. He was going far and beyond to protect the humans. Quinn almost believed that if Ino had to choose between the humans or the vampires, he would choose humanity. It's a shame we did not hear an answer, Vincent said. Even I would have liked to know how the first vampires came to be. I've had a few theories myself, especially since we also know that Arthur had been turned as well, and it wasn't the regular way either, making him have the same body as an original. We must be careful not to push him away, though. His secrets seem painful, Vincent said, reminding him of his own past as well. While the others were training, Logan was busy working on duplicating the demon tier finding device. He was hoping he could create something that would be able to gauge the beast crystals of other tiers as well. The problem he was facing was that the group didn't have any demigod tier crystals. Without a certain number of demigod tier crystals, it would be impossible for one to create a device to find them based on their energy. The only reason a demon tier device was able to be created was due to how much larger of an energy force they produced compared to other beasts. So for now, he would just be creating more devices so their group could search for demon tiers a lot easier. At least they knew where there would be demon tiers, and there would also be high-level beasts on those planets as well. All of this was being done because of Syl, but more so that they could farm for better equipment for the rest of the faction as well. However, the beast expeditions have been roped in a bit due to the war. Tell me, why did you choose to make that arm of yours? A voice said. Logan continued to work on the item, but wasn't ignoring the person. I needed a replacement for my arm anyway, and I'm not good enough, Logan said. Not good enough? I think you're mistaken. You are far stronger than you know. I wanted to ask. I remember at one point in time, you trained with the Blade Twins on the island. You fought and learned a lot there. You were a talented individual, and you even unlocked your soul weapon. You say you're weak, but since then, have you even fought using your full strength? Or are you scared of something? Brock asked. For a brief second, Logan stopped working on his items as Brock got up to leave the room. When you're done with that, if you really think you're still weak, then I and you should train sometime. Remember how long I stayed on the Blade Island? If you want, I can make you as strong as them. I'll make sure, Logan, that you never think you are weak again.
It had been a while since anyone had seen Quinn. The leaders of the cursed faction knew what Quinn was doing, but they at least expected to see him around the ship from time to time. Still, they hadn't seen him at all, and it had been several days now. Some were getting worried, but there was one person that assured them that everything was okay, which was Weevil. Like Ast, Weevil had informed Logan of Quinn's request, and it didn't take him long to create something that could do the job. There was just one slight problem. Heading outside of the training room, Weevil couldn't even remember when he had last seen the door open. Have they really been in their training this whole time? Are they sleeping in there as well? Weevil thought, as he pressed the round button on the special machine that looked like a giant box and the door opened. The cold air would form a mist as it opened, and when looking inside it was just as Weevil thought. "It's going to need filling again," Weevil said, as the blood packs inside were down to the last few. "At this rate, I might have to ask Sam to see if more people need to donate blood." The rate at which blood packs were being used was unimaginable, and only Weevil knew the true number, as he was the person who would constantly have to go back and forth. Inside the room itself, the room was even redder than before. Marks of dry blood all over. It looked like a war had taken place in the room constantly with no one to clean it up, and both of them could only smell one thing: blood. This time both Quinn and Eno seemed to be huffing and panting, but neither of them looked badly injured. "The skill has finally leveled up," Quinn spoke, taking a breath in between. "Good, because I was getting tired myself," Eno replied. "I can't believe it. This boy has been able to progress so quickly. Is he talented, or is the system beyond my expectations?" Eno wondered. "We can now stop focusing on trying to level up the blood abilities now that you have learned a few new skills," Eno explained. "However, what is important in the next step is learning how to use your blood control with said skills. As you know, the King of the Vampires will receive the Absolute Blood Control Book. Once a vampire learns of this, they can do whatever they wish with blood as long as their imagination allows it." This was true from what Quinn had seen and what had been explained to him. Cindy had used a whip made out of blood. He had never seen any of the leaders do this before. From the way it was explained, each user of the blood bank created their own techniques using absolute blood control, so the next king could learn them. "For now, though, it is best we get some rest. Even if you don't feel tired, pushing a vampire's body this much will cause one to age more quickly. This is why, even when a king has the absolute blood control, they are reluctant to use it unless necessary. I'm not worried about myself, but I am for you, Quinn," Eno said, for the first time showing some concern, but it was hard to tell if it was genuine or not. Quinn decided to take a break. He didn't know how long the two of them had been in the room, and though Sam didn't contact him with any new information, it didn't mean nothing had happened, just nothing urgent enough for him to warrant being called. Now that the two of them were taking a short break, Quinn was able to look at the room they were in. "I can't make someone else clean up this mess. That's just not right, and it's mostly my blood," Quinn thought. Leaving the room, Quinn had gone to a cleaning supply closet. The first thing he wanted to do was get some cleaning done, and with his speed, he should be able to get it all sorted out pretty quickly. He could have asked a water user to clear it quickly, but he couldn't subject them to that, and then they would be asking questions later on. They're going to start thinking I'm a mass serial killer if they see that room. With a red bucket in his hand and a few sponges, Quinn thought maybe even if he was quick, he would need something more than that. As it turned around in the hall that led to all the training rooms, he managed to spot Logan walking behind him. "Logan, what happened to you? Is someone bullying on the ship? Who would do such a thing?" Quinn said as he started to rage in anger. Logan was covered from head to toe in bruises and cuts. "Quinn, don't worry, I did this to myself. It was through my own choices. No one is bullying me," Logan said as he continued to walk. Who could even bully Logan in the cursed faction? When saying those words, Logan's heart didn't flutter, so it must have been true. Unlike the others, Logan wasn't a vampire, so when he trained to fight, the marks, cuts, and bruises would show, unless he went to a healer. He was just unlucky to catch Quinn at a certain point and time. If he doesn't want me to know about it, maybe I should respect his wishes, Quinn thought. "Just be careful," Quinn shouted. After cleaning up his bloody mess, Quinn finally decided to meet Sam, who looked a lot calmer than the last time he had seen him. This was because he was finally getting the swing of things and was understanding who the key and reliable people were that he needed to talk to. He could trust people to pass on his messages and see his vision, giving him a lot more free time to focus on other things. "You look to be in a really good mood," Quinn said, as he exited the transportation bridge. "Quinn, you're finally out, but you smell a bit like chemicals," Sam mentioned, with his now sensitive nose. "Anyway, you came at the perfect time. Thanks to Logan creating more of the demon tier hunting devices, we should be able to cover more ground and have your request come in. The problem is, though, there have been a lot of reports coming in from Oscar and the Greylash family, even a few from Helen, of Dalkey ships in the nearby area. The Dalkey seem to also be hovering around all the orange portal planets the humans own at the moment, so it's going to be risky even if we do find one," Alex explained. After all, Hilston was a man with a full set of demon tier armor and had one of the strongest abilities in the world. He would at least need a single item at the demon tier level to compete with that. While discussing things with each other, Quinn gets briefed on the news of other things, like certain students coming on board directly to the cursed ship. Once more, the door was opened from the bridge and Syl walked in. What was surprising was the fact that Syl had entered on his own, when usually he would be the one to follow Borden around the place. "Quinn," Syl called out, "when are we going to go to Blade Island? When are we going to get back to Rayton and Vorden?" It sounded like he was almost complaining. "Soon," Quinn answered, as he was in the middle of talking to Sam and wanted to finish what they were talking about. "Soon? Do you even want them to come back? I've been waiting for you in that room while you've been there for such a long time, and all you seem to be doing is talking. When you found out Vorden was on the Blade Island before, you dived in with just the three of you. Why can't you just take the whole cursed faction to Blade Island this time if you're so scared?" Syl shouted in anger. These words caught Quinn's attention. "Don't care. Are you crazy, Syl?" Quinn shouted. It was the first time he had done so like that, and was also the first time he had called Syl crazy. It didn't take long for Quinn to regret the words that had left his mouth. As soon as he said them, he realized the mistake he had made. He knew what Syl's mindset was like, how he had grown up. Anyone would be affected by what he had gone through. Those feelings were just amplified now that he was so close to getting his long-lost friends back. The thing was, Quinn was trying harder than he could imagine. He often put on a brave face, but what he was doing wasn't easy. His training was one of the toughest things he had to bear, and what he was going through wasn't fun either. Did he really think they were doing nothing? He wasn't the only one working hard for Vorden and Rayton. Everyone was, and Quinn knew that. When he heard Syl say that he didn't care, it felt like all of their work was appreciated. Making it worse, Quinn had just lashed out. He was tired, exhausted, and still hadn't rested, causing the words to just slip from his mouth. Looking at Syl after hearing those words, immediately placed his head down and was looking at the floor. Sam was a little nervous, as he was unsure whether or not Syl was angry or upset. It could go either way, since Syl was someone who respected Quinn's words and listened to him more than others. Because of this, Sam gave a quick hug to Quinn to try and quell the situation before it became a big deal. "Quinn, say something," Sam whispered. "Syl, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I know you have just been so worried. I think I'm just the one going a bit crazy here. Let's talk about it, and I can go through the plan and what we plan to do, okay?" Quinn asked. At that moment, Syl lifted his hand, and a ball of water was floating about. "Quinn, stop him! We don't know what abilities he has or how many strong abilities he has stored. If he fights in the command center, the whole ship could go down," Sam yelled now, afraid. Quickly trying to sort out the situation, he could see Syl already getting ready to do something. "Quinn, I never thought I would hear those words from you," Syl said, lifting his head, with a face full of tears, but soon his eyebrows frowned inwards. "If I'm really crazy, then I should start acting like it, shouldn't I?" Syl shouted, about to use the water ability. Quickly, though, Quinn raised his hand. "You need a timeout. Think before you act, Syl," Quinn shouted, closing his hand, and a shadow was seen quickly engulfing Syl, and when it disappeared, Syl did with him. Sam was nervous and was wondering if the situation was over. "Did you use the shadow lock skill on him?" Sam asked. "Yeah, hopefully he just needs to calm down. We have to remember that on Blade Island. Syl didn't have much chance to interact with anyone past a certain age. It's like he's a child sometimes, and sometimes I don't think he knows the dangerous power he holds." As soon as Quinn finished this sentence, he could see his MC cells going down by the second. Is he attacking the space in the shadow lock? It seemed like Quinn's little timeout hadn't worked, for currently inside the shadow space, Syl was attacking everything around him, hoping to break out of it. "Damn, Syl! Don't worry, Sam, I'll be back," Quinn said, as he cast another shadow lock on himself, taking him inside the blank space. As expected, he could see Syl using a number of abilities, green strange energy crashing about, at the same time, water waves bashing into the shadow around him.
each time lowering Quinn's MC. "Sil, what are you doing?" Quinn shouted. "I'm crazy, right? Just like my family. I can't help myself but fight and destroy everything I see. After all, that's how I was brought up, to kill everyone around me, to make sure I was always the one that survived." It was clear once again that something had snapped in Sil, and now this was the second time. Words were becoming harder to get through to him. Getting closer, a large wave of water came crashing towards Quinn, but it was easily avoided. Soon, though, green beams of energy shot out towards Quinn. However, the same thing again, as Quinn was able to avoid them. "Look at you, Sil. Do you really think you can go to the Blade Island in the state you are in now? Remember, the Blades have the same ability as you, even stronger ability users locked up. We can't just fight them with power against power. It won't work," Quinn shouted. However, Sil had just decided to shoot a bigger energy beam, and at this point, Quinn was frustrated. He avoided the attacks with a flash step, and when his foot hit the black shadow ground, he leaped off it, dashing forward, reaching where Sil was in an instant. Although Sil had strong abilities, there was a huge difference between him and the others in the Blade family. Sil's body wasn't up to par. Thanks to the red pills and the training of the Blade, Sil's body was perhaps at the same level as a vampire's, perhaps slightly higher. With good beast gear on to support him, he could get up to the point where he could match a vampire knight in certain aspects, and then, with his abilities, he was a dangerous force, but Sil had no decent beast gear on. And if one were to compare a vampire's speed with Quinn's, it was the difference between night and day. Quinn quickly got in front of Sil, and he could see him throwing a fist made of metal, a hardening ability. Grabbing it, Quinn had no problem lifting Sil up in the air and slamming his body into the ground. It wasn't a light throw either. "Stop this now, Sil. You can't keep acting like a child," he shouted. "I know how you feel. You're frustrated, right? Because we're so close, but you're still just sitting around doing nothing. If you're frustrated, then take it out on me. Don't let it bottle up inside. Come and see me, and I and you can fight it out any time, Sil," Quinn shouted in his face. Sil shouted in anger, placing both plans on Quinn's chest and shooting the beam of energy in rage. It lifted Quinn's body slightly off the ground and into the air. Soon, a red blood aura started to surround his body and covered him like a cocoon. The blood started to move and push the green energy back, and when it landed back down, the blood disappeared, and Quinn was beside Sil again. Making a fist, he punched Sil in the gut. It was a hard blow, and Sil felt like he couldn't breathe. He fell to his knees, trying to breathe in, but it was impossible. Quinn's body was harmed by the green blast because he was not wearing any armor. It was a good thing as well, because he was sure that he would have to give another job to Alex. The attack was a strong one, as could be seen by the wounds on his chest. Quickly, though, they started to heal, and the pain shown on Quinn's face was minimal. Once Sil could breathe again, he lay on the floor out on his back. "Do you feel better now?" Quinn said. He covered his face with his arm. Sil was trying to hold back the tears. "Yeah, but I can't just keep saying sorry, Quinn. Why am I like this?" he asked. "It's not just you," Quinn replied. "Everyone feels this way. We just have our own ways of dealing with the problem. Come on, let's go back. I'm sure everyone is worried about us." Sam spotted the shadow in the command center and quickly ducked under the table for cover. He and many others knew Sil's strength, and quite frankly, depending on what abilities Sil held, he thought it might be a tough fight for Quinn, especially after coming back from all that training. It appeared that everything was fine when he saw Sil with red eyes, and Quinn looking completely fine, except for a burn mark on the chest of his clothes. "I'm going to talk with Borden for a little bit," Sil said, as he was about to leave. Looking at him, Quinn just didn't know what to say or do anymore. He was out of ideas. If Sil exploded one more time, maybe he couldn't get through to him. "Wait!" Sam shouted, as he cleared his throat and stood up straight again. "Actually," Sam said, "there was some good news that came through while you two were in the Shadow Lock place. We have finally located another demon-tier beast." After hearing the news that Sam had delivered, Sil decided to stay instead. After all, a demon-tier beast was one of the requirements from Eno to use his abilities. At the same time, if the group was planning to hurt a demon-tier beast, then they would almost always likely need his help. Before the meeting was to take place, all the leaders on the cursed ship had been called in early to the meeting room, and Sam would go on to explain the details. On top of this, Brock and Eno joined one of the meetings for the first time as well. "The reason you have all been called here is because another demon-tier beast has been discovered," Sam explained. "However, there are a few complications that I need to explain first. This won't be like the last demon hunt that everyone went on. The reason being is because the Cursed faction and the Greylash faction will be the only two groups participating in this hunt. To make matters more difficult, Owen, the Greylash leader, won't be there to help either. Therefore, authority and control over how to conduct the hunt have been handed over to us." There were mixed reactions around the table upon hearing this. Some were happy to hear that a demon-tier beast had been found, but many of the leaders still had bad memories of the beast hunt from before. "Whoa," Nate said. "Isn't that a good thing? Doesn't that mean we can basically do what we want to get the crystals?" "A good thing," Linda repeated. "Last time Owen and Oscar were both there with the demon-tier weapon. Even with all those resources and people, we were hardly able to defeat the creature. It means we have to defeat the beast with less than we did last time." "Correct," Sam replied in a very serious tone. "As we all know, we're in this circumstance in the first place due to the current Dalki war. Oscar is, of course, still sorting out the military and tracking the Dalki's movements, which is a time-demanding task. In addition to this, the Dalki have been moving awfully close to the Greylash beast planets. Therefore, Owen has stated that he will not be taking part, and I can't argue with him there. Which brings me to my next point, the reason why we will be working with the Greylash family. A demon-tier location device was given to each of the factions thanks to Logan and the Alliance that the Earthborn, Greylash, and Curse now have. Of course, receiving this device comes with the condition of us informing one another as soon as we find a demon-tier, which is a standard practice anyway. The demon-tier beast has been located on one of the planets owned by the Greylash family. We will be collaborating closely with one of their head generals and the faction leader of the shelter if we choose to move forward with the hunt. Bear in mind, though, that the Dalki at the moment seems keen on invading the Greylash planets. Anything can happen at any moment, and we might have to pull out and cut our losses when we see fit." Despite all of Sam's dire warnings and the downsides of proceeding with the hunt, Quinn still wanted to go ahead anyway. They were running out of time, mainly for Syl and for Quinn to get some good equipment before there was a full-scale war. "I think we should proceed," Quinn replied. "However, I don't want to take a large group with us like last time. I think a core group of our strongest members will be able to deal with the demon-tier and less lives will be lost that way. The problem is, if it's a large demon-tier beast or it can call others tiers to its help like the last one, won't that cause a problem?" Linda brought up an important point. "Unfortunately, we don't have any details on the demon-tier beast, but remember that they can come in all shapes and sizes with unique abilities. Of course, you would need to bear that in mind, but for this one, I actually agree with Quinn. At the moment, we are spread thin, and the mass transportation of an army through small teleporters takes too long. If the Dalki were to attack one of the Cursed faction planets and aim for the teleporters, it would be hard to get support there in time. I already know you plan to go, Quinn, so the question is, who do you plan to take with you?" he asked. Looking around the room, the strongest of the Cursed members were already sitting at the table with him. This made it easy for Quinn to pick the people he wanted. However, 2 people were currently not present, which he hoped to pick. Leo claimed that if Quinn really needed him, he could use the summoning skill if need be. All of this information was passed on from Sam, as it all happened while Quinn was busy training with Eno. Once realizing that Eno would no longer be a threat, it seemed like Leo was happy to leave the place and come back as he wished, and honestly, Quinn didn't want to restrict him. He had his own things going on. "Of course, all of you are free to decline the invitation if you don't want to come. I never want to force you guys," Quinn said. "Since we don't have much information on the demon-tier beast, I would like to take a mixture of those that bring different skills to the table. Linda, you have great strength that is nearly unmatched. I also wish to bring Fex, as his strings have always been able to help with disabling and slowing an enemy's movements. Weevil, with your great speed, I'm sure we can always rely on you. Syl will be coming along as well. We have both already agreed to that," Quinn said, giving him a wink. He reasoned that Syl might be more willing to work for it without complaining if it had to do with getting the other 2 back. It also may have helped Syl feel like he was helping out in some way. Some of those who weren't selected seemed disappointed that they weren't coming along, while others breathed a sigh of fresh air. "Quinn, can I come?" Peter asked. Looking at Peter, Quinn knew he was strong, but some needed to remain on the ship to protect it just in case. At the same time, he already had Linda, so he thought there was no reason to bring Peter. "I don't see why not. Of course you can come," Quinn replied. At that moment, a shy hand had been raised from the group. When they all turned to look at who was volunteering, they were all quite stunned. Layla, you want to come as well? Quinn said, surprised by himself. Honestly, he didn't know why this time Layla didn't go with Aaron and Leo. Perhaps they had a falling out, or something else had happened. Ever since the incident with Helen, Layla hadn't spoken much to Quinn at all. I have to be there. I didn't get to help you at school. Quinn, Leo, and Aaron said that they would inform me if they found the Pure Base before doing anything. That's why I asked to stay behind, because I want to help you, and I want to bring back Vorden again, she said, with her fist clenched and a determined look on her face. Usually Quinn would have outright said no. He knew Layla was strong, but against a demon-tier beast, he wasn't sure she could handle it. Still, with confidence growing in his own powers and not bringing so many members along, Quinn thought that perhaps he could at least still protect her, and it would be a good exposure for her. He also didn't know how to say no to the determination he could see in her eyes. Even if he could say no, it didn't look like she would take that as an answer. You can come along, but if the demon-tier beast proves to be difficult, Layla, you have to understand if I ask you to stay back, Quinn said. For a second, Layla's left eye twitched. The others, noticing this, wondered if something was wrong. Letting go of her clenched hand, she replied, Thank you. Okay, so it looks like we have the cursed faction demon tier. Hunt team, announced Sam. Going along with Quinn, we have Linda, Weevil, Fex, Peter, and Layla. If everyone is okay with that, I will start going through the rest of the cursed faction agenda. Just as Sam was about to move on to his next point in the meeting, another hand was raised. Of course, I think I will need to go along with them. Don't you think so? Eno stated. After deciding what to do, it didn't take long for Sam to get in contact with those from the Greylash family. They needed to send some orders across to organize and prepare a few things. Although when he mentioned how many people they were planning to send and who would be taking charge, they didn't exactly seem pleased with them. At the end of the day, they had no choice. Even Owen had told them to leave everything up to the cursed faction. In the end, Quinn allowed Eno to go with them, but Quinn didn't really say yes. He still felt like Eno was more like a guest on the cursed faction ship than a part of it. If he wanted, he would leave whenever he wished. So if Eno was planning to follow them to this planet, what was stopping him? After telling him he couldn't go, Quinn was sure Eno would do it anyway, and it would only sour their relationship. Maybe I can learn a bit more about Eno on this trip as well, Quinn thought. Sam had also added a third member to the group, but the Greylashes and they would be meeting them in the faction base. This person was Sergeant Haley Snellart, Paul's daughter. The reasoning was that she was a healer. With some people having witnessed a few things and rumors already surfacing about the cursed faction using strange powers, Sam didn't want more to spread. It was always normal to have a healer on the team. At the same time, they could improve relationships with the new army groups they had received. A ship was being prepared, but before heading off, Quinn wanted to visit a certain person. Entering the forging room where the sound of clanging never seemed to stop, he could see quite the tall, small-framed, but muscular person known as Alex. Hey, Quinn, Alex said as the wings on his back started to flutter a little bit. It's been a while since I've seen you here. After Alex had saved the forgers from the attack with Pure, the others knew about his wings. Quinn didn't attempt to remove their memories or anything like that. In fact, he didn't want to take it away from Alex, as many of them felt indebted to him and were more loyal and even worked harder compared to before. Luckily, nearly none of them knew what Alex's ability was before he had been turned. Wait, I don't even know what Alex's ability was, Quinn thought. However, it didn't matter now, and while in the forgery, he was able to let his red blood wings out freely. Hardly anyone ever comes down here now. Requests were instead sent to their platoon leader, who would then file a report until it eventually got to Sam, who would then talk to Alex and decide where things needed to be distributed first. I'm sure you have heard what I'm about to do, Quinn said, knowing that news like that would have traveled fast. Even on his way to the forgery, everyone was wishing Quinn good luck. The more he heard those words, the more he felt like something was just going to go wrong. Anyway, I was wondering what to do with a demon-tier crystal. I know certain crystals are more suited to certain items, so I don't have a choice in what it can be turned into. The best thing would be gauntlets or a weapon type to increase our strength, but is one demon crystal enough? I'm glad you asked, Alex smiled. Actually, a demon-tier crystal is a little different from all the other tiers. It has so much energy that only one is required to turn it into a piece of equipment. Of course, you could probably use some demigod crystal or legendary crystals to enhance certain bits, but honestly, you would have to get the demon-tier crystal first before finding out what could be added. Speaking off, I know you haven't upgraded your equipment in a while, and you might be annoyed at me, but I made you a few things, Alex said, as he started to pull things out from underneath his workbench and place them on the table. It was an armor set that looked to go pretty well together, as if each one was created from the crystals of the same beast. It was mainly silver in color, with blue spiral patterns twirling through each piece. On certain parts, gray fur could be seen. Last time I had no experience when making your Emperor tier equipment, and I know it was a disappointment, but this time we had more experience with the legendary tier crystals given to us by Helen and the others, Alex explained. Didn't I tell you guys to use all the legendary tier crystals on yourself first, and then focus on the main hunting teams like the Daisy group? Quinn replied, a bit annoyed. Quinn, you're about to go fight another demon tier beast, and this time alone, Alex said. Do you think I can really let you go do that as your personal forger? If you went and died, do you think I could ever sell my equipment, or they might even blame me for your death? I'm glad that's your main worry, Quinn commented. Besides, the legendary tier crystals were actually donated by Helen herself, and she said that she wouldn't hand them over unless it was something made for you. I don't know what you did to get a girl to give over these crystals. I know some who would kill their husbands to get them. I acutely heard that Daisy had these legendary crystals a long time ago, but never made anything out of them. I don't know how they managed to get so many from the same type of beast, but it only means better things for you. Quinn looked at the set, and even without using his inspection skill, he could tell they were of the legendary tier. Equipment made with higher-grade crystals just had a different shine to them when they were mixed in with the other materials. Did she really just hand these over instead of using them for herself? Quinn thought. I guess she's pretty serious about trying to win you over. Maybe this is a pre-wedding gift? Or an anniversary gift you two don't know about? Vincent said. When did you two first meet again? Quinn knew Vincent was joking, but he still couldn't believe what was in front of him. The equipment had already been made and was here, so of course he would use it. He would just have to give them something in return when he next saw them. There is only one disappointment, Alex said, rubbing the back of his head. There are no weapons. I couldn't even make any gauntlets. All the crystals were used up. I did, however, have a spare set of Emperor tier gauntlets made, but once again they don't seem to have an active ability. Saying this, Alex almost sounded embarrassed. First, Quinn took a glance at the Emperor tier gauntlets. Even though they would improve his stats overall, it wasn't worth it at the moment, and there was a reason for that. Since his ki had improved drastically, when supplementing his ki into the gauntlets, the active skill also gave a more devastating shock compared to before, and for now he would rather have them on him. I'll take them as a spare for now, Quinn said, placing them in his dimensional space and heading back to the table. Inspect. Using the inspect skill, the 3 items of information were shown: the chest piece, the legs, and the shoulder guards. None of the pieces of equipment had an active skill on their own. However, they did have an active skill when placed together, a special set of active skills. Looking at the improved stats and active skill, Quinn couldn't help but smile. I might have to get her a really good present after this. The group was traveling on a medium-sized ship towards their destination. The planet was owned by the Greylash family, so they didn't have a teleporter on board. Of course, they could have traveled to a closer planet owned by the Greylash family and teleported from there, but at the moment, most of the factions were traveling using spaceships. This was apparent on their journey. Nearly every planet they went by had large forces of ships protecting them, ready to act at a moment's notice. This was actually advice given by Oscar. After not being able to use teleporters on planet Kaladi, they feared that the Dalki now had some sort of teleportation jamming device. With the information Sam knew, knowing that the vampires had the same type of technology and that one of the great vampire minds was working with the Dalki, there was a good chance this was true. Sam took this more as a fact than a guess and told everyone to start using ships more often rather than the teleporters. It looks like we're nearly here, Linda said. Looking out the window, they could see a large spaceship nearly as big as the Bertha the cursed faction used, if not bigger. It was a strange design, making it look more like a floating island. It was not fast-moving but looked impenetrable at the same time, a place suited more for defensive measures than anything. It was quite a distance away, so it was hard to get a scale of the actual size of the thing. But even though it wasn't near the planet they were going to, they could see it off in the distance. What's that thing? Peter asked. That's the Greylash family's main ship. It looks a bit odd right now. It looks like a city with temples built on top of it. I actually heard that it was an island that was part of the Earth, and it used to be placed there. I guess Sam was right that they were worried that an attack might happen, Linda replied.
The Greylash family, that Owen, is certainly an interesting character, Eno commented from the back of the ship. Currently he wasn't looking like his usual self. His face was by far younger, a young middle-aged man. He had changed his hair to a dark blue, and his mustache was no longer there either. The only similar thing was his ponytail hairstyle. Out of curiosity, was the Greylash family never an option? I know Owen is strong. Couldn't he and his people get stronger with your help, though? Quinn asked. Ah, yes, the Greylash family is an interesting one. As you may know, with each of the families, I have aided them for a long time, to the point where they are today. Even that damn True Dream you seem to hate so much, but as for the Greylash family, I didn't play a part in it at all. They have, since the beginning, naturally evolved on their own. I still don't think they will be enough, but it is one of the families where my influence would not have helped at all.
Taking those words in, Owen did always seem like a strange character, but at the same time, never a threat to Quinn. However, there was one thing troubling him when they fought against Hilston together. Why didn't he use his soul weapon back then, even though we were in such a serious situation? Finally, the ship was preparing to enter the planet's atmosphere. From the outside, it looked to be green in color. The water seemed to reflect this, shining in the same way. As they got closer, giant strange plants that were all sorts of strange colors started to appear in their view. The sky was purple, red, and yellow, while the ground was covered in tall brown grass that looked as if it was almost dying. There were ships stationed outside the planet as well, but an access code had been granted and the others knew that the cursed faction was arriving. Finally, after descending and flying for a short while longer, they came across the shelter. The outside of the shelter was similar to one they had seen before, with a large reinforced wall on the outside. Only on the wall, there were far more faction members and mechs than usual, and direct members of the Greylash family could be seen standing on part of the walls. With this shelter, it seemed like they were unable to avoid some of the plantations, or there were reasons as to why they couldn't cut them down, so it was built partly into the shelter. Quinn thought it looked quite nice, as some of the shelters were plain-looking, but here there was a large pink tree in the center, with purple leaves fluttering about in this one. The size and equipment of the shelter classified it as a Rank A shelter. It was placed on an orange portal planet. Only strong factions and travelers would be able to venture out to hunt beasts. Although the shelter wasn't the largest one they had come across, there seemed to be a good population living here, over 10,000 or so people. Off to the side, there was a large field that was used for ships to land, and there were already quite a few there, as well as a group of people ready to greet them. "Welcome, Quinn. I believe we met before while you were working at the school," one of the men in white robes said, walking forward. "It's also nice to see you again," the man smiled. When Syl looked up, it took him a few seconds to realize that he really did know this person. This was Robin Greylash. One of the head generals had been invited to do a little demonstration in one of the elemental classes. From Quinn's duties, he had met the other head generals from time to time, but didn't talk with them much. The two of them shook hands and smiled at each other. "I see the Greylash family didn't just send anybody in either. It would be great to have your support," Quinn said. While those from the Greylash family were respectful to Quinn and seemed happy to see him, the other 5 travelers that had been brought along with him weren't exactly welcoming him with open arms, although they knew their place and soon came over, giving a bow down. "These people are from the Orbis faction that was stationed here," Robin explained. "They work for the Greylash family and will be the ones looking after us while we are in the shelter." All of the men had bowed down to Quinn to greet the world leader, apart from one, a young man who had his arms crossed and bags under his eyes, as if he had been having many sleepless nights. "Please allow me to say what's on my mind, sir," the man said, looking at Quinn. He still wasn't used to this, but now as one of the world's leaders, he realized that others couldn't just say what they wanted to, unless they wished to start a war. "I hope you won't go back on your word, and I am free to say what I want. I am Ko, leader of the Orbis faction. However, I don't like the fact that the cursed faction seems to have so much free time that even a world leader can come down here. I feel like this is just putting pressure on the Greylash family to hand over the beast crystal to you once it has been obtained. At the same time, you are a person younger than me, and you are meant to take command. At your age, how many battles have you fought? Do you even know how to lead, or do you just rely on others around you?" As the man continued, Quinn could see that a temper was rising in Robin. It almost looked like he was going to zap the man to stop him, but Quinn nodded in his direction when the two of them made eye contact.
It was okay, this man just didn't understand, and people shouldn't be punished because they had different views or thoughts. On top of that, I have heard about your unhanded methods of summoning beasts on the other shelters. If things don't go your way, will you be doing it here? Ko's speech had stopped while he was in the middle of talking. While Quinn had made sure Robin was not to get involved, he had forgotten about another person who currently had his hand wrapped around Ko's mouth, holding his jaw in place so he couldn't say another word. "Do you think it's just getting a bit quiet around here?" Peter said, smiling at the other men behind him. Everyone watched as they saw Peter lift up Ko's body in the air from his mouth. The grip around his jaw was just hard enough to not allow him to move it or say anything else, while at the same time he wasn't using his full strength, otherwise his jaw would have been crushed by now. The other 4 men that had come with him were also members of the Orbis faction, and seeing one of their trusted allies being hurt by what they only saw as a stranger, they immediately started to pull out their beast weapons and activate their abilities. "Put your weapons down, it's an order," Robin shouted, having had enough. At the same time, Quinn quickly went over to Peter and had his hand on his shoulder. "I think it might be best if you let him go as well." It wasn't a telling off, as Quinn knew why Peter had done what he did, and the others weren't going to stop Peter either. Peter looked at the man for a second before releasing him, allowing him to fall to the floor as soon as he was let free. Ko attempted to grab something from his side, but before he could, Quinn held on to his hand. "Are you sure you want to do that?" Quinn said. "Your life was just spared, and think about what would happen if you were to act out again." When the tension and pressure from Ko went away, Quinn let go as well, moving back to the others along with Peter. "Ko, that was completely out of order. If you were to act like this with Owen here, I would have hit you myself," Robin said. Hearing this, Ko immediately bowed down. "I apologize to the cursed faction leader. What I said was out of order," Ko said, but the apology didn't exactly seem urgent or sincere. It was more like he was forced to do it. Peter was tempted to go in again, but this time Linda grabbed him as she kept an eye on him. Stretching his jaw, Ko felt a little bit of pain, and that wasn't the only area either. It was the same with his forearm as well. "I'm an A-class traveler and have been protecting this place for years, and this is how we get treated? The Greylash family are treating an outside faction better than their own," Ko thought. "And that guy, I didn't even see him move and he grabbed my jaw. I thought the cursed faction only had a few strong ones." Trying to forget about what happened, Ko was asked by Robin to lead the way and give the group a tour around the shelter. At the same time, they would ask for details about the demon tier beast or any information they had on it. As soon as they entered the shelter, though, the others, with their great hearing, couldn't help but listen in on what the others were saying about them. "That's him, the cursed faction leader. He's also one of the world leaders. Don't you think he looks a bit young? How can someone like that have the power to control 1/3 of the human forces?" "He is young, don't you know? Even if he looks young, his actual age is a lot younger. He would only have just graduated from the military school, a genius in the rising." "A genius, huh? So much so that they have decided to send him here rather than deal with the Dalki?" "Oh, stop being stupid. Are you really a traveler? You should know how difficult a demon tier beast is. Would you rather fight a Dalki or a demon tier? The weapon created will also help us support the rest of the war." What Quinn was pleased with was that at least some people seemed to know the importance and dangers of the task. However, if they knew what they had planned to do with the demon tier crystal, then maybe more would be upset about it. "Even with an adult face, they are all calling you babyface," Quinn commented. "You know, with your key control and control of your body, maybe you could make yourself look older, or you could always use the earth mask from Peter to change your appearance." "It's okay. I think it's important that people know it's really me here," Quinn replied. "Could you imagine what they would have done if they thought I was someone else? There would have been a fight back there." "This place is cool," Vex said. "It reminds me of the familiar world with all the colorful plants." "It certainly is different," Weevil replied. "Have you noticed the buildings, though, and the outside walls?" "Yes, and even the people, although they were interested in us at first, seemed concerned about something else, a little on edge," Linda said. "Is it the demon tier beast?" "I also recognize that some of them have bags under their eyes, like the faction leader Ko. Are they all having trouble sleeping?" Layla whispered. Quinn had noticed it as well, although from the outside the place was well guarded, and there were plenty of strong travelers and faction members of Orbis. The people were wearing their beast gear even inside the shelter. This wasn't too unusual if it was a few, but nearly every single person, even those that looked like civilians, was shot. Some of the buildings appeared damaged, as if they had just suffered an attack not too long ago. After walking through the large shelter and being shown the main places, they finally went towards the center, where the large tree with pink leaves could be seen. It was taller than the shelter walls and was as thick as a truck. From the tree, a pathway where the long grass was cut led up to the faction hall. Heading inside the faction building, the reaction was pretty much the same from all those outside, but they quickly headed to a room where they sat around a round table and could get straight to business. Quickly moving towards Quinn, Layla decided to sit next to him, even though she hadn't said much on this trip, and Eno decided to sit on the other side. They had asked if Haley had arrived yet, since she was meant to meet the group, but it appeared she still hadn't done so. "So there are a few things that will need to be discussed today," Robin stated. "First, we will let you know everything we know about this planet and about the demon tier beast. After that, we need to discuss how we decide fairly who will get what rewards. After all, 3 groups in particular will be part of this hunt, and everyone deserves their fair share. The Orbis faction, the Grey Lash family, and the Cursed faction. Yes, the Orbis faction is part of the Grey Lash group, so we will need to consider that as well. Now, thanks to the device the Cursed faction has given us, we were able to discover the energy of a demon-tier beast present on this planet. Unfortunately, somehow the demon-tier beast appears to appear in certain spots and then disappear. These spots follow no pattern, so it will be quite hard to try to find it. At the same time, according to Orbis, this shelter has been facing its own problems, and I'll leave it to Ko to discuss the rest." Ko stood up and looked at the others before replying. "First, before we do anything, there is a serious problem plaguing this shelter. I'm sure some of you have noticed the destroyed buildings and such. That's because this shelter seems to be targeted. The beasts have been coming here often in waves, and all of the travelers have had to defend it. Now this has happened since the existence of the shelter. It became popular with travelers since they could hunt without having to move far away, but recently, higher and higher tiers have been coming along with larger forces. Recently we even had an attack from a legendary tier," Ko explained. "How frequent are these attacks?" Linda asked. "The time frame has been dwindling, but right now it seems to be every week or so. We have a theory that it is possibly the demon tier beast's doing. Perhaps it's moving into another beast's territory and sending them here. Another important factor that we are unsure is related or not is that every time we are attacked, people from the shelter appear to go missing," Ko replied. "Missing?" Weevil said. "You don't mean killed, but you just have no trace of where they have gone?" "Maybe they were eaten," Peter said, saying it like it was no big deal. "Maybe you ate them, am I right?" Fex joked, raising his hand, expecting someone to high-five him, but then when he was the only one laughing, he realized that, for one, no one else from the other groups would know what he meant by this, and perhaps his joke was a bit too far. "You guys need to take this matter more seriously," Ko said, shaking his head. "Because of this, we can only send a small team out to look for the demon-tier beasts, and with more and more dangerous beasts coming, we might need more help from you guys here. Can I ask, when is the rest of the Cursed faction coming?" The others looked at each other, and even Robin was pulling an awkward face. "Actually, this is everyone that will be taking part in the hunt for the Cursed faction," Quinn replied. "What? You only brought 7 of you? How are you meant to take on a demon-tier beast with just the 7 of you?" "I assure you that the people I have brought aren't ordinary people," Quinn said. "We can come up with a way to track the demon-tier beast," Eno spoke. "We can do all the hard work, and you guys can stay here and look after the shelter. We came here to hunt for the demon-tier beast, not to protect the shelter. Who knows? Maybe the demon-tier beast will make its way here," Eno smiled. After he finished speaking, a vibration was felt in the rooms, and a loud explosion was heard outside. Soon the sound of multiple explosions could be heard. One of the faction members stormed into the room, covered in sweat. "Sir Ko, we need your help urgently. Outside we are being attacked again. The beasts are raiding us right now. And, sir, they have a demigod-tier beast with them." The meeting was halted at that moment, as the Orbis members quickly ran out without thinking much about it. While Robin remained calm, he was talking to his men to report on the full situation, just so they knew exactly what they were going up against. "Sir, it seems like our members are having trouble dealing with the demigod-tier beast," one of the Grey Lash said, coming back in after seeing what the situation was like, while the Cursed members were left in the room on their own, being the last ones to act. "Quinn, are we going to help them?" Layla asked. "Of course we are. Find whatever beasts you can deal with, and try to save as many lives as possible. There are a lot of fighters in this shelter, so I'm sure they can handle themselves. We will mainly look after the families, Quinn ordered. However, the most important order of them all is not to die. If you die, then many lives will be lost. Remember that? Strong words, Ino said. The others nodded, and those with the shadow power used their shadow equipment to put on their high-level beast equipment. Once inside, they could see flying beasts in the air hovering around the shelter. They would swoop in from time to time, planning their attack while circling around. There were so many that a large shadow was cast over the shelter. Some beasts with powerful legs were able to leap up in the air and attempted to enter the shelter that way, while others had found ways to bypass the walls. It wasn't long since the attack had been announced, and yet already many beasts had entered the place. On the walls of the shelter, there were around 10 Greylash members stationed on all 4 walls. They were using their lightning abilities well to stop the beasts from outside, and also those from above, while ignoring those from inside. The group was hesitant about where to go or what to do. Then suddenly, leaping up in the air, a giant frog like a beast with small arms and a long neck came towards them. Before it could reach them, a single line of red aura had hit the beast and sliced it in half. The others looked at Quinn, but the attack hadn't come from him. It was from Ino. Are you really just going to stand around? Can't you hear the cries of the people? You are lucky that it is just beasts attacking, for if it was the Dalki, everything would have been destroyed in seconds. Ino was right, and everyone else knew it too. Soon the others went to help the people as best they could, and they were aiming for the higher-tier beast as the travelers were able to handle the others. Wait, Syl, you come with me, Quinn said. I'm sure they're going to need your help. Looking over, Quinn could see where Ko, the Orbis faction leader, and Robin, the Greylash head general, had gone. It was towards the north wall that the most energy was being felt, which most likely meant it was where the demigod-tier beast was as well. On top of that, there was no one in the cursed faction at the moment that Syl could copy abilities from. If he wanted to help, the needed powers and strong ones at that. The cursed faction members had decided to split up into 2 groups. Weevil and Linda had gone off together to reinforce one of the walls where it looked like most of the beasts were coming in from. When they reached the wall, they could see why they were facing trouble. We have to kill the king-tier beast quickly and block the entrance, an Orbis leader shouted. He was in pain, fighting against a large minotaur. The beast was larger than a Dalki and muscular beyond belief. A king-tier beast that was filled with rage and had massive amounts of brute strength. The problem was getting close to the thing without dying from one swipe of its large hands. The 2 king-tier minotaurs were the ones responsible for destroying the gate in the first place. From a distance, they had knelt down, charging the muscles in their legs before blasting off, banging into the wall, not caring about their bodies. However, the faction members were able to survive against the minotaurs thanks to their slow movements. Unlike their initial attack, it looked like the other movements were quite slow, but their hides were tough. Seeing all the beasts go past them, they couldn't help but feel pain as they saw the number of beasts pouring in through the gates. I'm sorry, the commander at the gate shouted, as he was ready to risk his life to take down the beasts. But suddenly, he saw a group of beasts flying through the air, getting knocked back meters away. What happened? When turning around, he could see a large woman in beautiful crimson-red beast gear holding a club in her hand. Linda had transformed and was using her great strength to not allow any more beasts through the gates. With every swing, she would be able to kill a group of them, and even the force caused the beasts to hesitate moving in any further. Who is that? I don't remember anyone from the Orbis faction having that ability or that strength. I will have to thank them later. For now, I need to fight what is in front of me, the man said, turning around. But then he could see a slight, small-haired green man touching his body. I just need a little boost, Weevil said, as the man felt the energy leaving his body through the touch of another person he didn't recognize. Weevil, absorbing a little bit of blood through touch, knew he would need a boost. It was only later he found that, unlike vampires, he just used blood for feeding. Weevil could also use it to power his transformed state. He ran forward, avoiding the beast's swings with his great speed, and jumped onto the Minotaur's arm, running up it. As he pulled out his daggers, the head and his body started to transform into the tiger beetle form. When he leaped up in the air, his body had finished its transformation. Midway up the air, they were wondering what would happen, but one of Weevil's legs kicked at a speed impossible for the human eye to see, and a bang was heard. Somehow the force of the air itself was hit, speeding Weevil up and holding the two daggers he had gone right through the Minotaur's head through to the other side, killing it. Good thing that beast was distracted, Weevil thought. Inside the shelter itself, Layla, Peter, and Fex were together. Peter was able to deal with most beasts using his fists, ripping them with his bare hands. There weren't many strong beasts inside the shelter, and he thought it was quicker to deal with them with his hands rather than use his weapons. It looked like it was working. As for Fex, he was by his side, pulling the beasts in the sky down, and doing more of a rescue job when he could. Some of the people were trapped under buildings and needed help. At the same time, using her arrows, Layla would focus on the flying beast heading their way. With Peter's strength and speed, there was no need for her to transform into her other forms. I can still help. I can still save people's lives, Layla thought, as she fired off an arrow, and using her ability, she changed its direction so it could go through a gorilla-looking beast's eyes, stopping them before they were to slam down on a traveler who had fallen. Back at the north gate, Eno, Syl, and Quinn had arrived. Grabbing Syl, Quinn quickly jumped up the wall, and now they could see everything. Ko and Robin were still on the wall planning what to do as they watched the demigod Tyr's movements. They hadn't gone into battle just yet. The second Quinn saw the beast, he could tell it was at the demigod Tyr level, having met one once before. It had two giant wings that were covered in soft white fur, and both of them looked to be glowing in a strange light. It looked like a giant white furry moth. I think we have watched this beast long enough, Ko shouted. With the three of us here, we should be able to beat it. However, Eno looked towards Quinn. Quinn, are you sure this is the right place to be? Sometimes the loudest place is not the one a person should focus on. Quinn was wondering what Eno was talking about. There was a demigod beast in front of them. If not this place, then where would he need to be? In the shelter with the people? Helping the others. Because of this, Quinn closed his eyes and tried to listen out to see if there was anything else. Then, from the forest just outside the east gate of the shelter, he could hear it and feel the loud vibrations coming from that direction. Syl, Eno, help them and deal with the demigod Tyr beast here. I am needed somewhere else, Quinn said, and using shadow travel, he disappeared. Hey, what are you doing? Ko shouted, as he was ready to just jump in. He was confident in his strength, but had never fought against a demigod Tyr before. He thought at least with the cursed faction leader, who had supposedly killed many Dalki, and the Greylash head general, of whom he already knew their strength, they could deal with it quickly, but now he had just run off. That damn coward, Ko shouted. Meanwhile, Quinn had already exited the shelter and had equipped himself with his new legendary Tyr gear, covering his whole body in silver with spiraling blue armor. The fur could be seen in certain places, and he looked a bit out of place in the colorful forest, but it didn't matter. Who would have thought that there would be two demigod Tyr beasts attacking this place? With Quinn having left the north gate, it left Ko, Robin, and Syl to deal with the demigod Tyr beast that had the appearance of a giant white furry moth. The three of them needed to act fast, as they could see a number of their people who were fighting the beast collapsing onto the ground. They weren't dead, as they could still be seen breathing, but they still wouldn't wake up despite what was going on around them. One had even been hit while asleep. It was an attack that was partially deflected off one of the moth's large wings, yet still, they didn't wake up. We cannot allow that thing to get into the shelter. If it does, it will cause everyone else to fall asleep, and then the rest of the other beasts will cause even more mayhem, Robin claimed. What are we meant to do? Whoever gets within 10 meters seems to be hit by the beast's fur that's shedding from its body. It looks impossible to avoid and is hard to see. All our ranged attacks seem useless as well, Ko explained. The other Greylash members continued to fire lighting at the giant moth, but it was seemingly doing nothing, as if it just tickled the beast. This was meant to be one of the strongest abilities out there. Looking at the beast's movements, Robin noticed something. It hadn't taken flight yet, even with the two giant wings. An aerial beast was sometimes more difficult, so why was it on the ground? It looked like it was constantly moving every time someone got close to a certain part of its body, protecting a certain place. At one point, one of the travelers had gotten close to its underside as it ran under its head, fighting the loss of energy. When this happened, it leaped back for the first time, swinging its powerful wings forward. As soon as it was in the air, it spun, so one could only see its back. It's the underbelly. I'm sure that it's the weak point. With my soul weapon, I can create quite a powerful attack to damage it, but we will need someone to get close to it and force it to show its belly, Robin explained. Now the men that were continuing to fight the moth were down to 5. After pulling out his regular sword, Ko had enough and was about to jump off the wall until he felt Syl grab his arm. "What are you doing, kid? Get off me!" Ko shrugged it away. "If you're just going to stand here and be useless somewhere else." Ko then leaped off the wall and stood in front of the gate, waiting for the right time to go in. "Syl is your name, correct?" Robin said, turning to him. "Your power, if I fail, we might need to rely on you to finish the job. Owen told me a lot about you." Saying this, he held out his hand, allowing Syl to touch him, and soon after, he leaped off the building as well. Spirals of blue lightning started to surround Robin's arms and legs as he activated his soul weapon, but this was only one part of it. He needed to activate the second part of it to truly use the move he wanted, and he was relying on another for this part of the plan. "Damn it! It looks like it was holding back on what it could do, but this is the only chance I'll have," Ko shouted, as he lifted his sword back into the air above his head, tilting his back. The other men were quickly falling asleep after being hit by the fur, so he had no choice but to use this opening. Activating his ability, his weapon grew in size, becoming almost as big as the moth itself. It was strange how one could still wield a beast weapon with its sheer size, but the weight of the weapon had remained the same for Ko, the ability user, only the size had changed. Swinging it down with all his might, hitting the moth with a weapon this large would do something, and the moth seemed to think this as well, as it leaped back into the air. The attack from Ko was fast, but the demigod tier beast was faster at avoiding the blow. However, this was the plan in the first place. Now it was showing its white belly. It looked as if it was ready to turn around like before. Still, before it could, a large human-sized blue lightning went straight past Ko's head and straight to the moth, hitting it in the center part of its belly just under its head. An explosion of blue occurred, with lightning strikes firing off into the air. More of the moth's fur had been chucked everywhere. It fell to the floor, rolling on the ground, while Robin's arms and legs were glowing blue and slowly fading. He was panting and huffing, because his soul weapon had worn him out considerably. What was worse, though, was that he and Ko had both been hit by the fur explosion, and they could feel their bodies growing weary by the second. It was a strange force, like a spell, draining the energy from both of them, making them incredibly tired. "What is this? I thought it might have been a sleeping effect, but that's not it at all," Robin realized. "It's what I thought. This moth is draining the energy from everyone to heal itself and make itself stronger. This fur, there's got to be a way to get rid of it." Robin started to think. Making a quick decision, he placed both of his hands on himself. Usually, users of lightning power themselves with lightning to avoid getting hurt. After all, their bodies were not made of lightning itself. This time he had done no such thing, and shocked himself repeatedly, making the pieces of fur from the moth fall off his body. His drained energy hadn't returned, but it had finally stopped leaving him. Seeing Ko's eyes starting to become drowsy, he quickly fired and shocked him as well. He screamed in pain, but the pieces of fur that covered his body had fallen. "What do we do?" Ko shouted, leaning on his sword stuck in the ground. He hadn't used a lot of energy, but a lot of it had been drained, and he was relying on Robin for an answer. "The moth looks like it's fine to me," Ko said. The truth was, using a soul weapon took a lot of energy, and it was the same for Robin. It was meant to be a trump card in a fight, but he wanted to get rid of it quickly. Robin had previously engaged in battles with others to aid him on his journey, but at this point, he saw no way out of this one. The moth appeared to be struck by several bolts of lightning, and unlike the others, each one seemed to inflict a wound no matter where it landed on the animal. Walking past Ko, Syl was seen with his hands out. "He has lightning powers? But he isn't part of the Greylash family. Didn't the curse bring him along?" Ko thought. "Where have you been?" Robin asked, smiling back at Syl. "I had to get a few more abilities to make your power stronger. It's not the same as the world leaders, but it should be enough," Syl shouted, firing off a constant stream of lightning. Now the whole body of the moth's body was lighting up blue, and the blood was oozing from the beast's body. The lightning continued to leave his arms, and Ko couldn't believe what he was seeing. Eventually, the lightning stopped. The beast was no longer moving in a pool of its own black blood. It usually would have been a cause for celebration, and Robin was happy, but not Ko. He looked at his fallen comrades. If he could have done that from the beginning, then why? Why didn't he come in earlier instead of waiting for everyone to get hurt? Ko thought angrily. And there was one more person he was annoyed at as well, Quinn, who had seemingly disappeared and run away. Just where the hell was he? At that moment, in the forest, Quinn, with his special armor, was standing there waiting to see the beast, as trees were being broken down one by one, and the sound of the beast's roars was getting closer. I have the new shadow skills I have learned, the new blood skills, and even a new armor set. I would have liked to have used you to train even further and test these skills out, but I can't waste any time on you, Quinn said. Activating the Blue Fang armor set. Skill activated, Nitro Accelerate. The pieces had all been assembled on the Alex-made legendary tier gear that Helen had given him. All armor pieces were created using the same beast crystals from a legendary Tier 1 beast called the Blue Arctic Wolf, found on a plain covered in snow. Usually beast crystals could only be used to create one piece of equipment that type of crystal was suited to, but the Arctic Wolf's crystals were unique. It could be turned into any part, including different weapons. Unfortunately, what this meant was that the stats that came with it weren't so specialized, or so this is what people assumed. The legendary equipment created with the Arctic Wolf crystals wasn't on par with other legendary tier items, but was highly sought after due to its adaptability. Legendary tier beasts were, after all, hard to come by, so finding one that could be turned into anything was seen as a big advantage to have. However, when creating the crystal, Alex was able to uncover something else. The reason why the Arctic Wolf crystals could be turned into anything, and he didn't seem to be the first one either. He wondered why the Daisy faction had gathered so many of the same beast legendary tier crystals without using them to make anything else. Hoping to find something, Alex created 2 different sets of armor with the Arctic Wolf crystals, and when he created this second one, he understood. The Arctic Wolf equipment was meant to be used as a set, an armor set that would have a special active ability for one to use. With the armor equipped, Quinn could feel the effects of each item as the power of the beast equipment entered his body, improving his overall stats. Even though the legendary tier items were said not to be on par with others, it was still a huge improvement from what he was wearing. Blue Arctic Wolf chest piece, plus 20 to all stats. Defense, 40. Blue Arctic Wolf shoulder pieces, plus 10 to all stats. Defense, 20. Blue Arctic Wolf leg pieces, plus 30 stamina. Blue Arctic Wolf boots, plus 30 agility. Defense, 20. Although the defense that each of the items gave was less than the Emperor tier he had received from Alex before, that didn't matter for how much the equipment had improved his stats. Strength, 70, 100. Agility, 70, 130. Stamina, 69, 129. Charm, 60, 90. It was the first time Quinn's stats had reached such numbers. This is what can happen with a full set of legendary tier equipment? And I also have the mask as well, Quinn thought, as he couldn't imagine how much stronger he would be with demigod tier or demon tier equipment. He could see the mayhem in that area, though, and knew he had to deal with this beast quickly. He would have no time for training sessions. Equipping the red demon-like mask, Quinn was ready. When the beast was finally in view, Quinn could see coming through the forest another moth-like creature. It too was covered in fur, only this time it was purple in color. The trees were the only things slowing it down as it hit them, but that's when Quinn noticed something strange. He could see that when the creature hit the plants with its fur and it would rub off onto the plants, it would slowly start to weather away. That fur! I have to try to keep it off of me, Quinn said. When the beast got closer, something seemed to come off of it, small particles of fur, even without intentionally spreading it. It was walking and constantly shedding its skin, creating the air around it to turn purple. Small, nearly invisible fibers had already entered the air. Warning, the demigod tier beast is emitting a deadly poison. Your HP is decreasing. Estimated time till death, 5 minutes. Defeat the demigod tier beast in 5 minutes. Rewards. As if I didn't have a good enough reason already to try and defeat this thing quickly, Quinn thought. Now he was sure of what the right thing to do was, to activate the set armor ability. Activating the Blue Fang armor set. Skill activated, Nitro Accelerate. As a result of the equipment's boost, Quinn noticed an abrupt shift in the direction of all the energy she had been feeling. He could feel the energy moving around him as the set of silver armor started to light up in a shining blue. His stats showed a significant improvement that demonstrated the effectiveness of the active skill. Agility 220. For one, the active ability would only last a total of 2 minutes. The second was that after the skill was activated, it would be on a 1-hour cooldown. During this cooldown period, all the stats the equipment usually gave were nullified. It was like he was just wearing pieces of scrap metal during the cooldown period. This didn't matter so much for Quinn, though, because with his shadow equipment skill, during the cooldown period while in mid-fight, he could change his armor, something that wasn't an option for him. The disadvantage of using such a powerful skill had been negated like that. Quinn wanted to kill the beast before even the time had passed, even though his health was already failing. He charged forward, moving his legs, and everything around him started to look like a blur. Through focusing, he was finally able to see things, but it took a lot of mind power. The beast couldn't even keep track of where Quinn was, nor could he, as he had accidentally run straight past the beast, colliding into a tree, but breaking it in the process. Crap, Quinn thought, as he brushed a few branches off himself and looked at the back of the beast. I can't just use my body's full speed just yet, but I can still control it, so I'll have to just get used to it slowly. Charging at the beast a little slower this time, Quinn punched one of the beast's legs, using a blood spray-filled fist. It had torn off part of the beast's skin, but hadn't created a wound. As expected, one would think a demigod-tier beast couldn't be taken down with one blow, but while he was like this, that didn't matter. He punched at one of the many moth's legs multiple times, using his full strength, and the faster his hits were, the stronger they would be as well. When the moth eventually turned around, Quinn had already run underneath it, going for the next one. The moth screamed in pain and anger. Its purple fur was being thrown about everywhere, even attaching itself to Quinn. His health was still deteriorating, and he could see the timer on his quest going down. Its poison must be strong. I can see why it's a demigod-tier beast. I bet if it was fighting against anyone else, it would have poisoned and killed them in seconds. But vampires seem to have better resistance, and with my blood bank, I can continue on for a lot longer, regaining my energy. Quinn slid underneath the moth's belly and jumped before hammering both elbows into one of the moth's eyes. 3 of the beast's legs had already been destroyed, including one of its eyes. The beast truly felt like it could do nothing. Its poison wasn't working, and Quinn was strong enough to continue to use his speed and skills to his advantage. Getting behind on its next leg, Quinn then proceeded to produce his well-learnt thigh kick. The first kick didn't work, as it slammed into the beast, but it had a clear effect as its body wobbled. Not giving it time to recover, he produced 5 in succession. The last kick had snapped the leg and sent it flying through the forest. This is great! I don't even have to use my blood abilities or shadow powers. This armor has just given me another way to fight, Quinn thought excitedly. However, his time was running out with the active skill, and his other set of equipment wasn't exactly the best at the moment. It would have been preferable for him to forego using the skill altogether if he hadn't managed to dispatch the beast in 2 minutes. Knowing this, Quinn could see the beast was mostly crippled. He leapt onto the beast's head and stood strong. It swung its large body in an attempt to swing what was on its head off. Blood began to pool around Quinn's raised hand as it ran down from his fingertips to his elbow. Soon it started to spiral like a type of drill, covering a single arm. It was one of the blood moves he had learned from Ino himself. He mixes this in with his already known hammer strike. Quinn was able to create a new move. He started the motions by slamming into the beast's head. Using ki, that force alone was enough to jolt the beast. Then, pulling his arm and snapping it forward, the blood hammer drill had been executed. A loud bang was made when the blood drill was slammed into the beast's head. The drill easily pierced through it, creating a large hole in its head and even going through to the ground. A few seconds later, and the beast instantly stopped moving and fell to the floor. The infamous ding could be heard in his head at that precise moment, and the blue armor on his body began to dim once more. Quest completed. You will receive the following rewards. After defeating the demigod-tier beast, the sound of battle inside the shelter was still ongoing. Those from the Greylash family stationed on the wall turned around and started to direct their lightning strikes towards the beasts inside the shelter, while 2 of them jumped down to aid their head general. "Is everything okay, sir?" they said, as they helped lift him off the ground by his arms. Even with the beast dead, he was still feeling the fur's effect on him. Some time would be needed before his MC cells would make a complete recovery as well, but gritting his teeth, and through sheer will, once he was helped to his feet, not wasting time, Robin ran through the gates with the others. Syl had decided to do the same, heading back in. Although his concern wasn't for the people inside the shelter, he wondered what was so urgent that made Quinn leave so suddenly like that. That left all the men who had fallen asleep or perished, along with Ko outside the gates. How could they just leave my people like this? What if more beasts start to come from the North Forest? All the people will die, Ko thought, but his eyes weren't looking at his men. Instead, they were locked onto the demigod-tier beast that had perished. Walking over to the beast, Ko took out his sword and started carving away. Who could be so foolish to leave such a thing behind? Ko thought. This is strange, Linda said, now in her smaller form. Her larger self consumed too much power. If she needed to recharge it, there was only one option, which she wasn't exactly pleased about doing. Are you talking about the beasts? Weevil replied, as he too had gone out of his transformed stage and continued to slash at the creatures coming towards him. They were mainly bug-like creatures from the looks of it, but were roughly the size of a basketball. Yeah, usually different types of beasts don't coordinate and attack like this. It's as if something is making them stay here. As they continued to fight, eventually the beasts started to change their course of action. It was like a switch inside them. Now nearly all the beasts were attempting to escape from the place. While their backs were turned, the angry travelers made sure to make them pay and attempted to kill as many of them as possible. Eventually, when all of the beasts, including the ones above, had left the area, the sound of fighting and crying started to calm down, and the fighting stopped. "The beasts have retreated!" a large man shouted, raising his battle axe. Soon after, everyone in the faction cheered and shouted as a sign of relief. The members of the Cursed had gathered to check on one another, despite being worn out and having a few scratches here and there. When they said that the beasts attacked this shelter frequently, I never expected something like that, Layla said, putting her weapon away. I don't think that was a normal attack, Linda replied, looking at the condition of the shelter buildings. They were crumbled and destroyed. It was clear that the last attack wasn't on the same level. This much destruction would take a while to repair without the help of many Earth users. Entering the place, Robin could see that he didn't need to do much. He had used the last of his strength to zap a few creatures, but soon found them retreating. A few of the travelers who were waiting by the gate were told to bring the others inside when Ko entered at the same time. He looked at all the destruction around him and the blood that had been spilt, and then his eyes went towards the Cursed faction in the center. Did they fight, or did they run away like their leader? Ko thought, not seeing Quinn anywhere. They hardly have any scratches on them. Ko didn't realize that he had hardly been hurt either, since his only part in the fight was being a distraction, but he had a lot of black blood on his armor, making it look like he had fought many beasts. Walking over, Ko was ready to give the group an earful. He was going to complain about them not helping, while also asking where their so-called leader was, but eventually travelers and civilians started to surround them. Thank you so much for helping us. You lifted that rubble off of us. Thank you for helping at the gate as well. If it wasn't for you guys, more of the beasts would have gotten in. You were amazing. I never knew the Cursed faction had such strong members. Having you guys felt like we had 100 extra people helping us. For some reason, Ko could hear it all. Not just the civilians, but even members of his own faction were praising them for what they had done. So they come in and protect us from one attack, and they get treated like gods, Ko thought. What about me? I am the one who has been protecting this place all on my own since the beginning, when the Greylash and the Cursed weren't here. His fists were shaking. Where the hell is my praise, you ungrateful brats? I was the one who made the Orbis faction, and even stationed our base here, protecting all of the travelers and people. At least I got some reward out of this damned attack, Ko said, touching the side of his pouch. In the forest, Quinn had just defeated the demigod-tier beast, and his health was still being affected by the purple fur. That was until he had received the quest rewards for finishing off the beast in the requested time limit. Instant level up received. You are now level 63. Since Quinn was at such a high level now, killing beasts hardly put a dent in leveling up his experience, so he had to rely on the system granting him special quests like this one, or a force that was so strong that he could level up from it. With the stat point, he placed it onto his stamina stat, finally getting it up to 70 with the rest of his stats. He was happy that he had received an instant level up because even though he had defeated the demigod-tier beast quickly, he wasn't sure if he could have done it within the 5-minute time frame without the new armor set. Did the system know what equipment I have? I'm treating this thing too much like a human. Still, the system does seem to be quite clever at times, Quinn thought. However, the reason why Quinn's health stopped going down after the fight was because of the next reward. For the first time ever, he had received a passive skill. Passive skill unlocked. Immunity to poison. This skill is unable to be leveled up. The user will be immune to all types and kinds of different poison. Now he understood why, after completing the quest, even though the purple fur was still floating about in the area, he was now no longer being affected. A passive skill. I've never heard of a vampire even having such things, Vincent said, sounding genuinely shocked rather than his usual sarcastic self. I wonder how far the system can go. Quinn was wondering the same thing. He even wondered what it meant to be immune to all poisons. Would this also include the fairy blood that was poisonous to vampires? Or was that counted as a different substance? Nonetheless, it certainly was a handy thing to have. There were poison ability users out there, and many strong foes unstoppable in fights had fallen to poison. The real question is what to do with this, Quinn said, as he held the demigod tier crystal in his hand. Right now he had half the answer to solving part of Syl's problem. However, 2 demigod tier beasts had attacked, and he was wondering how willing the others would really be to let him keep such a thing, or even have both. This area is pretty far out from the shelter, and it looks like the fur is slowly starting to fade away. I just need to move the body deeper for the beasts to come and get rid of it for me. What they don't know won't hurt them, and maybe this will give us more of a chance to get the other demigod tier crystal, which means the demon crystal can be used to be turned into a weapon. I can feel it. The fighting has stopped inside the shelter, so I still have time. It looks like things are going our way after all, Quinn thought. At the same time, the Greylash members had gone to check up on the other demigod tier beast. They could see that several cuts had already been made on the beast, and when they searched, they couldn't find the crystal at all. Where's the crystal? Did another beast take it? A Greylash member said. No, can't you see? It looks like the beast has already been carved, which means it's already been taken by somebody, another replied.
Many beasts were coming and could smell the blood in the air. It had upset him a little, but he knew it was inevitable for no one to get hurt. He had learned that from the past. What he was thankful for was the smell wasn't too thick, meaning that the damage had been kept to a minimum. He entered the shelter and could see there were guards from the Orbis faction placed on the outside who let him pass with ease. Every abled person was already being put to work. A part of the shelter and the open area near the pink tree was being used as a healing center. Those that had been injured were gathered and were getting treatment along with food supplies. Temporary beds had been laid out for them all as well. However, one thing was clear. They were understaffed. There were plenty of people to help them, but when it came to healing injuries-wise, the faction didn't have many healers in their group. They were highly sought after anyway, so it looked like no one had predicted this amount of damage. The Greylash family didn't bring any support other than fighting power. Remember, Quinn, don't think of the ones you couldn't have saved, but the ones that you did save, thanks to you killing that other demigod-tier beast, Vincent tried to encourage him. He knew this, but he was a bit disappointed in himself, because there was another person he needed to thank, and that was Ino. Ino was the one that made him aware that perhaps there was something else out there. If the purple-furred moth had reached the gates like the white one, the situation would have been far worse. The cursed faction leader has returned, one of the leaders of the Orbis faction that had greeted Quinn shouted. Hearing this, the other cursed leaders turned and rushed to where he was standing. Nearly everyone had gathered under the large open area by the pink tree to help with the injured. Quinn couldn't do much, but he was planning to do something. Quinn, maybe it's best if you try to stay calm for this one, Feck said, reaching him first, rushing over, and soon Peter was by his side. Maybe keep Peter in check as well. Quinn, permission to pound that damn Cohen to the ground, Peter shouted. Quinn was truly baffled and had no clue what was going on. Soon the Greylash family were also upon them, while the Orbis leaders seemed to be talking amongst themselves away from the rest of them. Robin, with 2 other Greylash members, arrived around the same time as the rest, and was hoping he could give a clearer picture of what was going on. I'm sorry, Quinn. These were the first words that came out of Robin's mouth as he shook his head. First, I assume you went off due to your own troubles. Yes, Quinn replied. I sensed that many beasts were coming from the east gate, and went ahead to stop them before they reached the area. You may check the forest if you wish. No need, I believe you, Robin replied, letting out a big sigh. Quinn had decided not to tell the others about the demigod tier crystal. That way there would be no arguments over such a thing. Of course, Quinn would have probably argued that he was the one who had defeated it, but just to avoid headaches, he thought there was no reason to. Perhaps others might still think badly of the cursed if he did such a thing, a world leader who pushes his weight around. There was also the fact that Quinn knew there was another demigod tier crystal to be obtained. If they already had one in their possession, their case would be weaker when trying to claim why they deserved the second one. Thanks to the cursed faction, we were able to fend off the attacks with minimal casualties and a few serious injuries here and there, said Robin. The most impressive of them all was Syl. It was because of him that we were even able to defeat the demigod tier beast in the first place. The discussion had started off with what to do with the crystals. However, because of all of you and what you did for the shelter, those in the Greylash and even members of the Orbis faction had already decided that the cursed faction should keep the demigod tier crystal. The problem is that bastard Cole stole the demigod tier crystal, Peter shouted. He wasn't shy about it either, making sure everyone heard him. Hearing this again, Robin let out a big sigh, as he had done everything he could to stop the cursed and the Orbis faction from having a big fight just seconds ago. I'm afraid it is true that the demigod tier crystal seems to have disappeared, but we don't know who took it, Robin said. Don't know who took it? So the only other guy who still had energy to fight and was the last one seen next to the beast isn't the main suspect? Quinn, you've got to believe me, Peter shouted. I think it's true, Quinn, Vex whispered. When he was being accused, I heard his heartbeat rapidly change. You know how we can usually tell when humans are lying. I didn't use my influence skill, but I'm confident that if he didn't take the crystal, he has something to do with it being missing. Hearing this, Quinn was wondering what to do. Of course, he could use his influence skills and hope it would work against Ko, but the others would see it as him bullying the weaker faction, or maybe even claiming they planted it. For now, it was not the right time to get into a big fight. While thinking about this, the leaders of the Orbis faction, including Ko, had come over. I'm sorry, Ko said, bowing down. I really don't have a clue what happened to the crystal. We have asked everyone, but no one knows anything about it. We have been dealing with a bigger concern. Tensing his fist, Peter wanted to do something, but Linda, once again, moved him away and off to help the others. Quinn couldn't help but smile. Peter had a gift, an intuition that couldn't be matched. It's okay. Tell me about this other matter, Quinn said, showing that he didn't really care about the crystal. In truth, Ko wanted to know where the hell did Quinn go during the battle and was hoping to turn the Greylash against him somehow. But Robin seemed to be more on the cursed side than he had initially thought. It's about the people in this shelter. Once again after the attack, 10 people have seemingly gone missing. We have counted those that have died, but again, 10 more people seem to have gone missing, Ko explained. Quinn didn't really think much of the people gone missing, but he was more thinking of the reasons why. Was it really the beast's doing? He had never heard of beasts using humans before. I'll try to put my best people on the job, Quinn said. Fex is a great tracker, someone with a nose as good as a dog. At first, Fex was happy about the tracker compliment, but pulled a face when he was called a dog. But he knew what Quinn was saying. Maybe we should organize ourselves in case there is another attack. You said they have been becoming more frequent, so we need to decide what to do and use this time to recover, Quinn ordered. A meeting would be called once they organized and gathered the rest of the people. For now, Quinn wanted to make sure that everyone forgot about the demigod tier beast crystal. If Ko really was the one that had stolen the crystal, there were other ways of getting it without having to cause a fight in front of everyone. If he stole the crystal, then we will just have to steal it back. Thank you for making it easier for us, Quinn thought. A short while after, another large ship was seen docking in the ship area, and exiting from this ship was Haley, but she wasn't alone, and had a group of 10 others were with her. The reason why she was later than expected was due to her waiting and gathering a group of certain people. The 10 people with her were all healers like herself. Each one got straight to work, and the patched-up first aid jobs were getting healed. Queues were forming for those with the worst injuries, and everyone was getting healed one by one. Thank you, Ko said, standing by Haley's side talking to the people as they got treated. I'm glad the Earthborn group has some sense and has sent healers along, unlike the Cursed faction. Their leader wasn't even here during the fight. Haley finished healing the person in front of her and looked at Quinn. He was talking to the people with a smile, but it wasn't a happy smile. As he saw someone with injuries, it almost looked painful. The Earthborn group isn't the one you should be thanking, she replied. Sam, the vice leader of the Cursed faction, sent me here along with all the other healers. The Earthborn group has nothing to do with it, so if you want to thank anyone, you should thank them. Hearing everyone talk so highly of the Cursed faction was just annoying to Ko even more. The fact that the Cursed group were also the ones to accuse him of stealing the crystal. Did no one have any respect for him? Sir, urgent news, one of the Orbis faction members said, running. Some of the missing people from months ago. They have finally returned, but something is strange about them." "They returned," Ko replied, visibly surprised, and rather than pleased, he looked almost frightened as his eyes had widened. "Inform Head General Robin immediately about this, and see what we can do." "Wait," Haley said, standing up. "Take me with you." In total, 3 people who had gone missing months ago had returned to the shelter. Apparently they had been found as they wandered through the forest and stumbled upon the gate. Those at the shelter recognized them as one of their own straight away. When the people had gone missing, Ko had ordered the guards to remember their faces, so that if they were spotted at any second they would be recognized. Out of the 3 people, there was 1 young female, an older male, and a traveler. They had been brought into the faction and had been placed in Ko's office for his return. Entering the room with Haley following him, Ko saw the 3 of them and looked almost disappointed. "We have tried speaking to them, sir, but none of them remember anything about what happened. They don't know where they went or anything about the others that went missing as well," one of the men said. "If they can't remember anything, then these people are useless," Ko shouted. "How are we meant to find the other missing people? Those idiot muscleheads, they don't even care about this shelter or anyone inside. Instead, they're just obsessed with finding the demon-tier beast." Haley, watching this bipolar act coming from Ko, thought it was quite strange. Did he care for the people or did he not? When he first came in, rather than pleased, he seemed upset. Shouldn't he be happy that at least these people came back, or was there something else on his mind? "Before, you said there was something strange about them," Haley interrupted. "Is it just the missing memories, or is there still something else?" The men looked towards Ko, who gave the nod to tell her all the details. Although the memories are a concerning thing, each of their responses varies at different levels. The young girl can communicate with us fine. The older gentleman seems to understand what we are saying, but whenever he tries to speak, he struggles, while the last one—" Haley could already see what they were about to say. His eyes looked dead lost, while his pupils were enlarged. He was staring at the wall in front of them, while dribbles of saliva were falling from his mouth. "And there is something else as well," the man said as he lifted up each of their shirts. Going around to the back of them, Haley could see what the man was referring to. There was a strange red mark on their back, starting from the very bottom. It branched out like a tree root, spreading branches across the back. "Is something taking over their body?" she thought. For the young girl, who was still able to speak, the marking was the smallest, having only traveled partway up her back, while the others had progressed more, with the travelers nearly reaching the top of her head. Seeing this, the girl started to burst into tears. "Am I going to end up like him?" she started to cry. "You have help now. We're going to try our best, okay?" Haley replied, not wanting to make any promises. This was something she had never seen before in all of her time working as a doctor, and when she had learned of the healing abilities. It didn't look like an ability or an injury. She pressed her hand against the young girl's back and started to touch the area. When she touched one of the red-like branches, it moved slightly. "Ah!" the girl screamed, and was already covered in sweat from the first touch. Even now, without touching the mark, it appeared as if the girl was in pain. The older man was in a worse state, constantly wincing as he stood, but the traveler looked as if he felt nothing. Placing her hands above, Haley started to activate her ability, trying to heal the wound. A soothing feeling came over the girl, and she slowly lowered her hands, attempting to heal it again. "Tell me what you feel?" Haley asked. "The pain is going away," she replied. Although the pain was going away, the mark still appeared to be there. Stopping her ability, the mark still remained and the pain had returned. This didn't look like it was something she could remove with her ability. "I think it will be best to keep an eye on them, see how much time we have, and how quickly the mark starts to spread. In the meantime, I will ask one of my people to come and give them healing from time to time. It won't do much, but at least it will stop them from feeling too much pain," Haley said. Soon after, Robin entered the room and took a look at the 3 people who had returned. "Ko, I think me and you should have a talk about what the next move is to be," Robin said, and the 2 of them had left the room to have their own private conversation. Now, in a room a little further away from where the patients were, the 2 of them could talk. "Did you manage to find out anything from the 3 of them?" Robin asked. "No, it seems like all their memories of when they were taken away were gone. They can't even remember their family members that are in the shelter, and only one of them knows how to speak," Ko replied. Robin gave out a big sigh again. "I'm afraid we might have to stop focusing on those missing from the shelter. At the moment, we have other troubles that are of greater priority. I believe you have people outside of the faction searching for the lost ones now, correct? It would be best if you asked them to return and prepare to defend the place. With all of the Orbis faction and having just successfully defended an attack, they shouldn't come back any time soon. My plan is to suggest to Quinn that the Greylash family and the Cursed faction hunt the Demon Tier Beast as quickly as possible. Biting his lip, Ko couldn't believe what Robin was suggesting. Weren't you the one that put my faction in charge of this place? Ko replied. When the Greylash family is done hunting this Demon Tier Beast, are you going to help us search for the missing people? Are you going to protect this place? Are you really being so foolish right now? Robin replied. We are in the middle of a war. That demon crystal would help us turn the tide, even if it's just a little bit. If the Dalki aren't dealt with, then you won't even have a faction to protect, Robin shouted, slamming the door as he left the room. That mark. I know I've seen it somewhere before, but where? Ko thought. The rest of the shelter looked to be in better spirits, and the rebuilding of the shelter was now taking place. Although it was being rebuilt in a different way based on Robin's orders, it was now being changed into more of a defensive base, building certain walls and towers for points of attack, while a large building for non-fighters would be placed nearby so they could stay there for the time being. Just as everyone was getting ready to move from the giant pink tree, there was a commotion as people started to talk to one another. They returned! The missing people! Some of them have returned! A gentleman shouted, pointing in the direction of one of the gates. Is it true? But no one has returned after months, and now they are returning, the people spoke. Some of them were happy that their family members were safe, but they could see that not all of them were quite there. In total, 12 of the missing people have returned. The faction members guarded them and escorted them to the shelter. Ko knew that this would cause a panic, and that was why he had kept it secret about the first 3 people returning. Now that some had returned, the others who had lost their family members would be asking about where they were as well, and right now they didn't have answers. Also, the strange marking was worrying him. Strange, isn't it? Eno said, as he and Quinn were standing there looking at the people trying to take a look at who had returned while they were walking towards the shelter. Do you mean their eyes? Quinn said, noting something was off about them from a distance. Not just that. Some of these people had gone missing for months, Eno replied. They had to have come from the forest, and while outside, how did they survive? Sure, there are some travelers among them, but not all of them are travelers. What about the deadly beasts we just fought? How are these people still alive? When the people were brought in, Haley took a look at each of them once again, and it was the same thing. Every single one of them had the strange marking on their back. They were all at different stages, and their state was the same as the other 3. Returning to the girl, she could see that the girl was in more pain than before. It hurts, the girl said quietly, squinting up at Haley. Looking at her back once again, she could see that the mark had grown. She was at a loss of what to do. She didn't know why, but she had decided to call in a certain person. Me? But you know I'm no doctor, right? Quinn replied, as he walked through the faction halls. I know, but I know you have secrets. Maybe you've seen this mark before, Haley said, knowing it would be a long shot. Still, Quinn was curious about the people as well, and he felt like Haley was always nice to him during his time in school, so he could at least take a look at it. So, have you seen it before? She asked. No, I haven't, Quinn said, but decided to use his inspection skills to see if there was any other information. A powerful mark that continues to grow. A mark from a demon tier beast. After using the inspect skill, a lot of the information seemed to be still hidden. Still, Quinn had learned a lot by looking at the marks. Do all the people that returned have the same mark? Quinn asked. Yes, Haley replied. She could tell that maybe he didn't know what it was initially, but something had struck him now. His whole demeanor had changed, and he had to have an idea of what it was. Not knowing that the marking belonging to a demon tier beast, Quinn was a lot more interested in these missing people and where they had exactly gone. The question was, why had they returned, and what exactly did the mark do? If I find out where the missing people are going, then it will probably lead us to the demon tier beast as well. This might be a bit too dangerous to just leave it up to Fex to do, Quinn thought. If I had to guess, it looks like you know a little bit about this mark now, Haley asked. For a while, Quinn stayed silent. This alone had already answered her question, but he still didn't know whether to say anything or not. This information he had was powerful for more reasons than one. If they learned the mark was from a demon tier beast, perhaps they would execute all of those with the mark or do something else. This information need not be shared with others. I don't actually know what that mark is, but there is someone I brought with me who might. I was just wondering if they would help me or not, Quinn lied. Someone who can help? Haley, though surprised. Other than healers, was there really someone who could get rid of this thing? Whoever it was, she wanted them to act quickly. It was breaking her heart to see this young girl in constant pain, and it was getting harder for her to speak by the second. The older gentleman, as well as his mark, had spread to the point where his pupils were becoming larger, and he was about to turn into the same state as the traveler next to him. Walking out of the room, Quinn went to fetch the said person. "What do you think, Vincent? Do you have any idea?" Quinn asked, wanting to bounce ideas off someone else. "My research was more focused on vampires, so I never learned much about the beasts, especially the demon tier ones. Although I have to admit, everything so far has been strange from what I do know. People going missing and now returning. The beasts are attacking this shelter and the forces are getting stronger by the second. If I was to guess, it would all have to be related," Vincent replied, and Quinn couldn't agree more. When returning to Haley, he had brought along with him a man who had a long ponytail. She looked at the gentleman for a few seconds, but didn't have a clue who he was. The gentleman looked at all three with the markings and placed his hands on them before turning to Quinn. "My question to you would be, do you wish to save one or do you want to save them all?" Eno asked. "Save them all, of course," Haley shouted, even though the question wasn't directed at her. If this man had a healing ability or knew how to heal one of them, why couldn't he heal all of them? She thought it was a stupid question to ask. "If you want to save them all as well, then there is only one way. The mark is linked to the thing that caused all of this." And that was all Eno had said. Quinn thought he understood, since he was starting to understand how Eno worked a bit more now. Using his abilities, he could most likely get rid of the mark, but he would only be able to get rid of one or two due to the cost of his powers. It was probably something that Quinn and the others were unable to pay for him to use the ability, which was why he had asked the question. As for the second part, to not reveal that it was a demon-tier beast's doing, Eno was saying that the demon-tier beast needed to be killed to get rid of all the markings. Walking out of the room, the two of them knew what needed to be done. Quinn was getting ready to head over to Fex to see if he had found anything yet. "Quinn, wait!" Haley called out. "So, can you help them?" "If you keep them alive long enough, then yes, I can help them," Quinn replied as he closed the door. As time went on, Quinn had talked to Fex about what he had found, but he had come up with nothing. More people seemingly appeared in the shelter with the mark, and now there were a total of 50 that had returned. While others were on edge, wondering just why the Orbis and Greylash factions weren't allowing them to see their loved ones. The biggest issue was that nobody who had recently moved into the shelter was missing. According to Ko, it happened each time a beast attack occurred. So Fex and Quinn would have to try and keep an eye on everyone during the next attack, which would be a challenging task for anyone. "Quinn, I've been looking for you," Robin said as he approached the two of them. "I have a suggestion I would like to make for the demon-tier beast. I know that the shelter is busy with the missing people, but I believe the demon tier is the main priority." Quinn would have probably agreed with him. In the end, he could have left, or asked Sam to send more of the cursed faction members to protect the shelter if need be, while they went to search for the demon tier beast. Still, now knowing that the marks on the people and the demon tier were linked, he wanted to find out what was happening to them first. But how do I tell Robin without actually telling him? Quinn thought. Back in the private room, Haley was still observing the three people carefully. She watched the markings as they grew, and now the older gentleman and the traveler were in the same state. Their minds were seemingly gone, not responding to any questions or words. The only one that was still partly there was the young girl. "You can still understand me, right? You're fighting against this thing," Haley asked, looking her in the eye. The girl was still covered in sweat, and she couldn't even open her mouth. She was in so much pain. Now the mark had reached her shoulder blades and was still crawling. "You're a brave girl. I can tell you're fighting against it," Haley said. Based on the others by now, she knew the young girl should have changed states, but she hadn't. She couldn't imagine the pain she was going through fighting against it when she could have just given in. Giving in was always the easy option. The only thing she could do now was have constant communication with her to try to keep her there. Pulling out her watch, she saw a digital keyboard being projected in the air. "I know it's hard for you to talk, so all you need to do is nod. Tell me, what's your name?" Haley asked. She moved her finger through each of the letters, and when the young girl nodded, she would say the letter out loud and go through them again. Eventually, she found out her name. "So your name is Wendy, correct?" "It's a good name," she said with a smile. Wendy had her eyes squinted so she could hardly see, but she wanted to have a good look at the person who was with her. The talking and communication briefly made her forget about the pain. When she squinted them open, bearing through the pain, that's when she spotted something. Wendy then pushed Haley to the side, causing her to fall to the floor. What the hell happened? Haley thought as she looked at what was going on. Right now, Wendy was holding on to the traveler's arms up in the air, and it looked like the two of them were struggling in a battle of strength. Wait, did she just stop the traveler from attacking me? Haley thought, and soon she could see that the older other man with the mark was on the move as well. He leaped in the air towards Wendy as if he was a wild animal, but Haley quickly got in between the two of them. "I'm not just some pushover doctor," Haley said as she avoided the two hands and grabbed them, twisting them behind the man's head before kicking him in the back and to the ground. She turned around and could see Wendy was still struggling. Quickly, Haley acted again by kicking the traveler in the stomach, but it seemingly did nothing. So she kicked him at the back of the knee, causing him to jolt, and Wendy then hit him again, pounding his head till he was knocked out. The two of them were huffing and puffing. "Wendy, you saved me. Thank you," Haley said. But she could see that Wendy was still struggling to fight off whatever was trying to take her over. That's when Haley had a thought. Whatever had happened to these two? Was it currently happening to all the others that had returned as well? At that moment, the two that had been knocked onto the ground started to rise again. Inside the shelter itself, Fex, Linda, and Weevil had decided to head inside. At the moment, Fex was continuing his investigation into what had happened to those that had gone missing. Linda and Weevil had agreed to come along to see if they could help, while Peter and Layla remained outside, still helping out all around the shelter. The shelter was pretty large, but they could always communicate with each other through the masks if anything happened. Additionally, based on the information they had obtained from Ko, a beast attack wouldn't occur for a while. Of those that returned, there were only a few people who could still speak. Still, so far, not a single one could remember anything. He had managed to come across one person whose mark had hardly developed at all, a young male with a scruffy beard and messy hair. "I do remember a few things," he said. "I remember we were being led somewhere. I think we were in a group being taken away." "Do you remember what they looked like?" Fex asked, now using his influence skills. Human minds sometimes record things even unconsciously, so Fex thought it was worth a shot. "No," the man replied, and soon went out of the trance. "I do remember hearing a voice, something telling us to come here," the man said. Fex decided to take note of this. It was interesting to know that he had heard a voice. "Maybe the beasts are hearing the same thing. I've already checked the bodies of the dead beasts, but can't see anything on them. Maybe if we were to capture one of them alive? Considering they're beasts, the markings could also be in some other place." In the middle of his thoughts, a loud scream was heard throughout the whole room. Turning around, it took a few seconds until he could see and smell a splatter of blood coming from one of the faction members. He was on the floor, and one of those with a mark had leaped onto the traveler and dug their teeth into their arm. What was impressive was the power of the person's jaws. The faction member was wearing beast armor, and still, someone was able to chew through to get to the skin. "What is going on over there?" Weevil asked as he saw more travelers coming to aid the person being attacked. They attempted to pull the person off, but were flung away, getting hit by a single arm. "Hey, that's some super strength crap right there," Fex said nervously. "They don't happen to be like us, do they?" Fex asked. "I don't think so. Otherwise you would have smelt it," Linda said. The three of them rushed over and could see the travelers continuing to struggle to deal with the attacker. They could see that they were being cautious, as they didn't want to harm the person. Suddenly, the crazed human had been wrapped around in red string, and with a yank, they were pulled up, and their arms were wrapped up like a cocoon. The person continued to struggle and bend their body, wiggling it towards the others. "That bastard," the traveler said, as his arm was covered in blood when he stood up. "They bit me." Seeing the string react and bend that way, Fex had an idea of the person's strength. He was right. It was beyond what a regular human could do with no beast gear on. Maybe if they were someone who practiced ki, or were like the Blades, it would make sense, but the person didn't look like the fighting type in the first place. "I think we might need you to tie up a few more people," Weevil said. When Fex looked up, he could see that those that had the markings, nearly 3/4 of the ones being treated in the room, were standing up. Their eyes were starting to glow in a slightly white-yellow color. "What the hell is happening? What's wrong with them all?" the travelers said, as they pulled out their weapons. At that moment, Fex heard a slight snapping sound that only his ears could pick up, and that's when he noticed that the person he thought had been dealt with had used their extraordinary strength to break free from his bloodstrings. Soon, all those standing with the mark with glowing eyes looked towards the travelers. The others with markings were even frightened at what the others had become, but it seemed like they weren't interested in them at all. The sound of fighting down a hallway not too far from them was heard, and bursting through the doors, Ko had come rushing in with a few others. "Something is happening to those that are marked," Ko shouted. He had been busy escorting more that had returned to the shelter, and some of them had started to attack him in the middle of their return. Seeing that it was a similar situation here, he had to make a quick decision. "Remember, they are still people. Make sure that you don't kill them, but don't die either." "What an easy thing for him to say," Weevil said, as he avoided a powerful punch that hit the ground and destroyed part of the hard flooring beneath him. He then grabbed his daggers and cut the back of their feet to slow down their movement. Seeing the floor, he could tell a hit from something like that would even hurt him. Somewhere inside the shelter, Haley and Wendy escaped from the room. It looked like no matter how many times they knocked the other two down, they would get back up. The only other option was to kill them, but the words of Quinn rang through her head. "Keep them alive and I can help." Running through the hallway, she decided to head for the training room where the others were gathered, hopefully looking for someone. But when she took a turn around the corner, that's when she could see the chaos had already started. Even in the hallway itself, the Orbis faction members were fighting against the marked, and it was the same in the training hall. She stood there stunned when the sound of the wall next to her started to break as two men came flying through the wall. Once again, she found herself on the ground with a marked and a faction member on top of her. Soon, though, they were lifted up and flung back into the training hall. The person who had thrown them was Wendy. It was clear that the faction members could not deal with this mess, especially since Ko had given the order that they weren't allowed to kill them. They were practically fighting against superhumans. Although the travelers and faction members were stronger, they were running out of stamina quickly. The most helpful one of them all was actually Fex. He could not break out of all of the marks, so he decided to tie up the ones that he could, leaving them there on the ground. Seeing this, Haley thought maybe going to the others would be better in the center. Taking a few steps into the training hall, another marked stood in her way, but was quickly punched and knocked to the side again. Wendy was continuing to protect her, and it looked like she too had received a power boost. "Doc, what's going on?" Ko shouted, as he went to reach her side and quickly saw Wendy there as well. "Is she—" "She's fine," Haley replied. "I'm not sure. The ones who are acting out have marks that have traveled all the way up their neck. They must have some sort of parasite or infection that has taken control of them. I've never seen anything like this. They might keep acting in this way if we can't take it away." Ko could see his people were exhausted, huffing and panting. Some of them even had wounds. For some reason, the marked were more like beasts as they bit and scratched them. He clenched his hand as he was finally ready to give the order to kill. "Ah!" Wendy started to scream. She tilted her head back, and the marking could now be seen visible on the back of her neck as well. "I told you she was one of them," Ko argued. "No, she fought it so well. She couldn't have turned as well," Haley shouted. Wendy's eyes began to glow as she lowered her head once more. Even though she fought the mark right up until the very end to keep her new friend safe, it had finally overtaken her. Something inside Haley thought that maybe Wendy wouldn't attack her. She stepped closer, reaching out her hand, and Wendy leaped up in the air, baring her teeth towards Haley. "No!" she shouted. From behind, black shadows appeared, and in the next second, her whole body was consumed by the shadows, and she was gone. "Shadows?" Haley said. Entering the room, Quinn had arrived with his hand held out. It didn't take long for Quinn to hear the cries of the others, but at the same time, he could tell that these weren't moans and groans from beasts, but from humans. As Quinn went through the hall, he struggled to figure out what to do, as he saw those that had been marked, attacking everyone else around them. This has to be related to the strange marking from the demon tier beast. Is it able to control the people, or can it only give them simple commands? From what he was seeing, it seemed like they only had one goal: attack all those who were unmarked. Seeing them like this, Quinn didn't want to kill them. When he entered the training hall and saw that Haley was about to be attacked, he instinctively placed Wendy inside his shadow lock. Turning around, Ko could see Quinn with his hand held out. "What did you do to her?" Ko shouted. "You ate her with your damn powers. I told everyone not to hurt them. Where is she? Where is she?" There it was again, Haley thought, the bipolar act of Ko, who seemed to care and not care about these people at the same time. But Haley had an idea of what Quinn was doing. "Wait, maybe this can work. It doesn't appear like the girl that was marked is attacking in the shadow space," Quinn thought. "If I'm correct in thinking that all the marked ones are only attacking the unmarked people, then I can put them all in my shadow space." Working quickly, Quinn used his shadow lock on the next marked that was attacking the faction members behind him. He waited for a while, and his MC cells had remained the same, but it still wouldn't show if they were attacking each other. Seeing that the other cursed members were doing just fine, and everyone could last a little while longer, he used the shadow lock on himself, and for a second he disappeared from the room, entering the black space. Here he could see Wendy and a male marked, standing in a certain spot doing nothing. As soon as he entered, they both turned to look at him, and immediately started to charge towards him. Getting out of there quickly, Quinn was now back in the training room. The two of them! It didn't look like they were fighting each other, and they didn't seem to have any fresh wounds. This could work. My MC cells go down depending on how much is held in the shadow lock. Keeping them there will mean some of my MC points will be limited, but at least it will give me time to figure out just what is behind all of this mess, Quinn shouted in his mind, as he quickly started using shadow locks on each of the marked. Shadows were popping up in the training hall everywhere, and in seconds, the marked people were disappearing into them. For each person that was locked in the shadow lock, it would take around 20 MC. With the group that Ko had brought along with him, there were 70 or so marked people in the room, but not all of them had gone mad just yet. Doing his best, Quinn continued to put them all in the shadow lock until finally it seemed like the whole area had started to calm down. Those that were marked but hadn't gone crazy had huddled up in the center, hiding them away from all the fighting. Their bodies were shaking. The others who were hurt and had just engaged in combat were gazing toward the center where the other marked had gathered like a pack of ferocious beasts. "I need to keep an eye on them to see if any more have changed, but I won't be able to put them all into the shadow space," Quinn thought. Out of the 70 people who were marked, 42 of them had gone mad and were currently in Quinn's space. This meant that 840 of his MC cells were locked away, limiting the amount of shadow he could use. Quinn could tell that putting them in the shadow lock wasn't a permanent solution. "You!" Ko shouted, stomping his feet while he walked forward. Ko himself seemed fine, but his men and the rest of the people in the training hall were not. They had large wounds. This suggested that Ko had some skill, which was expected of a faction leader. "What did you do to all those people? Tell me now!" he demanded. At this moment, it seemed like he didn't care who it was, but soon he found his footsteps stopped, and a few people around him. "Do you really think that you can just approach our leader like that?" Fex said, as he tied his red string around Ko's arms and legs, pulling him with great force. Linda and Weevil were also in front of Quinn, almost protecting him, even though Quinn wasn't the one needing protection. Ko grunted and was expecting his faction members to do something, but they did nothing, and there was more than one reason. The cursed contributed the most to the defeat of the marked, just like in the assault with the beasts. On top of that, they were injured, tired, and exhausted. They couldn't believe that the cursed hardly broke a sweat. It was as if they had unlimited stamina, able to fight on forever. "Ko, what are you doing? Quinn just saved all those people," Haley said, having an inkling of what he had done. "The marked people are fine. I have put them all in my shadow space. I saw that they weren't attacking each other, so I thought if I put them in the same area away from everyone else, they would be fine," Quinn replied. "How am I meant to believe that? Am I just meant to take your word for it?" Ko said. Tired of having to explain himself to Ko, Quinn lifted his hand up and pointed it towards him. "What are you trying to do? Are you going to silence me because I'm the only one calling you out? Go ahead, show them who you really are," Ko shouted, as if he had gone mad. "No," Quinn replied, "I'm going to show you." Making a fist, a shadow appeared behind Ko, and soon his body disappeared. 1 second he was in the training hall, and next he was in a dark space, but he wasn't alone. All the marked in the room he could see were just standing there motionless until they noticed him. They turned their heads, and all their eyes started to glow as they charged towards him. "No!" Ko screamed, but then he could see himself in the training room again. "Do you believe me now?" Quinn said. All those with markings were placed in a makeshift cell, created by one of the faction ability users, who could produce wood. but everyone knew that, if they went mad, the wood wouldn't be enough to hold them back. Of course, Haley started to focus on those that were injured, and that's when she discovered something devastating. An emergency meeting was called by her, and it was taking place in the training room. This was where the other marked were being held, and they made sure to stay close. Ko and Quinn glanced at each other for a second, or it was more right to say Ko glanced at Quinn until Peter stepped in between the two of them and stared back at Ko until he finally gave in. These people from the cursed faction are crazy, Ko thought. Haley, I assume you have some important news, Quinn asked. She looked almost frightened and nervous about what she was about to say. Yes, some of those that had been attacked by the marked, who received deep wounds, it appears that they too are now showing signs of the mark as well, although it has hardly developed. Are you saying that it spreads, like an infection? Layla asked. I believe so. For now I have made a list of all those that have shown the mark, Haley replied, bringing up the list. Over 30 of the faction members' names were written on the list, including the ones that were kept in the makeshift wood cell. At any time they had around 60 more people that could turn mad. Hey, this can't be good, right? Fex said. Shouldn't we put them with the other marked inside that wooden prison you made? Do you really think that will hold them? Linda said. Their strength is nearly as strong as mine. If they get out and hurt more, then we will just have more to deal with on our hands. Even though Syl has temporarily held the power, the cell cannot be created indefinitely. Then can't you just get Quinn to do what he did with his shadow, to do the same to the rest, until we find a solution to this problem? Ko said. I can't. My shadow can only hold so much, and I'm already at my limit. There are just too many marked people, Quinn replied. However, Fex realized something at that moment. Hey, wait, Ko. This has been going on ever since the shelter was first built on this planet, according to my investigation into the missing individuals. How many people have exactly one missing? Sure enough, at that exact moment, another leader of the Orbis faction came bursting in. Sir, we have a report from the Grey Lash team. More people are returning, and they're bearing the mark. Tell us then, how many people have gone missing? Eno asked. Over 1,000. As expected, more people started to return to the shelter that were missing, despite Ko's orders to keep what happened in the faction base a secret. Word had gotten out to those in the shelter as well, rumors of a strange infection that took over people's minds, making them attack anyone they could see. Although the people were frightened by this, what it did do was stop them from asking questions about what happened to those returned. When they saw a group come back, they now had an idea why they were taken to the faction base. However, the number of people that had returned was now over 300, and every single one of them had the mark on their body. Ko, what are we going to do? One of the Orbis faction members asked while in the main office. We are holding on to a ticking time bomb. More and more will eventually come. I know that we still outnumber them even if they were all to come, but the fact that they can infect others as well. Don't you think I know that? Ko said, looking at the list of names of the people that returned. He looked through each of their names diligently, but it didn't seem like he had found what he was looking for. Thank the stars we still have the cursed faction, the man blurted out, but quickly regretted saying those words as he saw Ko's eyes twitching. Even he had to admit that they had already been a huge help in many different ways, so Ko couldn't let his rage get the better of him. When one of the marked had gone mad, Quinn would place them in his shadow lock. At the same time, Fex would tie up some of them with the red string. It seemed like not all the marked had the same strength compared to each other. Some could break from the string, while others couldn't. Testing this, Quinn let out some of them from his shadow lock space, and allowed for Fex to tie the ones that were weaker up, giving him more room for his MC points, and to lock those that were potentially more dangerous. Although, due to the sheer number of people being turned away, Quinn was still very low on MC points. Eventually what they had predicted had come true as well, as one of the faction members who had gotten bit had been infected and turned into a mad marked. The idea was to capture him, so Haley could study him, but it was impossible, as the faction member was the strongest mark they had come across by far. He had been wrapped in a string that broke immediately, but Fex quickly overpowered him, hitting him a few times before flipping him onto the ground. Now he was one of those who were in Quinn's shadow space. Then finally, another problem occurred. Quinn no longer had any more MC points to use the shadow lock skill. At least he wouldn't put any more in, as he wanted to keep some MC cells so he could still use the ability. Thankfully, most of the ones that had progressed the furthest had already been put in his shadow lock, so they had some time, but he had informed the others of this as well. "Did you find out anything at all?" Quinn asked. "Yes, but it's not good news. There seems to be no relation between when someone disappeared and how far their marking has progressed, since it depends on the individual. However, the main thing I have found is that, for some reason, those that have the mark have it passed on. The mark is spreading far more quickly. In fact, it doesn't make sense, but I can only assume that since they have come here, the markings on their bodies have been progressing at a rapid pace," Haley explained. They were all in a tough situation, and there was one option they did have, but no one had suggested it so far: to kill all those that were infected. This would solve a number of problems. They wouldn't have to worry about an attack from the marked. They also wouldn't have to worry about others being marked, and it would give them more time to find the demon tier beast. As for Quinn, due to everyone he was holding in his shadow lock, it meant he could no longer use his shadow abilities. Even if he was to face the demon tier beast, could he do it without his shadow abilities? The whole thing seemed a little impossible. "We don't have time. I have to find the demon tier beast today," Quinn thought. Looking around, all the faction members and even those from the Cursed were quite concerned. Quinn had already given them orders that if it got too much, they were all to leave this planet. They would have to give up on the people and the idea of the demon tier beast. He would protect them all from the marked as they got on the ship and flew out of there. Then, using his powers, he would travel to one of the shadow users on the cursed ship. The only person that seemed to be calm about the whole situation was Eno. "That guy, does he know where the demon tier beast is? Even if he did, I don't think he would tell me. What am I missing?" Quinn thought. Finding no answers, Quinn had no choice, and he felt like he needed to go on a search. Robin had already decided that they would protect the place, and Ko wasn't going to leave the shelter, which meant the Cursed were the only ones with free movement. But bringing along the others, he couldn't see how it would help too much. The night sky was upon them, and as Quinn informed the others of what he was going to do, he decided to take the investigation into the missing people into his own. Vex was left behind with all the marked, since his ability came in handy the most for restraining the others. They had found a bit of a pattern between those who were stronger and those who were weaker. It seemed to correlate with how strong the person was before the marking, which was why travelers and faction members were the most dangerous. They could buy more time with this. In the shelter, Quinn could see a lot had changed. They had built several walls between the gates of the shelter faction building where the giant pink tree was. In total, there were now 5 walls surrounding them, and on these walls were the Greylash faction members. At the same time, behind the faction building, a larger place was built that would keep the rest of the people who weren't fighters and were unmarked inside. Standing on top of the faction building, Quinn was looking out far and wide. People were still trickling into the shelter. He thought maybe he could try to follow them back. If he could locate where they were coming from, with his eyesight and hearing, maybe he could track even more people. As he was looking out and waiting for someone to return to the faction, he heard some people exit from the building. "Do you think this is a good idea, boss?" one of the men said. "Do I have a choice? If I don't do this, then this shelter is doomed. I've protected it for this long and will continue to protect it," a voice said. Hearing the voices, Quinn recognized it was 2 males, and he knew the other voice quite well. Hopping over to the back of the building, he could see that it was Ko, with one of the other Orbis leaders, and also 2 others were with them. "They don't look like faction members? They don't even have any beast gear on. What is he planning to do?" The other 2 that were with them had brown robes over their heads and were being held by the arm of Ko and the other Orbis leader. It looked almost like the 2 of them were captives. While walking, they looked around carefully, and Quinn continued to follow them from above. It being their shelter, they knew all the secret paths, entrances, and exits, until eventually they exited from the shelter and started to head into the woods. Now what the hell is the Orbis faction doing? Quinn thought, as he continued to follow them deep into the woods. So there really is something going on? Quinn thought as he continued to follow Ko and the others deeper into the forest. Before leaving, Quinn had released a few more from his shadow lock that could be tied up and left them to Fex. This gave him at least 100 MC cells to play with and use for his shadow. He needed something just in case of an emergency. It reminded him of the time when his MC cells were incredibly low and the shadow needed to be conserved more. At the moment he was traveling up the tree, placing the shadow around his footsteps, making them silent, while also using the shadow cloak to make himself appear invisible. For people to constantly go missing in the first place, I thought those in the shelter would be involved. Who else could pull off such a thing other than the faction leader? Quinn looked at them in disgust. If I keep following them, then maybe they will lead me to the demon tier beast. But are you planning to fight the demon tier beast alone? Vincent replied. Even with so few MC points, I think this might be impossible even for you. I have an idea, but I should at least be able to escape if it's not the case. I remember learning about demon tier beasts, how the higher tier beast seemed to have something similar to the abilities. Why would something as powerful as a demon tier beast need to use humans to attack us? Either one, it's an intelligent beast, such as a humanoid one, slowly weakening us bit by bit. It's the only way it can attack us, Quinn explained. Eventually, Ko and his group stopped in a strange place. The tall grass they would usually walk on was flattened, and the peculiar trees looked to have been bent out of place. It was strange to see such an open area in the middle of the forest. Is this it? Where is everyone? I can't see them, Ko shouted, looking around. This is all we can remember, I'm sorry, the men in the hooded robes answered. Ko pulled the person's hood down out of anger and went right up to their face. You need to think harder. You have to. Where are the rest of the missing people? Ko shouted. Of course, Quinn could hear this all and was now slightly confused, but in a brief second he saw it. The mark that wasn't visible on them suddenly shot up their neck. It branched out upwards into the back of their hairline. At that moment, the man's eyes started to glow, and it looked like the one next to him was turning as well. You're dead, the marked man said as they started to laugh hysterically. They can speak! It was the first time Quinn had seen one of those that was marked, showing any sign of communication. He still hadn't decided whether to jump in or not, but it was clear his initial thoughts were wrong. Several beasts came out from different parts of the woods into the open space, the same type that had attacked the shelter. They had green skin and were long and tall, like giant stick insects, while having several sharp razor limbs, 3 on each side. Most of them were at the advanced tier level. Still, there were also a couple of king tiers who had a black exoskeleton instead of green. Due to his inspection skills, Quinn knew all of this information. Enjoy, the marked man said, as he was ready to escape with his partner and allowed Ko and his teammate to be killed by the beasts. They pulled out their weapons, and Ko went ahead to try to stop Marked. He has to know something. That's the first Mark that has been able to speak, Ko thought, but as he rushed forward, not caring about his teammate. One of the black-skinned beasts went along, blocking his path. He hit the beast with his weapon, and a clang was heard, as if he was striking against metal. The other 6 limbs came towards him, and Ko quickly jumped back. No, they're going to get away, he thought, but soon saw shadows appear in front of the 2 of them, and they were quickly consumed. Then the beast standing in front of him was sliced apart, and all that was seen was an after-image of a red aura. The top half of the beast fell to the ground, and Quinn could be seen standing behind them. Damn it! Now I only have 60 MC cells to use, but it looks like we might find some answers, Quinn said, as he quickly went forward, defeating the beasts with 1 hit each. A strike with his hands and legs covered in the strange aura would blow or cut the beast's body apart. The other 2 didn't even have to do anything. They just watched Quinn display skills they didn't even know he had, punching them with a strange red aura, not getting hit once, and moving incredibly fast. I've never seen anyone deal with beasts so easily. I thought the rumors about his strength were exaggerated. Is there any human in this world stronger than him? Ko thought. All of the beasts were dealt with, and Quinn, covered in black blood, walked towards them. You 2, you need to explain yourself now. What are you doing out here, and why did you bring the marked out with you? Quinn's eyes were glowing red, not wanting to waste any time, and his influence skill was activated. We came out here looking for the rest of the missing people, Ko answered. I thought they might lead me to my family. When the question was answered, Ko finally came to and wondered why he had just responded to the question. It looks like I was wrong. Ko was just using the mark that seemed sane to try and find the rest of his missing people. He was just a man on a hunt for his family members. Please, Quinn, I know I've mistreated you, but that mark you captured, it seemed like he could speak. We have to ask him where the others are. Please, my wife and my daughter. They have been missing for the last 6 months now, Ko pleaded. Quinn was going to attempt to talk to the strange marked man anyway, so he didn't really see it as him granting this person a favor in the first place. Bringing out the mark that spoke, Quinn quickly grabbed him, pulled his hands, kicked the back of his legs, and stepped on them. With the strength and the armor set, he was sure there would be nearly no one that could overpower him at the moment, and it looked like he was right. The marked man's eyes were glowing, and he was constantly chomping at Ko and the other men in front of him. Speak! "Where are the others? What did you do to them?" Ko shouted. However, the marked was now acting like all the others. He was dribbling from his mouth and constantly biting away, trying to kill what was in front of him. Quinn had already attempted to use the influence skill on the marked before, but it had no effect, and he knew it would be useless now. "Do you think that the demon tier was possibly the one that was communicating through the person? Perhaps the demon tier has more control over the mark than we thought," Vincent said. At that moment, something came to Ko's mind as he looked at the dead beast behind them. "The marked! I finally remembered where I had seen the marking before," Ko said as he rushed over and pulled his blade over to the dead beast on the ground. He started to carve away inside its body and finally showed part of the shell. There it was. Inside the body of the beast, the same strange marking could be seen. However, it was slowly starting to fade away after the beast was killed. "I remember when I was carving that moth beast, looking for the crystal. I saw the marking just above. They're controlling the beast as well." Ko also realized that he had outed himself as the person who had stolen the crystal, but Quinn would leave that matter for another time. "The beasts that are attacking carry the marking as well?" Quinn started to think. "I thought that the beast was being attracted by something, but also not working with the demon tier beast. Then is it possible that the demon tier beast was taking the people after every attack, and then taking them somewhere to be infected? Why are they desperately trying to kill all the humans in the shelter? Beasts attack humans, but I've never heard of them going after humans before." Quinn desperately felt like he was missing something, and Ko and the other faction leader couldn't figure it out either. "The demon tier beast. It can see everything we are doing. It knows we are out of the shelter right now. It was even trying to get rid of you. What did Haley say about the mark growing quicker in the base?" Quinn said. "Demon tier beast," Ko repeated. "Are you saying this is all the demon tier beast doing?" Ding! The sound of the system message was shown, but coming up now, Quinn didn't think it would be good news. "New quest received. Defeat the demon tier beast before the whole shelter is infected." The night sky was out in the shelter. Still, the unique glow from the plants inside the shelter and outside gave everything a mystic feel and glow. There were all sorts of arrays of colors that would radiate from them and reflect them. The giant tree in the shelter was shining the brightest. It was so luminous that no beast crystals had to be used as lighting in the shelter. Everything had a slight pink hue as one would look around. Usually, if people were visiting the shelter for the first time, they would admire such beauty, but everyone in the shelter didn't have time for that. Normal civilians were held up in a large emergency center. At the same time, many faction members and Greylash members would be guarding the top of the wall. They assumed that with the number of missing people returning, they might have gotten some visitors even at night. However, there seemed to be a little bit of a dry spell. Almost a couple of hours had passed with no new people coming to the shelter. Inside the faction base, all of the cursed members were waiting in the training room with around 100 other people, split between regular travelers and faction members. There was more than usual that would be inside the room, but that was because they were afraid that an attack could happen at any moment. "You look a bit worried and a little tired," Layla said as she went over to Haley's side, who looked disheartened. She was taking a break and having a cup of coffee to give her energy. It was the only thing keeping her going at this rate. "I'm not like you guys," Haley replied. "I don't know how none of you are tired. Even the faction members are rubbing their eyes, but all of you seem fine, even after fighting all those marked, as you call them." Layla gave an awkward smile and didn't really know what to say. Of course, none of them needed to sleep as much as humans, because they weren't humans. They could go a few days without sleep and function just fine, but they still needed their rest now and then. "You know, you can rest if you want. It doesn't look like any more marked are coming in. I will look over you if anything is happening, and wake you up if you are needed," Layla said. "Thanks for the offer," Haley replied with a smile. "Don't you think it's strange that you are the one comforting me? I still remember when we were at the school, and Quinn came in running in looking for you. And now your position is probably more respected than mine. So much has changed in so little time that it feels so unreal. I never thought the day would come where Layla Monroe would offer to protect me." It certainly was odd, but Haley had no idea what all of them had been through. "So tell me, have you two made any progression?" Haley asked. Layla's face started to turn bright red. "What do you mean? Come on, do you really think I wouldn't know? I'm a lot older than you. It's a shame to hear that you two haven't progressed further. Maybe that's what happens when you have too much going on. But to me, it looked like he liked you as well, at least back then. We have to be brave in these times, Layla. With the war going on, who knows if this is the last time we will see anybody. Do you really want to leave this world holding on to words you wished you had said? When Haley spoke of this, she was also talking about herself. There was someone else she also wanted to speak to, but was afraid that she might never see again. You're right, Layla said, clenching the bow in her hand. I've been too afraid to wait for the right moment, but it seems like there may well never be a right moment. Entering the training room at that moment were 20 Greylash members. The others thought that they perhaps had more people to bring in and join the makeshift cell, but they had no one with them. Don't mind us, we're just taking a break for now and having a look at the marked, one of the Greylash members said at the front. Hearing this, most people chose to ignore them. Peter, Eno, and Syl were near each other, while Weevil and Linda were close to each other as usual. The only one that was apart from them was Fex, who stood outside of the makeshift cell. 3 faction members were standing in front of the cell door, whenever one of the people inside would be turned. Someone inside would call Fex to tie them up. They then would be moved to another part of the cell, where there was a wall between them and all the other tied-up members. The guards assumed the Greylash members were entering the cell when they began to approach the entrance. As they walked closer to Fex, he began to sniff their air as he smelt something.
Peter, Syl, it looks like we might have a job to do soon,
Eno said, sniffing the air as well. Eno hardly said anything to them, so they were sure to pay attention when he did speak. Fex, thinking that something was about to happen, decided to move away and head over to where the girls were. As he walked past and through the Greylash members, they met eyes before he continued walking. Hey, do you know how long Quinn is going to be? Fex asked. He didn't give me any time. I doubt he'd be back until the sun rises. Why, what's going on? Layla whispered, knowing something had startled him. It was hard for me to smell it at first because it looks like they've tried to cover it up. But those Greylash members that just came in right now, they smell of blood, Fex said. Blood? Haley overheard. Wait, aren't you going to stop them? Does that mean the Greylash members are going inside to kill them? Is that why no new people have come by? We have to stop them. That's why I was asking when Quinn would be coming back. If the Greylash members are acting this way, it means it has to be an order from Robin. The only person that he will probably listen to is Quinn. Perhaps he believes the threat of the Marked has become too big and has decided to take matters into his own hands. Let's just see what they do for now, and if they try anything, we'll try to stop them with words. If that doesn't work, we might have a tough fight on our hands going up against the Greylash family, Fex explained. The guards willingly opened the door so the Greylash could inspect the Marked. Be careful in there. There are quite a few that are about to be... The guard's speech was stopped midway as he felt his head being grabbed. We know, the Greylash man said. The guard's body shook as lightning was running through his whole body, and the other 2 guards were dealt with as significant lightning strikes had struck them both as well. What's going on? The Greylash members just killed the guards, Layla said, confused. The blood, it wasn't from the Marked, but it must have been from the other faction members outside, Fex shouted so everyone could hear, but they were all soon on alert. The door to the cell was opened wide, and the Greylash members stood to the side. Coming out from the small door and breaking through it, the hundreds of captured Marked seemed to have all already gone mad, and were already attacking the faction members close by. What is happening? Peter asked. Are the Greylash working with the Marked? But why? Is Robin behind this as well? Eno stood there and looked at the Greylash members. A mad Marked came up to him, but he quickly placed his hand on its head and pushed them down to the ground as hard as he could, until the person's legs had snapped and bent outwards. The Marked was still moving, but was only able to crawl with its hands. It looks like Quinn has been going after the wrong person, Eno said, shaking his head. The faction hall had turned into a complete mess in mere seconds. When the Marked came rushing out of the room, some expected only a few to have gone mad. After all, they were really being checked on, and they even had a list of which markings had developed more. Now they realized that the whole thing was useless. Every single person they had captured looked like they had already been taken over by whatever the marking was. What was worse was how the faction members needed to deal with them. They were unable to kill them, and at the same time they were being cautious about getting bitten or hit, as they knew the infection would spread to them as well. We need to get out of here, Layla said. I don't think that's an option, Fex replied. Looking at how many Greylash members are in on this, I'm afraid it might be the whole lot of them. Do you remember what they were doing outside? The Greylash faction was in charge of defending the newly built shelter walls. They had just reinforced it by surrounding themselves with 5 layers. Most likely, they were trapped and had already dealt with everyone outside. Fex was shooting out strings using all of his fingertips, trying to tie up as many of the Marked as possible. At one point, One of the marked had come close to a faction member, but their body was pulled back just at the right moment. Layla saw how hard Fex was trying and wouldn't just stand there either. The marked seemed to be unintelligent and uncaring about everything, so she would fire off her arrows, hitting them in the legs with ease. Looking at the situation, Ino could see that the Greylash members were attacking the faction members with their lightning strikes, but weren't aiming to kill them like they did with the guards. Instead, it looked like they were aiming for certain spots, causing minor injuries or just to distract them. It looked to be working, as one of the faction members raised a shield to block a lightning strike, but then was jumped by one of the marked, and it bit through his shoulder guard.
Are they trying to increase their numbers? Ino thought. And it looks like the marked aren't going after those from the Greylash. Do they have something that even I don't know about?
Ino thought. The man who had been hit only seconds later, his eyes started to glow, and he too had become one of the marked as well. Unlike before, the markings were seemingly turning people mad in seconds rather than hours or days. I was wrong. It looks like everything I was doing was wrong. Was it tricking us? Haley said, seeing the situation unfold. As slowly more and more of the marked were being created, it would only be a matter of time before everyone became a marked. This is not your fault. None of this is. Layla shot out a black spiritual chain, hitting one of the marked and wrapping around him. This form isn't strong enough, but luckily there is a lot of negative energy in this room. It will be useless to evolve into my third form, so my second form will be best, Layla thought, as her body started to change. She grew slightly taller. The horns hidden behind her hair started to come through, and the fangs on her face were becoming enlarged. She had become far more feisty than anything in the room. In her second form, she could use the emotions around her to power her, and the more negative emotions there were, the faster and more powerful her strikes would be. The next second, Haley saw one of the marked get chucked across the room into the others. Looking up, Haley couldn't help but stare at what was in front of her. It looked like Layla, but at the same time it didn't. Layla, what are you? She asked. She wasn't the only one that decided to get into action. Peter was being himself, hitting and chucking the marked all over the place, slamming them as they came at him. He was probably one of the only marked in the area who didn't have to worry about being bitten, because this had attracted a lot of their attention. He had already received several scratches and bite marks, but they would heal up, and he wouldn't feel any different. It was clear he was immune to it, just like he was resistant to other things as well. This also applied to Linda, who had gotten bigger and had decided to gather up as many faction members as she could and put them in a line behind her, since there were only 10 left, and they could really do nothing. Weevil seemed to be in his element, attacking while not getting hit. He was treating it as a game, only transforming his legs. At the same time, the marked was still human, so he could get blood whenever he wished. Syl no longer had the lightning powers. It had been too long since he used them, but he still had the wood power that was made to create the cell. He could grow wood from underneath to wrap around the marked, but those that were faction members and wearing beast gear were able to break free from the wood. Still, Syl had plenty of MC cells to continuously wrap around their legs over and over. Eventually, all the cursed members fought the marked while heading towards the center of the hall, but it seemed endless. After hitting them down, they would just get back up. Even with the leg injuries, they would walk on the broken parts as if they felt no pain. Now in the center of the training hall stood all the cursed, 6 surviving members of the faction, and finally Haley. "Stop," the Greylash member said, who spoke when they first entered. He was wearing a bright white robe as usual, and it looked as if all the marked listened to him as they stood still. "Look at this. Isn't all the fighting pointless? Why don't you just give in and come over to this side? We won't kill you, we promise," the Greylash member said. "You're crazy. Why are you doing this?" Haley shouted. "Why, you humans were the ones that invaded this place first. Isn't it right for me to get rid of you?" The Greylash member spoke, and soon his eyes started to glow like all the others as well. Pulling down the top of his robe, his muscles showed, and what they could see now was the marking having developed all over the person's body. It went up along their chest, down their arms and on their back. "They were already marked, possibly from the beginning," Eno said. "Now it's starting to make sense. The one talking to us is not the Greylash family, but the Demon Tier Beast." "Demon Tier Beast? What do you mean? Where is the Demon Tier Beast? Is it here?" Weevil was confused. "No, the Demon Tier is somewhere else, but it's using them to fight us," Eno replied once again. "However, it looks like it doesn't want to kill us either.
Perhaps it realizes that our strength is far greater than all those around us, if it was to mark us like it did the rest."
The 20 Greylash members lifted their hands up, pointing them towards the group of people, while all the marked moved to the side, clearing a path. "Are we just going to stand here and let them attack us?" Linda asked, ready to transform once again. Right now it looked like the members of the cursed faction were the only ones that could fight.
"Let me ask you," the Greylash member said. "If I ordered all these marked here to jump at you at once, while we use the Greylash's ability to attack you, do you think you would survive? You probably haven't noticed since we don't want to injure you, but the marking allows us to increase the humans' power by sharing my own with them. You still haven't had a taste of what we can do," the Greylash member said, licking his lips. Frustrated, Fex summoned his soul weapon, the Black Needle, and threw it into one of the marked nearby, pulling him over to their side with the strings. "You ain't so special," Fex shouted. "You're not the only one that can control people." The Greylash started to chuckle. "You are certainly an amusing one. I would love to see what's inside your brain." While Fex was taunting the person, the others were looking for a way out of the place. They were all strong, but their main issue was that they were unable to kill the people in the room. The only other option was to escape, but they were surrounded. They were also sure that the demon tier wasn't bluffing about the Greylash's power. "You look like you want to leave this place," the Greylash member said. "Why don't we come up with a deal? Give us the boy and we'll let you go." The Greylash member was pointing towards Syl. "Syl? Why would they want Syl?" Layla thought, but it hit her. If the demon tier was able to control Syl, the strongest ability user there was. With the extra power it could give him, it would make the demon tier beast unstoppable. "You have been holding back while using your powers, haven't you?" Eno said, looking at Syl. "Why don't you get rid of them?" "Because if I was to use my powers, they might die by accident, and Quinn wouldn't want me to kill them," Syl answered. The Greylash member, seeing that Syl and Eno looked unfrightened, was getting frustrated. Of course, even if they gave the boy, they were never going to let them go. It wanted to watch the humans as they had hope, and then take it away from them, but the hope had never left any of their eyes. Still, at least it was enjoying the despair the people felt, but why? Why did the blonde-haired boy and the old man next to him look unfazed? "My patience has run out," the Greylash member spoke, as his hands began to glow blue, and lightning flashed straight down the middle from all 20 of the Greylash members, not just him. The power looked far stronger than anything they had seen before, and the others weren't exactly sure they were going to survive this one. Linda raised her shadow, but couldn't spread it beyond anyone else. The others were ready with an attack of their own, but a single man stood in front of them all, and the only thing they could see beyond the bright light of the attack was his ponytail hair. He placed his hands on the floor, and a flash of white light shone so bright nobody could see anything. When they peeked through as the white light seemed to fade, they were wondering why they didn't feel any pain. What had just happened? "I was planning to stay out of this whole thing, but when you almost hurt me like that, then I will have to take part," Eno said. His eyes were glowing bright red. "Unlike the others behind me, I have no problem with killing humans." At times, Quinn would be delighted to see a quest pop up. It was a chance for him to evolve and grow stronger, which was exactly what he needed. The most common way for him to get a quest from the system was when he was facing a strong opponent. However, this one, and lately the quest he had been receiving of late, were involving others, and he didn't like it at all. His body was screaming, telling him he needed to return as soon as possible, and the system message wasn't the only reason he knew he needed to. It was also due to the connection he could feel. He could tell that the others were locked in some sort of combat. "I have confidence in their strength, but who or what are they fighting? The marked," Quinn thought. "It looks like the demon tier can take over the human hosts whenever it wishes, based on what we have seen. Perhaps the demon tier beast has turned all those captured already," Vincent added. "We need to go back now. The base is in trouble," Quinn said. "But you said this is a demon tier beast doing, correct? Shouldn't we focus on that? Maybe we can find the others as well," Ko replied. The ruffling of leaves and trees being pushed over were heard from the forest. Quickly using his inspection skill, Quinn could see many different beasts hidden and coming towards them at all sorts of different levels. "Are those beasts? How many more are coming over to us?" one of the Orbis leaders said. There was a lot, and even with Quinn taking them all out with a single hit,
It would delay their goal of getting back to the base. Wait a second. All of the beasts. They're coming from the shelter. Is that what they're trying to do? Slow our return? If the demon tier knows I killed that moth on my own, it would make sense. Does it have an idea of my power? I can't waste any more time convincing you guys. You just have to believe me that the base is being attacked. You can either come with me or stay to fight those beasts, Quinn said, as he activated his shadow travel and hopped into it. As the ruffling of the trees got louder, knowing that the beasts were nearly upon them, it didn't take them long to hop into the shadow and come with him. Traveling through the shadow, they could avoid everything. It was fast, and while in his shadow space, they could head directly to the shelter. Is this the same place as last time? I don't see anyone else, Ko said, thinking about the place where Quinn had trapped all the other marked. No, this is different. You can see where we are above, Quinn replied. As they looked up, they could see the trees and ground. It was like they were traveling in an underground vehicle with a glass roof above them. If Quinn wanted to get there urgently, he could have used his shadow link to transfer himself to Linda, but he had a feeling that as time went on, the problem would increase. He could see on his quest bar that the number of infected was rising. The only thing he could do was find and defeat the demon tier beast as soon as possible. Still not being able to get it out of his head, he decided to use his mask to call the others, specifically Linda. Linda, you answered. I guess that means you guys are okay for now. What's happening over there? Quinn asked. Quinn, you need to come back as soon as possible. I believe the whole shelter is in trouble. The Marked have taken over the Greylash family members, and they are stronger than ever. You need to be careful, Linda replied. The other two could hear everything, and they couldn't believe that the Greylash family had been marked. She continued to explain what had exactly happened and how much they knew of the event so far, but also said they were unaware of the situation on the outside. So the Greylash members might have been infected from the beginning, Quinn thought, and they have no clue where Robin is, or if he has been infected as well. The inspection skill only worked when I looked at the marking directly, so the clothes might have covered it up. What about you guys? Are you okay? Can you hold out for a bit longer, or do you need me there? Quinn asked. There was some silence on the other end, as Linda was a little nervous, but she finally replied. Yeah, don't worry about us. We'll be just fine. I don't think this demon tier beast knows exactly who he is messing with. You do what you need to do, she replied, and hung up. Thinking about the call, he wondered what she could have meant by that. Was she talking about Syl? With Syl there, as long as he had strong abilities, he would protect them all, even from the demon tier beast itself. Eventually, Quinn reached the shelter. They could now see it from a distance. He exited from the shadow and quickly pulled the other two up with him, scaling a tall tree. The others were about to complain about what Quinn was doing to them when they could see it now from up high. Walking through the forest from all directions of the shelter were humans, or to be more precise, it was the Marked, but it wasn't a small number of the Marked. It was the rest of the missing people. They were all plodding along, moving slowly towards the shelter. When they arrived with the gates open, they could enter with ease. What is going on? Why are they all heading towards the shelter? The Orbis leader asked. I guess you were right. Something really is going on at the shelter. Everything we heard seems true. Even the Greylashes on the wall seem to be doing nothing, Ko said. There are thousands of them, and nearly everyone inside the shelter has already been infected. That will be tens of thousands of people. Why now? Quinn mumbled, looking at everything. What do you mean? Ko asked. The demon tier beast. You said people have been going missing since the start of the shelter. You've suffered from attacks time and time again. We figured out that it's due to them already being marked by the demon tier. It was almost as if the demon tier was waiting to build up an army large enough to get rid of you. There were other shelters on the planet before, right? Did they suffer any of the same attacks? Quinn asked. No, not that I know of, Ko said, figuring out what Quinn was getting at. So why does the demon tier want to get rid of you all so badly? Why is it still sending everyone to this place now? Did you take something from it? Did you anger it without realizing it from the very first day since you got here? No, that makes no sense. And considering the type of demon tier beast it is, my bet is that the demon tier has been in the shelter the whole time. It's the only way to explain how the Greylash family were marked as well. A demon tier in the shelter? Are you crazy? Ko shouted. We would have found it by now if that was true. And what about all the signals that we received from your device? Are you saying they were faulty? Ko argued. Signals? Didn't you see what they did to the Marked? And didn't you hear what my people said earlier? That they can control a marked to the point where it can communicate, even empowering them? Perhaps it was giving fake signals powering beasts they had captured, or the missing people. And if you want to know why? To take us further and further away from the goal. Quinn had an idea what the demon tier beast was, but he wasn't quite sure yet, and he was sure there was one way to find out. You two, you are on your own from here. Make your way inside or stay here until it's safe. That's up to you, but I can't protect you guys, Quinn said, as he got into his shadow travel and headed towards the largest thing he could see in the center. Due to shadow travel, he could go under the walls that had been built, and all the marks seemingly ignored him until he had finally reached the most significant thing in the center, the giant pink tree. Getting out from his shadow, Quinn was ready to take this thing down, at the same time falling from the top of the tree. Something could be seen, and as it hit the ground, lightning flew up in the air all around it. Very impressive, but I have to ask, how did you know? The person standing in front of Quinn said, who was none other than Robin. He had the top half of his robe taken off, and the red branch markings could be seen everywhere. Quinn smiled. Honestly, I didn't, but there were a few guesses I had made. There was something I noticed when I was shown a beast with the pattern before. It's not every day that a human gets turned upside down, but with the beast's skin I saw it. The red marking, the branches that stem out on everyone. It looks exactly like this tree, but of course, that could have just been a guess. Then, with my keen eyes and senses, I looked for the strongest power in this area, which led me to you, Robin, or should I call you a demon instead? It would make sense for the demon tier to put most of its power into the strongest human it could find. I heard that you failed to get my friend Syl, so why not stick to Robin? But that still doesn't answer your question. From the way you have been acting so far, you seem to be very cautious. I judged from the way your powers work that perhaps you weren't able to attack yourself. It's a very strong power you have. Now, if one couldn't defend itself, where would it place its strongest piece? Putting all these things together was just making my guess seem more true, and in the end, if I took down a giant tree and it wasn't the demon tier beast, then there's no harm done, is it? Quinn explained. In his mind, Quinn could hear the sound of clapping. Brilliant deduction, Quinn, Vincent said. I've never seen you use that small brain of yours so much. Damn, someone should have recorded that and played it back to the rest of the faction. Unfortunately, figuring out where the demon tier beast was is the easy part. Now the hard part begins. Without your shadow powers, this will be a tough battle. You are right, I have been cautious, Robin replied, and maybe that made finding me easier, but it doesn't matter. Falling from the tree, even more, Greylash members were seen, and in total, including Robin, there were now 10 of them. You think I didn't know they were up there as well? Quinn replied as he prepared himself. The way you destroyed my pawn of a moth gave me a good idea of your strength, Quinn, but if that's all you've got, this should be a piece of cake, said Robin. A distance away from the shelter, inside the forest, a couple of men could be seen high in one of the trees that emitted a green hue. These were Ko and Eli. They were both from the Orbis faction and had started it together. Ko became the head of the faction while Eli became a vice leader. Right now, what they were seeing was heartbreaking. The two of them prepared for being overtaken as they watched the shelter, but they weren't being overtaken by beasts or anything similar. It was the marked. More missing people continued to flock in, and the small sparks of fighting around the shelter were dying down bit by bit. What are we going to do? Eli looked at Ko. I've followed you for this long, and will continue to do so. Ko didn't answer, and continued to watch the shelter. He still couldn't believe that somehow the Greylash had been marked. When did it start? They had been at the faction for a while now, coming and going, and even more of them had come before the cursed faction due to the war. What started all of this? Ko started to think. They couldn't see what was going on in the shelter. It was too far, but what they could see was the giant pink tree, and suddenly, several lightning strikes started to fall from the top of it. Then a few seconds later, they shot up from the ground one by one. Quinn! He said he was going to deal with the demon tier beast. Are they fighting near the tree? Why were they in the tree? Ko said out loud to himself. It was at that moment that he remembered something from when Robin had first arrived. He seemed to be fascinated by the large tree. He would continually look at it. He even attempted to study it, but then that fascination one day just disappeared. That tree, that damn tree, has been the demon tier beast this whole time. The thing that we built our shelter on. Just because we thought it would look nice," Ko shouted in anger, but Eli quickly placed his hand over his mouth, warning him that there were still marked and others in the area. "It's my fault. Why didn't I notice sooner? Wasn't it my decision to make a shelter and the faction base here as well? And now everyone is getting hurt," Ko thought. "I'm going to destroy that damn tree," Ko said. "I hate to admit it, but Quinn is strong, stronger than anyone else here, but it also means that the demon tier will do everything it can to stop him from killing it. We need to use this chance to destroy the tree ourselves. We all know the routes to the shelter. If we're careful, we can get through without being spotted," Ko said, looking at his friend. His friend looked nervous. Eli had already seen his life flash before his eyes when they were surrounded by the beasts. Still, now they were charging into danger. "I already said, didn't I, that I would follow you?" Eli replied. The two of them quickly descended from the tree and were careful about their steps. It looked like the area they were in had the least amount of marked. It made Ko wonder if Quinn had put them there on purpose or if it was a coincidence. He also didn't understand how someone could tell all those beasts were coming towards them from so far away. Nonetheless, he was happy about the situation he was in currently. The shelter gates weren't the only entrance. There was also a particular underground tunnel that he had created. Originally, it was meant to be used as a tool for escaping, not breaking in, but it could be used both ways. They headed far out from the west wall as Ko searched through the forest for the escape route. Finally, they spotted the special entrance in what looked like a giant stone. "Wait," Eli said, pulling Ko back before he charged into the underground tunnel. Their secret tunnel didn't seem so secret, as Eli spotted that Marked was already entering. "If that demon beast really is a giant tree and is controlling the others, it will know about all of the entrances and secret places we built. It might even know this shelter better than us," Eli explained. "Damn it, then we're just going to have to stop." Just as Ko was about to make a reckless decision, his grip on his sword loosened, and his body stood upright, looking at the two about to enter the tunnel. "Cammy! Carol!" Ko shouted, and soon went running after them. "What is that idiot doing?" Eli thought. As if the two of them could hear their names being called, they turned to see off in the distance someone with a hand reaching outward. The girls opened up their mouths, and dribble started to fall, and soon their eyes started to glow brighter. The next second, both of the girls were charging their way, running towards both of them. I knew they were alive," Ko said. "If you don't snap out of it soon, then you'll be the only one that's dead," Eli shouted, as he kicked his friend in the back to cause him to stumble, before pulling out a crossbow and firing 2 beast arrows towards them. "No!" Ko shouted. He pulled Eli's leg, causing his shot to go off balance slightly. "You can't hurt them. They're my family," Ko said. However, Eli knew at that moment they were not the family he remembered, and if they were to progress forward, something needed to be done. "I'm sorry," Eli said. Just under where the pink tree was, Quinn could see what he was up against. Strong Greylash family members were selected to fight against the demon tier beast, in addition to a head Greylash general. "Careful, Quinn. I'm sure you can feel it with your ki, but all of these have been infused with the demon tier beast's power. Just like the Marked, they will be several times stronger than they were before." Quinn didn't resort to activating his beast gear just yet. He had the legendary set on, but for now, he wanted to use the stats they were currently at. After all, activating his active skill could only be used once every hour. After that, there would be significant drawback, and that would be useless. He needed to gauge their power, but he couldn't use the shadow either. "Looks like I'm going to have to fight like a vampire," Quinn said, as he ran forward and went for the Greylash members towards the sides. "You're a fast one, but I already knew you were fast, and I know you can get faster from when you killed the moth," Robin said. In the next second, lightning strikes came out all over, aiming at Quinn. At first, he thought he would have been able to avoid all the strikes with his current stats, but the lightning strikes were coming out far faster than he had predicted. "These guys are juiced up." His fingers started to glow red, and the blood was seen rushing to his hands. On his skin, his veins started to shine slightly red, running up his forearm. "Skill activated. Half of your HP will now be consumed. 50 of 100 HP. Blood barrage." Throwing his hands out with the stored energy and using his own blood, a barrage of smaller blood swipes came splitting out. Soon they could be seen, multiplying as they went through the air, each one of them hitting the lightning strikes dead on. The attack was a lot weaker than that of a regular blood swipe, but it covered a far wider range, and Quinn had another advantage. He could also power them with ki, making them stronger. Hitting the lightning strike dead on, the first line of blood barrages only stopped the attack, but as more came, they pushed forward and would overpower them, pushing it back and continuing to go forward. Robin decided to advance when he realized his men were about to suffer injuries. "What that move this guy has! Lightning storm!" Robin shouted as he punched both his hands into the ground. Lightning shot up like roots in front of his people. It was like a wall of lightning strikes, and the red aura would fade as they continued to be hit. "It looks like you don't just have fast legs and have been hiding a few things," Robin said. The skill Blood Barrage was learned after Quinn had managed to upgrade his Blood Swipe to level 5. Just like Ino had explained, Quinn's skills could level up to 5, and once they did, they could evolve into new skills like Blood Barrage. But at the moment, Blood Barrage was too weak, only being at the level 1 stage, and using it took a lot of HP. "That lightning is strong," Quinn thought, "and I can see he is even wearing beast armor underneath those robes. Suppose the demon tier really is making their bodies superhuman. If so, contending with the leader of a vampire horde while wielding one of humanity's most potent abilities, lighting, would be comparable. The good news is, Blood Barrage wasn't the only thing I learned." Slowly opening his eyes, Ko could feel a constant, dull pain on the top of his head. When they were finally fully opened, he could see the dark sky. "What happened?" he slowly asked, lifting his body up and looking around. As the pain went away, Ko also started to remember what had happened just seconds before. "I was on the ground and looking at Eli. Wait, my family! What happened to my family?" Ko thought. He could find no traces of his wife and daughter. His head twisted and turned, and eventually he could see his friend Eli huffing and panting. "You!" Ko shouted as he ran towards his friend. "Wait, Ko, what the hell are you doing?" Eli said as he turned with the crossbow still in his hand. It was loaded, but he didn't want to shoot his friend, especially if he hadn't been marked. "Your family, they're fine," he said as he quickly pointed a distance away. Ko ran over to where he was pointing and noticed that the marked were creeping in their direction. Both his daughter and wife had suffered serious arrow wounds to their arms and legs. One would have been in immense pain from the wounds alone. Falling to his knees, Ko wished he could have been in their position instead. "I would have never killed your family, Ko, but I knew that you couldn't hurt them either. The only thing I could do was slow down their moments. The marked, even if we take out their legs, can crawl incredibly fast with their arms. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to see what I was going to do," Eli said. Ko was left crying, and even with their hands and legs badly injured, they were crawling on the ground with their glowing eyes. That's when he noticed that their wounds, although their muscles had been injured, looked like Eli had attempted to patch them up at the same time. "Eli, did you? I know these beings seem to have a stronger will to live, but when we kill the demon-tier beasts, who knows if their wounds will kill them or not? I needed to be sure. We have a job to do. You were the one who said it. Kill the demon-tier beast and everyone will be free from this mess," Eli explained. Picking himself up, he looked at his daughter and wife's faces one more time. The marked in the area didn't seem to get hurt by the beasts or anything else, and he wanted to stay by their side. He wanted to make sure they would be okay. However, if Ko didn't act, then they wouldn't be okay. The people he was looking at right now were not his wife and daughter, and it took a lot of self-convincing for him to move his feet and head down the tunnel into the shelter on the way to the pink tree. Inside the faction hall currently, there were over 300 or so marked, ready to jump on the large group that was in the middle, but they stood still, as did the Greylash members that were there, as well as a single man who had just stopped their attack. "If you kind people would be able to deal with the marked, then I will take care of the troublesome ones," Ino said, and before they could say anything, they could no longer see him in front of them. The next second, a Greylash member had been kicked in the head and sent flying across the room. They turned and fired lighting towards Ino, but spirals of blood from his hands would spin, blocking the attack, making it seem like it did nothing. "You will need to try a lot harder than that," Ino said. "I know plenty of people who could take you on with ease." Lightning strikes appeared consistently. Without a second thought, Ino pulled a Greylash member directly in front of him. His body took all of the attacks instead. When struck by lightning, the body was shocked for a couple of seconds, but the person seemed to be still conscious and moving, still trying to break free. Seeing this, Ino kicked the man's legs before chucking him over to the other side, and soon noticed that the first one he had hit was walking again.
So your power really has made them resilient,
Ino said. While Ino was fighting the Greylash family, he had the attention of all of the members, and sure enough, the Marked had charged forward. At first, the faction members were scared, but it looked like they had no reason to be at all. They were being shielded by what might be called a wall of muscle, their backs facing each other and them in the middle. The hardest part for the faction members when fighting against the Marked was their overwhelming strength, speed, and the fact that they never seemed to tire, but looking at those in the Cursed, they seemed like monsters themselves. Peter and Linda both had the strength of several of the Marked, and could continually use their strength to throw, break their enemies' bones, and make it so not a single person could get past. The others were far faster than any of the Marked as well. With Layla, Fex, and Weevil having superior bodies, it looked like they didn't need to do anything at all. It was so calm that the others could see what Ino was doing while fighting. The Marked just seemed like an annoyance for them. That's when Linda saw it.
It's annoying how you keep getting up,
Ino said,
so I will just have to see if this works.
His body moved away from one of the Greylashes again, and this time Ino was directly in front of the leader. His hand was already covered in the blood aura, spinning like a drill. The next second, the Greylash member was lifted into the air as his hand went through his stomach and then chucked over to the side. The Greylash member was now no longer moving. "You killed your own," a Greylash member said. "My own? Do you think me and them are the same?" It was clear that the demon tier beast that was controlling the people was taken aback by this. One of the main reasons the Marked could spread around so easily was because the humans were afraid of killing their own. Even the faction members and Haley were stunned by this. However, they didn't blame Ino for what he had done. At this moment, it truly felt like it was either the Marked lives or theirs. Moving on to the next one, Ino was ready to shove his blood drill through another, until the man's eyes were no longer glowing, and the markings on his body started to fade. "Wait, no! The demon beast is no longer controlling him!" Haley shouted, paying attention to what was going on. The man's eyes were now sane, and as he saw the attack coming towards him, he saw no sign of it slowing down. A powerful lightning bolt suddenly struck, knocking the blood drill out of the way and throwing Ino's hand into the air.
"Now do you choose to come in?"
Ino said. "Quinn wouldn't want us to do this. We can beat them without having to kill them," Syl shouted.
"Why make the task more difficult? And how helpful can these people really be if they have allowed themselves to be taken over by a demon tier beast?"
Ino asked. Syl now had both of his hands wrapped in lightning. Ino chose to ignore him and move on to the next person, but taking a step forward, he was hit again, this time hitting his body. The strike was so strong that a hole had been made through his bicep, but it soon started to heal directly on the spot.
"Very well,"
Ino said. He was moving forward. Each time he moved his hands, Syl would produce a lightning strike towards Ino. The two of them were now suddenly fighting against each other. The clashes between them were so strong that the Greylash members were unable to act. Every time they tried to, they would be hit by a stray attack, flinging them off to the side. Two great powers in the room were colliding, and the enemy could do nothing to stop them. "What? Now the problem isn't the Marked or the Greylash, but we have to worry about these two trying to kill each other," Linda said. "I think the bigger worry is if they kill us in the process of their fight," said Fex. The power of the demon tier beast was running through every single person that had a mark. Quinn could feel the energy being spread out to each of them. Still, he could also tell that most of the power was being concentrated on Robin and the other Greylash members by his side. "I'm starting to understand why demon tiers can be seen as so frightening. If it was patient, it could have taken over everyone slowly, and if it wasn't for the system, we would have never found out about the marking. Everyone could have been marked, and then it could have attempted to take them all over at once. And just how many beasts are under the control of the demon tier?" It was undoubtedly a frightening thought, and it made Quinn reluctant to go out hunting and search for these demon tier beasts. Thinking of Hilston having a full set of demon tier armor meant he must have at least defeated 4 of these things. Just how much of a monster are you? Would he have been able to deal with this easily? Am I still that far off from the strongest human? Thinking about this, I realized that it only encouraged Quinn even more. He couldn't just win this fight by the skin of his teeth. He needed to evolve and become stronger, so demon tears would no longer be a problem for him. With his HP at 50%, Quinn aimed to get rid of the troublesome ones first. The lightning strikes were fast, but he had an attack that could do something similar, but the move took up too much blood. A flash step was used at the right moment to avoid a strike, and the second Quinn landed, he held out his fingertip like a gun firing a blood bullet. Level 3 blood bullet activated. As the bullet went through the Greylash member's hand, he felt great pain, and there was hardly any resonance at all. But Quinn wasn't done yet. After using the blood bullet, his finger would be out of action. Unfortunately, Quinn couldn't level up the blood bullet to level 5 and unlock the blood cannon, but there were a few changes to the skill. After leveling it up, the blood bullet, rather than taking 1/5 of his total health, would now take up 1/5 of his current health when in use, which meant the lower his health was, the less it would take up. Firing off the bullet in succession, Quinn aimed for accessible spots to hit all 10 Greylash members, using every single one of his fingers. As a bullet went towards Robin, though, his body seemed to be encased in lightning, striking the bullet and not allowing it to get through. His health was now incredibly low. He used the blood bank to its fullest, healing him and his fingers once again. Level 3 blood bank activated. 100 milliliters of blood consumed. Through testing with Eno, Quinn learned a lot about the blood bank. Even though he didn't need to consume 100 milliliters of blood for his health to completely regenerate, this amount was what gave the quickest results when healing. His fingers were back to what they once were, but now the blood bullet could no longer be used for another 24 hours, regardless if his fingers were healed. The good thing about the new leveled-up blood bank was that now Quinn could store 300 milliliters of blood, essentially giving him 3 lives in the middle of a fight, and it was more opportunity to use his stronger skills that took up more blood. The Greylash men that had been hit weren't out of the fight, but they were hurt, and Quinn wasn't done yet. They continued to fire lightning towards Quinn, and he could now see Robin charging towards him as well. Isn't he afraid of getting hit by the lightning? Quinn thought. However, even if the strikes from the others would hit him, they would do nothing, being reflected from the lightning off his own body. He would simply parry the other blows with his power and keep moving forward, faster than any human he could see. Quinn was occasionally hit by attacks because he was unable to stop them all, but Robin was the one person he had to stay clear of. He was moving too fast for Quinn to even have time to use his flash step. He knew a collision was incoming. Moving his blood started to harden. Blood hardening was another skill Quinn had learned from Eno, but he could only get it up to the 2nd level. Moving his 2nd stage of ki to reinforce it, he took the blow. It looked like a rocket had collided straight into Quinn's stomach as the two of them were dragged through the air. Minus 40 HP. Even with the armor on, the hardening and ki, it still does this much damage. Robin's body was all encased in lightning, but Quinn was able to slip away from him as the blood started to move, creating a barrier between the two of them. With the ki helping out, he could detach himself from Robin's attack, and he fell to the ground. My target was never you in the first place, Quinn said, breathing heavily, with his chest full of pain from the attack. He held out both hands and looked at the 9 others. Blood expand activated. Suddenly, all 9 Greylash members had parts of their bodies explode, blood ripping from their skin. Some had been hit in the leg, others had blood gushing from their arms. They weren't dead, but they certainly were now so heavily injured that they couldn't fight like they did before. Blood expansion wasn't a skill that vampires used, but something Quinn had learned to do after figuring out his blood control. After firing off the blood bullets, Quinn had to use an immense amount of control to control the shots so they would remain inside the Greylash members. It had entered a part of their body, but never left it. The blood bullet was a condensed form of Quinn's aura, and through blood control, Quinn was able to make the blood bullet inside their body expand and go wild, destroying a part of a person from the inside out. Blood bank activated. 100 milliliters consumed. 100 milliliters remaining. Now that these annoying guys are out of the way, I can finally deal with you, Quinn shouted, looking at furious Robin. "Activate nitrate, accelerate." Pressing off his foot, he dashed left, right, and then straight towards Robin. Sending out a strike from each of his fingertips, Robin still had an answer. His first attack had missed, but the following 9 somehow managed to hit Quinn. His body was zapped, and he began to spin erratically through the air. In the next instant, Robin was above him and struck Quinn with 2 lightning-filled fists. Using the last bit of his blood bank, he quickly used his new speed to get away, but was now constantly running in circles around Robin. It just looked like a blur was running around the place. What happened? How did he attack me when I was moving so fast? Was it because I stopped moving? Then I'll just keep moving so he can't hit me. You're a fool. Although I must admit that you are swift, do you really believe that you can outrun the force of lightning? Perhaps the move would have worked on me if I hadn't seen it beforehand. The attacks may be weaker, but I can hit you any time I want, Robin said, now throwing out more little sparks of lightning in all directions. He didn't know where Quinn was, but he just needed to hit him once for him to slow down as his body reacted to the hit. If only I had my shadow, Quinn gritted his teeth. I can't win without using it. I can only do one thing then. I have to do it, Quinn thought. A wall of red blood aura was raised in front of him, blocking off the first wave of lightning attack. It was smashed in seconds. Quinn knew that Robin could just make the same attack again, but that wasn't what he was aiming for. Shadow portals appeared all around, and the hundreds of mark that he had inside were all let loose into the light. In an instant, they all turned to attack Quinn, but with his speed, he could avoid them all without them ever seeing him. Quinn now had Robin in his sights, and the small lightning strikes would strike them, hurting but not killing them. Bending his knees slightly, Robin got into a strange position. He looked like a sprinter, and lighting started to run up his arms and legs. The demon-tier beast was activating Robin's soul weapon. You have to attack me at some point, and even if you touch my body, you will be zapped before anything can happen, Robin shouted. The lights continued to grow, and were now wholly surrounding his body. It truly did look like if anyone touched him, the fight would be over. Then Quinn suddenly appeared in front of him, standing there. Without hesitation, Robin charged forward, using all of his power to hit Quinn's body. The two of them collided, but something was strange. There was no weight when Robin slammed into Quinn. The lightning from his body struck Quinn many times, and his body soon turned into nothing but shadows. When Robin's acceleration began to slow down, he was traveling at a rate at which he was unable to control it, and he could make out another Quinn directly in front of him. His hand was shaped like a drill and covered in a red aura. He stomped his foot on the ground and timed the punch perfectly. The only thing Robin could do was to lift his body slightly to avoid the attack. With the last of his powers, he struck the floor, lifting him slightly off the ground, but it wasn't enough. There was too little time. The hammer blood drill slammed into Robin's stomach. His arms, legs, and head swung forward from the sudden stop. As Quinn's body was thrown halfway up, he was struck in the shoulder, causing even his feet to slide across the floor. The veins on Quinn's neck showed as he fought against the velocity and weight until they eventually stopped, and Robin's body was no longer moving. "I'm sorry, I couldn't keep you alive," Quinn said. The sounds of people huffing and panting were echoing as Ko and Eli continued to run as fast as they could through the tunnels. The place was similar to a maze with many variations in where one could turn, which would lead them to different areas of this tunnel. Luckily, Ko had remembered the way back to the most important place, which was the one directly in front of the faction base. "It looks like there aren't many marked around here. Do you think they already got to where they needed to be?" Eli wondered. That's when Ko suddenly stopped moving, making Eli bump into him. Just as he wanted to complain that he'd stopped, he too saw the silhouettes of two people turn around and start heading towards them. "You just had to say something. Of course there would be marked down here," Ko shouted at him as he pulled out his weapon. He was quite skilled with the sword, but he wasn't sure it would be enough to fight off the marked. His ability was also rather useless in the small, cramped space. Unfortunately, retreating wasn't an option either. The marked were fast and strong, and now that they had seen them, they wouldn't stop chasing them. He would have to at least injure them to the same degree as his family members if he wanted to escape. Ko punched the first marked in the face, and sent him stumbling back a few steps. He was ready to stab its companion, but before he got a chance to attack the second marked, who had opened his mouth wide, ready to dig into Ko's shoulder, Eli barged into it, making it fall to the ground. However, it wasn't the only one sent flying. Having used too much force, Eli tripped over. The next second, the first mark that had already recovered from the earlier hit leaped up, but instead of trying to get revenge against Ko, it bit Eli into the side of his arm. "Ah!" Eli screamed in pain. "Screw you, you bastard! Ko just runs. I'll hold these two back and any other. You have to get to that damn tree." Ko wanted to save his friend, but he knew that after being bitten, Eli would soon turn into a marked as well. Gritting his teeth, Ko left the trio behind. The marked who had just bitten into Eli wanted to give chase, but he felt something grab its leg and yank it back. When he turned around, he saw Eli with one of his eyes glowing. "Now have a taste of your own power, huh?" Eli screamed at it. The process of turning was usually rather instantaneous, yet the one before it had somehow managed to delay it, giving him time to fight it. Ko continued to run until eventually reaching a hidden escape route. Wasting no time, he pushed the trap door up and slid it off to the side before pulling himself up. As he emerged from the doors, he could feel waves of energy hit him. Something was going on, and sparks of lightning were everywhere. Ko wanted to ignore it, so he turned to look around, and thankfully, no one seemed to be next to the pink tree, at least at the back of it. Running forward, Ko could now hear that the sounds of fighting were turning more intense. Curious, he couldn't help himself but to take a peek around the corner. "Don't tell me he's been fighting against Robin this whole time," Ko mumbled in surprise to himself. "Damn it, I cursed that guy and his whole faction, and now it looks like he's even risking his life for this place. What the hell kind of leader does that make me?" Ko thought, as he stopped spectating and gazed at the giant tree. Damn, I didn't really know where the crystal would be located, as he had never had the chance to fight against a demon-tier beast like this, so he grabbed his sword and swung it as hard as he could sideways like an axe. During his swing, his weapon sword grew in size until it overshadowed the trunk itself, yet after it landed, there was no damage. Grumbling, Ko went over to inspect the tree, only to discover that his attack had barely left a scratch, yet on the blade itself, a black substance could be seen, which looked exactly like beast blood. Unsure what to do, Ko started to experiment with the way he attacked it. At first, he attempted to take it down from the bottom, making it topple over, but that turned out to be ineffective. Then he started to cut off the bark of the tree as he made his weapon larger. He managed to remove some pieces of bark, and they left behind a pink glow underneath, proving that it was no ordinary tree at all. After removing most of the bark from one side, he could now see only a large, pink, glowing substance, but no crystal. It must be an outer layer or something. I just need to destroy this thing. Holding up his sword one more time, Ko swung it with all his strength again. As the two collided, a loud clang resounded, and once again a small amount of black blood was seen seeping from the pink crystal. However, as if reacting to the aggressor, the tree let out large amounts of energy, blasting Ko away and sending him flying across to the other end. "No, I'm not letting you have your way, not when I'm this close," he screamed in defiance, thinking of everyone in the shelter that had been hurt by this thing. "I think you might need a little help. That sword just ain't going to cut it." Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind, and what greeted him was the sight of the entire cursed faction. Haley and the faction members that had survived had come out from the faction base and made it to the large tree. However, they still had plenty of marked chasing after them. Peter and Linda were at the back. They had closed the door, and now they were holding it steady against the onslaught of enemies. But it didn't stop them from breaking part of the door. As for Sil and Eno, the two of them looked injured as they stood on opposite ends of each other, clearly avoiding each other's gaze. Haley knelt down by Ko's sides and looked at the marking on his back, noticing that it was progressing faster than what she had seen, but the marking was growing and then subsiding at the same time as he thought against it, indicating that Ko must have had a strong will to resist the turning. Fex, Sil, Eno, Weevil, and Layla walked forward ready to destroy the tree. "Wait!" Ko shouted. "If you touch that thing, you'll be marked as well." "Don't worry, we're not exactly ordinary people," Fex chuckled. But when they turned back around, they could see someone else standing in front of the tree, where the exposed pink crystal area was, and it was none other than Quinn. How did he manage to survive against Robin? Ko wondered. Both of Quinn's legs started to be covered with a red aura. Then he quickly ran back to where the others were. I still have about 30 seconds left of the active skill, Quinn informed them. I'll take it down in one go. Running at top speed, his vampire powers allowed Quinn to jump up and spin his body as he swung from his hips to throw out his right leg as hard as he could to activate his active skill. This move had been taught to him by the martial arts master, the spinning tornado kick. The blood aura around his legs was now spinning like a drill once again, and at such a speed it slammed into the crystal. The entirety of the shelter and the ground it was on jolted forward a few centimeters due to the power behind the attack. The roots that had been deeply dug in shifted forward, and everyone lost their balance for a few seconds. When they looked at the tree, the pink crystal started to crack slowly, until eventually it shattered. Black blood began oozing from it, and the pink power started to fade. The brightly colored leaves started to fade, and all the colorful trees on the planet started to fade with them as well. Congratulations, the quest has been completed. Ah! A scream could be heard from behind him, and all of them could see that Ko was rolling about on the floor. He continued to scream in pain at the top of his lungs. I don't know what's happening. I can't heal him. Peter and Linda noticed that the door was no longer being pushed back, and when they opened it up, they could see that all the marked were similarly rolling about on the floor in pain. What happened? Didn't we defeat the demon-tier beast? Shouldn't the ones marked return to normal? Quinn wondered, before he realized that this very information had come from none other than Ino. Looking up, he tried to see where Ino was, but he was nowhere to be seen. Now you have a difficult choice, Quinn, a voice said from behind. Turning, he could see Ino with a pink crystal that was almost see-through in his hand. For a second, Quinn was having a sense of déjà vu when Arthur stole the demon-tier crystal. With the power of the demon-tier crystal, I can use my ability to get rid of the markings on everyone here, thus saving their lives. However, you saw the power of this demon-tier crystal. Using it, you could create a weapon or a piece of armor that will undoubtedly bring us one step closer to defeating the Dalki race. I have given you many warnings, Quinn, and after today's events, I can confirm it even more. At the current rate, the human race is doomed to lose the war against the Dalki. It's up to you. Do you wish to save the ones afflicted, forsaking the rest of humanity, or shall we lament their sacrifice for the greater good? You must now choose. Quinn wasn't sure why, but for some reason, Ino seemed to disdain to decide on his own, rather opting to let others decide for him. It seemed like he was either afraid of having to take responsibility for the consequences of such an action, or perhaps he simply didn't care about the outcome either way. What's up with having to decide? Didn't he say that killing the demon-tier beast would get rid of the markings? Quinn wondered. Indeed he did, Vincent confirmed it. I'm afraid that, technically speaking, he isn't wrong about that. The markings do seem to disappear from their bodies, but they also seem to be taking their life force away as they do. It's hard to say whether he knew this would be the outcome, but if he told you about this possibility, I'm certain you would have attempted to try and find another way to help those that have been marked without killing the demon-tier, Vincent added. I was an idiot to just trust him that defeating the demon-tier beast would be the end of it, Quinn replied, pissed. Now it's too late to look for another way. Quinn, now is not the time for regrets. As far as we know, this might have been very well the only solution. Just look at the current state of the shelter. It has been taken over to this degree. Despite you having acted as soon as you did, barely any survivors are left standing. Do you really think we had the time to look for another way? The screams of people throughout the shelter continued, and Quinn had to agree that Vincent was right. He had to choose whether or not to help them. Regardless of what could have happened or what Ino should have told him, he had to solve the situation their actions had led them to. Originally, they had intended to use that demon-tier beast crystal on Syl. This was the exchange that was needed to use his power, but Quinn had other ideas about this in the first place. This was only his backup plan. He never wanted to rely on Ino using his powers, but when he came across 2 demigod-tier beasts as well, he now had enough to use Ino if he wanted to, which meant the demon's crystal could now be used to create a weapon. Until now, Ino had just dropped this bombshell on him.
Quinn, you can continue to hesitate, but that will also have been your decision then,
Ino stated, holding up the crystal. Rolling around on the floor, Ko was barely conscious enough to register the conversation around him. Naturally, he wanted Quinn to use the demon crystal to heal him, but more so, he wanted his family members to survive this ordeal. Alas, he was also aware of just how precious a demon-tier crystal was. Factions would have wars to obtain such a thing. At the moment, the human race only had 2 demon-tier weapons, one belonging to Pure and the other to Oscar. A third one would be of great help against the Dalki. After everything we have done to treat the curse like crap, they don't owe us anything, Ko sighed, as he fought through the pain. He pulled out the demigod-tier crystal from the side of his pouch and passed it on to Haley. The veins on his neck were showing, and it was hard for him to even speak. He was going through intense pain. "Give it to them," Ko requested through gritted teeth. Turning, Quinn could see this, and it helped him make a choice. "I can't do it. I can't be the selfish person you seem to want me to be, Ino," Quinn stated. "We could always find more demon-tier crystals, but we can't bring back the dead."
"Are you sure about this, Quinn? You know how long it has taken to find a crystal like this, and even though there are more, there isn't a lot of time until the Dalki will arrive," Ino questioned Quinn's determination.
"If the Dalki attack and we don't have a demon-tier weapon, then I'll just find another way to defeat them. I've come this far without having to rely on them," Quinn shouted. At that moment, the crystal was seen as it was chucked in the air and landed straight in Quinn's hands. He was confused, as the crystal still had its glow and power. "Wait, Ino, I said save them. I told you to use the crystal," Quinn said. "Quinn!" Haley shouted with tears running down her face. "He's getting better." Although they had gone through a lot of pain, the marking had disappeared, and Ko's breathing had slowed down, returning to normal. He was still weak, but his health had visibly improved. Did he use his ability without having to use the crystal? Quinn wondered. "No, that's not it. We can't activate our ability like this," Vincent clarified. "I see you're confused," Ino said. "That crystal is rightfully yours to keep. Do what you wish with it. I told you before, didn't I? Defeating the demon-tier beast would get rid of the marking. Everyone should be okay now. I just wanted to know, Quinn, what your answer would be when you would be faced with such a situation. We can always ask people these types of questions, but only when they are faced with the real situation is it possible to discover someone's real character. This time you didn't really have to decide, but in the future there is no guarantee you will have such a luxury. It might be better for you to get used to this." Ino then started to walk away from Quinn, who unsurprisingly wanted to smash his face in for putting him through something like that, but Vincent, as his voice of reason, told him that Ino had a point in doing all this. Although Quinn wasn't particularly listening to Ino, he chose to refrain from hitting him, if only due to how weak his body was currently feeling. It would be impossible for him to defeat even a regular vampire at the moment, much less one like Ino. Before Ino was out of sight, he suddenly stopped for a few seconds and turned around. "Your earlier decision, it reminds me of Arthur." "I'm like Arthur. What does he mean by that?" Quinn thought. After a while, everyone who had been marked and turned woke up again. Those who had been afflicted were aware of what they had done. Although they had not been in control of their bodies, they still felt responsible, which caused quite an awkward situation for many of them, but the main issue was the shelter that had suffered severely from all their scuffles. Ko, Linda, and Haley were in charge of organizing things to restore it to its former glory. The first order was to heal all those that had been injured, including Ko and his family members. He wanted to have the sweet reunion and talk with his family he had been desperately longing for, but it was time he did his job as faction leader and head of the shelter. The Greylash family had been given their own room in the shelter. Due to what had happened, they didn't want to make a report back to Owen just yet, and waited for Quinn's order before proceeding to take any type of action. For the time being, they just retrieved General Robin's body, which they respectfully put into a coffin. When Quinn entered the room, everyone was surprised to see him. "Is it okay to get some time with just me and him?" Quinn requested politely. The Greylash members, of course, obliged, and quickly headed out of the room. Quinn went up to the coffin and lifted it up. The large wound on Robin's stomach had been expertly patched up. Nevertheless, the color of his skin looked pale, yet they had managed to work around it, giving his lifeless body some grandeur for its final rest. "I'm sorry," Quinn apologized. "I couldn't even save you by turning you. I just wanted to let you know that I thought of you as a good person ever since we first met, and I would never want to do this to you. I'm sure you wanted to protect those in the Greylash family. From what I heard, some of those marked claimed they would have been happier with death than to continue hurting innocent people. I wonder if you were the same and you wanted me to stop you like this, or if you would have wanted to live. But I guess that will be something I'll never know now. I will make sure that you will be able to live on without me. I have a job to do now, and I shall honor all the lives that have been lost, and make sure their sacrifice wasn't in vain." Quinn bowed as he closed the casket and started to walk away. Once he was out of the room, he took a deep breath, and the others quickly went back in. Can I even be happy about this? Quinn wondered, as he selected a specific icon from his system. Quest rewards received.
Quinn could still vividly remember the euphoria he had felt the first time he had received a reward from the system. Now it seemed as though that had happened a very long time ago, and the tasks he was given today were far more challenging than they had been in the past. The system worked in strange ways, and in the first place he couldn't really complain about getting rewarded for things he intended to do in the first place. In his possession, Quinn now had the pink demon tier crystal, as well as the 2 moth crystals that were at the demigod tier level. Yet there was no smile on his face, nor any other sign of appreciation or happiness. These rewards, they will help me grow stronger, Quinn thought to himself. The first reward was, as usual, an instant level up. Coincidentally, Quinn had also received enough experience from killing the demon tier beast to manage to level up twice. Quintalent level 66. 3 level ups translated into 3 more stat points for him to use. Quinn no longer thought it necessary to increase his agility, since his new set of armor provided him with enough speed. Besides, after that value had crossed the 100 mark, he noticed that the difference was getting less and less noticeable. Although 200 was 2 times 100, his speed didn't actually double. Nevertheless, it made him incredibly fast, and he doubted there was a vampire faster than him when using the active skill. As such, he ultimately decided to put all 3 points into stamina. Although his current stats already allowed Quinn to fight for what felt like a week straight, after increasing his stamina through the legendary gear, he noticed that it also seemed able to affect the vessel inside him. The vessel he was referring to was what held his ki. After learning how to properly control ki, he had never increased stamina by a lot, so he only recently stumbled upon this knowledge. However, in hindsight, given that using ki had always tired him out, he should have come to that realization earlier. Quinn's blood control remained the highest stat by far, and thanks to the quest and defeating the demon tier beast, mostly using his blood skills, the system appeared to have chosen to reward it. Your blood control has increased plus 20. Blood control 184. I did have to use one of my shadow skills at the end, Shadow Clone. Perhaps it was a good thing that the demon tier never saw my shadow skills in the first place. The skill Quinn used against Robin, Shadow Clone, allowed him to create another version of himself out of the shadows. Currently his double was unable to persist for long, nor could it really attack anyone. Still, it was just at level 1 at the moment, so Quinn hoped that by using it often, it would eventually improve and become more useful. The last few rewards were things Quinn had not really expected. It wasn't some title or a passive skill like he had received with the moth, but something entirely else. High-tier instant upgrade crystal. Quinn had never even heard of such an item before, but then again, he was no forger. Perhaps on some planet somewhere, certain beasts carried those types of crystals within them. The high-tier crystal can be used to upgrade the tier of any weapon or by 1 rank. The highest tier of equipment this crystal can be used on is legendary tier gear. Based on the description, if Quinn handed this crystal over to Alex together with a piece of his legendary armor, the smith should be able to turn it into a demigod tier level of equipment. Alternatively, it should allow him to turn an emperor tier piece into a legendary piece, but that option seemed like a waste in comparison. Hold on a second. Didn't Alex tell me that he had problems creating gauntlets from certain crystals? What if I had more of these upgrade crystals? Couldn't I just keep using them on an advanced tier gauntlets I have with the lightning active ability? Then I could just get them up to the legendary or demigod tier level. Still, for some reason, that felt like a bit of a waste as well. This was the first time he had received such a crystal, and who knows when the system would decide to bless him with another. As for the last reward Quinn received, he didn't know what to do with it at all, as there was really no explanation for what it did. Demon tier seedling, a seed from a demon tier beast. This item can be planted. It is uncertain what it will grow into. Nevertheless, Quinn was a bit frightened that if he planted the seed, then perhaps another demon tier tree might pop up. But was that such a bad thing?
I could just clear one of the cursed planets, and when it grows up, attack it again to farm for a demon tier crystal, if that's what it actually does, Quinn thought. Looking at the rewards, Quinn couldn't help but think back to his fight with the demon tier beast. It was hard to say how difficult it was, because he didn't really fight with the demon tier itself. The most troublesome part seemed to be its ability to power those it turned, and perhaps it could have turned an infinite amount of people. It was still hard to tell whether Quinn would have had a chance against a demon tier beast on his own or not. When fighting Robin, although he had the demon tier's power in him, it wasn't the same. In a way, the demon tier crab was more difficult to fight, as the demon tier tree seemed to be far more dangerous. Quinn could still remember that demon tiers were peculiar in that they had a wide variety of abilities. Quinn had decided for the cursed faction to stay here while the shelter was being rebuilt. He had even called up Sam to make a couple of requests of him. The first was to send over a group of people from the cursed faction that could help with the rebuilding of things. He also asked if there was any progress on a little favor he had asked, and judging from the grin on his face, the answer he received was exactly what he wanted to hear. Looks like we'll be able to use all 3 crystals as items then, Quinn thought, as his secret plan to help Syl was progressing. Apart from that, he asked Sam to update the Greylash family on what happened. Quinn wasn't going to shy away from the truth, and told him to explain why he had to kill Robin with his own hands. With the cursed report and other Greylash members who were present, he was sure that Owen would understand. He seemed to be quite a reasonable person. As for the last request, Quinn could see a ship approaching the planet while standing outside. Sam had immediately dispatched a team to assist with the situation. Quinn, Peter, and Syl were waiting for them when it landed in the ship area. "Come on, come on!" An impatient voice as the ship's door slowly slid open. When it finally opened, a person was seen flying straight towards Quinn and stopped just seconds away from his face, blowing his hair slightly. "Let me see it, let me see it! Show me the crystals! That's why you told me to come here, right?" Alex pleaded excitedly, with his wings flapping widely, reminiscent of a dog's tail. Alex's hands couldn't stop shaking as he carefully held all 3 crystals in his hand. He had even taken out a pair of special white gloves that looked like they had never been worn before to handle them. When Quinn finally placed them in his hands via his shadow, the crystals continued rattling against each other. "Careful! I have to be extra careful with my precious. Can't let them touch the dirty ground," Alex mumbled as if possessed. "Just put them in your shadow for now. They won't get dirty," Quinn advised, giving Alex a meaningful look. Although they looked fragile, it was impossible for them to shatter, even if he were to throw them against the ground. Besides, wasn't he going to pound them with a hammer soon enough? Nevertheless, seeing the excitement in Alex's eyes put a smile on Quinn's face, strengthening his conviction that he was the best person to handle them. "Look at these wings! They're so red, and they're flapping about so fast," people who were watching whispered. Noticing that they had attracted a crowd, Quinn decided that they should head inside the shelter and perhaps continue their talk inside the faction base. While walking, he shared some insight about the demon tier and demigod tier beasts' abilities, powers, and such. Forgers who would usually do this kind of research into the crystal, as it made it easier for them to make the most out of their crafts. "I've decided that we are going to stay here for a while," Quinn shared his plans. "The cursed faction, along with Sam, will take care of things. Once we have everything we need, we can head on to Blade Island. I invited you here so we could get a head start. If you find the forgery here good enough, I was hoping you could start on the weapons right here." The best decision was to make Syl wait. Whether that was an option or not was the real question, but the last time Quinn had called upon Sam, he had received some good news, which meant they could perhaps progress to the Blade Island sooner than he had anticipated. The only problem would arise if the Blades were still on the island. According to Sam, Brock had already been sent out to scout the area, so they should soon find out. If the Blades were still on there, they would only proceed after Quinn procured better equipment for his family members. If not, they would go out immediately. It was as simple as that, yet either way, Quinn would prefer to have the new beast gear ready, so they could react to any unforeseen circumstances. "I'll give you an exact time, but it will definitely take longer than anything else I made," Alex said nervously, feeling the pressure his task involved, before he added, "I don't want to do a bad job like I have done with the Emperor tier crystal, and I've already asked Logan to try and locate the person who has made the demon tier weapon for Oscar. Having someone who is more experienced with higher tier crystals by my side should help in bringing the most of those crystals. Alex, you're the main forger for the equipment for our cursed faction, and more importantly, you are the only one I can fully trust. I don't mind you getting tips from someone or even a helping hand, but I won't accept something created by anyone else, Quinn stated. Of course, Alex replied, and Quinn could tell how happy he was due to his wings falling about. Sometimes his facial expression and his wings didn't match, but Quinn knew which one to believe. Once we have figured out what will be the best for the crystals, it will also take some time to actually make the items, Alex reminded Quinn. Speaking off, how was the set I made for you last time? Your set is one of the major reasons I trust you so much. It's the best equipment I have used till date. I guess I will need to thank Helen in person for that one, Quinn answered with a smile. Due to it being a Tier A shelter, it had equipment just as good as on the cursed ship, so Alex could get to work as soon as his assistant would arrive. Before I go in, I need your expertise on something. Have you ever heard of an upgrading crystal? Something that can be used to increase a weapon's tier? Quinn asked, curious to see how rare the thing he got actually was. An upgrading crystal? Alex put his hand on his chin as he pondered over the question. Can't say that I have. I know it's possible to upgrade a weapon's tier by using higher tier crystals, but at that point, it would be better to just forge something out of those crystals. One would usually only resort to that for a lack of higher tier crystals and a very urgent need for such a weapon upgrade. But who knows? We haven't been exploring beast planets for that long, so maybe there is something like that out there. I can only tell you as a forger, if such a thing exists, it would be priceless. Quinn nodded, as that was exactly what he had feared, before his thoughts revolved around finding a way to make the system reward him with more of those upgrade crystals, not just for himself, but also for the rest of the team. It would certainly give them more of an advantage when hunting. What exactly should I use the upgrade crystal on? I'm hoping that the demon tier or the demigod tier will be enough to forge me a new set of gauntlets to use. If so, then the crystal would be wasted on them. Then I wouldn't need to waste it on the advanced tier gauntlets. I could use it on the armor set, but it remains to be seen what upgrading the set will do for the active skill. Will it be strengthened? Perhaps replaced with something else? Or in the worst case, it might be completely removed. Quinn shook his head, as if that would somehow negate the last possibility. Still, he chose to trust in the system's reward as being an overall good thing. The last thing that he considered for an upgrade was his Emperor tier mask. The red-colored mask would fill up an adrenaline bar and allow him to boast a singular stat. For now, Quinn decided to keep the upgrading crystal with him. With the risk involved, he preferred to think about it some more, and once he had made his choice, he would see if Alex could use it in some way. As he was leaving the foraging area and exiting out of the door, he unexpectedly bumped into Syl, who had been waiting outside. Syl was looking downward, and it appeared as if he was gathering his courage to say something as he was twirling his fingers. You look like you want to ask me something. Let me guess, is it about Vorden and Rayton? Quinn asked. Now that we have the crystals, do you think we can really get them back? Syl asked politely this time. He didn't seem angry, but of course, Quinn could see that this question was gnawing at him, and if it were up to him, they would have set out long ago. Let me ask you something, Syl. I heard you and Eno fought. Do you trust him 100%? Quinn asked the others instead. Definitely not, Syl replied instantly. I hate that guy. Well, that makes two of us, Quinn admitted with a smile. That's why I don't want to rely on him. For now, I have some good news. We have someone who is willing to learn the same abilities as your friend, so hopefully we will be able to deal with things without having to overly rely on Eno. We're close, Syl. Just a little longer, I promise. It seemed that was enough to cheer him up, and the fact that Quinn was still thinking about Vorden and Rayton made him happy. Just for how long, he didn't know. While walking away, there was still one problem that they had yet to solve. We still need to find bodies for Rayton and Vorden. Logan hasn't been able to find any yet, and who knows what drawbacks there could be if we use the ones Eno has provided. The short lifespan is just the only one he admitted to, but knowing him, there could be a plethora of other things he just didn't mention. I can only count on you, Logan. Finally leaving the shelter, Quinn stretched his arms. Things were going good, and it was rare for him to have some time to rest like this. In fact, he had grown so used to doing things that his hands and legs were itching a little for something to do. Should I play more power fighters? I did promise the martial arts god I would get to rank 1. Or maybe I should focus on leveling up all my skills to level 5. But without finding anything, it would be quite difficult. Quinn pondered over his next course of action. At that moment, a certain person approached Quinn. He could tell who it was straight away by their scent. Without turning around, he was aware that it was none other than Layla. Her hair blew slightly in the wind, and her face was a little red. Quinn, it's been a while. I was wondering if we could talk, Layla spoke in a somewhat embarrassed tone. "Oh," Quinn replied, not really knowing what else to say. "Is it something important, or did something happen?" "It is important. To me," Layla said. Moments before Layla came to interact with Quinn, she was busy going around the shelter checking if there was anything she could do to help. Initially, she went over to members of the Cursed faction that were in the midst of rebuilding the shelter. Layla thought she could at least help them via her telekinesis ability. "Miss Layla, we appreciate your offer, but we are fine on our own. What would people think of us if they were to see one of our leaders having to help with this kind of manual labor? They would think that the Cursed faction was either weak or lacked members. Please get some rest and leave this work to us." One of the men quickly prevented her from helping. She was about to insist until she saw how great a job they were doing. Ever since the Cursed faction had received military personnel from Oscar, the one thing they didn't lack were Earth ability users, especially since the Earth books were no longer guarded as a secret by the military. Nowadays, people from all factions were able to learn the ability up to their limit. Layla sighed, aware that if she were to try and help, she would most likely just get in the way. As such, she continued further into the shelter, on the lookout for any odd jobs she could help with. However, no matter where she went, everything was running at full capacity with maximum efficiency. "I guess I'm just not really needed around here," Layla thought dejectedly. "Was there even any point in me coming here if there's nothing I can help with? How can I just laze around when there should be so much to do? I mean, I saved some people's lives, but Nate and Dennis could have helped fight the beast as well. I just feel so useless." "Hey, Layla, you look free. Mind helping me out a little in the medical center?" Haley suddenly appeared behind her with the request. She was carrying around large boxes of supplies, yet the very next second they started to float up in the air. "With pleasure," Layla smiled at her, happy to finally get something to do. Inside the medical center, Layla was hitting her stride as she talked with the patients that were awaiting their treatment. Their injuries varied a lot, from simple scratches to broken bones, yet by far the most common ones were the bite marks. Everyone found Layla's presence quite welcoming, and from time to time she would help Haley out whenever the older woman decided against using her ability. After all, MC points were limited, and it would take time to recover them. As such, Haley saved it for patients with more severe injuries, whereas the ones that could heal on their own would be treated the traditional way. "Should I transform into my third form? I would just need to hit them with some green fire to help them," Layla wondered when she watched yet another injured person getting stitched up. "No, what am I thinking? This isn't the vampire world. So if they were to suddenly see me transform into a giant snake, they might mistake me for a beast, and I could trigger a panic." Even though Layla was contributing to the common good, her mood started to dampen. How much was she really helping? Wasn't her role something that could be filled by someone else again? In comparison, Haley had a role that only she could fulfill. Even Sia was able to see the future. Who knows if she had been alive, she might have been able to warn us about the demon-tier beast. Maybe even told us how to defeat it to save many lives, or at least limit the damage, Layla thought. Just then, a new patient came in. It was a young woman who was scared and frightened, to the point where she was shivering. Since Haley was still busy, Layla stood up and led the newcomer to a free bed. Once she was settled down, Layla offered her some water before she asked her for the reason she was here. "I haven't been able to sleep. I keep thinking that I'll be attacked in the middle of the night, or turned. I can't even look at my own family because I'm scared that they might attack me again," the girl explained amidst her sobbing. Although Haley could heal the bodies of those who had been injured, the same could not be said for the mental wounds the people suffered from. Seeing this, a strange purple smog appeared. "This is something I can do, even if it's just a temporary solution," Layla said, starting to consume the purple fog in the air. Once she was done, the girl's mood was elevated. It felt like all her worries and everything that was around her had suddenly gone. Her eyes brightened up, and soon after a brief chat, she was left to sleep in the bed for a while, since it was the first time it seemed she felt safe. "Oh my, you haven't been here too long, but you already know how to deal with patients without me," Haley commented from the side. "What do you mean?" Layla asked nervously, turning away and trying to avoid eye contact. She was unsure how much the other woman had seen. "Come on, Layla. Did you forget I saw you grow horns the other day? Don't worry, I'm not scared. I'm just worried," Haley whispered next to her ear. Layla looked up, unsure why Haley would be worried about her. Since this wasn't the best place to discuss things, Haley went to the entrance and turned the sign from "The doctor is in" to "The doctor is on break," before she gestured for Layla to follow her into the back. Pulling out a seat, Haley patted it a couple of times for Layla to sit next to her. I can't imagine what you have all been through, but it's clear something is going on. Back when you and Quinn were at the school, you only had basic abilities. But look at you guys today, shadow, telekinesis, and from what I saw, you can do even more incredible things. Working in my field, especially as part of the military, I've learned that oftentimes when humans take a shortcut, there are large drawbacks involved. I just can't help but think, Quinn, everyone is taking on far more risks by not telling anyone what is going on while putting the whole burden on themselves. When Layla listened to Haley, she could tell from the older woman's tone that she was genuinely concerned. A lot of people forgot that the very same cursed faction leaders were age-wise nothing more than young adults who would have just left school. In all honesty, though, Haley was also very concerned for her father, whom she hadn't seen very much ever since joining the cursed faction. We can handle it, Layla replied, like some sort of pre-programmed answer. Haley leaned forward and started to rub her finger on Layla's cheek. Like hell you can, she insisted as she wiped the tear falling down from one of her eyes, and then moved her hair out to the side to see the two little bumps. Wow, these things are real. Does it hurt when I push them in? Oh, maybe a third one will come out in the middle, Haley joked around. The visual image made both of them laugh, and Layla confided in the other, telling her a bit more about herself and what she could do. Nevertheless, she abstained from revealing anything about vampires in general, or who exactly it was that had turned her, despite the other one probing her. While talking, Layla did notice, however, that she would often try to ask about her father. Let me ask Quinn to set up a meeting for the two of you, Layla suggested. I know Quinn is super busy at times, but he is sensitive to these types of things. Thank you. Haley gave her a bigger smile than the ones before. Someone knocked on the door before coming. Sorry for the intrusion, but I've been told that despite the sign, Haley is here? Seeing the girl who had entered, Haley stood up and almost had tears in her eyes. Wendy, you're all good. Although the two of them hadn't really spoken much, Wendy had protected her, and there was a link between these two people. As they ran up to hug each other. I guess it's my cue to get out of here, Layla decided, and she was about to leave. Wait, Layla, I nearly forgot what I wanted to tell you, Haley called out to stop her for a moment. Earlier you said that Quinn always seems to be busy, and that there never seems to be a right time to talk to him, right? Well, he seems pretty free at the moment, so you should go and talk to him. Who knows when you get another opportunity like this? As if to prove Haley's point, shortly after she went out, Layla saw none other than Quinn. I don't want to have any more regrets, Layla said, perhaps still influenced by the pep talk she had just received. She decided to approach Quinn. Quinn, it's been a while, and I was wondering if we could talk. Layla spoke in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Oh, Quinn replied, not really knowing what else to say. Is it something important, or did something happen? It is important, to me, Layla said. However, she suddenly noticed that the stuff she wanted to talk with him about was rather private, so she asked him to accompany her out of the shelter. Since he was done with his business and Layla wouldn't just come to him without a reason, he agreed. The duo headed through the forest. There was an awkward silence between the two of them throughout the whole walk. Eventually, the duo arrived at a lake that was green in color, making for an idyllic scene. On the other end, they could even see a beast drinking from the lake itself. It was too far to be of any concern to them, though. Quinn, is there anyone you like? Layla asked, finally breaking the silence. Anyone I like? Quinn was shocked by the sudden question. He had been wondering what she might want to talk about, but his thoughts had mostly been about something related to Pure Related. However, after thinking about it, he was quickly reminded of how Vincent would constantly tell him to have some fun with certain girls. Like, what do you think about Erin? She's a beauty that everyone liked at school, Layla continued, since Quinn didn't say anything. Erin? Well, I and her really don't talk much. Besides, she's quite scary when someone upsets her, Quinn replied before he added. And between the two of us, it's not particularly hard to upset her accidentally. He thought that might break the ice a bit, but Layla didn't really react. Instead, she continued questioning him. Then what about that Bonnie girl? I mean, you kissed her on live TV. Isn't an adventurous girl like her your type? Someone who is always doing exciting things and stuff on her own? Please, how many times have I tried to explain that whole thing was all a giant misunderstanding? I was just trying to do something with my vampire powers, and it backfired spectacularly. Also, I don't think I would like someone like her as my girlfriend. I mean, I would never be able to see her, unless I accompanied her on one of her adventures, and with the type of responsibilities I have now, I can't really afford to do that. Sometimes I wish all of this was over and I could return to being a normal guy. If I wasn't the cursed faction leader, I would just finish my military training, look for the right woman to settle down, have a family, a house, 2 kids, maybe a dog. Quinn shared his thoughts. At this point, he didn't really know what he was saying, but the image of when he lived his life as Vincent with his family had appeared in his head. Then what about Helen? She made it clear that she liked you, a strong beauty that probably matches your talents, and could give you the kind of life you deserve once all of this is over? Layla asked. Helen. I think she is a good person, but I can't help but be cautious towards her. How can I date someone if I don't even trust them? Layla was a bit surprised after hearing the answer. The others Quinn had disregarded quite quickly, but with Helen he hesitated. Did that mean that he did have some feelings for her, but chose not to act because he couldn't trust her? Perhaps he didn't trust her due to how much time they had spent together, but didn't that mean that if he were to trust her, then there was nothing stopping him from pursuing her? Once again, Layla was thinking of pulling back, but clenching her fist, she told herself that she couldn't give up this time. She walked in front of Quinn, standing at the very edge of the lake, and turned around, placing her hair behind her ear. Since you've been so honest with me, I only have one more question for you, Quinn. What about me? Quinn, I like you. I like you a lot, but what do you feel towards me? Did Layla just confess to me? Was Quinn's first thought after hearing those words. To be young and innocent again. Quite the man you are to force the girl to make the first step, then again. Otherwise, I bet you would never have realized that she liked you, even though it's been pretty obvious from the beginning, if you ask me. Heck, I haven't even been with you the whole time, yet it was obvious. Vincent teased Quinn. Quinn still had trouble wrapping his head around it. Yes, there had been instances when certain girls had expressed an interest in him in a particular way, but those instances had been more sexual in nature than anything else, and were largely attributable to his charm. As such, he had never regarded himself as the type to, well, be popular with girls. In his entire life he had only been confessed to by Helen before today, but even then, he was still unaware whether Helen genuinely liked him, or was merely after the position he had ended up in. What do I think of you? Quinn repeated her question, as if to find some deeper meaning behind it. Unlike the others, it was far harder to answer the question, not just because the one in question was right before him, but more so because he himself was unsure what the answer to that was. Thinking about it, Layla had helped him from the beginning, even long before she had been turned. She had always been there and was one of the few people that actually knew nearly everything about him, what he was going through, and was of a similar age. When he thought up to this point, he wasn't exactly against the idea, but didn't the fact that he had to ponder over all these facts bear testimony that he himself wasn't entirely sure about it? Alas, her intense gaze made it clear that she would like an answer now and not some other time. However, there was one thing he felt he had to address first. Layla, are you sure you want to be with me? You know I'm the one responsible for your mother's death, right? Back then you used your ability to save her, but then she used her key to save your life. The thing is, my attack would have undoubtedly killed her. She would have died by my hands if she hadn't saved you. Do you really want to be with someone who is responsible for the death of someone so close to you? Quinn asked. He didn't choose to ask this question to suddenly change the topic, but he felt that such a thing wasn't exactly something they could both overlook. Perhaps part of him also wanted to show her that she deserved better, that there was someone better for her. I know you aren't like that, Quinn. You are one of the most righteous person I know. I have grown up with my mother, so I know that she herself acted for what she perceived would be for the greater good. She was a woman who cared more about her ideals than her own feelings, even if it was towards her own flesh and blood. I was raised by her, so for the longest time I believed in those ideals, that my personal feelings would have to take a step back if it was for the sake of others. But I don't want to live like that any longer. I'm aware that you were partly responsible for her death, but in the end, my mother chose to save my life, and I decided that I wished to find happiness in it, for her sake as well as my own. Suddenly, Layla came closer and grabbed Quinn's hands. I just didn't want to hide my feelings for you anymore. I want to be with you, and I don't just want to be by your side. I want to grow old together with you, and enjoy our lives once this whole thing is over, Layla declared confidently. Looking into her eyes, Quinn's heart started to beat faster, and his hands started to heat up, but it was only for a few seconds, as a strange energy came over him, and by the looks of it, it came over her as well. The two of them almost pulled away, as they both felt a pain in their heads. Vincent, what's going on? What's happening to us? Quinn asked in a panic. The headache vanished as quickly as it had appeared, but his heartbeat and rosy emotions had returned to normal, and he was no longer as easily influenced by his emotions as he had been in the past. Even Layla's emotions appeared to be a little muted as she gazed at Quinn. A big sigh could be heard from Vincent in his head. I'm sorry, Quinn. I had hoped that since you used to be a normal human, it wouldn't affect you. This was actually one of the reasons why I had tried pushing you towards trying to find happiness with others so much. It has to do with the family bond, Vincent explained. Part of your bloodline, the cursed family bloodline, now runs inside her veins, which means it will be impossible for you two to truly be together. If it had been anyone else in the cursed family, it would have been a different story, but as for Layla, the one who turned Layla was none other than you, after all. I'm afraid there is no solution. Otherwise, I would have told you as soon as I saw her feeling like that for you. Quinn didn't know why, but he wasn't relieved. In fact, he felt suddenly greatly saddened by it. It would have been one thing for him to reject her, but for a vampire thing to be the cause for this? Did I actually have feelings for Layla as well then? Quinn wondered. Are you sure there is no way? I mean, theoretically there is. Either you or she would have to return to being truly human. However, you better than anyone else should know what an extremely difficult thing that is to do. I do not know of another way, Vincent answered in a somber tone, feeling bad for being the one to give him this news. Layla, once she had cleared her mind in the few seconds he had conversed with Vincent, felt the same way about Quinn as she had always done. She let out a deep sigh, but when she looked up, she still had a smile on her face. I can see that whole situation seems to be a bit much for you. You're taking a long time to think about this, but perhaps that's a good thing. At least you haven't instantly rejected me, unlike the others. I don't know who or what is on your mind, Quinn. Maybe you're just too busy at the moment, but I will fight against my rivals, just as you are fighting against the Dalki. This means war, Layla said, pointing to Quinn and giggling a little at the end. She seems so happy, Quinn thought, as a warm feeling was felt all over his body. He, too, couldn't help but smile back at her. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I can be a real klutz in that field. I am truly happy that you confessed to me. It really is just that before today, I had never thought about that possibility. So, how about a date? Quinn suggested with a shy smile. Don't you think it would only be fair that the two of us get to know each other properly, outside of this vampire stuff, and outside of all this school mess, before I decide whether we would make a good match for the rest of our lives, especially given how long it could be? Layla put out her hand again and raised her little pinky. Quinn understood she was going for a pinky promise. He didn't hesitate, yet as his pinky touched hers to confirm the promise, the headache the two of them had suffered earlier returned, forcing them to let go. Quinn, what is that? Layla asked, stupefied, as she held her head. Don't worry, Quinn replied, not wanting to break her heart. It's vampire stuff. I'll sort it out. I've sorted everything else out so far, haven't I? Walking back, Quinn was determined to get an answer, more so now about turning vampires back into humans, and there was one person who knew the possible answer, even if he was the last person Quinn wished to talk to. Richard Eno was the original who turned Arthur into a vampire, so perhaps he also knew a way to be turned back. Still, based on Eno's personality, it was clear he wouldn't just comply, especially for something that might drastically lower their fighting power. After moving the demon-tier beasts and bringing back Vorden and Rayton, it might prove to be a better time to ask the old-timer. Returning to the shelter, all the faction members and the few Greylash members that had still been there seemed to be quite on high alert. Even the kitchen staff looked a little worried. Entering the faction base, Quinn was told that the Cursed and the others were currently in a meeting. Sir Quinn, if the two of you could head that way, I believe this matter is something of utmost importance. One of the faction members in the base spoke and led them to the meeting room. Quinn, you're here just in time. The hologram figure of Sam greeted him from the center of the table. He was green in color, which looked quite menacing in its own right, and was quite the contrast to Sam's own figure. Unfortunately, I do not bear great news, but it falls under my duty to inform you all of the current situation. As you know, the Dalki has been quite active in the area, and at the moment, Owen, along with the Greylash family, are engaged in combat against them. I'm calling you right now to tell you that Owen seems to be in trouble, and I'm not sure how long they can hang in there.
With the war having been declared, all of the planets that the human race lived on were on high alert, especially those in the Greylash area. The Dalki had been making very strange movements from what they had been able to monitor.
Bit by bit, they would be testing the waters, as small scuffles between certain spaceships and planets, as well as on orange portal planets, had occurred. There was a reason why the human race wasn't so quick to give up the beast planets and were still hunting for beasts daily. For one, they acted as a fuel for the powerful mechs that would be used by those who weren't strong ability users, giving them a fighting chance against the Dalki. The second reason, which was true for both sides, was that they would be used to power their spaceships' weapons. The large ships created by both sides were strong and resilient enough that only a demon-tier weapon would be able to harm them. As such, the most common way for a fight to occur in space was to send out fleets of smaller ships to eventually invade the larger ship from the inside. Alternatively, a smaller fleet of ships would act as a mothership and land on the planet, forcing the other side to protect it. The weapons on board were to destroy these smaller ships. In the current situation, Bonnie and Void had decided to go and film the fights up close. After all, they were war reporters, and the best ones at that. Humanity needed to know what was happening, and they couldn't be scared. At the moment, the two of them were on board one of the larger Greylash ships, led by one of the top Greylash members named Hermes. It was a ship with a force of 100,000 on board. 30,000 of them consisted of those from the Greylash family and their follower factions, while the others were from one of the military groups given by Oscar for Owen to command. The reason they were on this ship rather than the one Owen was on was due to the latter acting as an important figure in this war. He himself wouldn't get involved in fighting unless he had to. Yes, he was a powerful person, but that was also why he couldn't be the first one to charge in when there was trouble. As such, Bonnie had decided to go on board another Greylash ship that was more likely to experience combat first. In one of the training rooms, the Greylash were currently planning their next course of action, figuring out the best way to protect certain planets in case the Dalki attacked them. They also went through drills and more. There were even teams that would be sent out from the ship to the faction bases on the beast planets, just in case they were needed to help with a hunt. As you can see behind me, everyone in the Greylash group is working diligently to protect our front line. So far, there have been a total of 4 skirmishes between us and the Dalki. For now, we have claimed this victory, as we have successfully been able to defend all of the planets. We will continue to bring you news as it develops, Bonnie reported, ending the recording there. Void gave a nice little thumbs up, noting that they were off the air. Bonnie sighed as she went to sit down in the corner of the room with Void. There was a little bar refreshment area that would serve snacks and drinks for the team every time they were done with training or had a tough meeting. Since the meeting was still going on in the main area, Void and Bonnie were sitting on their own. "Do you think what we're doing is right?" Bonnie suddenly asked her colleague. "You mean about the report we just made?" Void wondered as he was checking the footage back from his camera. He also had a strange set of green glasses. They would be linked to a few drones around the Greylash ship, so he wouldn't miss if anything big was going on. "Yeah, although I said we successfully defended against their attacks, and it's good to make sure that people don't panic. The truth is, there still hasn't been a level of attack similar to the one on planet Kaladi," Bonnie clarified. "Yes, it was a good thing Quinn was there at the time. Otherwise, that would have been a loss, but I don't think what you're doing is wrong, to answer your question. We have been in this business long enough to know that. Currently, there is nothing to panic about. Speaking of, did you hear the Cursed have managed to hunt down a demon-tier beast? It seems like we might have picked the wrong thing to film," Void replied. When Bonnie heard this, she did regret their decision to reject the Cursed, but she was unaware of their activities at the time. Besides, it just felt a little awkward between the two of them, ever since the last time she had tried to interview them, almost as if she was afraid they would have proven to be a nuisance if they had followed them. "Don't worry, my instinct is telling me something big is going to happen here." Just then, as she said those words, the ship's alarms sounded. The whole ship broadcast a special announcement for everyone to hear it. "Attention, everyone! The large main ship has been seen heading to planet Genentech. They have sent fleets to the beast planet, and it looks to be a force of around 200 strong." 200? That's 4 times the amount of Dalki that have been sent to planet Kaladi. Why are they moving this many Dalki for one beast planet? Is it a distraction? To send an even larger force to defend the planet while they attack somewhere else? Bonnie couldn't help but think, but that wasn't her job. She was sure that the Greylash had already gone through every scenario they could think of. "The main Greylash ship is the closest to the planet, and due to the size of the force, our family head Owen Greylash himself has decided to engage in combat, sending out a strong force. He wants us to stay on standby and act as if we see fit if there is no response from his end." This was it. Bonnie could tell that this would be the first great clash of the Second War with the Dalki race.
Although Quinn had participated in the first battle that started the war, it was hard to call that a battle. However, with how strong a force of 200 Dalki represented, and depending on how many spikes there were, there could be many lives lost in the battle. "Come on, Void, let's take a ship and make our way down to that planet," Bonnie ordered in a rush. Void quickly packed his things and was already calling his drones to return to him, but then he had seen something devastating on one of the drones in his glasses. Down one of the hallways, a person covered in blood could be seen. Trying to find them, Void looked through all the drones possible and could see what looked to be a human walking in blood in the ship's docking area. He then walked up to the lever and looked at the drone directly. His face and clothes covered in blood. Something was chilling when Void looked at this person who didn't look human. The one thing that was noticeable about them more than anything was the red, piercing eyes. "He knows I'm filming him," Void thought as he stood still in fear. "What's wrong? We have to go," Bonnie hurried him. "No," Void replied. "We need help. We need to hide." The man with the red eyes who was being filmed pulled the levers, and soon the bay started to open, allowing several small fleets of dark black ships to land inside. "The Dalki! They have boarded this ship!" Void shouted. Arriving on planet Genentalk was Owen Greylash, and with him he had a strong force of 50,000. If one was to see this who had never seen a Dalki before, they would have said it was overkill, sending that many people for only a force against 200 Dalki. Those who had faced the Dalki before would have thought it wasn't enough. Very few people could take on even one spiked Dalki, which was even why, with ability users, the introduction of mechs and beast weapons was a game-changer. Before the introduction of abilities and beast gear, a single spiked Dalki could have taken on thousands of people. However, the force behind it wasn't just ordinary people. They were all travelers, and there wasn't a single one under the rank of B, but there was a reason why Owen had to come himself, why he felt like he had no choice. Planet Genentalk was a red-colored planet with a vast wasteland, with deep trenches here and there. It was also a strange planet that would suffer from lack of rainfall for half a year or so, and then be plagued with rain for the next half a year. Currently, the Greylash group had sent all the civilians off the planet and were making upgrades to the shelter. A few of the Earth users were building several walls so they could form a tight defense. Owen was standing on top of a large tower at the very back of the shelter, with his usual fan covering his face and his long, straight hair. "If we were here during the rainfall, it would make the task quite easy. However, it seems like luck isn't on our side today," Owen said. "Still, when have I ever relied on things such as luck?" Owen turned to one of his men by his side and smiled. "Right?" "Of course, sir," the man replied. "We will win this fight, even if the sun scorches our bodies like lava." Although they had prepared for situations like this, they were having more trouble than they had expected for many reasons. It turned out that it was true that the Dalki were able to create some sort of teleporter jamming device. The teleporters on the planet itself didn't work. They had to escort the citizens of the planet over to the Greylash main ship nearby. However, worried that these might be attacked, quite a large force was sent with them, diminishing the forces that would also be on the planet itself, while they were unsure if the Dalki were affected by this teleportation device. Lastly, the real reason why Owen was here was because of the rumors that the Dalki forces this time are being led by a 4-spiked Dalki. Owen had to come, no matter how small the number of forces being sent from the Dalki side. "Back then, the 4-spiked Dalki that appeared was what made even my grandfather come out of hiding," Owen started to remember. "It was a great struggle, but the current world leaders at the time had managed to defeat it. His advice to me was if I ever saw a 4-spiked Dalki and I was to face one on my own, then I was to run." Closing his fan, Owen looked off into the distance. Multiple black pods were sent down from one of the large Dalki ships a few hours ago. They were quick and small, making it hard for them to shoot down before they reached the planet. "I'm sorry, I won't be taking your advice. Let's see if you are the right grandfather," Owen said. "Sir, I have just received a report. The Dalki, some of them seem to have boarded the second ship," the man reported quite urgently. "It looks like they have chosen now of all times to attack. It can't be a coincidence. I assume the forces sent to attack the fleet aren't weak either. Is there anyone close by that can help?" Owen asked. Usually he would have gone back as quickly as possible to help his own people. Yet something in Owen's mind was telling him he needed to remain here. Otherwise it would be a loss for the human race. "I have already sent out the message to the nearby planets in the area as a warning for the other planets to be careful, although I did not send a request for help. The nearby forces are weaker than what is currently on the ship, so it wouldn't make sense. The only one that could help in such a situation would be the head general Robin, but I have received news that he has passed away. I would give you details, but we are running out of time, the man explained. Passed away? Robin was a good man, and strong. It looks like the cursed faction had quite the trouble defeating the demon-tier beast. Given the cursed faction all the information about the current attack and detail about the second fleet, I will let them decide what they need to do, Owen said. And that is the current situation the Greylash family are facing, Sam said as he finished his report. Those in the room were frightened. In the report Sam gave, they even talked about the 4-spiked Dalkey in the attack. It made everyone feel goosebumps on their bodies for fear of what might happen to Owen. Owen was strong, and all of the leaders were strong, but the only reason the human race stood a chance last time was more due to their sheer numbers. Of course, their numbers now dwindled in comparison compared to the last time. However, they had focused on building up strength, but have they managed to close the gap to the point where Owen could defeat a 4-spiked Dalkey? That they didn't know. Would you like my opinion on the matter, or do you have something you wish to do? Sam said. We should send people to help Owen fight against the 4-spiked Dalkey, Ko announced. That's the only reasonable thing to do. The second fleet of the Greylash will have to take care of themselves. I can't imagine the attack on them will be as bad as the one that Owen is facing. If we win this, then it is a big step forward. But don't you think the current fight with Owen is just a delay? Linda replied. I have to agree, Sam said. It is possible that they leaked the information on the 4-spiked Dalkey to us. That way, they knew we would send a strong force to help them, such as Owen. While Owen is caught up, they can send forces to destroy the other forces, slowly taking our numbers down, while Owen continues to be caught up. Quinn had been silent as he was thinking of what to do, and he had finally come up with his answer. We should trust Owen. He's strong, and I think he knows what he is doing. Just now you told us he had given us all the information there was about the Greylash second fleet and ship. I don't think he's an idiot. He trusts his own strength, and we need to trust that he can deal with the 4-spiked Dalkey on his own. Although Quinn said this, he was slightly worried. A 4-spiked Dalkey was something he had never faced, and their strength grew exponentially with each spike. Even Borden was impressive as a temporary 3-spike, so who knows what a 4-spike could do. As for me, I will head to the second fleet alone, said Quinn. Alone? Are you crazy? Eli stood up from his seat. It might not be a 4-spiked Dalkey, but there will be more on board. You can't take them on alone. I think it might be the best thing to do, Sam agreed. You see, we don't know how strong the Dalkey are that have been sent to attack the second fleet. What we do know is that they are in great trouble. However, the cursed forces are in an entirely different place. Sending everyone here to fight them would be useless. Not only that, Quinn added, I'm the only one that can return with no problems. It seems like the Dalkey can block the teleporters, which means that the second fleet is unable to escape. If they are too strong even for me, then I'm the only person who can still get out of there with my ability. I will be going alone, and that's an order, Quinn said, which was now the second time he had used his authority as one of the world leaders. While Quinn and the others had been busy hunting for the demon-tier beast, other members of his family hadn't exactly been lazing around either. Despite the war declaration, Aaron and Leo had gone out on their own, continuing the search for the Pure Base, or at least any of their members. They had already learned that the Pure Base was supposed to be on Earth, based on the information given to them by Eno, according to the intel Layla provided. One of the main bases on Earth was located in a well-known city by the name of Zoo. Similarly to the True Dreams, another Big Four family had founded the city and located most of their members there. Only in this case, the one responsible had been Mona Bree. The reason for the rather bizarre name of the city was due to the many beasts that were roaming around freely. While it might seem dangerous at first, all of those beasts had at one point been tamed by members of the Bree family thanks to their ability. Apart from the beasts, there was one other thing that led to the city becoming a famous tourist attraction, and that was Mona's fascination with the architecture style of ancient times, in particular the Roman Empire. The city had been constructed with antique-looking buildings, giant pillars, and large statues of prominent figures of the Bree family. They even had a giant Colosseum in the center. Even though Mona herself had disappeared, her family members had continued to follow in her footsteps. Many of them had joined the military, with a few branching off here and there, but overall Oscar had left them to their own devices. Nowadays, the Zoo City is heavily guarded by strong members of the Bree family. Walking down the streets, Erin felt as if she had traveled back in time. She wouldn't have even been surprised if at any moment someone would appear in a toga. Meanwhile, Leo was just appreciating the structure of the architecture he could see with his ability. I'm not sure whether I should praise Pure for choosing such a place to have a base or call them daring, Aaron commented after the first shock had settled down. The best place to hide a tree will always be in a forest. Who would think to look for them in a city controlled by one of the big four? Leo replied. If Pure hasn't given up on the idea of creating a man-made beast for them to control, then this would seem like the perfect location. Come to think of it, perhaps the members we found from the Bree family last time would have been taken from this city. Just then they saw someone walking alongside a two-horned walking beast that was a little larger than a human. It must have been at the advanced tier level. It was quite an amazing ability for them to control the beasts. I could take out every single one of these with a simple swipe of my paw, Ovanik commented lazily from atop Leo's head. After seeing so many wild beasts walking around freely, the cat familiar had suddenly decided to come out and explore the human world a little bit, and Leo saw no problem with that at all. The only issue was that every time they encountered a beast that looked somewhat impressive, Oven seemingly felt the need to remind them that he could beat them with a single swipe if he just chose to act. Aaron just stared at the cat, which for some reason had decided to include her in its thoughts rather than just speaking to Leo directly. The only thing that worried the Dampier was whether this allowed Oven to read her thoughts as well, but so far it hadn't shown any signs of it. Can that fat cat really be that strong here? Aaron wondered. I mean, there has to be a difference between his strength in the familiar world and this world, right? At that moment, as if Oven had read her mind, he stared at her and raised one of his chubby paws, seemingly ready to attack. Did he actually hear me? Whatever, I won't back down from you. If one cat is all it takes to make me cower, how am I meant to face the Dalki? Aaron thought, as she stared back at the cat and moved her hand towards the sword hilt by her side, ready to defend herself at any moment. Oven moved, and Aaron was halfway through drawing her sword until she saw that the familiar was merely liking its paw before letting out a big yawn. From the looks of it, the cat looked far more interested in taking a big nap than getting into any fights. Yeah, I must be imagining things. There's no way that cat can hear me, Aaron breathed out of a sigh of relief, shaking her head over her previous behavior. However, the next moment, she received a thought message that sounded like a sneer. Before Aaron had any chance to react to what she perceived as a sort of provocation, a man shouted from their side. Attention, attention! Last chance to register for this month's Beast Battling Games. Riches and fame await you, as long as your beast is the strongest. Behind the man there was a table, and quite a queue of people who looked eager to participate in that event. Are you interested? Aaron asked, since Leo had stopped to have a look. Such an event should be the perfect place to scout for strong users with the beast-taming ability, so there is a good chance that someone from Pure would be there, Leo replied and walked towards the shouting man. Oh my, what a pleasure to see such beauty. Are you here to register for the Battle of the Beasts? I'm afraid you will have to line up if you wish to, the man said, too smitten by Aaron's appearance to notice Leo next to her. It's our first time here. Could you tell us more about this Battle of the Beasts event? Aaron asked in her cold voice, emphasizing the us part. Only then did the man notice Leo's presence, as well as the fact that the only beast the duo had on them appeared to be a fat cat that for some reason was napping on the bald man's head. He would have normally dismissed them, but the level of beast equipment and beast gear told him that both of them were either very powerful or quite influential. Oh, so you are newcomers. Each month the zoo hosts the Beast Battling Games in the Coliseum. This month's attraction is the so-called Battle of the Beasts, a tournament in which tamed beasts compete against each other. This time's winner gets to walk home with the grand prize of a demigod-tier crystal, courtesy of the Bree family, the man enthusiastically explained. The price was certainly enough to garner a lot of attention. The question was whether the Bree family was just generous enough to continue certain traditions, or whether this time's event was somehow more special. Leo seemed to be correct once more. With such a price, it's practically guaranteed that the strongest ability users would participate to show off the power of their beasts, Aaron thought. It would be a wonder if Pure doesn't show up. Do you happen to sell tickets, or could you tell us where we could purchase any? Leo asked the man. Apologies, but our beast battling games are quite the attraction for our city. They are sold out well in advance. If you are interested in attending one, then you should try to purchase some tickets in front of the Coliseum. If you are lucky, they should still have some for the show in half a year, the man explained. I'm afraid we don't have much free time. Leo stroked his beard. Looks like we will have to enter as participants. My colleague will be happy to register you, but one of the requirements is that your tamed beast has to be present during the registration process, and it has to be at least an advanced tier level. The man had still been polite, but it was clear that he was getting impatient explaining everything to the duo. At that moment, Leo lifted Oven off his head. "This here is a beast with a legendary level. I'm sure he will do well in the competition," Leo stated with a smile. "If this fat cat is a legendary beast, then I am a member of the Big Four." The man was sure that the other party was pulling his leg for some reason. "This is a serious tournament, but I suppose the crowd deserves some laughs. If someone of that caliber wants to sacrifice a cat to enter it, who am I to stop him?" Leo and Aaron went in line to enter the so-called tournament, with Oven as their contender. Inside the city of Zoo, below a certain tavern, a certain meeting was being held. "Now, do you understand what we have to do? Although I don't particularly agree with this, we have no other choice. We have to keep an eye on the Bree family and keep a tab on all those who can control high and strong-tier beasts," a red-haired man explained to his listeners. "Yes, sir," the group replied back. As the group prepared themselves, the red-haired man couldn't help but wonder, "Is this really the right thing to do? Lucy, would you have tried to put a stop to this if you knew what we were going to do?" Inside a dark cave-like room, there was a table set up that seemed to have naturally formed from the ground. It was large and round, but not smooth, and the surfaces were uneven and bumpy. If a human hand was to drag their hand across, they were sure to get cuts and marks. Currently, it acted as a meeting room for the Dalki. Graham, a Dalki that had a strange obsession to wear human clothing, was inside dressed in a smart shirt and some trousers. It would have looked quite odd on most Dalki due to their muscular body sides, yet Graham was quite thin given his race. He wasn't alone in the room, for there was another Dalki at the other side of the table. The other part only had a single bent horn that was sticking out from the top of his forehead. "Graham, I know you are the smartest one out of all of us, but don't you think your plan this time puts too much trust into that man's will? How can you be certain that he won't suddenly turn on us?" One Horn shouted, clenching his fists. "Because he isn't doing this for our sake. That much was clear from the beginning. His desire just happens to coincide with ours. I can see that much, and I'm sure he also knows that we must realize that. In other words, we are just using each other. So as long as he thinks that he can achieve his goal by working with us, he will do his part," Graham explained confidently. Although One Horn and Graham tended to often disagree with the other's method, the two strongest Dalki nevertheless respected each other as well. More times than not, One Horn would actually let Graham have his way. "Fine," One Horn stated, still annoyed. He slumped back into his seat as if he no longer cared about the matter. "It seems too late for regrets anyway, but I still don't understand what you're thinking by sending out Greenhorn to face that lightning user," One Horn asked as he touched the top of his horn. He could still feel a phantom pain when thinking about the time he fought against someone with that ability. "The man that you fought against is no longer there, and if they were to see you again, then there would be an even larger panic. Besides, if they saw you with more spikes on your back, then they would know the truth about us, the fact that we are still evolving and getting stronger," Graham explained. In the past, One Horn was the main person who had led the Dalki during their first war. At least to the humans, it appeared this way. Graham had always been there, but he had never shown himself. One Horn was the public face of the treaty that had been signed and more, but since everything had been signed, One Horn hadn't been seen back then, and there was a reason for that. The number of spikes on his back had changed. "Those lightning users mean trouble. I should know. Greenhorn might not be enough to handle him," One Horn stated. "If it was me, I would have sent Dread instead. He is a true master of war. I wouldn't even have to worry if it had been him. Where is he anyway?" One Horn asked. The sharp teeth on Graham revealed themselves, a Dalki version of a grin, although it was hard to recognize as such for any member of another race. "Don't worry about Green. I haven't sent him there to win the battle. If he does, it would just be a bonus, but if he doesn't, it won't matter. Not every battle has to be won to win the war. As for Dread, I have told him he can do as he likes. I thought it would make things interesting. If an unpredictable Dalki is doing things that even I can't predict, I doubt the humans will have a clue as well." Even One Horn, the most aggressive Dalki, was shocked to hear what Graham had just said, but soon his shock turned into laughter. "Ha ha, this is great! Soon the humans and the vampires will be gone." "It's okay, Leo. You don't have to worry about me. I doubt that there is anyone here that will be a match for me, thanks to your teaching," Aaron said to Leo, after she had been denied entry to the Colosseum, with the excuse that only participants and their tamed beasts could enter. "That might not be the best mindset to have," Leo cautioned her. If we believe we are the strongest, then we will no longer strive to improve ourselves. Remember to be humble. If anything goes wrong, you are to contact me through the mask immediately.
I don't think Pure will act until after the tournament,
but just in case, don't stray too far from the Colosseum, and try not to do anything on your own. How is your lust? Are you able to deal with it? Leo asked.
Erin looked at her left arm. Underneath her clothing there were chains wrapped around it to suppress her desires, something that Leo had given her. She wondered why he had such a thing, and how it even had such abilities, but it seemed like it wasn't the right thing to ask at the time. It's okay. It hasn't caused any problems so far, and it's better now that we're no longer on the cursed ship. It tends to react more when there are other vampires around, Erin replied to her teacher. Leo nodded before heading into the Colosseum through the participants' entrance. Halfway through his journey, one of the guards finally noticed Leo's wide eyes. Sir, do you need help? The guard rushed towards him.
I appreciate the kind gesture, but I'm completely fine. Do you really think someone entering the competition would need that much help?
Leo snickered as he sent the guard on his way. At that moment, he heard loud footsteps behind him, telling him that it was a man of significant weight.
Don't be such a stubborn old man. We can't have anything happen to you before the start of the event, the voice said.
Sir, you are a sponsor of our event. There is no need for you to go to so much trouble. The guard quickly intervened. He had been warned by his superiors that the other party was prone to act as he pleased.
Don't worry, I was heading to see all the participants anyway.
The man chose to ignore the guard and signaled for him to go back to fulfill some other duty, while the man walked side by side with Leo.
Is that your version of helping out a blind man like me, simply walking by my side? Leo questioned, somewhat surprised given the lack of action of the heavy man. He had expected him to either help him or act unreasonably in some way, yet the other just did nothing but walk with him. You don't look overly frail to me in the first place. Besides, didn't you claim to be fine on your own? The man laughed, and apart from some glances from his self-assigned guard, the two continued to walk in silence until they reached a waiting room for the participants. Good luck. Even given your partner, you might not even need it. The large man bid him goodbye, walking off to look at the other participants. At least he seems to have a discerning eye, Owen purred in satisfaction. How come you have been hiding your key presence ever since you got in here? We're close to finding Pure's leader, and with how big this event is, I have the feeling they won't just be sending some foot soldier, but someone higher up who would be able to feel it. The goal is to find them before they know we are looking for them, so it's best to hide it for now. While Leo and Owen had their little conversation, the other participants were checking the blind man out, as well as his beast. An advanced tier-level beast was not an actual requirement to participate in the Battle of the Beasts, and more of a recommendation to prevent the loss of life. After all, nobody should be crazy enough to bring a lower-tier beast to the beast battling games, least of all when it was time for the Battle of the Beasts. And yet somehow, this man appeared to have brought along a basic-tier beast. The guy seems blind. Do you think someone has tricked him by selling him that beast, claiming it was something special? One of the participants whispered to his neighbor. Maybe he needs the money. Could that be that he has someone betting on the other contestant that he's going to lose? The neighbor answered back in a hushed tone. Isn't that dangerous, though? Some constants end up losing their lives to the Battle of the Beasts, another mentioned, worried about Leo. Pray to your ancestors you won't have to face me. Owen was furious as he remembered all those who were underestimating him like that, but outwardly he continued to stay on Leo's head, pretending to be nothing more but a lazy cat. Greetings, everyone, to the Beast Battling Games. This month we have everyone's favorite, the Battle of the Beasts. Many of you already know the rules, but for our newcomers, let me enlighten you. The beast tamers will enter the arena with their tamed beast once their name has been called. Once there, a fight will begin between the beasts. However, although it is called the Battle of the Beasts, the tamers can participate in it as well. A fight lasts until one of the tamers surrenders, a tamed beast dies, or a participant dies. While the last case is rare, nobody can predict the outcome of joining a fight between beasts. Now, before I announce the first participants, first a word from our sponsor. Leo recognized the sound of the footsteps as belonging to the man who had walked beside him as he watched the hosts hype on a TV in the waiting area. Ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for Chris Red. He has come here today as the representative of his wealthy merchant family, and we have him to thank for putting up the demigod tier crystal. Chris started to wave to everyone out there as the contestants looked at him strangely, trying to guess who he was. Don't be surprised if you don't recognize the name, as it's not my real name since we would like to keep our real business private, Chris explained, leading to murmuring in the spectating ranks. Today's price is a kind gesture from us, who had been helped out by the Bree family many times in the past without bringing attention to ourselves. As you all know, with Mona missing, it hasn't felt quite the same, but we appreciate her family members who have kept up the traditions and wanted to encourage them. To all of you participating today, I'm looking forward to a good show. Try your hardest out there, and as long as you impress me, I promise there will be even more rewards for you all." Hearing this, the waiting room was quickly filled with cheers. Nobody would say no to extra rewards, especially for something they had intended to do in the first place. They no longer cared who that man was, or what his real name was, as long as he fulfilled his promise. Now, please give a big round of applause for the first participants today. Beast Tamer Leo and his mighty beast, Ovanik, against Beast Tamer Max and his beast, the Mighty Cruncher, the host announced. "Does this mean it's time for me to wake up?" Oven yawned, as he jumped off Leo's head and stretched out his body. After leaving Leo to head into the Colosseum, Erin had left feeling a little disheartened in a way. She had wished to perhaps also participate in the event. She was sure it would have been an experience she could learn from. She also felt like kicking herself after saying what she had done in front of her teacher and mentor Leo. "He's right. Where did I even get that confidence from? It's okay to be confident in oneself, but I have to know there are plenty of people out there stronger than me, and not just my enemies either." The one who came to mind was Quinn. Whenever she had an image of catching up to someone, it wasn't her teacher Leo, but Quinn instead. She had seen him improve beyond belief. Although she knew Leo's strength, it was hard to relate because in her eyes, Leo had always been strong. As for Quinn, she had seen him grow in leaps and bounds, and at one point she could defeat him with a single hand. While walking around, she spotted a digital scrolling advert on the top of what looked to be an entertainment establishment. It was hard for her to figure out, but she could hear people laughing inside, and the words written on the very top were tavern. It was strange seeing a mix of new and old in a city like that, but the digital advert was what had caught her eye, as it informed her that she could watch the battle of the beasts inside. Entering the place, the smell of alcohol hit her nose, and it was more strong than usual. As alcohol was one of the few things that vampires still could taste. Not that she had this problem anyway, but some things seemed to still affect her differently. The place was pretty busy and pretty dark inside. She saw Leo enter the arena with Oven and his opponent as all the tables and chairs faced the back, where a sizable digital screen was showing the battle of the beasts. His opponent had the appearance of a respectable traveler with advanced-level equipment, walked on all fours, and had a body similar to a crocodile. However, its head resembled a giant plant, and it had enormous razor-sharp teeth. Even as it was being brought out, the beast kept hammering its jaws shut, smashing its teeth, and with each one, a loud clang was heard. It made Erin wonder if they were adding sound effects to the video to make the beast look more menacing, or if that was really the case. As for Leo, he stood there with his beast gear on, hiding some of the more higher-tier parts under a black robe that would swirl around, in particular his chest piece. Still, those with a keen eye would be able to notice that the level of his other equipment was at the Emperor tier level at the moment. However, the black cat that appeared to be waddling as it moved in front of him grabbed everyone's attention. "Is that a beast? I've never seen one that looks like that," the viewers started to communicate. "Didn't they say that only advanced beasts and above that were tamed could enter? Does that mean it's an advanced beast cat?" "The only thing advanced about that cat is its belly. I haven't seen one as fat as that." "Perhaps Sir Connell put them in as a joke. It's like he's doing things like that." "That would seem far too cruel. He would be eaten in minutes by that cruncher. I'm afraid seeing a cat get crunched up might not be as pleasant as a strong battle." While in the middle of her thoughts, she felt someone approaching her from behind, and she swiftly moved away. Looking back, she could see a hand in midair moving from below. "Oh, what a quick lady! I wonder how you were able to move so fast," a man chuckled, who stunk of booze. The temper in Erin was rising, but with the number of people in the tavern, she didn't want to cause a scene and cause more trouble. However, if she hadn't moved, that hand clearly would have been on her bottom. "Come on, don't be mad. With a bottom like that, it was practically made for squeezing." The three men chuckled at each other. Walking up to them, Erin was now underneath the man. "Very well, you can touch me, but are you prepared for the dangers that you will face?" Erin said, still not looking the man directly in the eye. Still, he seemed to ignore her words as he went forward again and attempted to latch onto her. But before he could, with the palm of her hand, she had struck his chin. He could feel his brain rattling against his skull and a dizziness coming over him. As he was about to fall, she grabbed him by his shirt as he hung there in place. Then, turning him around,
She kicked his back so hard, his friends thought they heard his pelvis crack. The man was then chucked over to the other two of his friends. Everything happened so fast, they were at a loss as to what to do. "Don't worry, your friend won't need to use his hips. Any spawn he creates doesn't deserve to be raised by scum like him," she said, and the fierce look she gave the two of his friends frightened them so much that they made a quick exit out of the tavern running. Luckily, because of how quickly she had dealt with things and how noiseless the whole thing was compared to the noise in the room, it didn't seem like anyone noticed, for they were too busy still joking about the cat. However, one person at the bar area was heard clapping. "Bravo!" a female said, who had light blue hair and didn't seem to be dressed in any beast gear, which was odd. However, she did have a staff in her hand that stood out to Aaron. It had what looked like a crystal at the top, but it would be useless as a weapon to just use a normal staff with a crystal attached. "You dealt with those annoying men beautifully. I thought that perhaps I would have had to come and help you, but you had it all settled. You are a strong one," the girl said. Aaron didn't know how to act. Most of the time it was males that approached her. As for females, they would stay away due to her attitude or dislike of her looks. However, other than Layla, this was the first time someone seemed to be talking to her. "Come here, sit. I assume you are here to watch the event," the girl said. "It's always more fun to watch something together, don't you think?" Looking around, Aaron could see that there weren't any other seats available, and she didn't want more incidents like the one before to happen. These slimy men would usually approach single girls. Although Aaron could deal with them, it was just a problematic thing to deal with. Even though she felt uncomfortable with how the kind stranger was smiling and staring at her, she ultimately chose to sit with her. "You're not much of a speaker, are you?" the girl said, looking at the screen as it looked like the fight was about to start. "Who do you think will win? The cat duo certainly seems interesting, don't they?" It was clear that if Aaron didn't say something, this girl would be asking her questions all day, so giving out a sigh, she decided to reply. "The man with the cat will definitely win. The rules state that either the man has to surrender or his beast needs to be defeated. However, even if his beast is unable to fight, then that man will finish the beast and the opponent before they get close," Aaron replied, confident in her teacher. "You have a good eye. I'm surprised you would go for the man with the cat. Not many would in this situation. They would think you're crazy, but I don't. However, you are wrong about one thing. That man won't have to do a single thing in this fight. The cat will take care of everything himself. I know, for I have already seen it happen." Aaron was a little concerned about sitting next to someone who wasn't really there and wondered what this girl was talking about. "Just like I know me and you would meet," the girl said as she turned to look at Aaron. Although a calming energy was emanating from this person, Aaron was now on edge. "Who is she? Would you like me to tell you about your future, Aaron?" Getting up from her seat, Aaron was ready to get out of the place. She was afraid this was some type of trap. There were only a few people who knew her name. She recognized those from Pure, who she had worked with, the vampires, and those from the cursed ship, but Aaron didn't recognize this girl at all. "Who are you?" Aaron asked. "Me? I'm just someone who can see things that others can't, but if you were asking for my name, then it would be Bliss," she said, standing up now as well. "Aaron, heed my warning. While two sides that didn't know of each other will come together to defeat an enemy the other one created, the whole world will learn of the other side. At that moment, the trust and bond between those two will be broken, and a new chaos will destroy the other. You will become that chaos," Bliss said. Aaron felt a headache coming up. Not only had that strange girl called Bliss to come up to her without being asked, but now she was speaking in riddles. It was hard for her to judge whether the girl was just someone crazy, or perhaps someone affiliated with Pure. But if it was the latter, then why would she have willingly appeared in front of her? "Don't you think it's pretty rude to tell someone you have just met something like that?" Aaron questioned her with a nervous smile. "How about you start explaining yourself? For example, who exactly you are, before I really might be causing some chaos here." Looking around the room, the Dampier checked if there was anyone else in the room with her. There was no scent of a vampire or such, or else her body would have reacted strongly by now, and her own ability couldn't sense any key apart from her own, unless someone here had an even greater key control than herself, which would mean she was in great danger. Raising her hand, Bliss pointed towards the screen at the back. It looked like the fight was about to commence. "I'm not here to hurt you, Aaron, so why don't we just enjoy the match and see if my little prediction turns out to be correct?" Bliss suggested. The Dampier was still skeptical, but if the other party had wanted to hurt her, would she have shown herself so willingly and openly? For now, she decided to remain vigilant, but also check out the spectacle.
Both Leo and his opponent had stepped onto opposite sides of the ring. Leo placed his hand on the hilt of the sword and was ready to draw it. "I will take out the beast and not harm the man by his side to make quick work of this," Leo informed his familiar on what to do.
"There is no need," Owen replied. "I didn't choose to follow you so I could just laze around all day. I could have done that in the familiar world as well. Besides, if you were to act now, won't that reveal who you are to the others?"
Leo trusted Owen quite a bit. The connection the two of them had formed allowed them to understand each other, yet the blind man couldn't help but think that his partner was contradicting himself. Since he had come here, all it had done was laze around. "Let the fight begin," the host announced and rang a bell. As soon as the match officially began, their opponents, Beast Tamer Max, as well as the Mighty Cruncher, showed off their teamwork. Max jumped onto the crocodile-like beast's back as the creature charged towards their opponent at a frightening speed. Its jaw was opening and closing just as fast as its legs were moving. The cat just stood there, and soon its eyes started to glow in a fierce yellow. The next moment, a yellow mist started to surround it. "You lowly creature, how dare you bare your fangs at me?" Owen shouted. Yet to the outside world, it sounded like Owen had let out a loud bark. That's right, the fat cat hadn't let out a cute meow, but a fierce bark like a dog. Those watching the transmission found it hilarious, but those inside the Colosseum regretted coming here. The bark was deep and menacing, and struck fear into all those present, most of all Max on top of his beast, as he was the closest one. The beast tamer felt his whole body shake, and his instincts told him that the fat cat was far more dangerous than any other beast he had ever encountered. He reached behind him and pulled the beast's spear out of fear for approaching the cat. He had intended to stab it while riding on top of his tamed animal, but instead he leaped through the air as the animal had frozen in fear and stopped moving. Did I lose control because I was too scared? Max wondered. However, as soon as he tried to reconnect the link he had with the Mighty Cruncher using his ability, nothing seemed to work. He didn't even notice when the cat had lazily hopped on top of the other's beast to whack it with its paw. "Now sleep!" Owen shouted into the poor creature's mind. It looked like a cute action, but the force behind the action was enough to slam the reptile's head into the area and leave an imprint. Nobody was surprised that all of the Mighty Cruncher's teeth had shattered in the process. "This is your punishment for not knowing your place," Owen harumphed, and looked over to the beast tamer. Fear overcame Max, and he quickly knelt down. "I give up. Please let me get out of here," he begged shamelessly, afraid of what might happen to him if the cat could deal such damage to his beast with a simple cat paw. It was dead silent, and everyone just watched the fat black cat leisurely walk back to its owner, as if everything before that had been a mere illusion, and yawned once more and laid down on its stomach. "This body is tired. Pick me up, please," Owen requested as he rolled around on his back. Leo didn't hesitate to comply. The familiar had done a great job, so he put him back on his favorite spot, his own bald head. "What just happened? Did we just see a cat defeat an advanced tier beast in a single hit?" "Yeah, I thought it might have been a joke candidate or something, but that's not the case at all. Do we know what tier it is? It has to be the Emperor tier at the very least, right?" "We should never judge a beast by its size." The spectators in the crowd were the first to recover, and they instantly started to talk about what they had just witnessed. The host was the next, who hurriedly declared Leo the winner, as everyone was already cheering for him. "That little cat was even more impressive than I thought. I knew it would be strong, but it surpassed my expectations," Chris said, as he was watching him from a special area with other members of Pure. "Do you still not have any information on the bald guy and that cat? Focus on it and tell me as soon as you find out," Chris ordered, and started smiling. "That man, it looked like he was going to face the beast on his own at first. I wonder if he's strong as well," Chris thought. Back at the tavern, most were ecstatic that the cat had won. Apart from those who had bet on the Mighty Cruncher to earn a pretty penny, everyone else found it quite hilarious and frightening at the same time. Many were even wondering if they had one beer too many. "I think you might believe a little more about what I have to say now," Bliss said, smiling at Aaron. Even after something like that, Aaron would typically have left, but for some reason, the person had an advancing glow of energy. It reminded her of her long-lost mother. It felt so warm that she just felt like she could trust this person's words. The two sat down, as neither one was too interested in seeing the other matched. They both turned, looking towards the bar. "All right, I can listen to you, but you better start to make more sense than your chaotic stuff. Only a few people should know about that cat, so did you just guess that it was powerful? More importantly, how did you know about me?" Aaron asked. "Straight to the point," Bliss replied as she sipped on the drink she had ordered.
As you know, people have abilities, and I guess you could say that my ability allows me to see great catastrophes that will happen in the future. My vision shows me bits and pieces, and it eventually led me to stay on this planet and find you. I've foreseen the two of us meeting in this bar and speaking just as we are now. It seemed pretty hard to believe that someone could have such an ability that would allow them to see that far into the future. If the military knew about this, they would have snatched this person and used her to prevent many catastrophes. The only reason why she was inclined to believe this girl a bit was because Sia, who was a banshee, also shared a similar ability. Let's say I do believe you have this ability. What did you mean earlier when you told me I would become chaos? Are you saying that I'm going to be the one that ends up killing everyone? How can that be? She wondered. For a brief second, she saw Bliss looking towards her left arm that had the chains underneath her clothes, and naturally, Aaron tried to pull it away. It's a conclusion I came to after gathering all the small pieces, Bliss admitted. I'll be honest with you, I have long since attempted to interfere in the things I was shown, but I'm afraid that interfering has done no good so far. It seems like the visions even include my future involvement. I have also tried not to get involved, but then my visions seem to still come true anyway. Bliss sighed, as if she was annoyed by this whole thing, and she really did look troubled. Thinking about what Bliss had said before, Aaron wondered if Bliss could be a subtype of vampire-like Sia. It was hard to say based on what visions exactly she saw. If that's the case, then why have you come here? If the outcome will be the same either way, Aaron had to ask, wanting to get a clearer picture of what she meant by those words. At that moment, Bliss stood up and grabbed her staff as if she was ready to leave, but then she looked at Aaron one more time. The content of this vision is too great to not do anything, as the consequences are too far-reaching. I'm taking a bit of a gamble by not telling you everything I was supposed to say, according to that vision. Although I can't guarantee it will, you should know enough to try and stop it from happening. Only once in the past have my visions been circumvented, Bliss revealed as she walked past Aaron. Trust the Talon family. They have something special going on with them. They were the only ones who had ever proven me wrong. Trust the Talon family, Aaron thought. Talon, as in Quinn Talon? Aaron wasn't content with knowing just this much. Seeing Bliss go away, she wanted to stop her, but as she tried to stand up, she felt that her feet were stuck in place. She opened her mouth to shout at this person, but the words from her mouth wouldn't leave either. Is this her doing? What sort of ability can do something like this? Aaron was panicking. From a distance, she could hear Bliss mumble a few words with her advanced hearing as she left the door. If he was here, then none of this would have been a problem. Is this really what you wanted to happen? Is this why you placed everything on that giant tablet? On their way back to the waiting area, Leo couldn't stop being praised as soon as the other contestants saw him. All of them were staring at him in awe. How lucky must he have been to get such a cat? I wonder what his beast level is at. Maybe we'll get to see it fight even more beasts. I want to rub its belly, a man said with pink rose cheeks, and there were a few more that agreed. Just to be clear, we are talking about the cat, right? It was unusual to see such small, powerful beasts, especially with a person none of them knew. Those who had the beast-taming ability would usually be part of the Bree family somehow, which was why they were so surprised to see someone else with a strong ability. Although no one questioned it for a few reasons, there were always those who might have learned the ability and left the faction, especially after Mona left. There was also the chance that it was taught to outsiders. Now with Mona gone, there wasn't such a tight leash on the ability itself. The other thing they thought was that it was possible that this man was a nobody in the faction before and had just come across the cat. Taming a strong beast was a quick way to go up the ranks in the Bree family, so there would often be many that didn't have one to start. The way the Bree ability worked depended on their MC cells. They would form a type of link over the beast. In a way, rather than taming the beast, it was more similar to controlling its mind to the point where one would become its owner. However, a person's MC cells were limited. Some would have the strongest beast. Their ability allowed them to do so, while others would control multiple weaker beasts. Still, if they came across a beast that was stronger than their own and wished to tame it, the only thing they could do was get rid of the current ones they had. I'm glad that they're all finally seeing my worth, Oven said, laughing inside Leo's head. The black cat sure liked to showboat. Leo could tell there were other ways for the cat to have won that fight, but he just had to show off. Although Leo didn't think of it as a bad thing initially, he wanted to stay hidden so he could look for those in Pure without them knowing about him. Still, since that wasn't working, perhaps the best approach was to make them come to him.
Since Leo's fight was the first match, everyone saw what had happened, and the rest of the matches continued. At the same time, contestants and their beasts received healing. Of course, Leo didn't need any healing, and neither did Oven. Still, Leo was also worried that they might just find out Oven wasn't a beast, if he was seen to. Eventually, everyone who had survived the first round stage had returned, and coming in last into the room was a traveler with shining bright blue beast armor that looked like a knight in the olden times. As they took off their helmet, their long blonde hair could be seen. Soon the man went to another. This one looked more like a gladiator, appropriate for the setting they were in. He had spikes sticking from his shoulder pads, and his chest was bare, while he wore a strange helmet that pointed outward, like a beak, covering his face. "It looks like that one might be our biggest threat, Pine," the blond man whispered, looking at Leo, who was leaning against a wall in the room. "Yes, I thought I might have been me and you, battling out till our claws went bloody inside. I didn't think someone would interrupt us to get their hands on that demigod crystal," Pine replied. The blond-haired man's name was Yell, and before Leo had entered, he was one of the favorites to win this event, and this was true for Pine as well. But at times when a strong unknown foe they didn't know about appeared, two enemies would become friends. "I have a plan. He has strong beasts, but the traveler himself might not be strong. I would say try to ignore the cat and go straight for the man," Yell said with a smile. With Leo's hearing, he knew everything that was going on, but he didn't mind. They can plan all they want. No matter what they had prepared, he would win all of the matches and claim the prize. Not that he wanted it anyway. "Perhaps I could get some good equipment out of this event. To become the sponsor and give something like that so easily, they must have great power. Perhaps he is involved in all of this as well?" Leo thought about the large man. The matches went on, and once again, Leo dominated his battles with his cat, hitting the opponent's beast with one hit every time. They had fought everything up to an Emperor-tier beast. The same was for Yell and Pine, but something unfortunate had happened, and Pine was eliminated by someone else. "That useless man! I wanted to see what he would do against the blind man first," Yell thought. Now they were into the semi-finals of the tournament, and Leo was to go against Yell this time. The cat stayed on top of Leo's head as they came out and surprisingly decided to talk. "I'm afraid that I might not be able to help you with this one," Oven said. Leo looked at the beast and could sense it was at the Emperor-tier level. It was a bird-type beast that was large and had its 2 legs grounded on the floor. Its wings were razor-sharp, which were used to slice the opponents if faced. It was strange to hear Oven say this, for Leo was sure he would have been able to defeat something like this. "I'm not weak. I'm just weak at the moment. We familiars aren't supposed to be out this long without being connected to our hosts, but because you had me acting like a beast for you, I stayed out for you. Finish this as quickly as possible, and then let me rest," Oven said, jumping off his head and pretending to fight once again. Leo didn't really understand the familiars that well. If they suffered so much connecting to a host, then why did they choose to have one in the first place? Was it the desire that Oven had talked about? Still, the fight was to continue, and Leo wanted to return the favor to Oven. "I will finish this as quickly as possible," Leo stated. "Sir, we tried looking into that man that you spoke of. There was no information about him concerning the Bree family," the man reported. "However, when we continued digging, we did find someone that thought they might have recognized him. They believe that he is under the cursed faction at the moment, the man who is known as one of the heroes of the war, the Blind Swordsman." As Chris heard this information, his heart beat faster than ever. He looked down at the arena floor, and Leo had drawn his sword. The beast was coming straight at him, ignoring the cat, and Oven had even jumped out of the way. "Yes, I will win this thing," Yell shouted. Lacing his weapon with as much ki as possible, Leo struck once, cutting off the whole of the beast's wing cleanly as it went past. Before Yell could do anything else, it crashed to the ground and the blade was aimed at his neck. "I surrender!" Yell shouted. The crowd cheered once again, and when Yell finally stopped shaking and looked up at the man who had his sword pointed at him, he noticed he wasn't looking at him. "Is he looking at someone in the crowd? But I thought this man was blind." At that moment, Leo was looking directly at Chris, who was standing up, letting all of his ki energy out as well. "Looks like I finally found you," they both said. When Bliss had left the tavern, the effects of whatever was stopping Erin from moving her body were still there for a few seconds. She looked down at her arm and was tempted to take off the chain. Her hand hovered over it for a few seconds, but quickly decided against it. After a brief wait, she was eventually able to move as she had before. Of course, by this point, the girl known as Bliss would have long since vanished.
Who was that crazy girl? Should I believe everything she said? Aaron thought. But she knew the name Talon, and that little passage she spoke, or riddle, it didn't sound like the best of things. Knowing that Bliss was out of reach, Aaron looked at the ground where she was, and it was only then that she could see a giant circle that had been drawn underneath, and inside that circle there were several patterns. The patterns were other shapes and objects inside the circle. The floor was quite dusty, and the circle itself just looked like it had been drawn, with someone wiping their finger against the dust. Whatever the case was, the circle definitely wasn't there before when Aaron came to sit down with the girl. She was sure of it. This looks like some creepy magic stuff. Maybe she had it set up from the beginning, Aaron said, touching her head as if it was giving her a headache. I'm acting like what she said was true, but what if it is true? No, even if it is true, she said that not all of her visions had come true and decided my own fate. I don't believe in that crap in the first place. Aaron then walked out of the tavern, heading towards the Colosseum. She was wondering if she should have contacted Leo via the mask, but whatever danger there was, it had already come and gone. Instead, she would head to where he was. Who knows if someone came to visit her? Perhaps someone had come to visit him as well. After the semi-final match had finished in the Battle of the Beasts, there was a break before the final event would happen, and the last two contestants had even been placed in different rooms as they recovered. As for Chris and the others, they too were taking a break as they waited for the final event to begin, and were in a break room inside the Colosseum. The room had been created for Mona Bree, as the Colosseum was one of her most favorite places to visit. "Sir, are we not going to do anything about the blind swordsman?" one of the men asked. "It's clear that is him after his display of skills. If our research is correct, he shouldn't have the beast-taming ability. He should be disqualified from this tournament." Chris was relaxed, and he couldn't stop smiling since returning from the arena. Every so often, once in a while, he would laugh randomly as he was deep in his thoughts. "Are you saying that a small cat isn't a beast? Then what would you have me think it was? Even if he doesn't have the beast-taming ability, the fact that he can control a beast means he is doing the same thing, is he not? And whether he is using his own skills or the beast, that is completely up to him and within the rules." Although the other pure members didn't say it, they were wondering what Chris was thinking. Did it matter if it was against the rules or not? Had he forgotten their real reason for coming here and supporting the event? It wasn't to find a winner or to see who was the strongest, but to bring those with high-level beast-taming abilities back with them. Although Chris was rank 1 and the only person in the organization who could actually overthrow his order, none of them would say a word to him. "Then answer me this. Do you not think that man might run away if he finds out who we are?" Chris scoffed at this thought, like the man was a fool. "Do you really think it was a coincidence that the blind swordsman has come all the way here? No, trust me, he won't run away. I'm sure he has plenty of questions to ask, and I have my own as well." Chris tapped the sheath of his strange-toothed weapons a few times as he said this. "The two of us shall meet when I hand over the prize to him. He just doesn't know that there will be one more opponent for him to face." Meanwhile, in Leo's resting room, away from the eyes of others, he had finally placed Owen back into his own body, giving him time to rest. "Ah, that's much better," Owen said. It was also the first time that Leo had felt a significant amount of his ki energy being taken from him. "Are they not able to consume ki as well while they are out?" Leo thought. Leo sat down and focused, trying to get as much energy back as he could, from what he had lost, giving to Owen. Now that Owen's power had returned, he was sure that he could deal with the final competitor. However, one should never be contemptible, and Leo wanted himself to be at full strength as well, ready for anything. Now that he had learned the third stage of ki, Leo could extract small bits of ki from the outside world, sensing ki not just from life and beasts, but in the air around them. Earth, unlike the other planets, seemed to have quite a bit of natural ki flowing around. Even so, it was a challenging task, and there was little that could be extracted. It felt like a straw had been strangled, and Leo was trying to drink water from a pool with that said straw. "That man from earlier, he purposely showed me his ki. He knew straight away that I could use ki in an instant, and he was able to hide it from me before. I can only assume that he is a member of Pure, and a high-ranking one at that. He will be able to give me my answers," Leo thought. The stage was set, and everyone was ready for the final match that was about to take place. Owen was out once again and on top of Leo's head, but he was slumped over more than he usually was. "I know I recovered some energy, but fighting these guys is a bit of pain. I think it might be good if I didn't use my full power," Owen said. However, Leo was ignoring the little black cat, and even his opponent, who stood opposite him,
He didn't even notice that his opponent was accompanied by a strong beast of the Emperor tier, complete with beast-like armor and black skin, a humanoid-type beast. "Show me what you can do," Chris said, staring eerily back at Leo at the same time. Everyone was at the edge of their seat, waiting to see what would happen next. They were excited to see the black cat pound all of its enemies in one hit, and a few from the crowd, since Leo's last display, were recognizing who he was. Still, they didn't care. They had come here for entertainment purposes. "Everyone, the final battle will now begin," the announcer shouted. At that exact time, something large fell from the sky. As it landed, the whole area shook, and cracks in the ground formed, splitting out and destroying even the seating area in the Colosseum. When the dust finally settled, they could finally see the black-skinned humanoid beast. However, it was just the tip of its head, and that could be seen through the dust. With more of the dust moving down, they could now see that the beast's head had been removed from its body, and that the figure that was holding on to the head itself. "I am Dread, and I'm here to get rid of you all," the Dalki smiled. A Dalki had invaded the Collusion, a place on Earth, and a single one at that, but this event would send shockwaves through the whole human race, for it was a 4-spiked Dalki. A loud sound was heard throughout the whole giant ship, and even at the very end, vibrations could be felt. However, the Dalki on the ship continued their work as usual. It seemed like this was an everyday occurrence for them. As for where the bang came from, it was none other than the cave-like meeting room, where One Horn and Graham were in the middle of conversing again. One Horn's 2 fists could be seen on the black table, and small cracks had formed on the top of it, but not much damage had been done to the table or the room itself. "Did you not remember our warning to you, One Horn?" Graham said. "If you break this room one more time, we will be banning you from meeting with us. I know you struck that way on purpose, but you are testing the limits of this ship." "Do you think I care about something like that?" One Horn shouted, waving his arms about. Although Graham didn't really react much to One Horn's cries or shouts, it was an everyday occurrence at this point. "You must have gotten the report. I know you said Dread was free to do what he liked, but I bet even you didn't expect him to go to Earth at this crucial point in time and on his own. We could have left if it had been you or me, but Dread will fight until his blood is completely spilt," One Horn shouted. "If we lose him." "Are you doubting our commanders?" Graham replied as he looked into One Horn's eyes across the table. "You're right, I didn't expect this. Did you forget what I said before, though? If we didn't expect this, then neither did they. They won't send anyone of note to help for some time. Without a doubt, he will be able to cause a lot of damage, but this will give us a chance to assess our opponents. Besides, remember, although Greenhorn and Dread are our 2 weakest commanders, we will not have to worry," Graham said. This answer didn't really please One Horn, but he knew now there was nothing he could do. Sending out a force to help Dread would be useless in their situation. For now, before the Dalki fully acted, they had to wait for one of 2 things to happen, which was why he was so aggravated. The Dalki were waiting for something to occur in the vampire world before they made the moves they wanted to on the humans. Putting so much trust in people he didn't even know was what worried him. "Don't overthink too much. That vampire is strong," Graham said, as if he could tell what One Horn was thinking. "Remember how he was able to beat both Dread and Greenhorn? He will succeed if he wants us to keep up our end of the deal." The giant dust cloud was lifted so high into the sky that nearly everyone in the entire city could see it. The Colosseum was placed in the center of the entire city after all. Even if they had happened to miss it, they sure would have heard the screams coming from the place as people ran outward, warning everyone. Erin, seeing this, immediately made her way to the Colosseum, thinking something was up with Leo, and quickly grabbed one of the people that were running away. "Tell me what's going on inside," Erin demanded. It was a woman who was completely shaken. Even while Erin was holding her, she was shaking. "It's a Dalki. The Dalki have invaded, and it's a 4-spiked one," she shouted back. Now she understood why everyone was running like it was their last day. A 4-spiked Dalki in a place of little significance like this? No one probably expected this. Soon Erin's grip had weakened, letting the girl go. "A 4-spiked Dalki? Invading here?" She felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the shocked expressions on people's faces, which brought to mind a dreadful past in which she had lost every member of her family. "Don't fear it, Erin. You have to turn this fear into strength. Remember." She told herself that as she took deep breaths. Sister, you have to run!" a little boy shouted at Erin as she stood there, before her mother picked up the boy and continued running. She wasn't sure if she would be much help the way she was at the moment, but she couldn't just stand here while other people were getting hurt inside.
She grabbed the chains on her left arm for a few seconds, and when she did, a memory occurred to her. Back on the cursed ship a while ago, Aaron and Leo were in a training room together. The one who had called the meeting was Leo himself. He had caught Aaron's aura acting widely, and he noticed it was every time she would get close to a vampire, especially when the two of them would have training sessions together. "When have you been experiencing these urges?" Leo asked. "Ever since we returned from the vampire world. I've never acted on them, and I won't." She said it in a panic. "Are you sure? You should know we don't know much about vampires. The urge of the blood was something even I couldn't completely control when I was in a dire situation. Sometimes our will isn't all what is needed. We shouldn't feel bad about using the tools around us to help us. Otherwise, I would have never picked up the sword to help me in the first place." Aaron understood what Leo was saying, and more so, she actually felt the urge growing stronger as days went by. Sure, she could control it for now, but could she really keep it in forever? Would the urge continue to grow? "Shouldn't Quinn be able to feel things like this? And I thought we weren't able to attack our own family members in an attempt to harm. The bond would stop us," Aaron pleaded, hoping to find some answers. "Aaron, I know you are afraid. In an unknown situation like this one, most people would be. Don't you remember Quinn telling you that you were different? Perhaps the normal rules don't apply to you, as you are different from all of us." At this point, it felt like Aaron was going to give up at any moment now. She had been through so much, losing her family, then having to hide from the True Dream family after joining Pure, and even knew she was different compared to everyone else. Why did it always seem to be her? Placed in front of her, Leo had laid out a set of chains. With her ability, she could sense that they were beast weapons, but something was different about them. They also had a different aura attached other than the beast aura, something similar to Ki. "This item has a passive suppression kit," Leo explained. "It's only at an advanced tier level, so it might not be able to keep you at bay all the time, but I'm sure you have noticed that there is something else in there as well." "Yes, teacher. I can sense a different aura. Is this your Ki energy?" she asked. "It is not," Leo replied, shaking his head. "I have a number of weapons that have been cursed. Some people think I'm crazy when I tell them this story, but you should be able to see the truth. When my friends died, they all wanted me to complete a wish for them, to defeat the Dalki at any cost. Their souls went into those weapons, cursing them, making them more powerful. If commoners tried to use those weapons, the curse inside would try to take control of them. But if you can control your Ki, you can fend it off like I do. However, I think the curse can be applied to you differently. The suppression power should be increased." When Aaron wrapped the chain around her arm, the passive skill became immediately apparent. She could feel the energy trying to take control of her, but she made an effort to resist it, until she finally had it under control and realized that Leo's statement was accurate. Her desire had been restrained. Just for how long, she pondered. Back at the front of the Colosseum, the area was clear now, as nearly everyone had run away from the area, and Aaron was left there with her hand over the chains. "If it's a four-spiked Dalki, I'm going to have to use everything, otherwise I'll just get in the way," she said, unraveling the chains. At the same time, her normal, usual blonde hair started to turn black, and her eyes started to glow yellow. On planet Earth, the new school base that had been built was redesigned to serve its purpose as the central hub for the main military. This was always the plan once the students were to leave, so it was easy to convert the rooms as they saw fit. Here, Oscar was currently in some type of command room. Several computer servers were running, and each worker was monitoring something on their screen. All the information from the different beast planets, the Cursed faction and the Grey Lash faction, would come back here. "I need a report on how Owen is doing out there," Oscar demanded. It was rare for those to see him the way he was currently, a little agitated and shouty. Usually Oscar was always calm, but his frustrations were fueled by the fact that Owen was out there on his own. "Sir, we can't get in contact with head leader Owen. From what we can see, he is already engaged in combat personally with the Dalki," one of the men shouted from their seats. Holding on to an oversized chair that was in front of him, Oscar gripped it so tight that the plastic on the chair was starting to crack. "Owen, I know you're strong, but in the past it took all of us to take down a four-spiked Dalki. You never experienced what we did back then. Do you really think your life is worth it? You should retreat," Oscar thought. Knowing that Owen was facing a four-spiked Dalki, Oscar was debating whether or not to go out there himself. They had a low chance of winning the battle otherwise. However, he was unaware of the significance of that planet or the reason the Dalki were making such a strong early assault. It was the only thing that was keeping him back. He needed to stay on Earth in case anything else happened here.
"Owen, I hope the god of luck is on your side." The Dalki closest to him attempted to grab him, but before they could get close, he was lifted into the air with a constant flow of lightning. Once he stopped, the Dalki fell to the ground and didn't get back up. The others now had him surrounded. Using his fan, he threw it up in the air and struck it with lightning once again. For a few seconds, the metal fan stayed floating in the air, and soon it rained thunder like a tent, covering Owen's body and hitting all the Dalki around. "I need to deal with them as fast as I can and get to that four-spiked Dalki," Owen thought, as he stepped forward and leaped up with his 2 feet spinning his body. With lightning shooting off from his feet and covering his body, he was able to make himself become a giant lightning bolt, hitting 3 of the Dalki along the way. Finally, when he landed, he was standing in front of the Dalki leader. This one looked different from the others. His skin was greener in color instead of blackened scales like the other Dalki, and running up his back, it was clear as day. 4 spikes were sticking out. However, there were no other Dalki around him. Instead, they ignored him and chose to go straight for the people behind him. "Do I really look that weak?" Owen shouted. He was currently on one knee and was huffing and panting. He had used far more of his MC points than he had wished to get up to this point. The forces consisted of plenty of 2-spiked Dalki that were resilient. At first, Owen was testing how much power was needed to kill them. When he wasn't killing them in a single strike, he only made them stronger and was surprised by how resilient they were. "You are already tired, and you haven't even fought against me yet. You are just a single human, but I have to admit you seem to be the only one that has caused me some trouble," Dalki said. "Although this is the one person with lightning abilities, is this the man that hurt One Horn? Which means I should be careful," Greenhorn thought. "Wait, that can't be right. He said that he was an old man." "That doesn't look like an old man to me. The humans are getting weaker after all." "You know nothing, do you?" As he pushed himself up, Owen smiled and opened up his fan to cover his face as usual. His breathing now seemed to be under control. "You know, I was hailed a genius even among the Greylash family members. I was able to progress faster and teach techniques to my people to help them grow," Owen said. "Our lighting abilities seem to be different compared to the other powers out there. For us, it's all about the breath." Soon something started to glow in front of Owen, as his soul weapon was starting to activate. Oscar was still waiting for something to happen in the command room when all of a sudden a beeping sound could be heard, coming from one of the corners of the space. It quickly went onto the main screen as an energy source was being felt. It was the strongest signal they had seen, and had landed on a specific place on Earth. "Sir, an urgent report," a man said. "It appeared that a Dalki has entered the city of Zoo. They have invaded Earth." "How is that possible? We have been keeping track outside. There have been no ships and no pods," Oscar shouted. It was true. Even from all the footage they had, they could see nothing from space. Until one of the cameras caught something. It looked like the Dalki had just fallen out of the sky. There was no pod, nothing, as they fell straight to the ground, but a few seconds before landing, they did see something. Wings. "This reading, it looks like it's another 4-spiked Dalki. It seems to be the only one as well," they reported. "What is going on? In the first war, we only faced 1 4-spiked Dalki, and now there are 2. And what is their goal of landing in Zoo of all places? There is no one there that can handle a 4-spiked Dalki. Mona Bree is still missing." "We need to move out as quickly as possible and head to the zoo immediately," Oscar ordered. The Dalki threw the head of the Emperor-tier humanoid beast to the side as the dust inside the Colosseum had completely settled. As it hit the wall, it splattered into pieces, only leaving black blood on the wall. The human who controlled the beast had long run out of the arena, but instead, another one had jumped in. The red-haired man with his 2 weapons drawn. Leo, too, had his weapon drawn, and even Oven was on high alert as its eyes started to glow, forming the trail of yellow mist. Every single one of them was looking towards the Dalki in the center. They didn't need to communicate. They didn't need to say anything. They just knew that they would need to work together to take this Dalki down. "Should I contact Quinn and inform him of what is happening here?" Leo thought. "If the Dalki is here, perhaps the teleporters aren't working either. However, how would he get here? He can summon me to his side, but what about Aaron? And there are no shadow users here either." "Who would have thought the 2 of us would be working together?" Chris spoke. "You know, when I first met you, I thought that maybe we could be friends and talk about a few things together. It looks like that might have to wait. I can feel your bloodlust and the bloodlust coming from your sword there as well. You hate these giant lizards, don't you? Well, it's a good thing for you. I hate them too." Chris said that as he activated all the ki that he had contained in his body. There was no use hiding it now. Unlike Leo's, which was calm and controlled, Chris's was wild, and his body was reinforced with it everywhere. It was the largest amount of ki Leo had ever seen. Cutting his sword through the air, Leo smiled. "Since when did I start becoming reliant on the boy? I will solve this matter with my own hands, and I shall get revenge for everyone."
The first one to throw an attack out against the Dalki was Chris. He swung both his blades out to the side, unlocking all of the links, and extending his weapon. It then laid there flat on the ground like a snake. Lifting them high into the air, he then slammed them down onto the Dalki. Chris didn't need to move his arms much, for he could control and change the blade's trajectory with his own ki. He could also use this to extend and shorten his weapon at will. In all of his attacks at the moment, he was pushing his ki to the limit, not holding back. 3 of the weapon's teeth sank into either side of the Dalki's shoulder, digging in, oozing the green blood, and both of the Dalki's feet sank a few inches into the ground. Seeing this as an opportunity, Leo leapt close towards the Dalki, ready to strike at its head. "It seems like this red-haired man doesn't know what that we need to kill it in one shot. Otherwise it will just get stronger," Leo thought. Oven, the black cat, also leapt onto Leo's head and started powering up and looking for the right opportunity. "Careful!" Chris shouted. "My weapons are stuck in him, and I think he got hit on purpose." Chris was trying his best to pull back his weapons so the teeth could rip the area of his shoulders. However, the Dalki was holding onto part of the weapon, and the 2 of them were in a battle of strength. "Ha! I never thought someone would actually beat me in a battle of strength like this, especially a damn lizard. It just means I have to use more power," Chris shouted as he yanked the chains, and viable energy could be seen leaping from his skin. He was covered in strange yellow energy. The Dalki pulled again, moving the weapon's teeth a few inches, but that was all. "Weak," the Dalki said as it bent its knees, ready to do something. Oven, seeing this, let out a mighty bark once more, producing visible sound waves that would ripple through the air. This one was much louder and more fierce than the one before. "I bet they've never felt something like this before," Oven proudly said. "Use this chance while he's stunned, to take him out." It was true, the Dalki could feel it, and Chris could suddenly pull out his chains as they continued to rip through the Dalki's body. But then the Dalki had tilted its head back, and when it threw his head forward, an almighty roar came out. It was nearly twice the strength of what Oven had produced. Oven's yellow mist started to shrink, as if a sign that the cat was afraid. "Me afraid of this? I'm one of the great kings of the familiar world. Damn him!" Even Leo was frozen slightly in place. His mind was clear and unafraid, but it was human instinct when hearing something that menacing to not proceed any further. Before the weapons could retract back to Chris, the Dalki seized them and lifted them into the air alongside Chris. The Dalki turned back to the bald man, but he was no longer there. The next second, the Dalki could see something coming towards its neck. It lifted its arm, and a large slash of red aura had pierced its hard-scaled skin. "You're fast, too fast for a human," the Dalki said. "It can't be. Why would the 2 of you be working together?" The Dalki was about to hit Leo with its other arm when it felt another strike hit it from the other side, this one slightly yellow in color. It wasn't as strong as the first one, but it still managed to damage its scales somewhat. When he turned to look, he could see a female with black hair holding a giant sword. Leo could sense Eren coming, but it was never part of his plan. He continued to attack with his sword in different places, hitting parts of his legs and more, and Eren also charged in from the other side, doing the same. She had improved greatly, was faster than she was before, faster than she had been in any type of training, and she was avoiding every one of Dalki's blows. "She took off the suppression. Has it made her even stronger? It's almost like she's a completely different person. Perhaps she's evolved," Leo thought, but he had to focus on the battle in front of him. A few hits from the Dalki with this much strength, and both of them weren't sure how much they could recover. Leo was taken aback by how quickly the Dalki was moving. He could even keep up with the vampire's pace. Leo was only faster by a little bit, and it would always protect its vital points. Getting up from the broken seats in the stands, Chris could see what was going on. Suddenly, a new girl joined and was fighting as well. Even the cat could be seen leaping and giving it a few swipes. They are all so fast, and what's this yellow and red aura coming off of them? Concentrating, Chris tried to sense something, and though he wasn't quite sure what the girl's energy was, he could feel Leo's energy even from here. It's just like that boy, Quinn. They're using that same energy to fight. Do they know each other? Chris thought. The next second, the Dalki curled up into a ball, and suddenly wings sprouted out from its back. It covered both sides of the attacks by Eren and Leo, then flipped them with strength, pushing back their swords and causing them both to go slightly off balance. At that moment, the Dalki stretched its long limbs, hitting both of them at the same time. I thought I had improved. I thought we could beat this thing, but that fist is so fast, Eren thought, as she mustered all her will to pull her large blade in front of the attack. The moment it struck, the blade split in half, sending her flying into the arena wall. As for Leo, Owen could see what was about to happen. I can't let you lose this fight. My partner still has a desire he needs to achieve. Leo, I will give up here. Let me leave you with one parting gift. Owen leapt in front of the fist, and then turned into bright yellow flames surrounding the Dalki's arm. The heat was so immense that the Dalki's hand was dissolving in seconds, and Dredd had no choice but to cut it off from the top of his shoulder to stop the flames. When the flames died down, Dredd took to the air on his wings, hovering above the arena as blood trickled from his wounds to the ground. Owen was nowhere to be found. Chris had leapt up from the arena floor and landed near Leo's side. His body was quite bruised, but he mostly looked fine. Who would have thought that a bastard could fly? I guess they look like dragons, so it would make sense for some of them to have wings, Chris said. Sorry about your beast. It looks like it sacrificed itself in that attack. Although Owen was gone, he would return, since familiars never die once attached, but he wouldn't be able to be summoned for a while. You're strong. Your ki is the sharpest I've ever seen. It's no wonder you could do all those attacks, Chris said. But there's a big problem. Your weapon is a piece of crap. Who is using a king-tier weapon in a fight against a 4-spiked Dalki? You can only hurt that thing because of your sharp ki, otherwise that thing would be useless. Leo gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. Though it may seem insignificant, this carries within it the spirit of my fallen comrades, those who were killed by the Dalki. They will not let me down no matter what. Each strike will be stronger as we get closer to killing it. Breaking their conversations, a large bang was heard from the wall as rocks went flying into the air, and Eren was seen coming out with her fangs bearing out, something that hadn't happened before, and now she was looking straight towards Leo rather than the Dalki itself. She went from one side of the arena to nearly the other in an instant, and Leo had no choice but to activate his soul weapon because her speed was unexpected as she thrust her other katana-style blade. With his soul weapon, he could force her strike to miss. Damn, what the hell is happening? Chris said as he leaped off to the side. I thought she was on our side. Did the Dalki do that? Right now, Leo and Eren were locked in combat, leaving only Chris on his own, but as he looked at the Dalki up in the air, he couldn't help but feel that with its missing arm and the other two having already done too much, he could at least finish it off for them. Do me a favor, just don't kill me after this, okay? Chris yelled over, directing it at Leo. I have no choice. I'm going to have to use the 4th stage. The frequency of the swords clashing against each other made it seem as if someone was conducting a military firing drill. The sounds originated from the battle between none other than Leo and Eren. Eren was being the aggressor in the fight, as she constantly pushed forward, swinging her blade time after time again, but no matter how hard she tried, Leo managed to block each strike with a little assistance from his soul weapon. However, he didn't just block them. No, he simultaneously guided Eren's aura to focus on certain areas. My guess seems to be correct. I've never seen Eren move this fast before. As a vampire knight trained in ki, my speed doesn't lose out against the other vampire leaders. Yet somehow she is able to keep up with me, which can only mean one thing. She must have evolved. Was it a result of suppression before removing it? Her overall appearance has barely changed, except for some minor changes here and there. She has a raging energy inside of her, but unless someone had spent as much time with her as I have, I doubt they would notice. I need to do something. As her mentor, Leo had instantly noticed that her swings today were wilder than usual, focusing on speed and strength rather than technique. However, what he couldn't see with his blind eyes was the color of her actual eyes, or more, the lack thereof. At the moment, her black pupils weren't visible, and she was completely unconscious. Her aura alone was something Leo couldn't quite tell. He just thought that she had just given in to the urge. Using his soul weapon, Eren's sword got sucked into a spot just underneath his armpit by his ribs. The thrust had missed its target, and he quickly hit it down into the ground before barging into her with his shoulder, knocking her away. You fell for that move again, Leo chided her. Even if you have evolved and are faster, what's the point if you haven't learned anything? The sword was stuck in the ground, and it looked like Erin had nothing left to use. Yet she suddenly held a chain that she swung out, and that wrapped around Leo's sword. The blind man quickly felt the key energy that he had infused into his weapon being suppressed by it. "The suppressing chains? She still has them with her? Good, this means there is a chance now." Letting go of the weapon, Leo allowed it to drop to the ground, and he quickly slid onto the floor, hitting both of Erin's legs, toppling her. While on the floor, Erin snarled and yanked the chain with the sword, attempting to grab Leo's weapon in her hand, but her wrist was soon stepped on, and Leo grabbed the weapon. "Nothing that I say seems to go through to you, but still, I'm sorry about this," Leo spoke. Erin got up from the floor, and Leo let go of her wrist. Now she had nothing in her hand, neither the blade nor the suppression chains. Then diving in head first, Leo went to strike with his weapon, or so she thought. What he actually did was simulate one of his attacks with the third stage of ki. As Erin tried to dodge it, she missed the fact that the chains had also been sent out and were now wrapping around her legs. He then continued to run around Erin in different areas as fast as he could, wrapping parts of her body and finally grabbing her sword. He had stuck part of the chain deep into the ground along with the sword, through the links, until only the hilt of the sword could be seen, making it so Erin could no longer escape. The chain had partially encircled her body, and the volume of her screams had diminished, suggesting that the suppression technique was working. "I know you just wanted to help," Leo said, "and you did a fine job. If it was just me fighting against the Dalki, it would have been a lot of trouble." Leo climbed up to the chains and placed his hands on top of them before pushing Erin, causing her to fall to the ground and appear like a mummy on the carpet. "Keep her bound, my friend," Leo ordered, as he needed to focus on another enemy. During the fight, Leo was nearly phased and distracted because he had felt a high source of energy, but he hadn't had the leisure time to split his attention away from the fight against Erin. "How much ki does that man have? No, this is slightly different. The energy dispersed around his body is coming from somewhere else," Leo thought as he looked on. "You look confused," Chris grinned at Leo's wondering face. "It looks like you haven't been taught this yet, so I guess that means you really are the person he was looking for. You should already know that every human's body forms a soul weapon during their teenage years, and that it takes shape with one's ability. However, what do you think happens to those who never got an ability? Does that mean that they can no longer use a soul weapon? Well, that part may be mostly correct, but the energy inside the body will still be there, and as such, with the right training, it can be used in many ways. I suppose the ability users just all focus on using it in the form of a soul weapon." The weapons that Chris had in his hands were turning red at this point. The Dalki stayed high in the sky, thinking that it was safe, but with a single push of Chris's legs, he crushed the ground beneath him, and now the two of them were at equal height as well. Chris first swung his chains across from one another, and the Dalki easily flapped its wings to avoid the blow, then started to fly straight towards the aggressor. It was flying at an incredible speed, but Chris was unfazed, and suddenly the Dalki felt something on the top of its wings. It was the weapons. Even though they had missed, they had chased after the Dalki from behind, attaching themselves to it. Moving his hands down, it lifted the Dalki's body up so its body could be seen. Chris jumped in the air and lifted his two legs, kicking the Dalki in the chest. Dread's body didn't move much, but Leo saw two shockwaves come out from his back, and green blood started to drip from the invader's mouth. "It looks like he is producing internal strikes, but is he focusing on that aspect?" Leo pondered on how Chris was using his weapon. Next, Chris clenched his fists and hammered down on top of the Dalki's head, sending him back down to the ground. A large crater formed where Dread landed, and he spit out even more of his green blood. With the weapons still attached to Dread, Chris was able to retract them, propelling him forward to where Dread was, and slamming his 2 feet towards the Dalki's face to finish him once and for all. "What would your comrades think about you, knowing you lost against a weak human, especially one without an ability?" Chris taunted the dying creature, only for his smirk to vanish the next second. Instead of feeling the impact of the other's head, his foot had been grabbed by the Dalki's good arm. "You should have kept your distance, vermin," Dread replied with a smile on his face, blood dripping down his chest as he lifted up Chris and flung him to the ground, holding him by one leg. Dread continued to slam Chris from side to side into the arena ground, causing more and more cracks in the Colosseum, and from the looks of it, it might have collapsed at any second. Suddenly, Dread stopped, coughing out even more blood than the Dalki had before. "Chris is neither fast nor are his strikes any more powerful than before. The demigod tier weapon and his ki-trained body already made him as fast as the Dalki. and allowed him to compete with a vampire of my speed. Leo continued to observe the situation from the side. It seems like he is currently burning through his soul weapon's energy inside of him, and it has allowed him to reinforce his ki, to the point where even a single punch acted as an internal ki strike. A simple way to put it would be that every single one of Chris's normal punches and kicks was like a hammer strike from Quinn. Even if the Dalki didn't have external wounds, his insides were being destroyed by the second. Wiping the green blood away, the Dalki threw it out onto the floor and could see that Chris's skin was starting to fade in color as well. "So that's it? Your little show is over?" Dredd spoke as he stopped his assault on Chris. "I have to thank you. Your attacks have allowed me to grow even stronger. You're the first one to push me to this point. Let that be your last solace. After this, I'm going to kill every single person in this city before I go back to where I was meant to be." Chris smiled, still holding on to the two demigod-tier blades. His body felt incredibly weak, as using the fourth stage of Ki wasn't something even he could handle for a long period of time. He had long since crossed the safe period, and now his body was paying the price. If one person was to use it too long, they would have to fuel it with real-life energy, and it would be a wonder if they were to see another day. As a last, desperate resort, Chris threw both of the demigod-tier weapons with all his might. Dredd was able to evade without even having to move. They just skimmed past his shoulders. "A weak final attempt?" Dredd shook his head in disappointment. "That wasn't aimed at you. I just wanted to pass him a better pair of weapons," Chris explained, smiling. The next second, the Dalki suffered 2 slashes on his head. It was the last feeling he would ever experience. His head was no longer on his shoulder and rolled out onto the floor. Blood started to squirt out from its neck onto Chris, and its body followed after falling to the ground as well. Leo now stood in front of the bloodied Chris, holding both of the demigod-tier weapons. The 4-spiked Dalki was finally defeated, thanks to the help of the number 1 ranked Pure, a little help from a blonde girl that just wanted to prove her worth, one of the kings of the familiar world, and finally, the hero of the war, the blind swordsman. "I guess that's it. You're going to finish me off then?" Chris asked, looking at Leo, unable to move. "Teacher told me that I and you would have to fight one day. I just never thought it would be like this." "Who exactly is your teacher?" Leo questioned in anticipation. Perhaps at one point Leo would have needed to fight the man for information about Pure, but the two of them had just fought on the same side to defeat an enemy that neither one felt like they could have defeated on their own. "Do you think just because you are a member of Pure that the two of us are automatically enemies and we are unable to talk things out?" Leo questioned the man lying on the ground. "I won't harm you. As a fellow warrior, it would be shameful to attack someone in your condition, especially since you ended up like that for the sake of humanity." For a long time, Chris had imagined meeting the other party. In the past, whenever someone would discover his affiliation with Pure, they would immediately treat him as if he was a villain and proceed to attack him on the spot. And yet, this man, who his teacher had imprinted so strongly into his mind as someone that he was destined to fight against, Leo had simply judged him by the few moments they had known each other instead of what group he belonged to. "You really are completely different from what I have been led to believe. I am sure you have a lot of questions on your mind. After all, that's why you're searching for members of Pure in the first place. So let me at least thank you by answering those," Chris offered as he attempted to move his pinky finger. He started to regain a slight feeling in it, but he would need a long period of rest until he could think about fighting again. "I would be happy to take you up on that. I just hope you have the answers I ask for. Let's start by who exactly your teacher is," Leo asked, also having noticed the slight movement of the other. He placed Chris's weapons next to him, on his side away from Chris. After all, they weren't rightfully his in the first place, but there was no need to return them until after their talk. "He's a very cautious man, and even now he seems to be on guard from any attack. He must have lived through quite a lot even after the war," Chris noted. "Who else could it be than the leader of Pure?" Chris answered, not shying away from the question at all. "That person didn't just teach me how to use Ki, but all of us that know Ki was from him." It looked like Leo was on the right track. He'd already amassed enough clues to guess who the leader of Pure was, but this was the confirmation he had needed deep down inside. "And does the leader of Pure also happen to have a name?" Leo asked. "We only know him as Zero. Whatever his real name might be, he has never shared it with anyone." For a second, Chris paused, for he recalled one person who might know their leader's name. Zero hadn't started Pure on his own after all, but that woman had already passed on, so there was no reason to mention her. "You wish to fight him, don't you? Just talking about him has made your aura perk up in anticipation. But let me burst your bubble. You will be disappointed. For as great a man and mentor Zero may be, personally he is weak. Ironic, isn't it? Guiding others to a treasure he cannot possess. He knew that you would come chasing after him at one point. That's why he trained me. He wanted me to get strong enough so I would fight you in his place. I don't know the story between you and him, but he's the savior of my life, and he turned me into pure sword, so I have always considered it a small price to repay him. He had once promised to let me know the full story after he passed, but that hasn't happened yet. For the first time, it seems as if Leo didn't understand anything at all. He had an idea of why Pure was behind everything, but why would this master go through all this? Why did he train someone for Leo to fight against? Alas, the person in front of him didn't have the answers to that either. It seemed like there was no way to find out, apart from asking him directly. The memories he had of his master and Chris's story wasn't adding up. Why did he create an organization like Pure? Was it really just to purge the world of ability users? Even he should realize that doing so would hurt humanity. He should be furious at the Dalki, who killed all of our friends, or even at me, who brought everyone into contact with the outside world. Leo spoke as if he had been left confused. How would I know? Everyone has their own reasons for joining Pure. Most of them had been hurt by ability users in the post. However, nobody is forced to align with Zero's goals. We are not like that. We just all have the same wish and are working together towards that wish. Of course, we aren't stupid. As you can see, even I know we need to work together to get rid of the Dalki. But for the longest time during our peace, it appeared as though as long as humanity continued to rely on abilities, we would have managed to kill ourselves even without any outside interference, Chris argued, mulling towards the conclusion. Due to how weak Chris was, he was unable to hide his energy as well as he had before. It seemed like Chris was struggling with his beliefs, as he once did. His energy was all over the place as he said those last few words. If you don't have any other questions, would you mind answering one of mine? Chris requested. Leo was hesitant at first, but ultimately decided that it would just be fair. As long as it wasn't too deep of a secret, he could entertain the other. As such, he nodded. How come you and that boy share the same strange red energy? Chris asked. Boy? Leo repeated, surprised at the direction of the question. The boy known as Quintalon, Chris clarified. Now it made sense who this man was. He was the same Chris that Quinn had met on the island, and also the one who had taught him the second stage of Ki. Who would have thought that everyone would one day meet each other? I suppose that will happen when the strongest powers need to act. That boy and I are close. I was his teacher, but we both belong to the cursed faction. Leo walked away with his questions answered. After seeing Chris perform the fourth stage of Ki, there was one thing Leo was clear about. In a fight with Chris at the moment, he would lose. He wasn't sure if what was said about his master was true, but before he came to look for Pure once more, he would need to get stronger again. Seeing Eren, Leo started to unravel the chains and place them around her arm, only this time, rather than wrapping it up her forearm, he wrapped the chains to the top of her shoulder. It should restrict her movement, but the suppression should work better from here, Leo thought. Returning to the arena was a large group of members who had beast gear on. It wasn't clear who they were, but as soon as they spotted Chris, they came running over to see if he was okay. Didn't I tell you guys to run away? Did you disobey an order? Chris questioned the members of Pure in an authoritative tone, despite his injuries. Sir, we apologize for that, but there wasn't much we could do but hide somewhere in the city. The teleporters weren't working, so there was no way for us to leave. Once the fighting and rumbling stopped, we believed that you must have successfully defeated the Dalki, so we came to check on you, the man admitted honestly. Chris looked towards where Leo and Eren would have been, but they had already vanished. I didn't defeat the Dalki on my own, Chris mumbled, as the members carefully helped him stand up. He started to absorb the energy of the two users next to him. He didn't take too much Ki, just enough so he could walk on his own. As he walked along, some members stood in front, to the side, and towards the back of Chris, and one in particular started to move close to Chris, his eyes glowing red. Pulling his hand back, it started to be covered in a red aura, and the man thrust his fist straight towards Chris's back, where his heart should be. Chris, being his weak self, hadn't even been able to muster up any Ki to protect himself, and only became aware of the attack at the last moment, but the arm had fallen to the floor before it could even reach Chris. And standing there with the blade in his hand was none other than Leo. It seems like you never expected another one to be here. My nose seems to be a bit stronger than yours, and I could smell you from a while away.
Tell me who sent you, Leo demanded, looking at the vampire that had just attempted to take Chris's life. It took a few seconds for the smile on the man's face to disappear, as he realized that his hand had not only failed to pierce through Chris, but was also no longer part of his body. Right now it was lying on the floor. Now all of his anger was aimed towards the one who had interfered in his assassination. However, the moment they looked at the offending party, there were two things the assassin noticed right away. Leo's red eyes, as well as his smell. Both confirmed that he and the man were the same. No, that's not right, the man thought as he held on to the seared part of his hand. The blood flow was slowing down as he did his best to preserve himself, using what skills he had. The smell is slightly different. What the hell is a knight like you doing in a place like this? The vampire man demanded to know as he took a step back. He didn't recognize what family he was from, and since he had already defended Chris, it was apparent that they were not on the same side. As long as he was there, he couldn't accomplish his mission, so he was looking for a way to escape. What are you idiots doing? Capture that traitor! Chris shouted toward the other members of Pure, who were all too startled at their companion having gone rogue. Closing his eyes, Chris was trying to focus. He might have been exhausted, but as the number one in Pure, it should have been impossible for someone to get so close to him without him noticing. The important part now was to apprehend him, so they could find out more about the assassin. Even in his weak state, it should have been impossible for a normal person to kill him with their bare hands. His body was naturally hardened and trained beyond belief. The man must have had a trick up his sleeve, or at least known key. On top of that, he seemed to know Leo as well. It was then that Chris could tell that the internal red energy inside of their bodies, that of Leo and this one, was the same. What the hell is going on? How come those guys with a different power source of ki are popping up all over the place? If I remember the boy, it was quite infectious and rapid. Does this mean that not everyone who has the same aura is on the same side? Things are getting pretty interesting. However, Leo was already in front of the man before anyone else had moved. His eyes were glowing red as he stared directly into the man's eyes. Leo intended to find out why the man had tried to assassinate Chris just now. You won't get a thing from me, the vampire said defiantly. He lifted his arm up and, without any hint of hesitation, slit his own throat, deep enough so he died instantly on the spot as he fell to the ground, creating a pool of blood. Did he know I was going to use my influence on him? Leo thought. It is clear that he was harboring great secrets that he didn't want anyone to find out about. But who was the one that sent the vampire? He didn't seem to recognize me, so he must have been in the human world for some time now. Was the one who had sent him someone from the 13 families? Perhaps a former king? Or could it be that there is someone else out there? Wait! That person seemed like he knew you. We have some questions you need to answer. One of the Pure members attempted to stop him. Leave him be, Chris interfered immediately. He didn't take my life when he had the chance, and on top of that, he just saved me when one of my own already tried to kill me. Right now I trust him more than you. With that, Leo was gone. It looks like I owe you one, and I need to start being more careful about who is around me. Why would Dylan do something like this? He's been part of Pure for longer than I can remember. One of the Pure members wondered out loud as they inspected the body. This must have something to do with that strange red aura. Dylan didn't have that red aura before. Or is it something else? I would have noticed it. Did it happen not long ago? Does that mean there is someone who can pass on that aura? Things are certainly getting interesting, Chris thought, with an intrigued smile on his face. Moments later, the vampire's face started to change from the Dylan they did recognize into someone they had no clue about. Let's take that body with us. It's clear that's not Dylan, Chris ordered. Not long after, multiple ships with military personnel arrived at Zoo. They immediately began questioning the local populace as they tried to figure out what had happened. The information they received was the same from nearly everyone. Upon entering the arena, they were quite surprised to find a 4-spiked Dalki's body lying on the floor, with its head chopped clean off. We have discovered multiple sword marks on the body, a broken beast weapon that has been left behind, ashes, scorch marks across the floor, and finally, the head of the deceased Dalki itself. From the looks of it, it was one clean strike that had separated it from its body, Jane reported as she stood by Oscar's side in the arena. The head was chopped off in one clean strike? How many times have you seen that happen on a Dalki before? Oscar asked. To our knowledge, there are only 2 people who have reportedly defeated Dalki in such a way. One of them is the leader of Pure. We do not know his identity, but when Dalki attacked certain areas, we found them with their heads chopped off in this type of manner.
we could only assume that action was taken by the pure leader personally. The second was one of the heroes of war, the blind swordsman. When saying those words, that's when she figured something out. The report claimed that a participant in the arena event had the appearance of the blind swordsman. Sir, I know what you are thinking, but do you really believe that the blind swordsman could have defeated a four-spiked Dalki by himself? Jane asked. No, I don't. It is clear by the state of the area that multiple people were fighting, and the rest of the cursed faction seems to be too far away at the moment. Continue the investigation here, and leave one of the generals to look after this place. Given how they were dragged into this mess, the people ought to still be in shock. Oscar ordered as he started to head back towards one of the ships. For a four-spiked Dalki to suddenly appear here, we were lucky that the blind swordsman happened to be here at the same time. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died. Would this have been something possible if it had happened in the first war? No, Quinn, I don't know what you and your people are doing, but keep doing it. We might need to rely on the cursed faction a lot more from now on, Oscar thought. Sir, where are you going? Jane asked. This wasn't the only four-spiked Dalki. It's clear now why this man attacked by himself, and why they didn't bother sending any other forces with him. It's because we have been underestimating their power. We have been told that Quinn Talon is going to help those on the Greylash ship defend against the invading attack, Oscar answered. It seems like every world leader is taking responsibility and fighting away from me. I've decided I need to go help, Owen. We may have underestimated you, but it looks like you have done the same for us. This time we will win the war, Owen thought, clenching his fist. The second fleet of the Greylash family was currently being attacked and boarded by several Dalki, and on the main ship, alarm bells were ringing throughout. Despite all of the preparations they had made, panic broke out in a number of locations on the ship. Usually, even with an attack, they would have a few moments to brace themselves for what was to come, but they did not enjoy such luxury this time. Breach in Section D. Section D will now be locked. Breach in Section F. Section F will now be locked. Messages of this type were constantly being announced through the intercom, informing everyone that areas were being lost left and right. Commander Hermes, who was in charge of the Second Fleet, along with over 1,000 of his men, had gathered inside one of the largest training rooms. Sir, we can't seem to get any communication through whatsoever. The Dalki seem to be in possession of not just teleport jamming devices, but also communication ones. Hermes was just shaking his head in frustration. They didn't know the exact number of Dalki that had boarded the ship, how many spikes they had, nor really anything about the enemy's equipment. Information was crucial in any battle, yet they were completely lacking in that department. Should he send too few of his men to deal with the enemy, he would just be sacrificing them in vain. Should he send too many, they would be vulnerable to an attack from side they would not cover. At the same time, he couldn't do just anything. We need to prioritize defending the most important parts of the ship. These Dalki need oxygen to survive as well, so the life support system should be safe for the time being. However, I wouldn't put it past them to sabotage it if they feel threatened. Hopefully, as we travel through the ship, we'll gain a better grasp of the situation. Hermes then turned to Void and Bonnie, who seemed to be in the midst of an argument. You two, I don't want your death to be in our hands. Given the circumstances, it's too dangerous to leave you behind. Come along with us and try to hide in the back. The group was prepared to move out, and the men had split up into squads, with Bonnie and Void heading off with Commander Hermes. In theory, it should be the safest place for the reporter duo. Void, turn on your camera. I know we can't live stream right now, but we need to capture everything, Bonnie whispered as she was continuing on from the argument before. Don't you feel any fear, Bonnie? Sure, we filmed lots of stuff in the past, but that was mostly scuffles between other factions and families. Nothing like this. The Dalki will tear us to shreds. They don't care that we are reporters, Void whispered back, annoyed that his partner seemed to prioritize a scoop over their own safety. Bonnie wanted to slap some sense into Void. After all, she needed her cameraman. However, she understood his fear. Of course, she was frightened as well, but she had already prepared herself for something like this. If they were to perish here, at least they should leave something for the sake of humanity. Why do you think we came here in the first place? Did you think there wouldn't be a Dalki attack? This is exactly what we came to film, and the people deserve to know. Who knows? Our footage may prove very valuable to whoever is coming to save us. At the very least, they will find out what's happened. That's the least we can do. Although Bonnie wasn't making a lot of sense to Void right now, he took a deep breath. When have I ever won an argument against you? Void sighed in defeat, as the little beep from his camera was heard as it was turned on. The glasses that he used to monitor the drones were turned on as well, but none of them was giving him a signal. When Void thought about this, he was reminded of the person who had initially let the Dalki board the ship. It had been a humanoid figure, and the most prominent feature had been the glowing red eyes. What if the Dalki aren't the ones behind the jamming devices, but humans? But who in their right mind would choose to assist them? They would have to have been on board already. Could it be that there are even more traitors on board? Void wanted to get Bonnie's opinion on his theory, but at the moment there were far too many eyes and ears around them. What if he was right and one of those traitors was in their midst? He knew that I was watching him through the camera, and he decided to pull it anyway. "All right, it's time to head out, everybody," Hermes said, and at that moment all of the lights on the ship had shut down. "Power systems failing. Emergency life support has now been activated." They were now almost in complete darkness, only able to see a small outline of the people around them and blurs as they moved. The lights! Why would they go for the lights? I don't recall Dalkis having night vision, Bonnie questioned. The crew members with the lightning ability activated it slightly, allowing for a soft blue glow in front of them. Their vision was better now, and doing something like this didn't take up too many MC points. This made it even stranger that they would target the lights. When it was finally time for Hermes and his group to move forward, around 20 of them started to walk through the dark halls. Void was lifting up his camera and frantically moving it each time they heard a noise. With the sound of fighting throughout the area, it meant he was turning quite often. Walking through, those at the front heard something, a small splash when they moved their foot down. Void knew what it was right away. The others moved their sparkling fingers to give them a better view, and they could tell it was blood. "Those damn Dalki seem to have already engaged in combat. We have to go help the others." One of the groups that had gone ahead in front of them seemed to have been ambushed. What was strange about their bodies were the wounds. Although the crew members were under the impression that it was the Dalki, Void was able to see more thanks to his camera's night vision setting. He zoomed onto their bodies and looked at their wounds. The markings on them were too small to be done by a Dalki, and even a couple of them had teeth marks on their neck. He might not have thought much of it if he hadn't seen what he had beforehand. Void quickly grabbed Bonnie's hand, letting the rest carefully go in front. It seems like the fear that the Dalki could be around the corner made them forget that they were meant to be looked after. "Bonnie, I need to tell you something. Before we were attacked, the one who let in the Dalki seemed to be human. Also, those wounds. I don't think the Dalki are the ones responsible." Void shared his opinion on things. "You think there is a traitor among us?" Bonnie was quick on the uptake. Pulling his camera up and looking through the lens, Void saw what they were going up against. There were 2 Dalki, but they weren't the only ones attacking. Putting his camera down and squinting to check if he wasn't seeing things, he still ended up seeing 2 humans attack their group, the only discerning thing being that their eyes were glowing red in this darkness. In the canteen of the ship, several members were trapped in a room with a Dalki. Hiding under tables and in corners of the rooms, they were shaking, praying for the enemy to not see them without the light. They tried to hold their breath to decrease the chances of being noticed. This wasn't like facing any beast, and for a lot of them, it was the first time they had even seen the Dalki. "Hiding is useless," one of the Dalki shouted. He alongside another one-spiked Dalki. I had remained behind, while the stronger ones had already left to do something else. Hundreds of innocent humans were in the canteen, hoping for someone to come save them, wishing that all of this was just a nightmare. The canteen's double doors were audibly swung open, and glowing red eyes could be seen floating in the darkness. "Oh, is it time to go already? Can't we stay a little longer? This is fun!" the Dalki bellowed in laughter. The person with glowing red eyes approached one of the Dalki. His hand was quickly covered in a red aura and spun like a drill. It then slammed into the Dalki's chest and went right through its heart. "I don't think you know who I am, but I ain't your friend." The Dalki were known for having almost impenetrable bodies. Even shells shot from tanks wouldn't necessarily harm them, yet the young man's hand managed to pierce through it as if it was nothing. "What is this? Why is my body moving away on its own? This has never happened before." The other Dalki in the dark canteen had instinctively distanced itself from Quinn. Dalki were battle-hungry beings, carelessly diving into a fight at the first best opportunity, not caring for the risk of getting hurt, as that would only further their growth. However, for this reason, Dalki were often unaware that they also had a human side to them. It first felt fear when it witnessed its companion easily being killed. This was the first time. Alas, it was far too late for it to flee. It didn't take long for Quinn to move on to the confused creature, and before it could react, its chest had been pierced in the same manner. You're not one of them!" The Dalki let out his last breath as he had the chance to take a closer look at its killer. The survivors in the canteen were still shaking in the room, unable to believe what they had been barely able to see. Most of them had just heard two loud thuds as heavy objects hit the floor. When they peeked over, they could see a prominent dark shadow with red eyes standing there, yet it wasn't large enough to be another Dalki. Eventually, one of the closest survivors who had seen everything came running out. "They're dead! He saved us!" the young man cried out with tears in his eyes. There was blood on his body, but it was hard to tell whether it was his own or not. "What is that idiot doing? Did he already forget that our group got attacked by a group of humans beforehand? What if that's one of the traitors, and they just had a falling out? How could you leave your hiding spot?" Many of the cautious survivors couldn't help but think. Nevertheless, the red-eye shadow didn't attack him. In fact, he appeared to help the young man up. "Hey, I know you," the man proclaimed, since he wasn't attacked. He even created a spark with his finger, lighting up the place so everyone could see better. For a second, Quinn flinched from the sudden light. As a vampire, he was able to see perfectly well, even in the darkness. You're Quintalin, leader of the Cursed faction. So those weren't just rumors about you being able to take out an army of Dalki on your own, the man called out in awe. Instantly, many of the hiding survivors started to murmur amongst themselves, and some of the braver ones also came out once the newcomer had been identified as someone they felt they could trust. Despite the praise, Quinn was not smiling. From the moment he had entered the ship, he had been able to smell the stench of blood in the air. Most importantly, it hadn't just been the blood of humans and Dalkis. There was a report from Owen calling for help, so I got here as fast as I could, Quinn explained himself loudly. I've just arrived, so I would welcome any information you could share with me. Like how many other Dalkis have you seen so far? It took a while for Quinn to process the information, as many people started to speak at the same time, and their accounts were also contradicting each other at times. The majority had fled as soon as they had realized how powerful the Dalki really were. So many people were unaware of the cause of the chaos until it was too late. From what Quinn could gather, none of the ones in the canteen had made out a Dalki with a spike count higher than 2, but perhaps even more importantly, he had learned the fact that there were humans who had attacked each other. The common trait between them was their red eyes. Just like I feared, somehow vampires are involved in this whole mess. Based on what that first Dalki was saying, he must have mistaken me for one of them, Quinn thought. Are they working with Jim? Armed with new information, Quinn suspected that the commander would head to the life support system based on the drills they had gone through so far, so that's where he would head as well. After all, the goal was to try to save the people on the ship. Now he could try and help them evacuate, or he could take care of the root of the problem by killing off the invaders. But first, Quinn quickly disappeared into his shadow space. His gauntlet still had some of the green Dalki blood, and he didn't want others to see what he was about to do. By licking a small part of the green blood, the system granted him a temporary boost. Once back, he was ready to head out. Yet as he walked forward, he noticed that 100 or so people seemed intent on following him. A couple had even stumbled. Turning around, Quinn saw that many of them were too injured to even move properly. I know that all of you must be afraid that Dalki on the ship, but I'm going to take care of them. I'm afraid that where I'm going, I won't be able to protect you all. Honestly, coming with me is probably just going to put you into more danger, Quinn explained. I cleared out the area on the way here. For the time being, this canteen should serve you as a pretty good place to hold up. Please, make room for those who are really injured. I'm unable to heal you, but I have a way to alleviate your situation, Quinn stated, as he used his shadow lock on 5 of the most injured people in the room. They were now safe from harm, and wouldn't slow down the others in case of trouble. Wait, let us come with you. A man who wore white robes with the insignia of the Greylash family stopped him. He introduced himself as Foe, and he had a brave face. Behind him stood 5 others, seemingly his bodyguards. This is our faction and our ship. It's our responsibility to protect this place, Foe said. At first, Quinn wanted to reject them, but he could see that they weren't doing it for selfish reasons. They were good people. He then walked up to them and placed his hand on each one of them. You're right. Do as you like. I'm not your leader after all, Quinn agreed with a smile and ran off. They won't get a chance to fight, but just in case. The battle in front of them was coming to an end, and Void and Bonnie were at a loss for what to do. The fact that they had been able to last for so long was undoubtedly due to Commander Hermes's prowess. However, there was a clear disadvantage between the two groups. It was hard to tell apart friend from foe for the crew members, yet that didn't seem to apply to the invaders. In fact, it seemed as if they could see perfectly fine. Void continued to film everything, despite his hands shaking, and he was able to watch the red-eyed humans jump and run across the side of the walls at great speed. Without even having to come off them, they were able to throw red lines of aura. Is it an ability? But where have I seen or heard of something like this before? Void thought. I'm afraid this is going to be a failure of a mission, Hermes shouted. They had managed to kill 3 Dalki so far, thanks to their strong drills. However, there were still 3 more on the other side, and on top of that, 5 men with glowing eyes, while their side had dwindled down to 5, not counting Bonnie and Void. Everyone retreat! Their forces outweigh us. Head back to the training room. We'll barricade ourselves in there until help arrives, Hermes ordered. Even if they managed to outrun the Dalki somehow, Hermes wasn't sure help would arrive in time. They knew that Owen was busy dealing with the Dalki himself. If anything, the leader's situation took priority over theirs. The group continued to run as they threw lightning behind them. This time, rather than strong attacks, they were firing off lightning sparks that would spread out to increase the chances of stunning the others for a short amount of time, buying them some time. From the looks of it, it seemed to be working. Void, don't you dare drop or lose that camera. Make sure to record every single moment of this, Bonnie reminded her cameraman, yet he suddenly stopped running. Seeing this, the others also slowed down, and they could finally see what Void had seen up ahead. Yet another set of glowing red eyes. 2 vampires who were clinging to the walls on the opposite side of the wall suddenly leaped toward the group. Before they could lay a finger on the group, 2 large slashes of red aura hit them, larger than the ones before. All those guys with the red eyes seem to have that weird red aura ability, and this guy seems to be even stronger than the rest. But did he miss? What's going on? Void wondered. Pulling up his camera, he looked through the lens to get a better look at who this stronger red-eyed human was, and once he recognized him, he couldn't help but shout out in glee, "Quinn!" The rattling of Void's hands hitting his camera wouldn't stop. Void had seen who was on the other side. They had been fighting against the humans with red eyes, and yet he had just seen Quinn, the leader of the cursed faction, have the same glowing red eyes. I'm sure of it. He used the red aura power as well, but he seems to be on another level compared to the others. It's Quinn. Are you talking about who you think I am? What's he doing here? Bonnie asked. She was surprised, and for a split second, she had forgotten about the dire situation that they were in. A few seconds later, the wind was felt going past both Void and Bonnie's faces as their hair blew back, and Quinn had disappeared entirely from their front, too fast for them to see. I have to record this. I have to find out what is going on, Void thought, as he spun around and turned his camera in the direction Quinn had gone. The first set of vampires Quinn had hit were no longer able to fight, and quickly realizing that they now had some form of backup, Hermes turned around to try and hold off the Dalki with his other men, firing out their lightning abilities. I can smell it. It's a lord. What is such a high-ranking person doing here of all places? One of the men standing behind the Dalki said. Quickly, 4 more men jumped and ran on each side of the walls, heading straight for Quinn. If you can no longer fight, then you know what to do, the man commanded. At that moment, after hearing those orders, the first vampires that had been struck and were on the floor had raised their hands and slit their own throats, killing themselves instantly. They know I'm a vampire and that I'm a lord. Are they killing themselves so I can't gather any information from them? I was going to use the influence skill on them, but now this has become troublesome, Quinn thought, as one vampire went to strike him. But Quinn, even though moving his hand later, then the vampire grabbed the man's face before reaching him and started to scrape it along the side of the walls. I learned a lesson from Arthur that day, that I don't need to be nice to those that are trying to kill me, Quinn said as he lifted the vampire's body at the right time as another one struck, allowing him to dig his sharp claws into his own companion. Quinn then kicked their legs, breaking them, and with his other hand free, he grabbed onto the other person's face. I need to help the others as soon as I can. I can't try extracting and asking questions now, otherwise it will put others' lives in danger. I guess there's only one thing I can do. Skill Shadow Eater activated. 10 MC points gained. 10 MC points gained. Now you can do what you want with your lives, Quinn said, as he left them screaming in pain. with only one outcome. Something was strange about Quinn. His eyes were more determined than usual, and he had his goal in sight. Some might have thought that Quinn was exceptionally cruel in this instance. However, this was all due to what he had seen when he entered the ship. The crew, the mechanics that worked on the docks, had all been slaughtered. Most of them were not even fighters who had families, the people who worked as cooks and more. Every single one of them were killed. Some were done by the Dalki, while others were obviously the work of vampires based on the teeth marks left on their bodies. The vampires coming from the other side, Quinn leaped from one side of the wall to the other, and while mid-air, he swung both his legs, firing off 2 blood crescent kicks. Quickly, Quinn used the Shadow Eater skill on the 2 on the ground once again. "What is going on?" the vampire at the back thought. He was confident due to the 2 spiked Dalki by his side, and his turner had assured him that this would be an easy job. However, for a vampire lord to come out of nowhere was something he never expected. Most of the lords are vampire leaders. Did he come from one of the castles? But I don't remember them. And they have the power of the Punishers. Who is this person? The vampire couldn't help but think. With the other 4 vampires gone, Quinn threw out another swipe towards the vampire, who seemed to be their leader in the back. He quickly raised a wall of blood. The wall was shattered, but using blood hardening, he was able to stop the blood swipe. "I stopped the attack. With the Dalki by my side, we should be able to take him down. I'm a vampire noble not too far from becoming a lord. I think I can do this," he thought, and started laughing. "Just because you're a lord, you think you can win this. You're too arrogant," he said as he pointed towards Quinn. "Why are you so confident? Is it because you blocked my swipe from earlier?" Quinn asked. He then raised his hand and threw out the attack once more. It looked similar to before, and the vampire was ready. "I'll warn you, the first attack, I wasn't using my full power because I wasn't trying to kill you," Quinn said. The noble was confused. He had seen a red aura, but suddenly it was no longer there, and soon he could no longer think as his body was split in half. "I wish you could have been useful and at least given me some MC points," Quinn said. After Quinn's arrival and dealing with the vampires, the 2 spiked Dalki were quickly taken care of, and everyone was beyond amazed at how easy Quinn had made it look. The 5 men that had traveled with him had only just arrived through the halls, as they had lost him long ago, although they were happy to know the fighting was over. Everyone alive wished to thank Quinn for what he had done, but instead he had decided to go around the ship, searching for any more vampires or Dalki. If he found a lone vampire, perhaps he could restrain them before they killed themselves and ask them a few questions. Unfortunately, although a few more Dalki were found, there were no more vampires. Even after searching the dead vampires' bodies, there was nothing noticeable on them. They were perfectly disguised as faction members, and according to others, they had been part of the factions for years, which was why no one had suspected a thing. It didn't take long for power to return to the place and everyone to gather in the canteen. Here, Quinn released the injured so they could get looked at. While in the canteen, despite him wanting to leave as soon as possible, tears of joy and thankful words spoken by the others were unable to make him go. People constantly approached him, thanking him for saving their lives, and eventually part of the Earthborn group arrived. Leading the group itself was General Inu. "You seem to be in a rush," Hermes said to Quinn, who was stood off to the side with the more senior members of the Greylash family. He wasn't particularly in a rush, but his next step was to head to the planet where Owen was. In the canteen itself, Inu and his people were doing the usual running an investigation. Void and Bonnie were a little concerned in the corner of the room. After the fight on the ship was over, they decided to document the devastation and carnage that was on board. While on their tour, they came across Inu. "Hey, you! Is that a recording device? We will have to take all the footage you have on there as evidence," Inu said, pointing at Void. "Wait," Void said, worried about what exactly was on the footage. At the moment, Quinn didn't have any glowing red eyes, and he didn't really know what it meant. Although he wasn't sure whether it was a good or bad thing, it was already too late, because one of Inu's followers had already taken the camera. "I hope this doesn't stir into something big," Void thought. Inu began to approach the others and Quinn, who appeared to be prepared to leave, after he had finished barking orders. "Quinn, where are you planning to go? You did a good job here, but it looks like you still have something on your mind," Inu asked. Quinn was about to ignore Inu anyway, despite him asking more politely than he usually would, and was to head out on the ship he had come in. "If it's about Owen, don't bother. I think I know you by now. The fight is already over," Inu said, and the next bit of information he told everyone caused their jaws to drop to the ground. and Quinn's heart beat faster than ever. The four-spiked Dalki known as Greenhorn and Owen were quite a distance away from the others. The remaining Dalki were seemingly ignoring the battle between the two powerhouses. It was difficult to determine whether this was a result of the Dalki's high regard for their commander, or lack thereof. Behind him, Owen could hear the sound of fighting from the people he had trained, looked after, and asked to fight by his side. He desperately wanted to turn around and help them against their enemies, but he recognized that the biggest threat that they needed to get rid of was the four-spiked Dalki in front of him. The reason why Owen took a glance behind him was to make sure that he had ample room without having to worry about injuring some of his men with his soul weapon. Concentrating deep within, a glow started to appear in his hands. His long hair, which was normally so defiant to remain straight no matter how much he used his powers, was now standing and spiraling out of control. The thing forming in his hands resembled a ball at first glance, making it hard to tell if it was an item-based soul weapon or an enhancement type. Either way, it was clear to see that the ball contained several sparks of lightning inside, making it fizzle like crazy. Greenhorn attempted to take a step forward, but the very next second, lightning shot out. The Dalki was barely able to move his foot back before the shot collided with the ground, scorching it black. What is that thing? Do I need to break his form of concentration to get rid of it? But if I get too close to it, it will just hurt me like it did before. Greenhorn pondered over his next course of action. He was more cautious than the typical Dalki, but this was mainly due to knowing what had happened to One Horn in the last war. Looking past Owen, Greenhorn started to grin. Baring his sharp teeth, he stormed forward. He seemingly charged at Owen, but then abruptly changed direction to go around the other. "I was right!" The Dalki started to laugh as he saw the desperation on the others' faces. "Your attack might be powerful, but it requires you to remain standing on your spot. Your strikes may be dangerous, but I don't need to go after you just now. I can always deal with you later." As for where Greenhorn was intending to go, it was naturally toward the rest of the battle that was taking place behind them. "My soul weapon might have some downsides, but there are ways to make up for it," Owen thought, as he threw the ball as hard as he could into the air. When it was around 90 meters up in the sky, he then threw his fan up in the sky, piercing the strange lightning ball, and attacking it with his blue lightning. The ball seemed to be charging up, and when it reached its peak, it exploded into a group of clouds. The clouds were dark and full of power as they spread out, striking the ground beneath them constantly. Greenhorn, realizing that he was in the clouds' line of sight, managed to avoid some of the blows that came from above until one finally struck him. His entire body was violently shaken by it. It was painful, but the lightning strike hadn't dealt him a lethal blow. That guy, this is what he was cooking up. Didn't he look back for a few seconds before activating it? With this far-range skill, why didn't he activate it in the middle of the fight? Greenhorn thought, and he had managed to come up with an answer. The lightning strikes must hurt his own people as well, so all I need to do is continue on with my plan. Greenhorn made up his mind. The distance between the two was quite far, and the clouds didn't reach the rest of where the others were fighting. If the two of them were to run forward, it was clear who would get to the others first. Greenhorn turned his head to look back at Owen, but soon his smile disappeared, as the other had disappeared without his knowledge. A lightning strike, larger than the previous ones, appeared from the clouds, and suddenly right in front of the Greenhorn was Owen himself. "Breathe," Owen said, as he took a deep breath and then exhaled it at the same time. He then threw out a blue fist filled with lightning, hitting the Dalki in the stomach. Blood immediately came out of Greenhorn's mouth, and he attempted to hit Owen once again, but lightning striking from above had hit Greenhorn, paralyzing him in place. Owen took another breath, lifting his leg up high, and threw a kick to the top of the Dalki's head, leaving a trail of lightning behind. The Dalki's body was nearly lifted off its feet, but Greenhorn had remained on the ground. Still, Owen wasn't done yet, taking more breaths. Each time he would continue to hit the Dalki, with his body covered in lightning. To the chest, a kick to the legs, then kicking the Dalki's chin, he spun up in the air, and as soon as his 2 feet landed, he threw both of his fists, hitting the Dalki in the stomach. The Dalki was hoping to use its growing strength to attack back, while ignoring the pain and blows it was taking, but he was content to take the lightning strikes from above. "Damn! I'm losing control over my breath. With my lightning abilities, I can only deliver 20 strikes, and he was already taken 16. Just how durable is this damn Dalki?" Owen cursed internally, but made sure to keep on a brave face. Hoping to recover some energy, Owen moved into the clouds with his soul weapon, allowing him to move as a lightning bolt itself, and then reappear away from the two of them as he tried to recover some of his breath. However, what happened next came as a complete surprise. The Dalki started to run in the opposite direction. It was running away from where his companions were battling and out of the clouds. As soon as Greenhorn was in the clear, he spurted his wings from his back and flew up high in the sky. Did he just retreat in the middle of the fight? Owen had to decide despite not knowing exactly what was happening. Since the Dalki had run away, it should mean that it was quite possibly on its last legs. Could he really afford to let it go? On the other hand, how much could he do with his soul weapon nearly exhausted? Besides, what about his own people, who were still fighting the Dalki before him? Owen's fan dropped to the ground from the sky and landed in his hand as the clouds quickly began to dissipate. There was no sign of Greenhorn anywhere, and it looked like he had successfully fled. When Owen realized this, he turned around and decided to use all of his remaining strength to help his friends. He was strategic in the way he helped them, due to already using much of his power during the fight, but there were situations where Owen had no choice but to jump in and fight. He even slipped up, getting hit in the legs, and he could feel the bone in his thigh break. Pushing through, he continued to fight, and his people started to keep an eye on him more. To them he was invincible, but it was the first time they had seen Owen pushed to this point. No longer calm and collected, and breathing heavily as he attacked Dalki after Dalki, but eventually large ships seemed to appear, and from them, Oscar and others came out. With the help of Oscar, Owen was able to ease up, and the battle was over. The invading force of the Dalki were no more, but it didn't come with ease, as the loss on the Greylash side was quite significant. Owen was surrounded by a group of his people, who had formed a circle around him, letting him use his powers without worrying about more Dalki attacking him, and he was so drained he had fallen to his knees. At that moment, his people who had been protecting him turned and looked at Owen. They all rushed to help him up, but one person had gotten there before the rest, faster than the others, and stood in front of Owen. "Too easy," he said, as his red-filled hand of aura went straight for Owen's heart. As the attack approached, he saw it coming and used what little strength he had to hit the hand, but it wasn't enough because he was too weak. The attack had pierced right through Owen, and the last thing he could see was the smile on the person's face and his red eyes. Owen's men had successfully survived one of the first battles of this new Dalki war. Once more, everyone worked together to protect the leader behind them. Now that the fighting had come to a complete end, each of them had a large smile on their weary face. Knowing how exhausted their leader must be after his fight against the four-spiked Dalki, the men turned around, intending to celebrate with Owen, only to see that one of their own was already standing in front of him. How did he reach the head that fast? Did Anderson hold back in the fight? One of the Greylash members wondered. Still, he wasn't worried. Anderson was one of their own, someone they had known for a number of years already, belonging to one of the factions under the Greylash family. He had been with them through a lot, and all of them would entrust their lives to him. However, his next actions proved that doing so would be a big mistake. Everything seemed to play out in slow motion in front of their eyes. Their faces went from smiles to disbelief as they watched Anderson's hand pierce through Owen's body. The look on the latter's face spoke volumes, as he had not expected this betrayal after they had just beaten back the enemy. "No!" the people screamed as they rushed forward, but before they could even reach the person, a tunnel of ice shot straight past them, and the edge of the walls hit the attacker, freezing him in place. Oscar quickly ran forward, and when the arm that was lodged through Owen's body started to freeze, he pulled him, breaking the arm off, and placed Owen on the floor while he placed his sword on top of him as well. "Damn it! All healers in the area are to come over ASAP!" Oscar shouted, as his sword was freezing the wound to prevent the other from losing too much blood. Honestly, he didn't know how much it would help. He was no doctor, but blood was filling up Owen's mouth. His eyes remained closed. The blow was awfully close to one's heart. Perhaps even a part of it had been hit. Back on the Second Fleet's ship, Inu had just finished telling everyone the tale of what had happened to Owen. "Someone betrayed the family head," one of the Greylash men shouted, who was close by, but Hermes quickly moved his hand over his mouth, telling him to keep quiet. "Did you forget what happened here? How many of the people did we think we could trust betrayed us today? The one who did this must have belonged to the same traitorous faction. The important thing is to prevent this news. We can't risk morale dropping even lower right now. Is Owen—" Hermes gulped down before he could finish the question. Is he alive? Quinn couldn't believe it. Owen was the ideal world leader, someone he himself regarded as strong and wise. Alas, it seemed like he had been forced into such a miserable situation. If the one responsible was really the same as the humans on board, then it would mean that the ones responsible were once again vampires. His condition is critical at the moment, Inu answered. They have healed the wound to the best of their abilities. Unfortunately, some of his wounds refused to heal. Luckily, the blow had only taken out part of his heart, and they were able to use artificial parts to help him get through it. Still, he is in a very weak state right now, and any complications could be deadly. Can't heal the heart? Is this something similar to when vampires suffer ki attacks? Did vampires have such an effect on humans? Quinn asked. I can think of two things, Vincent replied. Either that vampire has a certain ability that repels the healing effect, or something has entered Owen's body. Perhaps their true goal was never to kill Owen. If their goal wasn't to kill Owen, then Quinn could only think that maybe someone was trying to control him. It made sense. All this time Quinn was thinking that this was a war with the Dalki, and not the vampires, but somehow they had gotten involved, and unfortunately not as humanity's allies. As long as humans remained unaware of the existence of vampires, they would just think that there was a faction of humans out there, working with the Dalki for some reason. Also, if they were going up against vampires, then they could do vampire things, such as turn people. If someone had successfully managed to turn Owen, then the turner could get them to follow his commands to a certain extent, and with Jim working with them, who knows what else they were planning on doing. What happened to the assassin? Quinn asked. For now, he remains frozen. They carved him out carefully and imprisoned him on one of the Bertha ships. Oscar is planning to interrogate him, but they need to make sure that the person won't be able to kill themselves, so we are being extra careful, Inu replied. Is the world going to find out about vampires? Should I tell Oscar? No, not yet for now. I need to get information from that vampire first, and I need to do so before anyone else. I'm going to visit Owen, Quinn said. Please inform Oscar that I wish to talk to the assassin as well. Also, it's vitally important that he doesn't go in there without me. I'll explain later why. And with that, Quinn used his shadow to connect, then transported himself back to the cursed ship to inform the others about what he was going to do. Thanks to Quinn's position as a world leader, it didn't take long for him to hear back. On top of that, they were happy to hear that he had successfully saved the Second Fleet from the attack. Oscar had agreed to his somewhat strange request and promised not to interrogate the man until his arrival. With this deal accepted, Quinn decided to head to the Greylash family's main spaceship base. The others were still on the planet where the demon tier had been, and Quinn asked them to remain there. He told them that he would go to Linda with the shadow ability once he had dealt with this. Honestly, the main reason Quinn wanted them to stay there was to keep an eye on Eno. Quinn wished to find out everything he could himself without Eno having any chance to play any of his tricks, and it was safe to say Quinn still didn't trust him 100% either. If Owen really was in the middle of turning, then Eno might perhaps decide to kill him on the spot. Before leaving, Quinn had made one specific request to Logan as well, and after what he asked for was completed, it was time for him to get to work again. Quinn didn't arrive at the Greylash base on his own. He brought along one important leader, Sam. They walked past temples and were escorted by Hermes at the same time until they eventually reached the Golden Palace where Owen lived. Wow! Is this whole place made out of real gold? This place is so fancy, Sam couldn't help but say, that the other two weren't in the best of moods to be amazed by everything around them. Entering the palace, they were allowed to head to the top floor, where several guards and doctors with medical abilities were watching over Quinn. He was lying in a large bed that had pillars on each side, and the room itself was as large as a training room back on the cursed ship. At the moment, Owen was sitting upright. He looked thinner than the last time Quinn and the others had seen him. It was obvious that it was hard for Hermes to see his leader like this. He clenched his fist and hated the fact he hadn't been by his leader's side to have shielded him. Hermes, I'm glad to see you alive. It looks like the cursed faction got my message after all, Owen spoke weakly. He waved his hand, telling the doctors and guards to give them some privacy as he called his visitors forward. Now that they were closer to Owen, they could see the large hole that was in the center of his chest. A strange device was placed in the center, made of mechanical parts, making him look like a certain superhero with a full-body iron suit. I'll have to apologize that I can't get up to greet all of you properly, but the doctors have instructed me to restrict my movements to a minimum. My heart is still weak, and I can't even use my powers at the moment," Owen explained with a thin smile. Quinn could tell it was a painful smile. "Quinn, I owe you a lot for saving my second fleet. I don't even want to think what would have happened if you hadn't been in the area. These are not your people, yet from what I heard, you personally went to save them. Thank you." Owen looked at Quinn with deep gratitude in his eyes. "I'm sure you would have done the same if you had been in my position," Quinn replied. "About what happened to you, I have some questions. However, they are rather sensitive, so do you mind if it would be just the two of us?" Owen looked at all the others, and Quinn looked at Sam as well, who nodded to leave the room. However, Hermes had remained. "Hermes, I think he means you as well. Don't worry, I'm certain he will not harm me," Owen instructed his subordinate. When everyone had finally left the room, and Quinn and Owen were finally the only ones left, Quinn decided to ask Owen to personally recount what exactly had happened. Owen went into detail about the fight, how strong the four-spiked Dalkey was, and even talked about his own skills as if he was showing off to Quinn. He paused for a brief moment before he spoke about the betrayal at the end. "And when that person attacked me, all I could remember was the smile on his face and his glowing red eyes," Owen concluded his recounting. After listening to everything, Quinn now needed to confirm it. "Owen, can you please let me have a look at you? It's hard to explain, but I need you to trust me. I have a hypothesis for why you aren't healing, and if I'm right, I might be able to help you in some way," Quinn requested. "Go ahead," Owen shrugged his shoulders. "It's not like my life is worth anything anymore." Quinn pressed his hand against Owen's chest and closed his eyes. He started to sense the energy inside the other's body, the powerful, strong yellow ki energy that humans had. Even Owen seemed to have quite a significant amount of ki, despite never having studied it. But then around the chest, Quinn could see it, the red aura that only belonged to vampires, and it had spread out slightly from his chest. "So it's true. They were trying to turn him," Quinn thought worriedly. "But why hasn't it worked? Did Oscar interrupt him in the middle of it? Does that mean he's safe? Will he turn eventually? Or could he be somehow immune to the process, perhaps?"
"Do you make it a point to forget everything I told you?" Those were the first words from Vincent after he had listened to Quinn trying to figure out what was happening to Owen. Quinn honestly didn't understand why the world leader was currently in the state that he was in. In the past, when his own red aura had entered someone else's, such as Leo, it had immediately infected them, so he couldn't figure out why it didn't happen in this case. "I'm sorry, but can we skip the lecture part and get to the you helping me figure out the answer part?" Quinn hurried Vincent along. "Time is a bit of the essence, I think. Regular vampires can't just turn someone by biting them or injecting their blood into their body. Remember when you first bit Layla? She didn't turn because of it, now did she? So just because a regular vampire stuck Owen and part of his blood is inside Oven doesn't mean he will necessarily turn. Still, at least in this case, the process has already been initiated. Just as you need to complete the ritual to turn someone, the same thing needs to be done here." Quinn understood what Vincent was saying, but that led to only more questions. Why attack Owen just when the battle was concluded? Sure, he had been weakened, but there were so many that had him surrounded. It had always been impossible to turn Owen in the short time before someone would have intervened, even if it had been Oscar. Was the vampire prepared to sacrifice himself from the start? Did he pay with his life so someone else could finish what he started? Quinn wondered. "So, can you do anything to help me, or did you just get my hopes up so you could rub my chest?" Owen questioned, since Quinn had been quiet for an awkwardly long time, with his hands placed on his chest. Yeah, sorry. Just give me a few moments." Quinn apologized as he closed his eyes again. Thinking back, there was a time when the red aura energy had entered Chris, and he had been able to get rid of it before it had taken over his body. When teaching the kids at the school how to use ki, he was also able to control the red energy, so perhaps Quinn was also able to remove the energy from Owen at this moment, allowing his body to heal again. Being careful with the task, Quinn raised his other hand, and now both were placed on Owen's bare chest. The robes were moved to the side to make it easier for Quinn to feel and control energy when there was skin-to-skin contact. "How fortunate that you made everyone leave the room. If anyone were to see us like that, we would probably make many BL fans quite happy," Owen joked nervously. "What the hell is BL?" Quinn wondered. I kinda need to concentrate on this," Quinn replied with an awkward look. He might be unaware of what the abbreviation stood for, but judging from the tone, it was nothing he would enjoy.
Seeing that Quinn was serious and seemed to have a way to potentially help him, Owen immediately shut up and closed his eyes as well. There was a dull pain that was constantly surrounding his chest. He could feel it, especially when the healer tried to do something about it. No matter what method they had tried, the pain remained. And yet, he could suddenly feel the energy moving. "Quinn, you can actually do something about this?" Owen was flabbergasted. "Just where did you learn how to do that, when even the professionals were unable to help me?" At first, it was just a little painful, as if someone was poking him with a needle, but soon enough, it felt as if someone had stuck their bare hand inside his body. Then the pain worsened, and if he didn't know any better, he would have sworn that Quinn was ripping out his flesh. Owen gritted his teeth during the procedure, doing his best to fight through the pain. He trusted the cursed faction leader was not just torturing him for fun, and that it would help him, so he did his best to endure. "The family still needs me," Owen repeated like a mantra. "Ah!" Eventually he couldn't take it any more. It might have been different if he had been in peak condition, but he had barely recuperated. "Sir, is everything okay in there?" Hermes shouted from the other side of the door, ready to burst in at any second. "Don't you dare come in, or I'll shock you myself," Owen shouted back, feeling that whatever Quinn was doing was working. He grabbed the pillow behind him and bit onto it, to muffle his cries, worried that it might break the other's concentration. Owen was huffing and panting, covered in sweat, but after what had felt like an eternity to him, the pain was subsiding. Looking down, Quinn's hands left Owen's chest, and now a red aura could be seen spiraling around, floating. Quinn just chucked it to the side, and it splattered on the floor like blood. Throughout the procedure, Quinn had felt like a surgeon performing surgery, and he was relieved it was successful. "I think if you get someone to heal your heart now, that they might be able to do something about it. Once you recover, you should also be able to use your powers again," Quinn said. Owen wasn't completely out of the woods yet. His body was still weak, and he felt like he was part machine, but he could tell that Quinn wasn't lying. Doing his best to move the bedsheets and get out of his bed, he bowed down to Quinn. He slowly placed his knees on the ground and placed his head on the floor. "I owe you so much, Quinn. The first time I met you, I knew you were special, but I never imagined you would ever save my life in such a manner. You not only saved my people, but you also saved me. If there is anything I can do for you, just ask, and I shall see it done at a moment's notice," Owen promised, still keeping his head on the floor. "Please get up," Quinn quickly requested. He didn't need to be a doctor to know that Owen should remain in bed for the foreseeable future. He even helped him off the ground, and as he carefully pulled him up, Quinn inserted some of his ki energy inside of Owen to make him feel better and stronger. "You are just full of all sorts of tricks, aren't you?" Owen mentioned, noticing the slight change in his condition. "I'm very tempted to ask you about your methods and the person attacking me, but if you wish not to tell me, I understand." Alas, when sharing the fact that there was a secret race of vampires out there, and that they had attacked him, seemingly so that they could convert him or at least control him, Quinn didn't really consider this to be the best time to tell the others all of that. Even if it was, he needed to speak with Sam about the best way to reveal this information, so they didn't get chucked in the middle of the mess they were already in. "About that favor," Quinn deliberately changed the subject to avoid the question. "I happen to require some crystals. Do you think you could supply me with 2 demigod-tier crystals? It doesn't matter what type." He knew how rare demigod crystals were. Not even the Greylash family had a demon-tier crystal, so he was unsure whether Owen could complete the request. "Done," Owen said. "You will have them before you leave my home. But that can't be all, or do you wish to say that my life is only worth 2 such crystals? No, I still owe you. Consider the crystals are a gift of your faction." This was a surprising outcome that Quinn had never expected. Now the cursed faction owned 1 demon-tier crystal and 4 demigod tiers. The reason why Quinn had asked this was to improve his own equipment. There was a chance that only 2 crystals would need to be used on Eno, and now the rest could be turned into equipment. Once the 2 of them were done, the others waiting outside were able to enter once again. All of the guards, Hermes, and doctors rushed into the room. The subordinate could instantly see the color had returned to Owen's face. "What happened?" Hermes asked, noticing the pillow that looked as if a dog had chewed through it. "Never mind that. Just get those healers in here and let them try healing me once more," Owen ordered. The best healers that the Greylash faction owned were called, and everyone was waiting for their arrival. "It looks like things have turned out better than you thought," Sam whispered over to Quinn, while they waited for the result of the healing. "Yeah, but things like this might keep happening if we don't decide what to do next," Quinn replied. A total of 4 different healers affiliated with the Greylash family in some way entered the room, and they immediately went to Owen's bedside. One of them was quite the old man, who rubbed his hands together before he was ready to activate his ability. He reached out his hand, but before he could touch the world leader, someone grabbed them mid-air and started to squeeze them quite tightly. "What do you think you're doing, young man?" the old man cried out in pain, looking at none other than Quinn. "You sure have guts showing up here. Do you honestly think I wouldn't notice?" Quinn answered and increased the pressure. The guards were getting ready to defend the healer while the others had moved away, but Quinn quickly grabbed the other hand as it started to move. "Oh no, I won't allow you to kill yourself too. You will have to answer my question," Quinn said. "The rest of you can continue doing what you're doing. I'm going to speak to this one in private." A shadow soon opened up, and Quinn and the healer disappeared. "What the hell just happened?" Hermes asked, confused. "It looks like Quinn has taken care of yet another traitor." Of course, when Quinn and the mysterious old healer had disappeared, they hadn't actually vanished. Instead, they had both appeared inside of the shadow lock. Quinn didn't want any spectators for what he was going to do next. Otherwise, he was afraid that it would just make things more complicated. He still held on to the man's arms, preventing him from taking his own life. After some initial confusion about how and where they had landed, the man concentrated on trying to free himself by attempting to kick Quinn off. However, the latter noticed his hostage's intention and made the first move by hitting the other's shin, breaking the bone immediately. The force was strong enough that his leg had banged into another, causing some excruciating pain. "It would be for the best if you didn't move," Quinn instructed the man, whose eyes started to glow red. There was no point pretending to be a healer when it was just the two of them, so he was revealing his true colors. "Let go of me," the vampire demanded, looking into Quinn's eyes. Yet a few seconds later, the smile that had appeared on his face was gone, since nothing had happened at all. "Oh, are you surprised?" Quinn questioned in amusement, before his eyes started to glow red. "Was this what you were trying to do? Kneel!" He used his influence skill, and the vampire who had tried to get to Owen immediately went down on his knees, despite his injury, while his hands were still being held up. You're a vampire as well. But how can that be? Your smell is that of a human." The old man spoke in confusion. "You're right. This smell is the exact reason why I was able to spot you before you could spot me," Quinn explained. Before leaving the cursed ship to head to Owen, this was the favor he had asked Logan about. Back when they had headed into the vampire world, Logan had been able to create a smell that managed to make the ones who had not been turned smell like vampires. If a fragrance could be made that made one smell like vampires, then surely Logan should be able to create one that could do the opposite as well. Quinn theorized, and his friend hadn't disappointed him. It hadn't taken the inventor long to mix up such a request, so before coming over, Quinn and Sam had both sprayed themselves to mask themselves as humans. Since they knew that vampires appeared to be working in many different locations, they thought it best to hide and allow the vampires to come out on their own. After Vincent told him that another vampire would be able to complete the ritual to turn Owen, Quinn figured out their plan. With so many traitors showing up, it wasn't that surprising anymore that another would be working in the Greylash family. However, there was one confusing thing about it all, and that was the fact that none of the vampires had been able to recognize who Quinn was so far. Any vampire from the vampire world would know him as one of the leaders, yet these vampire spies didn't. Quinn could only assume that this meant they were on Jim's side. "I guess my presence in the human world is only as one of the world leaders, and Jim doesn't have as much insider information about the vampires as he thought. Otherwise, he should have been able to put one and one together to know that Quinn Talon, leader of the Cursed faction, is also the leader of the 10th family." At least this was Quinn's theory on the matter. Additionally, from what they had found out, those vampires had seemingly worked in their factions for years. So did that mean that they had been vampires all along, or had Jim been going around turning people this entire time? Fortunately, Quinn had someone right in front of him who should be able to answer some of those questions. Since he had followed his command, Quinn was sure he could get him to talk using his influence skill. "Answer my questions," Quinn demanded, as his eyes continued to glow red. Tell me, who do you work for?" The man's eyes started to fade, and he began to talk in a monotone voice. "I was an agent working for the Vampire King, but later I was approached by someone who did something that changed me. Now I work for someone else." "An agent for the old king? Are these the vampire agents that I was meant to be looking for?" "So originally they were vampires sent by the king, but then he said someone changed him." "What do you mean changed you? Who did such a thing? Was it Jim? Was it one of the Enos?" Quinn asked in a firmer voice. However, the old man didn't reply, and his mouth just continually twitched. This was something that hadn't happened before. "Answer me!" Quinn nearly shouted, but nothing was working. "Quinn, I think it's pointless," Vincent intervened. "It appears that something has been done to these vampires, something beyond a simple influence skill. I can only assume that it has to do with our ability. Only the caster will know what they have done to the vampire. Usually if someone knows about the question you ask them, they will still answer, but he's not speaking at all, as if there is a type of block." Getting rid of the influence skill, the vampire's eyes came back to life, and he realized that he had been put under a spell. "I feel bad for you," Quinn spoke. "I'm assuming that you didn't choose to join Jim out of choice, but instead he came to all the spies and did something to you all." Although the vampire couldn't speak or make a type of signal that would indicate that it was true, he did wonder, how does such a young vampire know that it was Jim? And who exactly is this person? I don't remember anyone like this back in the vampire world. "Look, I'm willing to help you. As long as you cooperate, there might be a way for me to break this spell from you," Quinn tried to convince the other. Although he wasn't referring to himself, he was instead referring to Richard Eno. He was the one person who should be able to do something about it. Still, the frightened look on the vampire's face said it all. Even though Quinn was strong, he seemed to possess a deeper fear for whoever changed him. "You see this space here? You can stay here, and you will travel with me. No one will be able to find you, and trust me, the person who I am thinking of will be able to fix you. He's one of the originals," Quinn revealed, reassuring the man. For a second, the fear had diminished quite a bit, and Quinn could feel the resistance in his hands going away. Because of this, Quinn decided to let go, and the vampire smiled. "I really didn't want to do any of what was happening, but I had to. Orders just seemed to come to me." In the middle of speaking, the old man's hands raised to his neck, yet from the look on his face, he didn't even seem aware of himself doing it. They moved, slitting his own throat, killing him instantly. "Damn it!" Quinn shouted, rushing over to the vampire, but he had died too fast for Quinn to do anything about it. "What was that just now? He seemed to have been convinced. So did Eno just control him? But how? What the hell kind of overpowered ability is that your family had?" Quinn asked in frustration, mad at himself for not having taken precautions and crushing his hands beforehand. "I don't know what that was. Perhaps there was a condition, a broken rule, or worse. Jim might have been able to see everything and control him at any time, similar to the demon-tier beast you just faced." Vincent stated his own theories on how it had been possible. It was a long shot, but their family members had used the equivalent exchange ability in different ways, and there was always the chance they had gotten certain abilities from someone else somewhere. "I guess that's all we can do for now," Quinn replied, as he looked at the vampire who had died. Ironically, he had died with a smiling face. For a second, Quinn had given him hope, telling him that he could help him, and then he had made the wrong decision, allowing the man to unwillingly end himself. Returning back to the room, Quinn held the old man's corpse in his hands. It seemed like Quinn had come at an awkward time, as everyone was celebrating, and Owen was standing on his 2 feet. The healers had managed to finally heal Owen, allowing him to make an almost full recovery. He would still need to have plenty of rest and more time for healing, but it was a big step in the right direction. As such, Quinn's appearance, holding a dead body in his hands, was raining down on everyone's parade. "So he really was a traitor?" Owen questioned in a serious tone. "I'm not too sure about that now," Quinn only mumbled. With the lead on Jim gone like that, there was still one more person that he could talk to, hopefully without messing up again. The assassin that had been caught in the ice was currently with Oscar. However, what Quinn didn't know was that a certain videotape had ended up in the hands of Oscar, one that the commander was currently watching with mixed emotions. The second fleet of the Greylash family had been reorganized and then merged with one of the Earthborn groups. Even though Quinn was able to arrive in time to save the second fleet's main ship, which had the most passengers on board, many of the fleet's smaller ships weren't as fortunate. By combining Inu's Earthborn group with the Greylash second fleet, they were able to establish a precedent that was just as strong as before. Oscar and Owen had agreed that just because of this initial Dalki attack, they couldn't falter and back down. Perhaps it was their plan in the first place. Who knew what the Dalki were thinking? And maybe they would come back to the same spot once again. As for Inu himself, there was no need for him to personally be around. At the moment, there are no signs of another Dalki attack happening any time soon. Instead, he had returned to one of the Bertha ships that was under his control, which was currently making its way back to Earth. Even if we help protect the Greylash planets, once this war is over, it will only remain in their hands anyway. Why is our group sacrificing their lives for no return? If the Dalki now attack the Earthborn planets, I doubt the Greylash could send us help, especially with the sorry state Owen is in now, Inu sighed while relaxing in his office. The thing Inu was worried about was highly unlikely to happen due to the way their planets and the Dalki planets were set up. At the moment, there was only one active space station that would take them back to the human solar system and back to Earth, and all of the Earthborn beast planets were close to this station. The Dalki would have to get through the Greylash family first to even get to the Earthborn or Earth. Still, there was the mystery of how a certain Dalki had actually managed to land on Earth undetected. Although Inu liked to complain, he was quite a diligent worker. After all, that was how he had arrived at his current location, and he was now reviewing all of the video that Void had recorded. The camera that they were looking through didn't contain footage from the destroyed drones. Inu was unable to see what the person who had started everything looked like. Either way, he did learn that the said person who had let in the Dalki was already dead. Going through the footage, Inu got to the point where he could see humans walk alongside the Dalki, and the night camera had only managed to catch their eyes, which seemed to reflect more light back than usual, but not the color. So these are the traitors to humanity that are working with the Dalki? Now what could anyone gain from working together with those beasts? If I remember correctly, the report said that many of those on the ship could remember them having red eyes, and that they moved incredibly fast. That reminds me of someone else, Inu thought, as his body shivered to remember his first meeting with Quinn. His eyes had grown red as well, and at that time his body had listened to every command Quinn had given him. He still held a slight grudge due to it, but he had to remind himself that he actually was the one in the wrong at that time, for he had been speaking to a world leader without realizing it. Pressing play on the video, he thought he could forget what happened, but then a few seconds later, the camera was able to record the fighting that was going on, and now Inu's hand was shaking. He started to play it frame by frame, and he thought it was impossible. Their attacks look exactly the same as Quinn's fighting when he fought the Dalki. Inu was alarmed. Playing the video further along, he eventually reached the point when Quinn had arrived and also attacked with the same red aura, only slightly larger. With the camera catching everything at a high frame rate, Inu was able to see everything, and now, after watching it several times, without a doubt, he could tell they were using the same moves. Wait, those red eyes, doesn't that mean that these guys have the same power as him? I thought it was strange. Everyone knows he has the shadow ability, but he also has the strange red power. Of course, Oscar never questioned it, but now a group of people that are betraying the human race are using the same power. Inu made sure to make copies of everything on this file, and he immediately began to write a detailed report. He was already on his way to see Oscar, but he thought he should send it beforehand so they could discuss this matter further. A short while later, Oscar called for a meeting between the Earthborn leaders, Samantha, Inu, and Sack. When they finally arrived, they were now 3 large, state-of-the-art Bertha ships directly in front of the space station. Oscar was remaining in the area, cautious after what had happened with Owen, but he planned to return back soon once he had completed what needed to be done. The command center was the first place the head generals went after deciding to travel to the Bertha ship, which was under Oscar's direct control. Here, Oscar shared Inu's report after he had verified the video himself. Even though he and Sack were surprised by this, there was one person in the room who didn't appear to be at all surprised. That was Samantha. Samantha, are you hiding something from the rest of us? Oscar asked, as he could tell something was wrong. "This is an important matter for all of us. A world leader was nearly killed, and another world leader appears to have the same abilities as the traitors. Since humans are working with the Dalki, we need to know everything about them." Samantha was quiet because she had already figured out that the others had something in common. When the cursed group had saved her from the last Dalki attack, she had seen their moves, and they were indeed identical to the ones on the video. "Before I say anything, I want to stress that I don't think the cursed faction is deeply involved with those that attacked the Greylash family. Didn't Leo, the blind swordsman from the cursed family, defeat the four-spiked Dalki? If the cursed faction was an enemy to humanity, he could have just let it rampage about. And why would Quinn take them all out?" Samantha began. "Fine, your statement has been noted, but I still think we all need to know what the cursed faction has been doing," Oscar pressed her. "In your report, you stated that there was another with the same power as Quinn, who could use the strange red energy, and now those working with the Dalki can do the same. I'm not claiming that the cursed are the root of the problem, but clearly they know something that we do not." "Maybe the cursed faction is behind everything and is just playing us for a fool," Inu stated. "This would be a great way to get us all to drop our guard, and then what happened to Owen would have happened to all of us." Although Oscar understood what Inu was thinking, he personally didn't believe that to be a fact. Quinn was plenty strong, and they had already trusted him with so much. There were so many situations where he could have discreetly killed the others, but more so than anything, Oscar wanted to know if they knew something. Why not share it with them? "Have the cursed faction been playing God? Doing the taboo on humans creates a new source of power. I heard of rumors of the pure experimenting with humans. It would be a shame if I were to learn the cursed were doing something similar." Taking in a deep breath, Samantha finally let it out. "When I and the teacher, known as Fex, had been fighting against the Dalki, he displayed a strong ability, but he also had red aura ability, as you all know. But something strange happened. He had been badly injured, and it looked like he could no longer use his powers. But then he asked me to get him something, a flask that he had dropped. Unfortunately, the contents of the flask had been spilled, but I later noticed that every single one of the cursed that helped me had the same flask with them. With the flask contents having been spilled on the floor, he had told me to do something else, to give him my own blood," Samantha explained. "After giving him my blood, his body started to heal up on the spot, and it appeared he could fight again." "Blood? What madness is this?" Inu said. Now that Owen's condition had improved, Quinn and Sam were getting ready to leave. Their next destination was the Bertha ship that Oscar was on. It was the final stop before they headed back to Alex to check if he had made any progress on the beast equipment. Before they left where the ships had docked on the strange, giant island-like ship, Owen was there to see them off, and by his side was Hermes and another. "Looks like now that they know that there might be traitors hidden among the Greylash family members, he is bringing less people with him," Quinn thought, and he was correct. Ever since that event, Owen would limit his bodyguards to only those that he completely trusted. "Quinn, you have done me so many favors in such a short time that I don't even know how I can repay you for all of them. I still haven't even had the time to thank you for the situation with Robin," Owen spoke. "He was a good person, but I heard that there were complications. I don't doubt you have tried everything you could to save him, but I guess that just means that even the strongest of us can be taken over. All I can say now is stay safe out there." Giving a small bow, Hermes walked forward, and in his hand were 2 green-colored clear crystals, which were handed over to Quinn, who placed them in his system for safekeeping. "Now that I can walk around again, it seems that there are many meetings I will have to attend to make up for the lost time. Still, we won't be too far behind, so I'll see you in a bit." Owen bid him farewell. In Quinn's eyes, since everyone was going to be at the same place, it made sense for a meeting to take place, so he wasn't surprised by this. When they entered the ship, though, they could see someone else inside waiting for them, who was casually sleeping on one of the chairs, allowing it to go vertically down. "Please tell me you stayed on the ship like you promised," Quinn sighed at seeing the old man. Opening his eyes, Eno stopped pretending to be asleep and replied, "Of course I did. I merely insisted on coming because I thought that you may have had to depend on me again, but by the looks of the Greylash leader, you managed fine even without my help. Are you sure you don't have the same ability as me?" However, Quinn wasn't in the mood for jokes. Although he had succeeded in helping Owen, he had failed in extracting information from the vampire spy. Fortunately, there was another one waiting for them, but he would probably need Ino there to find out why they were killing themselves, and also to prevent the spy from doing so. "Aaron, why do you make asking favors from you so difficult?" Quinn thought, as Ino's attitude was making him want to ask for help even less. "It's not his fault. In a way, after learning our ability, our minds kind of become like that." Vincent shared some insight. "Remember, our ability is equivalent exchange, and we can use it to help us in our daily life. As long as there is an exchange, eventually everything becomes like that, a favor for a favor." For once, even though the Ino family's ability seemed ridiculously strong, he was glad he didn't have it. Since the use of teleporters was being discouraged for now, and Quinn had arrived via ship in the first place, they were now flying through space as they headed to see Oscar. "Quinn, I think we need to talk about what happened with Owen," Sam suggested, as the ship was left on autopilot. Quinn quickly glanced at Ino. "I think it would be good if he was here as well. That way there won't be any sudden rejection on his part." The three of them entered the break room, which was connected to a very small kitchen on board the ship that allowed them to prepare some simple food. As vampires, they didn't really need to eat normal food, so the fridge was mostly filled with blood packs. Aside from that, there were a few raw bits of meat in case they wanted to try something different. The three of them sat at a rectangular-shaped table, with Quinn on one end, Ino on the other, and Sam in the middle. Although tensions were always high between these two, there was no better seating arrangement than the current one. "I couldn't stop these two if they did decide to have a go at each other," Sam thought as he let out a big sigh. "The reason I was saying we need to talk is because of what has happened with Owen and the Greylash family. We already knew that they had experienced 2 attacks due by vampires, and that they even caused great problems with the second fleet. However, it was only after meeting him that I found out that their goal wasn't to take Owen's life, but to convert him into a vampire. If we don't tell Oscar and the others about vampires soon, it will only make the situation worse in this war. Without that knowledge, humans will start to turn on each other, and then when they find out the truth, they will point their finger at us. In essence, I'm suggesting to be upfront about the secret we have been hiding from them. As long as we are honest and not hiding anything from them, I think they will be more inclined to understand why we have hidden it for so long as well." The room went quiet for a while. Of course, Quinn had thought about this. Maybe if they knew about vampires beforehand, then they would have been more on guard, and this wouldn't have happened to Owen. Even more so now that Jim seems to have vampires stationed in high places in the different factions.
"I think it was always inevitable that humans would find out about vampires."
Ino was the first to speak up.
"I think now might indeed be the perfect time for you to tell them. After all of your endeavors, Quinn, you certainly should be in the best position for them to have to listen to you without too much prejudice. With the Demon Tier crystal obtained, the people you have gathered, they have no choice. If humans want to survive, then they will have to rely on you."
Both of what Sam and Ino said were accurate. Quinn had long been concerned that the others might learn of his secret, but that concern was less pressing now. "I was thinking the same, but I'm not sure whether I should mention all the vampires to them," Quinn continued. "The vampire world has stayed out of the mess with humans for so many years. It has become that way for some reason, so I think it might be better not to tell them that there is a planet full of them. In the first place, that decision should be up to Bryce, and if he was to find out that the humans knew about them, I'm worried about what plans he might have in the future."
"For once, I agree," Ino nodded. "But not for the same reasons as you. If humans learn that there has been a secret world of vampires, I fear what might happen after the Dalki War ends. At the moment, although both matters have to do with the Dalki, one side will not help out the other. There is no reason for vampires to help out humans, nor humans to help out the vampires, so it's best to keep them separated. Of course, it is different for those of us who are interested in both worlds. Additionally, I would advise against bringing up the demon-tier beast that the Dalki are seeking. The less people know about it, the better. If information got out about where exactly the demon-tier beast was, then a vampire could easily influence and extract the information from them,"
Ino said. After the small talk was finished, it appeared that Quinn and Sam had decided what to tell Oscar, and for once, Ino and Quinn's conversation did not escalate into a heated argument. Finally, they could see the large Bertha on site, and when they landed, Quinn showed his credentials via his platinum badge. He was greeted, and the others quickly directed him around the ship. "This way, sir." A man bowed down as a group of around 20 started to escort them. "This seems a bit excessive, even if we are on the ship," Sam said. "Even when Oscar greeted us himself, there weren't this many people there to escort us."
"Did you notice?" Eno whispered quietly, so the three of them could hear, but the others couldn't.
"Yeah, their heartbeats are beating like crazy. Something's wrong," Quinn whispered back.
Eventually, they were led into a room, and they could see Oscar, Samantha, Inu, and Sack all there in front of them. However, it wasn't a meeting room, but a training room. When they entered the room, the door closed behind them.
"What is the meaning of this, Oscar?" Quinn asked.
"I'm sorry, Quinn. I didn't want to do things this way, but I agree that there is something we need to test out," Oscar answered, as a bucket full of blood seemingly fell from the ceiling and onto the ground.
Well, well, this is getting interesting. It looks like they already know about us and have prepared a trap.
Eno spoke in amusement. From the second the three of them got off their ship and entered the docking bay of the Bertha, Quinn has been able to tell something was up. It wasn't difficult to tell from the person who had been chosen to greet them to the large number of people who had shown up to escort them. The fact that they were all vampires made them all aware of the blood being stored in the ceiling above, which made their hearts race and their eyes dart frantically about the room. Just like Eno said, if they decided to drop a pile of blood in front of us, then that means they know something, Quinn thought. At the same time, Sam was looking at the men who were now behind them, and although they hadn't quite pulled out their weapons just yet, their fingers were twitching while watching them for any sudden moves. "Come on! Isn't this what you guys are after?" Inu shouted, smiling like a madman. However, the reactions of Quinn, Sam, and Eno were not at all what they had expected. The trio of guests just stood there, looking at each other and their hosts. "What are you talking about? Do you take us for some hungry beasts?" Sam questioned as he looked towards Inu, whom he took to be the one who had come up with this idea. Still, he had to admit he was a little nervous. While Eno and Quinn could handle themselves if a fight was to break out, Sam wasn't confident enough that he could do the same, so he would rather not reveal their secret right now. "They've found out somehow, so if we come forward with what we know, it will just sound like an excuse." "Well, things certainly seem to be fine for now." Oscar cleared his throat. His face had actually turned a shade redder, as he was quite embarrassed that the three had reacted as any normal person would have in such a situation. After learning from Samantha about Fex and his desire for blood, they started to focus on witness accounts of the Second Fleet, which led to some very interesting information. Multiple of the crew survivors had stated that they had seen those with red eyes latching onto humans and biting into their necks, licking the blood off their hands as they killed their enemies. At first, it had seemed like they had been exaggerating, or perhaps their attackers had gone mad, but now the reports were starting to add up. What if this new source of power was powered by blood, which was why the cursed faction had always carried a flask with them that contained blood inside? Eventually, after finding biting marks on some of the victims' bodies, and talking to many established minds, they had come to one fairy tale conclusion about the mythical beasts known as vampires. Although it seemed ridiculous, Inu had been the first one convinced that this was the right answer, and had somehow managed to get Oscar to play along with this little test. The book stated that they were beasts that would do anything for blood, that they would crave it and go out of control at the mere sight of it. Now, Oscar felt nothing but embarrassment and didn't really know how to progress things forward.
"With all this blood, it looks like you figured out the truth. Well, should we have that talk you were talking about earlier, or should we just show them our fangs?"
Eno asked out loud and clear so each one of them could hear. Sam started to laugh, trying to play it off as just some joke from the old coot next to him, but it was clear he was nervous, and Quinn was just there shaking his head, probably regretting not having told Eno to stay back. Meanwhile, outside of the room, Owen Greylash had just arrived, along with Hermes, not too long ago. For now, he would only allow Hermes to be by his side, and his more capable men, who he did trust, would be in control of the fleets while he was away. "I'm warning you, you better answer my questions," Owen threatened the man. "I've had my fair share of traitors recently, and I wouldn't be surprised to find out that everyone on this ship is one either. Quinn Talon is one of the few people I trust right now, so you better let me know where he is. Don't assume I lack the ability to electrocute a small fry like you just because I recently left the hospital." The man looked around nervously, but this just infuriated Owen more.
The next moment, the captured man felt a tingling sensation go up his arm. He might have been under orders, but with this kind of pressure, he confessed to everything. After going to the training room where Quinn and the others were meant to be, Owen didn't slow down with his intimidation. "What is that old man thinking to lock up Quinn in such a room?" Owen couldn't believe Oscar's action. "Open the door now before I break it down. This is an order as the head of the Greylash family and one of the world's leaders." The two guards that were standing behind the large closed door looked at each other and then heard the sound of Owen's ability activating, and soon the doors opened. "What's going on now?" Oscar asked, as he could see the doors opening. "I told them to not let anyone inside." When they finally disclosed themselves, Owen stormed in and immediately sensed the tense atmosphere between the two sides and the anticipation of a fight. "Well, looks like I came just in time to help you out," Owen said, standing by Quinn and the others. "Greylash!" Inu shouted. "Don't you know what they are? They just admitted it as well. They're vampires." There was silence in the whole room, and even a sweet, soft smile had come from Owen's mouth. But when he looked at Quinn, in a defeated kind of way, all Quinn could do was nod. "This is actually bad timing," Quinn sighed. "I don't know how you guys found out, but after what happened with Owen, I was going to share some things with you during today's meeting. However, if this is the way you were planning to treat us after finding out the truth, then maybe it's a good thing that we didn't tell you anything." Quinn spoke, and at that moment his eyes started to glow red. After all that Quinn and his team had done to assist Oscar and the others, he had to admit that he didn't like the way they were being treated. Were they honestly thinking of them as some kind of savage beasts who would have gone crazy over the sight or smell of blood? Had they intended to put them down if that had truly been the case? Had everything they had done up until this point been meaningless? Seeing the red eyes, Owen understood that Quinn was being dead serious. They were the same type as the ones he had seen before he was stabbed. For a second, Owen flinched. It was hard to get rid of a trauma like that so soon. However, he also remembered how much Quinn had done for him and placed his hand on his shoulder. "I don't care what you may be. To me, you're Quinn Talon of the Cursed Faction," Owen stated. "I will stand by your side." This had managed to quell Quinn's anger a little, but he was still looking towards Oscar and the others. "We're sorry, Quinn," Samantha apologized as she stepped forward. "We're sure you're not like the ones who attacked us. I had my suspicions ever since Fex made me save him using my blood. I saw him heal after consuming it, and he also used your red powers. We never planned to hurt you. It's just that the Greylash family aren't the only one that has suffered from attacks, and we're confused and scared about such a thing popping out so suddenly." It was a plea, and Quinn could tell that she was generally serious. "Let's try to calm the tension down on both sides, huh?" Sam suggested. "Let us share what we know. I think it would be good for us to sit down and maybe hold the meeting later after everyone has had time to digest the new information," Sam smiled. "I agree," Oscar nodded. "Perhaps our test was just a show of fear for us. My daughter is right, though." Oscar placed his hands on top of Samantha's shoulder. "It's fact that you guys always have helped us, and nobody will be able to claim otherwise. Everyone clear out. We shall head into the main command center," Oscar ordered. Walking to the command center from behind, though, Oscar had his own thoughts. "Quinn, I'm a fool. Whatever you and your group have become, whatever you have done, I know we need you to defeat the Dalki. But knowing that there is another race out there, one that feeds off humans, this is a dangerous matter for all of us humans." Without a large number of escorts, Quinn and the others were now following after Oscar to the main command center. The place felt quite familiar to Sam and Quinn. As they looked around, they were unable to find any differences to the Bertha ship that they had themselves. After all, the ship had originally belonged to the military, yet Oscar had never asked for it to be returned. There was one thing that was a little worrying while the group was walking, and that was just how dead silent everyone was. It couldn't be helped. Before, they had just suspected Quinn to be different, but now he had admitted it himself, and the possibility that the two next to him could be vampires as well didn't make things any better. "The man next to Quinn looks very similar to Richard Eno," Oscar thought. He did state that the two of them were related, so could Eno also be one of these vampires? What can they do? How troublesome will they be? And how accurate is our knowledge of them based on pure fantasy books? So that's what the boy had been hiding this whole time, Owen thought. His growth had been remarkable. However, it doesn't seem that he got where he is without his own hard effort. Apparently those that attacked the Greylash family with the red eyes were also these vampires, but they didn't seem to hold a candle to Quinn. A whole new world. Interesting. I knew it, Inu thought. They are deadly animals. They must have sold or experimented on their own people. No wonder that kid who barely passes for a young adult has been able to accomplish so much. This must be also how he made me obey him. If all of them have that type of ability to control others, this is a huge threat that we must get rid of as soon as possible. No matter what or who he is, if he can achieve my goal of reaching rank 1 in power fighters and spreading the martial arts of Moi Boran, then I know I have selected the right person. But if people were to find out that he wasn't human, what would they think? Sack thought. Everyone had their own opinions, and they were thinking heavily about what to do with this newfound knowledge. However, all they could do was speculate, for none of them had an inkling of the whole truth. Quinn, before we go and visit the captured vampire, there was something else I wanted to talk to you about, Oscar spoke, breaking the deafening silence. I never got the chance to thank you for what happened in the city of Zoo. Quinn had absolutely no idea what Oscar was talking about. However, it did hit a spark with Sam. It was just that he had been so busy that he hadn't had an opportunity to mention it to Quinn. It was crazy how many things had happened in such a short amount of time that the fact of 4-spiked Dalki attacking Earth would just be brushed off. I can't believe Leo has grown so powerful that he is now able to defeat a 4-spiked Dalki on his own, Oscar explained, after noticing Quinn's confusion on the matter. A 4-spiked Dalki? Quinn blurted out, unable to hold in his surprise. It was now clear for all that this was the first time he heard about the matter. Well, we assume that he wasn't alone, Oscar continued. However, the only person that was reportedly seen in the area at the time was the blind swordsman, and last we knew about him, he was under the cursed faction. I'm amazed at his growth. And then Oscar started to trail off there, as he was starting to realize something. Quinn, the cursed faction's power, had all grown out of nowhere, and seemingly it was the same for Leo. Could it all be related to the matter they were about to discuss? He is indeed amazing, Quinn agreed. You will have to thank Leo himself. He has his own matters to attend to, so him being there wasn't under my command, so it feels wrong to claim his credit. Quinn was still trying to process what he had just learned. He himself had never fought against a 4-spiked Dalki, so he was trying to imagine its power. Even though Leo most likely had the power of a vampire leader, he still didn't think it would be enough to kill one of his own. Erin was with him as well. Did something happen to her? And there is also the 3rd stage of Ki he has learned recently. If he really did manage to kill it on his own, it might be worth taking a break and learning the 3rd stage as soon as possible. It was unfortunate, but Quinn and Leo's schedules just didn't seem to add up. The two of them would always miss each other, but neither one wanted to interrupt what the other was doing. Besides, it wasn't like what Quinn was doing at the moment wasn't helping him to get stronger in his own way. He had trained his new shadow skills, acquired new blood abilities and control with Ino, and obtained crystals to create top-level gear. Finally, all of them had arrived at the command center, and when Oscar entered, he had told everyone already in there to clear out of the room, as he knew it was a sensitive matter that would affect each person differently. Even amongst his own head generals, it turned out that everyone had a different opinion of the matter. Quinn's group sat together, while Owen and Hermes sat down on another side, and finally all of those in the Earthborn group. They sat at a large round table, where they were unable to reach each other. Quinn, you said you had a few things to tell us, but as an apology, allow us to tell you first what we have found out, and feel free to correct us, Oscar offered. There is a group of people that are currently working with the Dalki. They share a few similar traits, one being their glowing red eyes, the other the power to control the red aura. This hasn't been confirmed with all of them, but they seem to react in some way to blood, according to eyewitnesses. These people with red eyes can learn abilities similar to ours. Their eyes can change color at will, so it's hard to spot who is shall we call them the V's? Oscar suggested, as he still found it quite childish to use the word vampires. The V's have infiltrated high-level factions, and because we are unable to tell them apart from our own until the moment of attack, it has made things very difficult for us. Now, from the video footage we have obtained, as well as some from the testimonies we have received, Many members of the cursed faction appear to be able to use this same red power, and at least in your case, Quinn, we have seen you possess the same red eyes, Oscar said as he finished off his report. Quinn first turned to Sam, who nodded his way, a gesture that Quinn was to do the talking. He then looked towards Ino, who just seemed calm as ever, unfazed by everything going on. It didn't look like he cared what Quinn would say, as long as they could defeat the Dalki somehow. You're correct, it's as you guessed. All of us here are what you guys can call the V's, Quinn answered, but they already knew this much. However, we are not exactly the same, and we don't belong to the same group. For one, not even everyone in the cursed faction knows what I am. What happened to me wasn't out of choice. I personally consider it to be more of a curse. Saw it as a curse. Firstly, I will explain to you what the V's are, and then I will let you know our story, Quinn proceeded. The V's are like those that you have read about in your books. Yes, they do feed on blood, and they are affected by sunlight, but over the years, they have managed to find a way to overcome this weakness of theirs. Only when they activate their powers do their eyes start to glow red, which is what you have all seen so far. Some can control this better than others. As for the bloodlust, as you saw with your little test, we are different. We can control ourselves and don't need to feed on blood, but they might not be the same. We wanted to tell you all because of how dangerous this has become. V's are faster, stronger, have their own set of powers, and can still learn abilities, giving them huge advantages over regular humans. But perhaps the most worrying thing of them is their vampire abilities. They can turn other humans into the same thing as them, and each person who falls under their control will follow their commands, even if they wouldn't do so under normal circumstances. Friends that you might have known for decades might stab you in the back. As long as their master orders it, they will obey the command. Everyone was listening carefully to Quinn's words, yet it still sounded like a fantasy. At the moment, it sounded like the vampires were by far a superior race, especially if they were able to overcome the supposed weakness their race was known for. I have a question, Owen asked. I assume that the one that attempted to attack me while I was weak in my bed is a V as well? But you have managed to stop him. If we are unable to tell a V from appearance, how are you able to tell? Quinn then raised his hand, and Inu jolted back in his seat for a second, but all Quinn did was tap his nose a few times. Their smell. The V's have better senses, smell, sight, vision, reflexes, everything. A human will be unable to tell the difference, but the V's can smell who is one of their own and who isn't. Since I suspected that more of them were hiding, I used a spray to mask myself. When he approached you, I was able to tell that he was one of them, so I apprehended him. Thank you for explaining what the V's are to us, Quinn, Oscar said politely, being careful with his words. However, there are still a lot of questions we have in our minds. You said you were different from the other V's, so I ask, why are these V's working with the Dalki in the first place? And what about all of you? What happened that made you become like this? Quinn had thought long and hard about what story to tell. There were some details he wanted to avoid. He didn't want them to be aware of the vampire world. He didn't want to tell them everything about them and the requirements for blood, or that he was the leader of a vampire family. All of this would overcomplicate things. It would be similar to when a civilization discovered another, and if what they had learned from history was true, that never ended well for either side. All of what happened to us and with the V's is this man's fault. Quinn pointed towards the person sitting to his right. Richard Eno. At a glance, it was hard to tell that the old man who was by Quinn's side was Richard Eno. However, Oscar had long since felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Being told who he was, he couldn't deny a certain resemblance to the image he had seen of a younger version of Richard Eno with different colored hair. Richard Eno, one of the great saviors of humanity, is a vampire? What do they mean by this? Oscar was baffled at the implication. How dare you? Eno wasn't so calm as to hold back his reaction. He almost stood up, but was quickly kicked under the table by those sitting next to him. It was an offense for those of a lower ranking to stand up without permission. Inu coughed before he corrected himself. Are you really telling us that Richard Eno, the great scientist who made it possible for us to activate the power of the beast weapons, and the inventor of the teleporters that aided us in the First War, is that very man sitting next to you? What's more, We are to believe that he is responsible for all those V's we have to deal with now? I'm sorry, but that sounds like a lot of bogus. Heck, that man doesn't even look like Richard." Rather than looking at the person who was throwing out accusations, instead, Richard was looking directly back at Quinn, and it appeared as if the two were in the middle of a staring competition until Richard finally spoke. "My grandson is correct," Richard said, putting a lot of emphasis on the word, indicating their connection to each other. "You see, I am one of the first vampires known in existence, something we call an original. You want the truth? Then I shall tell you the truth." Richard stood up from his seat, and even Quinn was on guard. To be honest, he didn't exactly know what the right words to say were, but he had somewhat hoped that Eno might have a better way of phrasing things to the humans, in a way that would allow all of them to work together, and not just until the Dalki were dealt with. After all, that's his goal, right? I mean, I didn't want to annoy him a bit, but now I'm worried about what he's going to say. Quinn was worried about how things would play out. Was it the right call to bring him along? Should he make sure to silence him before it was too late?
"All of this is simply a family feud that you have been caught up in,"
Eno started to explain.
"I have lived for many years and have tried my best to make sure that humans continue to live as well. During my time, I had many children, and those children had children of their own. After living for countless years, I eventually chose to seclude myself and went into something you may think of as a form of hibernation. One of my distant descendants created the Dalki while I was asleep, and he is now using it to exterminate everyone on Earth. When I woke up and learned of this, I of course wanted to put a stop to this. Judging by the fact that the person who caused all this belongs to my lineage, I felt responsible. Lacking the means to deal with the Dalki on my own, I introduced new technologies to the world intending to ensure humanity's survival. And here I am again, doing the same thing, but this time I needed more help. I turned my grandson into someone like me, and through no fault of his own, he had no choice but to turn some of his companions as well. I am sorry to say, but humans have just been caught in the middle of all this mess."
Quinn was utterly surprised by Richard Eno's response. It was actually quite accurate to the situation they were in, and he actually hadn't overcomplicated things either. He also made sure to point out that Quinn had been forced into a predicament he didn't want to be in. His story also made it sound like there weren't many vampires out there, and that he had turned Quinn just to get some allies on his side. As for the others, they were struggling to take it all in. The Dalki, a mysterious force that was large, more powerful, and had better technology than them, had attacked them from space. What else could they think other than that they were aliens trying to invade and attack them? The Dalki were created by vampires, and a descendant of Richard Eno is the cause of all this, Oscar repeated in his head, to make sure all the information he had was right. Now it makes sense why vampires are helping the Dalki, but there's no way to confirm if any of this is true. Why have you been quiet this whole time? Why did they create something like the Dalki? Why are they attacking us? Samantha bombarded him with questions.
Even parents are unable to completely control what becomes of their children. We are merely able to guide them on their path. Keep in mind that I am old, very old, and I have no idea why my descendant chose to do what he did. Maybe you guys did something to annoy him, or perhaps it's something else?
Are you trying to pin the blame on us? Enu questioned in fury. Do you know how many humans died because of the Dalki? Family members, soldiers, students, everyone got dragged into this mess through no fault of their own, and right now the person who caused all of this is in front of us. Quinn could sympathize with how Enu was feeling at this moment. He had felt the same way. However, one person's actions didn't dictate a whole race of people. Even Quinn had seen that there were bad vampires and good vampires, just like people.
What exactly do you want me to do about it, Head General Enu? Richard asked back. Am I not already doing more than what should be expected of me? I introduced technology that wasn't ready for your world, and even more. Once again, I have come forward fighting, and I have turned to my precious family, who had no part to play in this originally, just to fight by your side. Let me tell you something. You are not in the position to complain about what has happened. We don't have to help you, Eno stated, as his eyes started to glow red, and like a turtle, Enu's head naturally started to sink down into his body as he felt the strong presence coming across the table. That's enough, Oscar interrupted. I understand the situation, and you are correct. I am very grateful that all of you are helping us.
Quinn, I can't imagine what you must have gone through because of all this. And Richard, we still haven't forgotten all the great feats you have accomplished. As you said, you are not the one to blame. I wish you could continue to share whatever information you guys know about the Dalki and more, but I assume you have already done as much as you can. From what I have gathered, there are two sides to the vampires, one that is under your control, Ino, and the other under the control of your descendant. However, we have also learned that their numbers may be able to increase as we go on. Can I ask, I assume that the vampire we have captured is from your descendant? Quinn, you asked me to keep him here. What exactly do you plan to do? First, as this meeting is coming to an end, I think we should keep most of what we said a secret. It won't improve their morale or change the goal in the end. I think the most important part is that everyone knows the traits of the V's. For now, we can explain that a human who is working with them has a certain ability. As for your question, that's what we want to find out, Quinn replied. Where is his creator? Who sent him? And where in hell he is so we can put a stop to this whole thing once and for all. Due to high-rising tensions between certain members of the Earthborn group, Oscar sent Inu and Sak off on some menial tasks, checking on their fleets and so on. Once they were done, they were to start coming up with a brief on how to explain the current situation with the V's to their members. They would then have to choose between informing everyone of the trait of the V's or only a select few. Oscar was leaning more towards the first option. Even if they were to limit it to a select few, there was no telling who was and who wasn't a V. Unless, of course, they had one themselves. As such, telling everyone would allow the groups to be more alert and aware. However, it would increase the chances of the V's finding out and possibly make them go into hiding. Still, it was the option that should lead to them being able to save more lives. At the moment, Owen, Hermes, Oscar, Samantha, Eno, Sam, and Quinn were heading to a special area on the ship. For once, they had entered a room that Quinn didn't recognize. I can see you looking around, Oscar mentioned. Their group was walking across a dark corridor with nothing but small LED lights on the ground. This spaceship is a little different compared to yours for a few reasons. Right now, we're headed towards the interrogation room. Don't you mean a prison cell? Owen questioned. You don't have to be a coy with us. I mean, we are going to see a prisoner after all. Finally, they reached the end of the hallway and entered through the doors. I assure you this is an interrogation room, but I guess it could double up as a prison, Oscar answered. The room was rectangular and quite large. There were computer terminals and advanced equipment in the room, but what stood out the most was the large glass panel window. It covered the entire length of the room, and on the other side, they could see the prison they had come down here for. Only they could see inside, not the other way around. The prisoner was no longer stuck in a wall of ice, and instead, his limbs had been spread out, cuffed around his wrists and ankles. He was clearly awake as well. Looking at this reminded Quinn of when he had been trapped as well. It made him feel somewhat bad for the person, especially since he was sure that just like the one he had captured, this one also shouldn't be following orders out of free will. Although for Owen, who didn't know this, the look on his face told a different story. Small little shocks were coming off his body. It was unusual since he mostly kept a calm demeanor. Still, it was undeniable that his life had nearly ended because of this person in front of him. After taking a few more breaths, Owen eventually calmed down. I guess this is good practice, Owen mumbled as he continued to breathe. For our ability, anger is never the best thing. It's harder to control the lightning that way. It was unclear whether it was an explanation for the others or a reminder for himself. All right, Quinn, let's go with what you proposed. You and Eno can enter and ask the questions you need, Oscar said. Just so you know, everything will be recorded and filmed while you're inside, and we will be able to see everything. Now that there wasn't much left to hide, Quinn didn't mind that, and in the first place, he knew that his influence skill was unlikely to work. A door to the side, just where the mirror ended, was opened, and Quinn followed behind Eno. The second they entered, the vampire in the room could smell them. I knew something was up. I was wondering why they decided to chain me up. So who sent you here then? Was it the Shut your mouth, Quinn ordered, as his eyes glowed red, and in seconds the vampire felt his body being controlled. His reason for doing such a thing was because he was just about to mention the word king. Quinn had just finished a bunch of questions, and he didn't want more to pop up. Those red eyes, it looks like they can also be used on other V's then, Owen noticed. Even if they weren't created by Quinn, how does that even work? Sam was left in the room, looking through the glass with the others. Even though he thought it was best they didn't learn too much about vampires,
It was clear that the way things progressed, they would notice things the group had been hiding from them.
The most power Quinn is using right now is a type of mind control. Most vampires can do this to a certain degree, but it varies in power. However, it only works on people with weak minds. The only reason it's working right now is because Quinn is a strong V, Sam answered, using their term for it. Hearing this made Owen wonder just how long Quinn had been a vampire. Even with Quinn looking like a young adult, the vampire they held captive was clearly older, yet Quinn was stronger. If it worked on Inu and Sak, doesn't that suggest they have weak minds? It's a good thing they aren't here right now. Otherwise, Inu would be throwing his toys out of the pram, Samantha thought. Tell me, who do you work for? Quinn demanded to know. Just like last time, the captive's mouth started to twitch, but nothing was coming out. Where are they? Quinn asked again, but got no reply. It seems like not even Quinn can get an answer out of this one, even with his unique abilities, Oscar sighed. Quinn hadn't expected it to be so easy after the last time, but fortunately, the next person who had walked over was Richard Eno. He had his hand tightly gripped onto something that the others couldn't quite see, not even Quinn. Then, placing his hand on his head, he stayed silent for a few seconds. I accept the trade, Eno mouthed with his mouth, but no sound came out. A few seconds later, a bright light started to shine beneath his feet. His hair started to float along with the man he was touching, and whatever had been in his hand had disappeared. The man who had been tied up had come to again and looked around for a few seconds. What did you do to me? What have you all done to me? The man shouted, and the next second, Eno moved his hand, slicing the man's throat. Blood poured out on the ground, and he was dead. What the hell was that? That was our only lead, Oscar shouted through the room. Eno was already making his way out, and so was Quinn, since, quite frankly, he wanted answers as well. Before leaving the room, Eno flicked his fingers, throwing the blood onto the floor, and walked inside. Eno, how could you do something to a vampire like that and be so heartless? You must know, like I do, that all these vampires were old spies for the king. Do you care so little about them? Quinn thought. We have already gotten all the information that is needed from him, Eno explained. What is happening to the vampires is my descendant's doing, but he isn't the one actually doing it. The power that is being used on them to stop them from talking and control them is just a normal ability. No information was able to be extracted from him, so we are back to square one. Humans' best chance of survival is to continue to wait out their time, defending as they can, Eno added as he left the room as if he owned the ship himself. With only Quinn left in the room with the others, they didn't really know what to do or say. Your grandfather seems like a hard person to control, Oscar eventually mentioned, noticing that Quinn, too, had been shocked about what the old man had done inside the interrogation room. Quinn retorted, In fact, worst of all, I don't even know what goes through his head most of the time. Isn't that a problem? Samantha interrupted. Doesn't that imply that they can control anyone, even regular people, if what Eno is claiming is accurate? That these people were benignly controlled by an ability rather than by some V? Then yes. The realization of this was frightening. The only consolation they could find was the knowledge that if an ability were capable of such a thing, it would follow that a condition would also need to be present. The look on Quinn's face said that he wanted to chase after Eno. Oscar wanted to talk to Quinn about a few things, especially about what he was going to do now that he had successfully beaten the demon-tier beast. Now learning that perhaps he and Eno had different goals, he allowed Quinn to leave and chase after them. It looks like they have their own way of stopping this war. We will just have to continue doing our best. Quinn, I'm confused, Vincent said. If what Richard said is true and this really is an ability and not a vampire power, in all my years as a vampire leader and despite my research, I have never encountered such an ability that a vampire would be able to learn. As he and Sam were catching up to Eno, Quinn eventually managed to stop him in one of the halls. What you said earlier is incorrect. That kind of ability doesn't exist in the vampire world, Quinn stated, being upfront about what he had just learned. At this point, Eno turned around and looked at Quinn. I never claimed there was, which means that there is something else going on. Just like there are abilities that only vampires can learn, there are also abilities that only humans can learn. In between, some abilities are shared. However, did you know that there is one ability that crosses these borders? A person who can transfer any ability into themselves and give it to whomever they wish. The True Dream family, whom I believe you have encountered before. Quinn had been under the impression that he knew everything about vampires and humans. However, humanity had lived for thousands of years, and yet they continued to discover new things like abilities and vampires. It hadn't even been long since they were discovered, so of course, things like this would come up. It was only now that Quinn was starting to realize the true danger that True Dream and his ability represented. If he was able to pass abilities over from vampires and humans, it meant that humans could also learn the shadow powers that Quinn had obtained. At the same time, the opposite should be true as well. What if a person was to kidnap a True Dream and use them? Perhaps they could even take an ability like Sill's and place it into a vampire. That's a really scary thought. One of the strongest abilities in the world inside a vampire. It's almost like creating a super vampire. Quinn's mind started to wander. So is Jack True Dream still alive? Is he really with Jim? Quinn asked.
From the way you're acting, it seems like you have caught on to what I was saying, but you are asking the wrong question right now.
Eno shook his head.
Do you know what actually happened to Jack True Dream? They had gone to Blade Island in search of the shadow ability that you had shown off. However, Jack had vastly underestimated the true powers that the Blade family held, and it didn't take long for them to overpower him and his men. But during their little battle, the Blades revealed something to them. They had used the Demon Tier Beast. Can you guess what happened next?
Quinn was a bit slow on the uptake, but Sam was a little quicker to understand. Brock had been a spy for the Blade family, and he would have known all of the details of what was to happen. So if Eno was saying the Demon Tier Beast was used, then this would be true. If that was the case, then Jack had also seen the beast being used. They might already be aware of the location of the other half of the Demon Tier Beast they were looking for if Jim Eno has truly captured Jack. However, there was also the chance that Jack had no clue what level the beast was at, so that's why they still had yet to do anything. Finally, Quinn realized this as well. But is Jack working with Jim willingly, or has he been captured? Quinn thought. Also, their network of information doesn't seem to be as large as Richard's, especially if they don't really know who I am. So unless Jack tells them, or Eno assumes something is up, they may never find out.
We have to move the Demon Tier Beast now before it's too late. Even if they don't have Jack, we still need to be cautious. I'm afraid bringing back your friend's partners might have to wait a little longer, Eno said.
Quinn needed to think fast. While they might have been running out of time, they would have to enter the space station, which was being protected by the Earthlings and the Greylash family, for the entire Dalki race to show up. They still had some time until he needed to be there. At the same time, the Dalki should be more cautious after nearly losing 2 4-spike Dalki. Before heading to the Blade Island, Quinn, who thought it was vital, picked up something. I know there is a chance that the Dalki and vampires have a way of appearing on Earth, but I need to quickly check something, Quinn said. Sam, you head off with Eno and make preparations for everyone. Let me know when you plan to head to Blade Island. Tell Syl what needs to be done, and bring whoever you think we'll need. Also, remember to bring along him as well. He is vital for this whole thing to work. Sam nodded and understood the instructions well, and for the first time, it seemed like Eno was taking things seriously. He didn't joke around and had headed off with Sam. If everything works out, then maybe we will just need to put Vorden and Rayton in a temporary place for now. If we move the Demon Tier Beasts first, maybe we can even put them back in Syl's mind for a short while, and then move them back to their own bodies. I'm sorry, Syl, but it's just bad timing. The one thing I am sure about is that Eno wants to defeat the Dalki, so if he thinks it's important to move the Demon Tier, then this is something we need to do. Before going off to where Quinn needed to be, he had brought out his mask and attempted to get into contact with one of his strongest fighters, Leo. As he answered, Quinn explained the current situation to his vampire knight, and asked him if he could join him any time soon to help out.
I'm sorry, Quinn, Leo apologized after hearing him out. I said I would be there if you needed help. However, the outcome at the moment was not what I expected.
For some reason, Quinn's heart started to thump as he heard these words. Leo seemed to be in trouble, but would he be too stubborn to ask Quinn for assistance if he really was?
I know what you might be thinking, but everything is fine with me. It's Erin I'm worried about. I promised you that I wouldn't let her harm anyone, but I'm afraid that if I come back now with her, I might not be able to keep that promise.
Of all things to happen, it seemed like Erin was facing her own problems as well.
Is this due to her being a Dhampir? Did something happen when she thought the Dalki? Or could it be Eno was right, and the bloodlust in her has been growing day by day and is about to be too much for her to bear? I will solve this, Quinn. Erin's my student. I won't allow her to be harmed. and I will not make her do anything that she will come to regret. I have done it myself once. Please, Quinn, I ask you, if you want to help Aaron, do not summon me unless your life is on the line," Leo answered, and the call ended right then and there. Quinn initially wished to head on over and see if there might be a solution, if somehow he could help Quinn, but he also knew that most likely the only person that could help wouldn't be him. Ino would probably just kill her, claiming that she posed a threat that needed to be eliminated. Just like how he had killed the vampire in the interrogation room. "All I can do is complete the tasks in front of me as soon as possible," Quinn thought, as he activated his shadow link. It soon connected with Linda. In a few seconds he arrived right where she was. "Quinn!" Linda exclaimed, with her face all red. Quinn looked around to see where he was, and they seemed to be in one of the shelter rooms. "Sorry, Linda, I'm in a bit of a hurry," Quinn apologized as he quickly went out through the door. Suddenly, a gasp of air was heard. "Do you think he saw me?" Weevil asked, whose face was just as red as hers. "No, I think his mind was too busy on something. Come on, we can't keep messing around," Linda replied. With so much time having passed, Quinn was hoping that Alex would have figured out just what could be done with the demigod tear crystal and the demon tear crystal. These were the things that he needed before heading off to Blade Island. With Quinn gone, it made for a slightly awkward ride back to the cursed ship with just Richard and Sam. Only a few people interacted with Richard, and even then it was mostly out of pure necessity rather than actual choice. As for Sam, he had actually never regarded the old man to be that bothersome, but that was probably because Eno didn't regard Sam as someone who would, or for that matter could, disrupt his grand ambition of getting rid of the Dalki. The reason why Sam was feeling a bit tense now was due to what they had all witnessed in that interrogation room. Doing his best to avoid the other, Sam would just stare out of the large window of the ship, looking out into the vastness of space, while thinking of all the important matters he would have to deal with once they landed. At the same time, he was consistently responding to all the emails that had piled up, but he also couldn't help but try to keep one eye on Eno at all times. "Eno, you say you're on the side of humans, but what about people like us? Humans that have turned into vampires, but don't really fit into the vampire society," Sam wondered. What's more, he was curious about what Richard Eno was planning to do once the Dalki had been dealt with. He was someone who had faked his own sleep and was now meddling with the affairs of later generations. Did he see himself as some type of god, someone who was meant to create harmony? Despite Eno claiming he cared for humans, he was not one to shy away from ending their lives in a heartbeat, claiming it was for the overall picture, and it seemed like he also felt the same way about vampires. Is this what happens when one has lived for far too long, after one has seen all those close to oneself die? Sam started to question. These thoughts alone were troubling Sam. If it ever came to the point that he would do something Eno didn't like, would the other even hesitate to get rid of him? What about the cursed faction? Would he want to get rid of them as well after their fight with the Dalki, since they might not fit in with the rest of humanity? "Sam," Eno suddenly spoke his name, which jolted the young man. "There was something I hadn't had the chance to tell you, but now that it's just the two of us together, I thought it might be best for me to speak my mind." "Did I mess up somewhere?" Having just thought about all these things, Sam's hands were shaking, and he didn't want to turn around. Instead, he tapped his watch, bringing up a report like it was something very important that could not wait. Alas, Eno either didn't see it or simply didn't care. "I wanted to thank you. In my evaluation of the cursed faction, you are one of the major factors as to why it has been able to progress so far," Eno explained. "In all honesty, I never thought someone like Quinn would actually be able to grow in time to become one of the major tools to stop the Dalki. I didn't quite understand how he was able to build up such a strong faction around him, but after looking at his surroundings, I came to learn that it was because Quinn didn't do everything on his own. He did so with the people around him and with the help of others, especially you. You are a hard worker, and you should be credited for that," Eno said, and with that, he headed off into the break room. "Did he just compliment me? What was that all about?" Sam tried to comprehend what had just happened. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. It wasn't that Quinn had never thanked him, but for someone else to see and acknowledge his efforts really did remind him of his roots and where he had come from. As someone who had hit the cap on his MC cells rather early, he had eventually accepted that he would be unable to get any stronger, so for a long time he had feared he would amount to nothing. His younger self would have never imagined that in the future he would be the second in charge of a faction that would be one of the great three powers that made up the group of world leaders. "My parents are still on Earth.
Once all of this is over, it would be nice to bring them on the ship." Thinking of this reminded Sam of something, and he went ahead to check if the request had been sent out, earlier had come through. Finally, Sam and Eno had returned to the cursed ship, and there were a few things they both needed to do. First, Sam immediately called a meeting between the cursed faction leaders. Apart from updating them on what had happened when they had been out with Quinn, he also intended to inform them of their movement to Blade Island. They would have to decide on the members who would be going with them. After all, a core group of people always needed to be left behind to look after the cursed ship, but due to how dangerous Blade Island or the demon tier beast could be, they also needed to take a substantial force. "I am here to bring you my report, sir." Brock bowed down before the other. "It turns out that the Blades have completely abandoned the island. They have taken everything with them, however. I have been able to confirm two things. The tablet has remained untouched, so it still has plenty of power within it. You should be able to use it as you wish. However, there is a slight problem. They seem to have left behind the demon tier dragon. I can only assume the dragon had no desire to leave the island, which is a good thing, but it may be harder to control it if that is indeed the case. It's unclear if it is waiting for something on the island or if it's merely its whim. I have some people looking over it for the time being who will report as soon as possible."
"It means we have to move as quickly as possible," Eno replied. "Still, I don't think the dragon will move any time soon. Their ability has a lasting effect. Depending on when the Blades left the dragon, it should still be a bit confused, and it probably considers the island its home."
"But what would happen if we tried to remove a beast from its home?" Eno knew that perhaps even with Syl using all his abilities, this wouldn't be so easy. "Another point, if I may add," Brock said. "Although I can confirm that the Blades are no longer on the island, I have been unable to track them down anywhere, which is worrisome. If preparations have begun, I assume it's time I bring her over." After the meeting between the cursed leaders was over, many of them were left dumbfounded. Finally, Megan, who had been the only leader who was human, had learned the truth about who they all were. Of course, it came as a shock. She had been sure they were joking about everything at first, so some of them showed her that it was very, very true. Now, Sam had something else to attend to, as he had been informed that he had visitors that had also arrived on the ship. Exiting the command center, Sam was taking the electrical bridge to move him to the large hall. "That was quick work by them. I guess they might be excited to finally be here again," Sam thought. Stepping off the bridge, Sam continued to walk forward until he could see 3 people surrounded by members of the cursed faction. They stood tall and strong and looked a little nervous. "It looks like you have finally made it all here," Sam greeted them, putting on a big smile. "Please state your names." "My name is Swin, sir," the boy shouted, giving a salute. "My name is Venus, sir," another shouted. "Which means—" "My name is Shiro, sir," the last one replied. The 3 boys were students from Quinn's homeroom class. They had decided to join the cursed faction and had been sent to one of the safer portal planets, but Quinn had requested for the 3 of them to be brought on board the ship instead. "I have to thank you, Shiro. You have a big job ahead of you. I, Quinn, and the whole cursed faction will owe you a lot." Sam bowed down before the other, despite his high rank. "No problem, sir. I will do anything if it's in regards to helping out Quinn, the cursed leaders, the cursed faction, and definitely to help out Syl." Thanks to Quinn's shadow abilities and the fact that other users with shadow abilities were all over the place, it was as if Quinn had access to his own personal teleport array. Whenever he wished, he could move himself to their location without the need to rely on technology. Whatever jamming equipment the Dalki had was useless against Quinn, allowing the cursed faction leader to meet up with Alex, who was hammering away in the forging room of the Orbis faction base. "I guess he's always busy hammering away, even when he's away from the main base," Quinn thought as entered the forging room. Alex seemed too focused on his task to notice his arrival. "I would love to give him a break at some point, but it seems like none of us can catch one at the moment." It was far smaller than Alex's personal forge on the cursed ship, with only a total of 3 forging areas, whereas the cursed ship nearly had 4 times as many forging stations and extra space for everyone to work in. The first thing that caught Quinn's eye, though, was the smile on Alex's face as he forged away. "He doesn't seem to regard it as work. That is probably his secret, how he can do it for so long without complaining," Quinn thought. Soon, though, his eyes started to wander as there was someone else in the room next to him. It was hard to tell the man's age, but judging by the few gray hairs in his beard and curly hair, Quinn could only assume he was quite the old fellow. However, his body told a completely different story. The man was shirtless, with nothing but a pair of tight brown trousers that looked 2 sizes too small. He was built like a tank with muscles over muscles, and was watching Alex carefully perform. He had the standard look one would expect when they were to see a forger who worked on creating beast weapons, unlike Alex, whose body frame was small but still strong. Since he was only overseeing the work, a large man noticed Quinn's arrival. However, he didn't say anything and just put a single finger against his lips, a sign that it was important to remain silent. Quinn carefully nodded, and they both proceeded to watch Alex until he was finally done crafting what needed to be done. It looked like a regular sword, but clear attention was spent on crafting the sword to the best of its abilities. It was only an advanced tier weapon, so it was surprising that Alex still worked on things like this. "Quinn!" Alex exclaimed shockingly, as he moved the sword ever so slightly to see the other in the sword's reflection. "When did you come back? Couldn't you have at least given me a heads up before coming out here?" "Sorry," Quinn replied, scratching the back of his head. "Things have moved along quicker than I thought." "Oh, I almost forgot. This here is Andrew." Alex introduced the large man to his side. "He is the forger that Sam and Logan found for me, the one who worked on the last demon-tier weapon for Oscar, and he'll be helping me create your demon and demigod-tier equipment for you." "It's a pleasure to meet you." Both Quinn and Andrew bowed down at the same time. It made Quinn have a good first impression of the man, and it was quite respectable as well. "As the leader of the cursed faction, I can only congratulate you for having such a talent under you. Alex is one of the best forgers I have seen in decades. Despite his tiny muscles, he can hammer for twice as long as I am, yet he is so young. I can't wait until this man grows into a fine, large forger like myself." Andrew started to chuckle, knowing that it probably wasn't possible with how small his body frame was at the moment. "Yes, I'm glad I had a good eye to catch his equipment back then, and that's why I fully trust him to make the best out of the crystals that I have brought." Quinn nodded, happy to hear the others praising Alex. From their first meeting, Andrew Quinn could sense that there was a large amount of ki in his body, and his image reminded him of another muscular red-haired man he had met before. Although forgers weren't necessarily ki users, Leo had explained to him in the past that there were people who knew how to wield this form of energy subconsciously without ever having received any training in it. Those that used ki without their own knowledge were more likely to activate active skills in weapons, and it seemed true based on Alex's skills so far. Although he is under the Earthborn group, it would be great to have someone like him on our side, Quinn thought. "Andrew, thank you so much for taking your time to come here. I was wondering if there is anything that we could help you with. It would be the Cursed Faction's pleasure, and hopefully we can build on our relationship in the future," Quinn offered. It took a while for Andrew to answer as he stroked his large, bushy beard. It seemed like he was seriously thinking about something. "Don't worry too much. It's not every day that a forger can work on a demon-tier weapon. If you hadn't asked for me, I would have probably paid for the opportunity to come work on this myself. However, there is one thing that I would like to mention, but there might be nothing you can do about it. Currently, all groups, including your own cursed faction, are facing a crystal shortage. Due to the Dalki attacks, the groups aren't able to hunt as freely as they did before, and many of them are being used to stay on guard and defend. On top of this, what crystals the groups do have are being used to power the ships, mechs, and all sorts," Andrew explained. "Due to the special nature of the cursed faction, I was wondering if there was anything your group could do to help us combat that issue." It was a difficult situation, and Quinn was not aware that even his group was impacted. Most of the hunting had been left to Helen and her group, but it would make sense that the collection of crystals would be at an all-time low. "Maybe Alex and I can try to work something out," Quinn replied as an idea popped into his head. Noticing what Quinn was saying, Alex popped up. "We will try our best, Andrew. Do you mind fetching Ko and asking him to come here? I think that all of us will need to talk about a few things." Andrew, of course, agreed, and he left, saying goodbye to Quinn. "All right, Quinn, it seems like we have some time to talk now. Go ahead." Quinn smiled, noticing that Alex was getting rather smart these days. "If it's true that the cursed faction is also low on crystals to forge more weapons, then there is one option," Quinn suggested. "Ever since the little battle the 10th family had in the vampire world, we have had a lot of blood crystals. I'm sure you know that they can also be turned into blood weapons. If we use these and give them to the faction members, it could help us out greatly." "Wait, what?" Alex was baffled, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "But blood crystals are illegal?" "Well, I guess he did give them to us, so then the king really can't say anything. Besides that, don't they need blood to activate?" Alex asked. "What you say is right, but at the moment, I'm not really concerned about what Bryce thinks. We just have to focus on protecting our people and fighting off the Dalki. The green blood from the Dalki can also power up the blood weapons, so it will be a big advantage in the fight. Of course, the blood crystals will vary as well, but it will be better than nothing, Quinn explained. After visiting the vampire world last time, Alex wasn't overly eager to do something to displease them, but he knew how dire the weapon shortage was at the moment. The constant fighting would also make it so the durability of their weapons would fade, and without beast crystal or weapons, if the war was to be drawn, they would definitely end up on the losing side. All right, Alex answered. Anyway, I can guess the real reason why you're here. You want to know what the demigod tier crystals and the demon crystal can be turned into, don't you? Hearing this, a wide grin on Quinn's face appeared. Please indulge me,